Chapter 1. The Resurgence of the Grieved Elder. In this household, there exist two individuals who are strikingly identical. One is named Chen Yang, and the other bears the same name. However, the Chen Yang who is surrounded by descendants has passed away, his demise occurring in an obscure corner, with a hospital report clutched in his hand at the time of his death: cerebral vascular embolism. It is not classified as a terminal illness. It can be treated, albeit at a considerable cost. The Chen Yang with 3 sons and 2 daughters attempted to gather funds by contacting all his children. "Old man, your eldest grandson is about to wed. The bride's family is demanding a dowry of 380,000 yuan, along with a new house. I have not even asked you for money, yet you dare to inquire of me? This is your eldest grandson, according to tradition. You ought to prepare some funds for him. Your illness is not fatal. Why the urgency?" This was the voice of his eldest son, Chen Wangjing, filled with resentment. He then called his second son, Chen Wangha. "At your age, enough is enough. Do not call me unless it is urgent. I am quite occupied." A sharp click echoed as the line went silent. Next, he reached out to his third son, Chen Wanghu. "Old man, are you unwell? Why are you calling me? I am overwhelmed with my own troubles, which you have brought upon me." Ultimately, he turned to his youngest son, Chen Wangyue. "If you are ill, seek assistance from my 3 brothers. Why come to me, a mere woman? I cannot aid you. Besides, even if you recover, what use is it? You are of advanced age. You have nothing to lose. By the way, when will you sell the old house? Do not squander all the money on medical expenses. I want my share too." Chen Wangyu's words were laced with venom. Feeling desolate, he made one last call to his youngest daughter, Chen Wangxiu, who was studying abroad and had not returned home. "Realistically, I am now an American. We are not even citizens of the same country, let alone family. When I call you dad, it is merely a gesture of conscience. Frankly, I owe you no obligation. Do not seek me out in times like this." Her voice was cold and indifferent. Overwhelmed by a series of blows, Chen Yang could not catch his breath. His head throbbed, blood vessels ruptured, and with that he drew his final breath. Chen Yang's passing was swift, and his burial equally so. Though no one knew of his demise at the moment, during the funeral, his sons, daughters, and daughters-in-law wept inconsolably, as if they wished to summon the distant Quentin from the Western Hemisphere to acknowledge their filial piety. Chen Yang sensed that his consciousness did not dissipate, it bifurcated. His body lay still, bidding farewell to relatives and friends, while his ethereal, transparent consciousness coldly observed their spectacle. Despite their anguished cries and tears, Chen Yang could see the thoughts swirling within each of their hearts. Finally, the old man has passed. Although he had distributed his wealth early on, this house still holds considerable value. My son's dowry is secured. Such were the musings of the eldest couple. With his death, we shall no longer need to care for him. Once the old house is sold, the proceeds will suffice for me to acquire a vehicle. This was the sentiment of the second couple to Ha. Just a few days ago, I lost 200,000 yuan, contemplating how to fill this gaping hole. Now that the old man has passed away, it seems I shall finally have some wealth to divide. Such were the thoughts of the third son. It was about time he died. With the 5th son away, all the gold bracelets and jewelry left by our mother rightfully belong to me, for I am the only daughter in the family. It is only fair that I claim them. This was the inner voice of the 4th son, Chen Wangyue. His youngest daughter, Chen Wangxiu, whom he had invested a fortune in sending abroad for her studies, had not made an appearance. Chen Yang found himself in a state of despair, realizing the depths to which he had sunk. How did I raise a pack of ingrates? He gazed at the disgraceful antics of those gathered in the morning hall, his heart swelling with indignation. No, I still have another daughter. Suddenly, a thought struck him, yet it pierced his heart even more deeply. That was his eldest daughter, Chen Wangling. At the age of 25, her husband had perished in an accident at work, leaving no room for her in their home. So she returned to her maternal family with her only daughter. Upon her return, however, she was met with cold word from her younger siblings, driving Chen Wangling away from her family home. Tragically, she was struck by a truck en route, and both mother and daughter perished. That was his cherished warmth. Now extinguished at the tender age of 25, was the anguish he would carry for a lifetime. "Wangling, Dad has come to find you." He felt his consciousness fading away completely. "Date Imbuck." A gentle voice roused him from his stupor. Chen Yang opened his eyes to behold a face strikingly similar to that of his deceased wife. The owner of this visage managed a faint smile, pressing 50 yuan into his hand. Dad, this is a small token for me. I rushed here without time to buy you a proper gift. Use this 50 yuan to treat yourself to some wine, but remember to drink sparingly. Chen Yang was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this his eldest daughter, Chen Wangling, who had died at the age of 25? He looked down to discover that his daughter was holding the hand of a 5-year-old girl. Grandpa, drink less wine. The little girl smiled brightly at him as their eyes met. Chen Wangling, pulling her daughter along, turned to the doorway of the courtyard, suddenly glancing back at Chen Yang. Dad, take good care of yourself while I'm away. My 2 sisters-in-law are not the nurturing type, so you must think for yourself. Keep the money for yourself, it will surely give you peace of mind. If anything happens, send me a message. Take good care of your health. With that, Chen Wangling led her daughter away. In that moment, Chen Yang finally felt a profound awakening. I have returned. It was October 25th, 1991. He remembered it vividly, for it was the day his most dutiful eldest daughter and his beloved granddaughter met their untimely demise. He had lived through this scene. On that very day, his daughter Chen Wangling, accompanied by her granddaughter Wang Jia, had sought refuge with him, only to be driven away by the cold remarks of his 3 sons and 2 daughters. Not wanting to impose upon him, Chen Wangling had sensibly taken her daughter and left, tragically meeting her fate on the road, struck down by a large truck, forever departing. From this world, I have been reborn, he suddenly realized, stumbling to his feet and rushing to the door, where he grasped Chen Wangling's arm tightly. Wangling, do not leave. Dad! Upon hearing this, Chen Wangling closed her eyes, tears threatening to spill over. It's fine, they'll come to see you again in the future. Do not go stay here at home. Chen Yang's tears flowed uncontrollably as he spoke. In his previous life, he had failed to retain his daughter and granddaughter, resulting in their tragic separation. In this life, he would not let such an opportunity slip away again. Dad, what are you doing? If elder sister wants to go back, let her. At that moment, the second son, Chen Wangjing, emerged, expressing his discontent. Exactly. There isn't enough room for all of us here. This was the voice of the second daughter-in-law, Lu Kei. Elder sister, please hurry and leave, otherwise you'll miss your bus. This was the voice of the third daughter-in-law, Zhong Haifeng. Chen Wangling turned away to wipe her tears. She understood that it was not easy for her father to support this entire family, and she did not wish to burden him further. She was aware that while her father's work seemed stable on the surface, their lives were quite frugal, with nearly all his earnings going to support the family. Her presence here would indeed be a hindrance, causing her father to face challenges. Dad, take care. She grasped her daughter Wang Jiajia's hand, preparing to leave once more. Chen Yang had already seized her hand, clutching it tightly. Chen Wangling. Chen Yang inhaled deeply, his expression solemn as he uttered her full name. Remember, I named you. You are the product of your mother and me. This will always be your home. I declare that you can stay, and no one can force you to leave. Chen Wangling stood in shock, turning to gaze at her father in astonishment. She observed her father turning to confront her 2 younger brothers and their wives. Wangling will stay with us, he proclaimed. Who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 2. Rescuing my daughter at the age of 45. Chen Yang found himself at a pivotal moment in life. In an era when people married young. He had wed at 19 and welcomed his eldest daughter, Chen Wangling, into the world at the tender age of 20. Thus, he was now in the prime of his life, standing tall and robust as the workshop director in a textile factory. He exuded an undeniable presence. His piercing gaze was fixed intently on his 2 sons and daughters-in-law, as if to convey that any dissent would not go unpunished. Dad, no offense, but our home cannot accommodate so many people, Chen Wangjing stammered, feeling the weight of his father-esque scrutiny. If the house is too crowded, then you can move out. Chen Yang shot back, his eyes narrowing in disapproval. Startled, Chen Wangjing gasped. What do you mean? Why should we be the ones to leave? I am your daughter-in-law, and she is your daughter. Lu Kei, with her fiery temperament, interjected, to this family, you are just like water that has been spilled, but to my family, Wangling will always be one of us. If you disagree, feel free to try living on your own. If you cannot, then you must abide by my rules. Enough of your incessant chatter. You talk more than a parrot, Chen Yang retorted, his voice rising with authority. Liu Kei was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by his outburst. "Come, follow me." Without further ado, Chen Yang bent down to scoop up his granddaughter, Wang Jiajia, and took his eldest daughter, Chen Wangling, by the hand, leading them inside. "Dad!" Chen Wangling's eyes brimmed with tears. "Listen to me. You will stay here and be well taken care of." Chen Yang insisted firmly. After delivering this command, he proceeded to his younger daughter, Chen Wangxiu's room, who was destined to study abroad, never to return. He gathered all her belongings and transferred them to the room of his youngest daughter, Chen Wangwei. He then removed the bag from Chen Wangling's shoulder and placed it inside. "This was your room before you married, and it remains yours now that you've returned. I'm aware of your family matters. Do not worry. You are welcome to stay here. I will ensure you and your daughter are not left wanting. There is no need to return to your in-laws. They will not miss you. Reside here in peace. This is also your home. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me." Tears streamed down Chen Wangling's face. "Foolish girl." Chen Yang gently patted her head, despite her being a mother herself now. In his eyes, she remained his beloved daughter. Outside the door, his two sons and their wives exchanged glances, apprehensive. This was it. Their father had truly decided to keep Chen Wangling, meaning 2 additional mouths to feed, which would inevitably increase their expenses. "Oh dear. Soon it will be a luxury just to have a piece of meat at home," Zhong Haifeng remarked sarcastically. "Well then, you can eat less." Chen Yang did not indulge her complaints. "Why should I eat less, just because your husband is a good-for-nothing, earning a mere 100 or 80 a month? Just because you sit at home doing nothing but eat?" Chen Yang's voice boomed with anger. Zhong Haifeng soon realized that her father-in-law was not jesting, and she was taken aback, stepping back several paces, her face flushed yet reluctant to respond. She glanced at her husband, Chen Wanghe, hoping he would come to her aid, only to find him frozen in fear, unable to utter a word, prompting her to inwardly curse him as useless. "What are you staring at?" Chen Yang gloated. "Are you idle?" The four were startled and left in indignation. What was the old man's issue today? Why was he leaving the eldest sister behind? Wasn't he this putting us in a difficult position? Once they departed, the room fell into a sudden silence. "Dad, this is the room of the 6th sister. She will surely have grievances when she returns from school. You are just too soft-hearted." Chen Yang observed his eldest daughter with concern. Being the firstborn, Chen Wangling was particularly sensible, having helped with chores since the age of 6, even caring for her siblings with tenderness. Over time, the children grew up not seeing her as an elder sister, but rather as a caretaker. "If she dares to come and confront you, just let me know. You can handle it if you prefer, but if she asks for the house, just slap her." "Grandfather, isn't that a bit too harsh? She is my aunt. Remember, this is what grandfather says. This is grandfather's home, and it is your home too. There is no need for fear." Wang Jia pondered seriously before breaking into a smile. "All right, I won't be afraid." Chen Yang affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. "Remember, you must not go outside. I want to go back." "Good, obedient child." Chen Yang sighed in relief, pulling out 50 yuan from his pocket and placing it in her hand. "Now, go to the market and buy some meat and vegetables for the 3 of us. Make your specialty. It has been a while since I've savored your cooking. Just the 3 of us? What about the younger siblings?" Chen Yang shook his head. "They are living off me, eating my food, and contributing nothing. Why should I feed them? Just prepare for the 3 of us. I need to discuss some matters with your Uncle Zhong, and we'll be back for dinner. Remember, make sure the meal is ready, and do not go back. If you do, don't recognize me as your father anymore. Do you understand?" Chen Wangling nodded vigorously. "I understand." Chen Yang smiled faintly before turning to leave. He had managed to secure his daughter for now, but he still had matters to attend to. Although he was the workshop director at the textile factory, which granted him a semblance of authority, he had been the sole provider for this large family for many years, and their living conditions had always been quite strained. Now, with his daughter and granddaughter seeking refuge, expenses were bound to increase. He needed to devise a way to earn money. In fact, in his previous life, he had made a small fortune shortly after this, thanks to his friend, Old Zhong. They had grown up together, their bond exceedingly close. However, the last timeline actually unfolds just a month or 2 from the present moment. Lao Zhong discovered a connection that permitted him to acquire confiscated goods from customs, leading to a modest partnership that yielded some profit for the two. This minor financial gain broadened Chen Yang's horizons, who had been trapped in the textile factory as a workshop director. He realized that the world did not necessitate a steadfast job. One could indeed amass considerable wealth by venturing into the unknown, whether it be legitimate or not. There was money to be made. His strained relationship with the factory manager had previously subjected him to numerous challenges, and after earning some money, he decided in a fit of anger to leave the factory entirely, becoming a participant in the vast tide of laborers. Furthermore, demonstrating his astute intellect and diligence, he eventually accrued a substantial fortune, allowing him to purchase homes for all three of his sons and two daughters, and subsequently, cars for them as well. In fact, he even gifted each of his sons $2 million and supported one of them in pursuing studies abroad. It can be said that he achieved everything an ordinary person could aspire to, yet the outcome was less than favorable. He was ultimately driven to his demise by his own children. Damn it, I still aspire to great wealth, even more than before. But you ungrateful wretches, I refuse to support you any longer. Chapter 3. Scolding a younger daughter. You plan to venture into the unknown? Lao Zhong and his companion strolled through the alley, each holding a bottle of beer, engaging in a conversation. When he heard his childhood friend mention seeking a side job, he was taken aback. There was no alternative. Chen Yang sighed. You are well aware of our situation. Now Wang Ling and Jia Jia have moved back in, and the rest of the family has strong objections. I must earn more money to support them. It is not that I am criticizing you, but I have always regarded Wang Ling and Jia Jia as sensible children, and given that their husband has passed away, I have no objections to supporting them. However, your second and third children are already employed but contribute nothing to the household, while the fourth is idle, and although the fifth is a girl, she behaves more like a young delinquent and is also unemployed. Why should I continue to support them? They ought to fend for themselves. At the very least, the second and third should contribute. There is no one like you. Such indulgence will lead to problems. Lao Zhong became particularly irate when discussing this matter. Their bond was unlike any other. They had grown up together since childhood, watching each other grow from mere infants to adulthood. They had shared experiences, such as witnessing Aunt Sue bathe and purchasing risque literature from street vendors. Lao Zhong even once invited him to visit a young married woman, nearly leading them down a similar path. This bond is indeed unique, and thus, he spoke without a hint of remorse. Had Chen Yang not experienced the previous events, he might have brushed off his friend's words, but now, hearing them struck a chord within him. He was entirely correct. I do not intend to support anyone else, but I must provide for my eldest daughter and granddaughter. I owe them that much. She is currently embroiled in disputes with her brothers-in-law regarding inheritance, and with her husband deceased, she has no voice in the matter, leaving no one to care for them, even with others wishing to cast them out. If my family does not support them, where will they go? Hence, I must earn more money. Your argument is indeed valid. Didn't you mention earlier that you have a relative working at the customs in Pengcheng? Why don't you ask him if he has any connections? He is just saying that on purpose. Previously, this relative at the Pengcheng customs introduced them to an opportunity, and they made a small fortune. What could a customs officer possibly offer me? Go ahead and inquire. Chen Yang urged him, just call and ask. He has more insight and resources from his position than we do here. You might discover something valuable, so hurry up and ask. All right, I'll go ask. You understand the struggles of your brother. Lao Zhong nodded and patted him on the shoulder. Your life is destined for toil. Look at me. I'll let them take the lead when necessary. You are the one always stepping forward. If I were in your shoes, I would have long since enjoyed my freedom and wouldn't even bother with work. Chen Yang felt somewhat helpless. This was simply the result of differing personalities. When Chen Yang returned home, the atmosphere was lively. Who told you to move my things in a fifth sister's room? Who authorized that? This is my home. How can a married person return and take over my space? Sixth sister, I'm truly sorry. Then, Chen Wangling's apologetic voice echoed. Spare me the apologies. You came here, so be it, but when it's time to go back, just leave. What business do you have staying in my house? A voice, sharp and slightly thin, chimed in again. Annie, it was grandfather who moved them, not my mother. The child Wang Jia stood up for her mother. He moved them. On what grounds does he have to take my belongings? The sharp voice rose again, tinged with anger. Outside, the second and third couples were watching the commotion. At that moment, Chen Yang entered, his expression dark, heading straight for that room. How entertaining. The second and third couples were eagerly waiting to witness the drama unfold. I am your father. This home was built by my own hands. I provided for you, gave you everything. Just then, Chen Yang's voice resonated. The two sisters, who had been arguing, turned to look at Chen Yang. If you're dissatisfied, you can leave immediately. You don't even need to stay in Fifth Sister's room. If you have the courage, just go. If you don't leave today, I, Chen Yang, will look down upon you. Chen Yang gazed at his youngest daughter, his face filled with disappointment. In his previous life, this youngest daughter had mediocre grades but insisted on studying abroad. He had sacrificed everything, even venturing into business to fund her studies overseas. And what happened? Initially, she would call him, but it was always to request money. Eventually, she found some affluent fool to marry and stayed in America, never returning. Even when he fell gravely ill and reached out to her, she coldly stated that she was now an American and no longer considered them family. This ungrateful child left Chen Yang, who had once held such high hopes for her, utterly heartbroken. More importantly, even after they prospered in America, he became the unwitting benefactor, having supported her with hundreds of thousands. Reflecting on these events now, he felt a strong urge to slap himself. Father, what do you mean by this? Do you not understand the essence of conversation? Have you truly squandered your education? With your intellect, what merit is there in pursuing academia? How can you even think of attending university? Chen Yang erupted in fury, pointing at her. If you cannot comprehend human speech, then you should leave at once. After decades of education, it seems you have learned nothing. In truth, the youngest Chen Wangxiu had always been the apple of his eye. The reason was simple. While all his children had received an education, only Chen Wangxiu's grades were sufficiently commendable to qualify for university. The others had either dropped out of junior high or failed to gain admission to high school. Therefore, he naturally harbored higher hopes for his youngest daughter and treated her with greater affection. Unexpectedly, upon returning home, his father had chosen to berate her in favor of her elder sister. Not only were the onlookers, the eldest and second brothers and their spouses, taken aback, but even Chen Wangling and Chen Wangxiu were left in shock, particularly Chen Wangxiu, who found it utterly intolerable. You are scolding me for her sake. She is your elder sister. Have you forgotten how she cared for you in your youth? Chen Yang's face was marred by anger. Father, Chen Wangling gasped, gripping Chen Yang's hand tightly, fearful that in his wrath, he might lash out at his younger sister. Do not be so agitated. He said nothing to me, only that I took her room. What do you mean you took her room? This is your room. From now on, you shall share a room with your fifth sister. This room will be returned to your elder sister and Jia. If you are dissatisfied, you are free to leave. Chen Wangxiu glared at Chen Yang, gritting her teeth before finally huffing and exiting. You will come to regret this. Chen Wangling was momentarily at a loss, feeling that her presence had caused a rift between her father and her younger siblings, leaving her feeling helpless. Stay here, comfortably. Chen Yang had long since abandoned any expectations for his other children and was indifferent to their opinions of him. Having been reborn, all he desired was to compensate his eldest daughter, to whom he felt a lifelong debt. Chapter 4. The Power of a Slap. Chen Wangling nodded vigorously, wanted to voice her thoughts, but ultimately refraining, letting out a sigh instead. Then, I shall prepare dinner. After saying this, she made her way to the kitchen, but could not help returning to inquire softly, are we truly only cooking for the three of us? Indeed, with her father's confirmation, Chen Wangling could only smile ruefully and hurriedly head out. The meal for three was quickly prepared, and by then, the sky had darkened. The second and third siblings, along with the youngest, were present at home, while the fourth and fifth were unaccounted for, having yet to return. As the dishes in the kitchen neared completion, Chen Yang entered, retrieving bowls and chopsticks, setting out only 3 sets. He then emerged from the kitchen with 3 portions of food, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and a soup. Upon hearing the call for dinner, the second and third siblings emerged, ready to partake in the meal. However, upon seeing only 3 bowls of food, they were taken aback. Why are there only 3 bowls? How can our large family eat this? Moreover, the The fourth and fifth siblings are still absent. Yet Chen Yang paid no heed to their protests, plopping down at the table and hastily grabbing a bite of food. The culinary skills of my eldest daughter remain as delectable as ever, truly delightful. From this day forth, I shall prepare my own meals and procure my own ingredients. What? This revelation felt like a thunderbolt. The second and third siblings, in truth, work at the factory, albeit their capabilities do not match those of their father. They are merely ordinary workers, and quite ordinary at that, earning just enough to sustain a family. Yet, due to the presence of such a father, they have never had to contribute to household expenses, each retaining their earnings, and for years they have been living off Chen Yang's generosity, accustomed to a life of ease. The sudden announcement incited both anger and anxiety among them. "What are you saying? We are family." Chen Wangjing was the first to speak. "Indeed, how can a family dine separately? Wouldn't that invite ridicule from the neighbors?" Liu Ke echoed the sentiment. "Huh." Zhong Haifeng began her sarcastic tirade, saying that it would not matter. The neighbors were already well aware of our family's nature, and there was little left to mock. The greatest joke about our family has long been made. Laugh, laugh, laugh. What is there to find amusing? You only wish to show filial piety upon returning home to see your mother incapacitated. Chen Yang, unaccustomed to such insolence, retorted sharply at Zhong Haifeng. Her face flushed crimson. "From this moment forth, if you wish to eat, you must contribute 10 yuan a month for adults and 5 for children. This is merely for food expenses. Failure to pay means you must cook for yourselves." Chen Wangling sat beside Wang Jiajia, bowing her head in silence as she ate. Over the years, Chen Yang had been diligent at home, exuding a commanding presence that inspired both respect and fear among his family. Though he had always treated his children well, which eased the tension, his two sisters-in-law occasionally took liberties, demanding things of him. However, when he truly displayed his authority, they quickly became as timid as quail. Many were unaware that her domineering behavior was only possible because others indulged her. When that support faltered, her fragile power could easily be dismantled. Just as the standoff persisted, a voice rang out from outside, heralding the arrival of the fifth child, Chen Wangyue. "How fragrant! Did you fry some meat? The aroma makes me want to eat. Why are you all standing? Sit down and eat." Chen Wangyue hurriedly entered, and, upon seeing the dishes on the table, her eyes lit up, ready to join them, but soon sensed something amiss. Why are there only 3 bowls of food? And only father, the eldest sister, and Wang Jiajia are seated? What are you all doing? She paused, puzzled. "Father says that from today onwards, we all must pay for our meals. 10 yuan for adults and 5 for children. This is truly absurd. Do we really need to pay for food in our own home?" Chen Wangyue shook her head, dismissing it. "Then you should speak to father. By the way, Wangyue, Wang Shou has moved into your room, as Wang Shou's room is to be given to your eldest sister." "What?" Chen Wangyue was taken aback as she hurried into her room, only to find that old Six was sitting on the bed with a sullen expression. Instantly, she understood the gravity of the situation. She rushed back out and confronted Chen Yang angrily. "Now that my elder sister is married off, why do you still come stay at our home? What are you trying to achieve?" With a swift motion, Chen Yang stood up and slapped her across the face. "You can't even eat in peace. This is my house, and it will be run by my rules. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to move out." The slap reverberated throughout the room, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Old 2 and Old 3 instinctively touched their faces, while the 2 daughters-in-law stepped back in shock. Chen Wangling stood there, mouth agape and momentarily lost in thought. In her memory, her father had always been exceptionally kind to his children, especially after their mother passed away, as he felt a sense of guilt that compelled him to compensate for their loss. He had never denied any of their requests, always finding ways to fulfill their desires, even when resources were scarce. This display of aggression was utterly unprecedented. Just as Chen Wangyue emerged, Chen Wangshou also followed, intending to reason with their father. However, upon witnessing the slap, she immediately faltered, her face reflecting astonishment as she gazed at her father. Was this truly the father she remembered? The one who had always been accommodating? Why did he seem so different today? "I am establishing new rules today. If you wish to abide by them, you may remain in this house. If not, You are free to leave and live wherever you choose. The weight of his words was palpable, silencing any dissent. Come, eat. Chen Yang finally sat down to continue his meal. Chen Wangling lowered her head, avoiding the gazes of her siblings, feeling as if she had received special treatment from her father this time. The room fell into a heavy silence, with no one daring to speak, and eventually, they awkwardly retreated, unable to comprehend the day's events. After a quiet meal, Chen Wangling entered the kitchen to tidy up, while Chen Yang took Wang Jia outside for a stroll to aid digestion. Only after he left did the atmosphere in the courtyard feel slightly more relaxed. What got into your father today? Lu Kai could no longer contain her curiosity and asked her husband in the room. How would I know? I never expected him to strike old 5. Mom, I'm hungry. At that moment, their eldest son, Chen Yongqing, suddenly exclaimed. This old man is becoming increasingly unreliable. After all, this is his legitimate eldest grandson, and he actually let him go hungry. Fine, we're going out to eat today. If he thinks he can starve us, he's mistaken, Lu Kai retorted indignantly. Chapter 5. The opportunity for wealth has arrived as the family of old 2 prepared to go out for a meal. The family of old 3 shared the same sentiment. They exchanged glances and each led their respective wives and children out for dinner. Left behind were old 4 and old 5, still in silence within the room. At that moment, Chen Wangyue suddenly chuckled, glancing at his younger brother Chen Wanxiu. Weren't you always boasting before us about how much our father dotes on you? You even claimed he could help you study abroad. Just look at how he summoned our eldest sister back. It seems you aren't as favored as you thought. If you had gone to him and sweet-talked a bit, perhaps you would have been returned to your room. Chen Wanxiu shot him a glare. Are you suggesting I haven't received enough of a beating? Observing his sister's frustration, Chen Wangyue eventually sat down dejectedly and glanced out the window, just in time to see 2 of their siblings leaving. He turned to Chen Wang. Both the second and third families have gone out for dinner. Are you hungry? Let's go out together and share the cost. I have no money. Then you deserve to be hungry. Chen Wangyue scoffed, rising to leave. Fine, if we're sharing, then let us share. With no other choice, Chen Wanxiu followed him outside. The yard fell silent, as still as a grave. Chen Wangling, who had been in the kitchen, overheard the commotion, particularly the sound of footsteps departing one by one, and sighed inwardly. She was at a loss for words of consolation. To her, harmony was paramount in a family. Yet after all these years, she felt her siblings had gone too far, never thinking to alleviate their father's burdens, but instead relentlessly exploiting him, while he seemed to revel in it. Each time she visited, she subtly reminded her father to consider his own well-being more, that he needn't shoulder every burden alone. Yet for years, he merely chuckled in response, never changing his ways. This time, as she sought refuge with him, there were words she found difficult to articulate. She had come because she had nowhere else to turn, but she knew her siblings would resist her return, fearing she would claim a share of what they believed was rightfully theirs. Thus, they would undoubtedly try to thwart her, and her father might, under their pressure, turn a blind eye. To everyone else's surprise, however, he insisted she stay, even reprimanding her siblings and striking Chen Wangyue. This unexpected turn of events filled her with joy, yet also with worry and guilt. She feared her presence had caused a rift within the family. Nevertheless, for now, she could only take it one step at a time. Chen Yang, having reprimanded his unfilial children, felt a sense of relief wash over him as he walked down the alley with Wang Jia, enjoying the breeze and feeling a renewed sense of joy. However, his reverie was interrupted by someone calling out to him from behind. Old Chen. Turning around, he saw old Zhong hurrying towards him. Old Zhong, whose full name was Zhong Yinshan, said, I called my cousin after returning home this afternoon, and he just called me back. He mentioned there is indeed a small business opportunity, but he warned there are risks involved, and significant ones at that. Due elaboraci. Are you familiar with customs confiscated goods? I know a bit about it. Chen Yang was nearly laughing. He was well aware of what that entailed, having dealt with it last time. Customs confiscated goods refer to various smuggled items seized by customs, with many items stored in customs warehouses. Unless these items are contraband, they would not be destroyed. Ordinary goods would be sold instead, albeit through an auction process. In the early 1990s, transactions were primarily conducted privately, allowing these items to be sold at reduced prices, thereby generating revenue. However, for the average person, acquiring these goods was not straightforward. Typically, only those with connections could purchase them through internal referrals. It was precisely due to Zhong Yunshan's cousin working at customs that he had access to such opportunities. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to navigate the channels necessary to procure confiscated goods. Now, I have a cousin working at the customs in Pengcheng, and he mentioned that their warehouse is currently overflowing with seized items. There is a batch available for sale, and he inquired if we might be interested in acquiring it. The price is quite reasonable, significantly lower than the market value, but we would be responsible for selling them ourselves, which hinges on our capability to do so. As the timeline has shifted, these goods are undoubtedly different from those we previously handled. Were they? A collection of autumn apparel. Zhong Yunshan elaborated earnestly, stating that the current batch available includes long-sleeve shirts and warm jackets. He estimated that the long-sleeve shirts could fetch around $17 to $18 in the market, while the jackets might sell for approximately $40 each, both of which are of exceptional quality. He then asked whether we were interested in procuring them. What are the prices on his end? He indicated that the long-sleeve shirts could be obtained for about $2 each, while the warm jackets would be approximately $8 each. How many are there in total? Knowing my financial situation, he quoted me the minimum batch, a total of 15,000 shirts and only 10,000 jackets. This means that acquiring these goods would amount to $110,000 in total. Yes, that is indeed the figure. Zhong Yunshan appeared somewhat anxious and scratched his head. How much do you have on hand? I have roughly $5,000. And you? 8,000. Damn, that's quite a disparity. Chen Yang cursed. However, this situation is reminiscent of our previous experience. Neither of us had significant capital. Ultimately, they had to involve several partners to acquire the goods, which is why his profit had been diminished, as the more people involved, the smaller the share for each. This time, such an outcome must be avoided. You should call your cousin again and ask if we could split the order into 2 batches. We could first take the long-sleeve shirts, and once we sell them, we could return for the winter jackets. This way, we might be able to gather enough funds to complete the purchase, requiring only $30,000 to start. That plan is feasible. I will discuss it with my cousin. Zhong Yunshan nodded. However, there is still a gap of $17,000 in this initial batch. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the futility of their situation. They were acutely aware of their financial limitations. The amount they could muster was already at its utmost. Even a few $100 or $1,000 more would hold no significance. Should we seek out others to partner with us? Zhong Yunshan hesitated briefly before suggesting the same idea that had emerged in their past. That is not an option. Recognizing the assured profitability of the current venture, Chen Yang resolutely decided against allowing anyone else to partake and siphon off his profits. He firmly rejected the idea, asserting that they could devise a means to gather the necessary funds independently. But he implored his companion to refrain from involving others, assuring him that they would undoubtedly succeed in generating wealth. Yet, the challenge lay in amassing sufficient capital, as the discrepancy in costs was substantial. Find a solution. I will find a solution. Chen Yang scratched his head, ultimately stating, you should first discuss with him the possibility of procuring the goods in batches, and then confirm a suitable time for acquisition. Meanwhile, I will contemplate how to raise the funds. Chapter 6. Another blow. Zhong Yunshan, being somewhat amenable to Chen Yang's counsel, hurriedly returned home upon hearing his words. Chen Yang, however, began to ponder how to gather the requisite money. The inclusion of any additional individual would diminish his share, a prospect he was unwilling to entertain. At this juncture, the priority was for the two of them to pool their resources to maximize their earnings. If all went as anticipated, this transaction could yield a profit of around 100,000 yuan. He had no desire to share that sum with anyone else, yet he was still short of 17,000 yuan. How could he possibly secure such funds? Borrowing money was an option, but he was reluctant to accrue debts of that magnitude, and the burden of obligation was something he wished to avoid. His 2 sons, though employed and with some savings, were parsimonious even with household expenses. Asking them for money would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Moreover, he felt no need to approach them. Perhaps I could consider taking out a loan? He mused. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Yes, obtaining a loan was indeed feasible. With a spark of inspiration, he noted the 17,000 yuan gap and contemplated the equity in his house as collateral. While securing the entire amount might be improbable, acquiring a few thousand yuan certainly seemed attainable. However, that still left him with a shortfall of nearly 10,000 yuan. Where would that come from? As he furrowed his brow in deep thought, a voice interrupted him. Old Chen, a familiar figure approached, his old friend and neighbor, Chen Hai. What are you doing here on your evening stroll? Chen Hai inquired, moving closer and whispering, I've heard that Director Zhou is quite displeased with you and is considering having you removed. You should be cautious. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He has harbored animosity toward me for quite some time. It's no secret that he wishes to oust me in favor of his brother-in-law as workshop director. It's hardly surprising. You're quite carefree. Your position is not to be relinquished lightly, Chen Hai remarked with a hint of exasperation. In his previous life, Director Zhou had frequently sought to create trouble for him. And with Chen Yang's increasing financial demands, he had ultimately lost his temper, resulting in a fallout that led to his departure from the factory. This incident had transpired merely a month before he and Zhong Yinshan were scheduled to retrieve confiscated goods from customs. Reflecting on this, Chen Yang felt a sudden stir of realization. Though his textile factory was a state-owned enterprise, it would close its doors in 2 years, leaving all employees jobless. In hindsight, his previous decision was not entirely misguided. The failing factory held little potential for growth. However, one must consider the broader implications. In the past, I felt stifled, resigning without gaining anything, ultimately allowing Zhou Dehai and his brother-in-law to benefit, albeit for just over a year. I truly had no desire to remain in that dreadful factory. After all, is it not preferable to earn a living freely? However, I cannot simply leave my position. Am I not in need of money? I must capitalize on this situation to reclaim some financial stability. Resolute in my decision, a spark ignited within me, revealing a potential avenue. Thank you. I now have clarity. Chen Yang smiled and exchanged greetings with Chen Hai. Chen Hai responded and hurriedly departed. Chen Yang continued his leisurely stroll with the children, returning only when he felt it was time. Upon his return, however, he was met with an eerie silence, save for the sight of his eldest daughter bustling about. Where is everyone? He inquired of Chen Wangling. She paused her task and softly replied, They've all gone out to eat. A flock of stingy individuals actually willing to dine out. How rare. Chen Yang could not help but express his astonishment. Chen Wangling sighed. Since we didn't have a meal at home today, they had no choice but to eat out. I feel a bit weary. I shall rest for now. You stay home and tend to the children, and do not venture out. After uttering this, he retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into Chen Wangling's hand. This is for your food expenses. Just prepare meals for the 3 of us. If they contribute to the food costs, then buy for them. If not, they needn't expect you to cook for them. You are quite serious about this, aren't you? Indeed, I am. After all this time of them eating and drinking for free, what more could they want? Allowing them to stay here is already generous enough. I shan't concern myself with anything further. Chen Yang shook his head and retreated to wash up and sleep. Chen Wangling stood there in a daze. However, she understood her father's temperament well. Over the years, he had played both father and mother, raising his siblings with a firm yet fair hand. He had always felt indebted to their mother, which led him to be particularly generous toward them, meeting their needs without fail. Now that he had made such a decision, there was nothing more to be said. It would be difficult for anyone to alter his mind. The following morning, when he awoke, he found the yard devoid of anyone except his eldest daughter, with even his 2 sons unaccounted for, unsure if they had gone to work. As for the 2 daughters-in-law, they were undoubtedly still asleep, tending to the children. A bunch of useless individuals, he muttered in frustration. Dad, I made breakfast for you. Chen Wangling hurried toward him. You are the best. This group, akin to sloths, only knows how to sleep in. You needn't bother with them. He scolded, but his gaze toward Chen Wangling softened with a hint of warmth. Let them be. They are accustomed to their lazy ways. Chen Wangling thought to herself, smiling ruefully. Having been married for several years, she never dared indulge in sleeping in, always rising early to prepare meals for everyone. Despite the circumstances, she was still treated with indifference in her marital home, and no one regarded her as a significant matter. The two sisters-in-law who married into this household were truly fortunate, a blessing from their past lives, yet they failed to appreciate it. Their father tirelessly devoted himself to their needs, yet dissatisfaction lingered, and it was no wonder he was now filled with anger. After breakfast, Chen Yang hurriedly made his way to the factory, for he had grand plans to execute. However, just as he stepped outside, he encountered the fourth brother, who returned with dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night. "Give me 100 yuan. Upon seeing their father, he joyfully exclaimed, rushing forward to request money. "I have a date with Yichin today. Without 100 yuan, I can't afford to take her out or buy her a gift." The so-called Yichin was Du Yichin, the wife of Chen Yang, who in his previous life. This woman is not worth the trouble. Typically at this hour, Chen Yang would have thought nothing of handing over the money, but this time was different. As Chen Yang, who approached Chen Yang with eager anticipation for his request, he was met with a swift and unforgiving slap from their father. In an instant, his face flushed crimson, both from the sting of the slap and the shock of such an unexpected reaction. "What on earth are you doing?" Chen Yang, who had been treated like a treasure throughout his life. Indeed, Chen Yang regarded all his children as precious, was utterly bewildered. This was the first occurrence of such an event. He stood there, perplexed and slightly angered, unable to fathom why his father would act so harshly. People can be so ungrateful. If you never strike them and suddenly do, they feel it is wholly unjust. Conversely, if you beat them daily, they will come to appreciate the days you spare them. You can't even provide for your own girlfriend. What use are you? Chen Yang brought that. You're utterly useless, and you dare ask me for money. Get lost. If I catch you asking for money again, I swear I'll teach you a lesson. He stormed past, grumbling. Chen Yang, who stood there in shock, never having imagined his father could be so cruel. Once Chen Yang's figure disappeared from view, he muttered in indignation, "What is so impressive about that? I can earn money. I just can't be bothered. Is it typical for a father to strike his son? I was trying to secure a wife for you. If you hit me again, I want to marry it all, and then we'll see who is truly anxious." With that, he reluctantly retreated to his home to sulk. At the Happiness Textile Factory, the gatekeeper, old son, greeted Chen Yang warmly upon his arrival. Without hesitation, Chen Yang offered him a cigarette. "Good morning, old son. I must say, Xiao Chun," old son replied. The two were old acquaintances, and Chen Yang was well regarded for his character. He treated everyone equally, from the gatekeepers to the upper management, never looking down on anyone. Therefore, he shared a particularly good rapport with old Sunday. "I have heard that Director Zhou has recently been scrutinizing your attendance records, inquiring about the number of days you've taken off, and even questioning me about whether you have ventured outside without permission. It appears he may be plotting against you. So do exercise caution. He has long harbored intentions against me. I appreciate your warning. Please take care." As Lao Sun watched him depart, he reiterated his concern. Chen Yang waved his hand and swiftly entered his office, which was situated within the workshop, fitting for his role as the workshop director. After surveying the workshop briefly, he decided not to linger and intended to have a serious conversation with Zhou Dehai. At that moment, a scrawny individual approached with a gleeful expression. "Director Chun, my brother-in-law is looking for you." This person was Liang Peng, Zhou Dehai's brother-in-law. His smug demeanor suggested that Zhou Dehai was preparing to take action against him. Zhou Dehai had always sought to have him removed, simply to pave the way for his brother-in-law to assume the position of workshop director. In his previous life, Chen Yang, in a fit of anger, had hastily resigned, falling into their trap and fulfilling their desires. However, this time, even if he were to leave, he would ensure they paid a substantial price for it. Thus, he chuckled and said, "Liang Peng, do you truly believe you are destined to become the workshop director? Flaunting yourself here?" Liang Peng's expression faltered instantly, anger flaring in his gaze. "What do you mean by that? Don't speak nonsense." To his astonishment, Chen Yang stepped forward and slapped him on the head. "Damn it! What are you doing wandering around during work hours as a mere employee? If you don't want your wages docked, return to your duties at once." Indeed, Chen Yang's imposing stature and years of experience as workshop director bestowed upon him a formidable presence. Liang Peng, startled by the slap, felt a twinge of fear. "I'll inform my brother-in-law." "Go ahead. What do I care?" Chen Yang disdainfully retorted. "You and your brother-in-law have long sought to oust me and elevate yourself to the position of workshop director. Haven to you? What business is that of yours?" Seeing Liang Peng's flustered reaction, Chen Yang nearly laughed aloud. "What do you mean it's none of my concern? It is very much my concern. But tell me, why would your brother-in-law feel compelled to assist you in becoming the workshop director? Do you think he's obligated to do so simply because he is your brother-in-law? Of course, who wouldn't he want their sister's husband to thrive?" At that moment, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. For he was privy to another piece of information. This scrawny individual's wife was actually involved with Zhou Dehai. However, the foolish Liang Peng was blissfully unaware of this fact. Zhou Dehai's eagerness to appoint his brother-in-law as workshop director was partly due to the influence of Liang Peng's wife whispering sweet nothings in his ear. Naturally, only someone like Chen Yang, who had experienced reincarnation, would be aware of such intricacies, while this naive scrawny fellow remained oblivious. Disregarding him further, Chen Yang made his way to Zhou Dehai's office. Upon entering, he found Zhou Dehai already seated, waiting for him with a gloomy countenance, seemingly intending to exert pressure on him. "Stop pretending." Chen Yang stepped inside and attempted to close the door behind him, only to find that the little, slender monkey had followed him in. Initially, he intended to send Liang Peng away, but upon reconsideration, he realized that they needed to discuss the forthcoming matters together. Thus, he dismissed the situation and walked in to take a seat. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Dehai furrowed his brow as he regarded Chen Yang. "After all these years of scheming to oust me from the factory to make room for your little brother-in-law, this is not a secret I alone am privy to. Even the gatekeeper is aware. Is there any need for such concealment? Is it amusing to you? Chen Yang, do not presume that your tenure here grants you the liberty to speak indiscriminately. I must inform you enough. Spare me your nonsensical ramblings. I have no interest in engaging in such trivial matters. I will ask you plainly. Do you wish for me to vacate this position so that your little brother-in-law may take my place?" Though the truth was evident, they had never addressed it so directly before, leaving the man before him momentarily flustered and at a loss for words. "After years of competing against me, you have failed to bring me down despite employing countless petty tactics, which have yielded no results. Aren't you tired of this fruitless endeavor?" Noticing their silence, Chen Yang continued with a smirk. "Your little brother-in-law is nothing but a worthless waste. As long as I remain, he will never ascend to my position. With his lack of competence, I would hesitate to even let him hold a position as a mere worker. Yet, you treat him as if he were a treasure. You." The slender monkey was incensed, pointing at him, but rendered speechless. Chen Yang cast a disdainful glance in his direction, remarking, "No wonder your wife seeks solace in your sister-in-law's bed. Even I find your pathetic demeanor infuriating, let alone her. It's akin to dealing with a fool. Here's the deal. I tire of this rivalry and offer you an opportunity. I will resign and leave this place. Whether you can elevate your brother-in-law to my position hinges entirely on your capabilities." Chapter 8. This dreadful class is no longer worth attending. Chen Yang's proclamation elicited gasps from the other two individuals present. Particularly, the slender monkey hurriedly interjected, "Are you serious? You truly wish to resign?" Zhou Dehai was also taken aback, though he quickly resumed his seat. For his years of experience told him that this individual would not make such a statement lightly. He undoubtedly had demands. Ultimately, Zhou Dehai, with his longer tenure in this environment, understood people better. "Speak plainly. Do not play games with me. What is it that you seek?" "Ah," Chen Yang chuckled. "The position of workshop director is one I have ascended to through tremendous effort and sacrifice. You, as the factory manager, should be well aware of the time and toil I have invested. Now, you expect me to vacate my role for your brother-in-law? That would be a significant loss for me. If you wish for me to step aside, it is quite simple. Compensate me. In other words, you must pay for it. You must be dreaming." The slender monkey was evidently displeased, immediately countering Chen Yang's statement. "If that is your stance, then there is no need for further discussion. Chen Yang remained unperturbed, instead rising with a smile. Wait a moment. However, Zhou Dahai immediately gestured for Shouho not to speak and earnestly addressed Chen Yang, stating that this matter was indeed negotiable and that they should sit down and discuss it properly. Brother-in-law, he intends to extort money from us. Do not say a word. Zhou Dahai shot a glare at Liang Peng, indicating that he need not speak. I did not expect you to come to your senses. Then this matter is indeed worth discussing. Pray tell, how much do you desire? 20,000. Chen Yang acertet. Have you lost your mind? Zhou Dahai retorted, his irritation palpable. 20,000. Do you regard money so lightly? Seeing Zhou Dahai's reaction, it was evident that the sum of 20,000 was utterly unacceptable to him, which left Chen Yang feeling somewhat regretful. He had hoped to resolve the deficit of 17,000 in one fell swoop, but this now seemed implausible. Very well, then. How about 17,000? He lowered his demand once more, believing that this amount would suffice. Do not harbor delusions. 17,000? Are you dreaming? Zhou Dahai shook his head, showing no interest in negotiation. In that case, name your price. Chen Yang felt a renewed sense of regret. It appeared that his hopes of resolving the deficit in one go were dashed, and he would have to seek alternatives. Now, it was a matter of how much he could manage to obtain. I can offer you 5,000. Zhou Dahai pondered for a moment before finally presenting a figure. Are you in a dream? Chen Yang replied with a forced smile. 5,000 was indeed a substantial amount. Liang Peng immediately stood up, exclaiming, My annual salary amounts to 4,000 or 5,000. How can you expect to buy out my years of service with such a pittance? Currently, Chen Yang earned a decent wage of around 400 a month, and with various allowances, he would certainly accumulate 5,000 over the year. Thus, 5,000 did seem rather inadequate. Let me increase my offer, Zhou Dahai contemplated before deciding to raise it. Do not be so miserly. Let us settle on 10,000. Chen Yang considered this, believing that, based on his understanding of Zhou Dahai, this amount would likely be acceptable to him. Furthermore, 10,000 roughly equated to his earnings over 2 years, and considering that the state-owned factory would cease to exist in 2 years, it meant that Shouho and the others would be left with nothing. This was an opportunity to outsmart them. Moreover, this sum was within their acceptance. Too high. Zhou Dahai remained reluctant. Very well, then let your nephew slowly consume his time at work. Chen Yang, unwilling to allow any further bargaining, stood up to leave. Brother-in-law, Shouho could no longer contain himself, and upon seeing Chen Yang ready to depart, he immediately stood up and urgently addressed Zhou Dahai. All right, 10,000 it is. Zhou Dahai finally could not hold back any longer. After years of competing against Chen Yang, who wielded considerable influence and relationships within the workshop, Zhou Dahai had found it difficult to assert himself. He had long desired to see Chen Yang leave, but no matter what he did, he could not manage to get rid of him. Now that Chen Yang had finally expressed his desire to depart, if he did not agree, Chen Yang would still linger under his supervision for some time to come. Besides, Chen Yang was quite capable. Who knew when he might usurp Zhou Dahai's position? Ultimately, it seemed prudent to let him depart swiftly. Regarding the salary over the past 2 years, hasn't my brother-in-law earned it back within that time? The days ahead are still long. As you said, 10,000 is 10,000. Chen Yang chuckled. Director Zhou, if you had said this sooner, it would have saved us all this fuss. Hurry and bring the money over. I'll draft my resignation letter right now. You must approve it immediately, for I have no intention of returning to this wretched job, even for a day. I will go to fetch the money. Slim Monkey, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, beamed as he exited to retrieve the funds. Yet, upon reaching the door, he turned back, a look of grievance on his face as he addressed Zhou Dahai. Brother-in-law, we don't have that much money at home. Zhou Dahai cursed inwardly. If it weren't for your wife's decent performance in bed, I wouldn't even consider advancing you this amount. Go ask your sister. Only then did Liang Peng brighten, chuckling as he left. Chen Yang, eager to secure the money, hurriedly penned his resignation. Half an hour later, a plump woman entered alongside Slim Monkey, his sister, Liang Fun. Upon spotting Chen Yang, she cast him a disdainful glance and tossed a bag onto the table, demanding, "Count it." Chen Yang took the bag, peered inside, and proceeded to tally the contents. It was indeed a stack of 100 yuan bills, totaling 10,000 yuan, and it was genuine. Very well. Chen Yang grinned, almost as if he had never encountered money before. Liang Fun, perhaps feeling the sting of parting with such an amount, began to make snide remarks. Apologize. Chen Yang's eyes widened, and he promptly flung the money back onto the table. You will apologize at once, or I shall withhold this resignation letter. Liang Fun, momentarily taken aback, retorted, Chen Yang, what are you trying to play at? You're no longer the workshop director. Do you think I'm bluffing? If I don't submit this resignation, I'm still the workshop director. Believe me, if I get angry, I want to leave. I could cause all sorts of trouble for your husband. I know quite a bit about his mishaps. Do you want me to report them? Zhou Dehai couldn't help but glare at his wife, who resembled a pig in her stubbornness. What are you doing? Apologize to Chen Yang at once. Liang Fun begrudgingly uttered a half-hearted, I'm sorry. Fool! Chen Yang inwardly cursed, reclaiming the bag of money and finally submitting his resignation letter. Here, congratulations. Zhou Dehai, elated, snatched the paper, signing it with haste, sealing the deal. With this, Chen Yang was no longer an employee of our factory, nor was he the workshop director. However, Zhou Dehai dared not entertain any other thoughts, such as retracting his offer. Chen Yang's earlier admonishment towards his wife served as a warning. Over the years, he had indeed gained substantial ill-gotten wealth within the factory. Should he dare to rescind the deal, Chen Yang could easily expose him, leaving him with nothing to fall back on. Chapter 9. Gathering the startup capital thus, Zhou Dehai harbored no ulterior motives. After completing the necessary tasks, he lifted his head with a smile, gazing at Chen Yang. He had intended to exchange a few pleasantries, but to his surprise, Chen Yang disregarded him and instead turned to the excited, blushing Shouho, grinning as he said, Shouho, do you know why your brother-in-law is so eager to have me leave and place you in the position of workshop director? Because he is my brother-in-law, Shouho proudly replied, standing tall and confident. Incorrect, Chen Yang remarked with a peculiar expression, his gaze filled with amusement. Allow me to reveal the true reason. It is because your wife is having an affair with your brother-in-law. She whispers sweet nothings in your ear at night. Otherwise, why would your brother-in-law be so enthusiastic? Surprised. He chuckled. Did I catch you off guard? Chen Yang. Zhou Dehai's body tensed, and he exclaimed in shock, his face turning pale. How do you know about this? Zhou Dehai, I swear I'll kill you. But before Chen Yang could respond, Zhou Dehai's wife rushed in, seizing Zhou Dehai's face and began to claw at him. How dare you betray me with another woman? And you have the audacity to pursue my brother's woman. Are you out of your mind? I'll kill you. Shouho stood frozen, his mouth agape as he struggled to find words, ultimately wearing a helpless expression as he turned to Chen Yang. Chen Yang laughed heartily, fully anticipating such an outcome. Damn, that felt good. I'm done with this wretched job. With a renewed spirit, he exited the premises. As he passed the security booth, he pulled out the remaining half-pack of cigarettes and handed them to Old Sunday Xiaochun. Where are you off to now? Why are you giving me cigarettes? Old Sun immediately stepped forward. Don't go out. The factory manager is keeping an eye on you. If you step out again, he'll find a way to trouble you. Thank you for the reminder, but starting today, I am no longer an employee of this factory. I quit. What? Old Sun was taken aback, slapping his thigh in disbelief. Are you insane? Why would you leave such a good position as workshop director? How long have you been here? This is a secure job. Chen Yang chuckled, patting his shoulder. I'm too exhausted. I cannot bear another day in this miserable position. Come visit me at home for drinks in the future. I'm off now. Wishing you all the best at work. With that, he hummed a tune and departed. However, instead of heading straight home, he made his way to a nearby bank. He still needed 7,000 yuan to reach the initial target of 30,000 yuan in startup capital. His only option now was to secure a mortgage loan. While obtaining a mortgage can be challenging for most, it posed little difficulty for him, especially since the amount he sought was not substantial. Upon hearing his request, the bank staff promptly met with him to discuss the details. Oh, you own a property at number 7, Changlong Alley? You wish to borrow 10,000 yuan? In that case, we'll need to visit your home to assess the situation and inspect your documents. Of course, he understood this was standard procedure and nodded in agreement. Please hold on for a moment. Shortly, my comrades, and I will accompany you." After a brief wait, the bank representatives arrived, and the three of them hurried home together. They arrived smoothly and welcomed the visitors into their courtyard. Zhong Haifeng and Lu Kai finally rose, displaying a displeased expression while feeding the child. Upon seeing their father-in-law accompanied by two unfamiliar men in work attire, they instinctively glanced at Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang paid them no mind and began to introduce his residents. After a while, he went inside to retrieve his documents. Being a local, this was their family's homestead, and the house was built on that very land. It was referred to not as a property deed, but as a collective land construction usage certificate. After examining the document, the two exchanged whispers. "Your residence seems legitimate, and the amount is acceptable. Let's proceed to finalize this matter." "Very well, let's return now." With the documents in tow, Chen Yang promptly accompanied the two back to the bank, where they completed the transaction. The loan was for 1 year, amounting to 10,000 yuan. Early repayment was permitted, though a nominal fee would apply. After finalizing these details, the certificate was to be pledged at the bank. In less than an hour, the 10,000 yuan was secured. "Thank you, comrades." He breathed a sigh of relief and immediately expressed his gratitude. He mentioned needing an additional 3,000 yuan for unforeseen expenses, as one should not be overly rigid with finances. "No need for such formality. I wish you prosperous business." The bank personnel were quite cordial. Chen Yang chuckled as he exited the bank, ready to return home. However, upon his return, he discovered that Zhong Yinshan had also arrived and was conversing with Chun Wangling and Wang Jejia. Zhong Yinshan was an intriguing character. He seldom visited Chen Yang's home. Although they were childhood friends, he found Chen Yang's children somewhat bothersome. He was only willing to engage in conversation now due to the presence of Chun Wangling and Wang Jejia. Otherwise, he would have turned and left. "Dad, Uncle Zhong is looking for you." Upon seeing Chen Yang return, Chun Wangling immediately called out to him, albeit with a hint of concern. The entire family had witnessed Chen Yang entering with the bank representatives, and their hearts were filled with unease. However, with Zhong Yinshan present, they felt awkward to inquire further. "Let us step outside to talk." Upon Chen Yang's return, Zhong Yinshan seemed eager to leave the house, promptly pulling him outside. They exited through Changlong Lane to a secluded area. "I've spoken with my cousin. He said he could help us separate this batch of goods. Initially, we were set to take 15,000 long-sleeve shirts, but that quantity cannot be divided and must be taken all at once. It is best that we retrieve all the goods within 2 weeks. Otherwise, he may face difficulties explaining. I have gathered enough funds." Chen Yang was overjoyed upon hearing this. "You take 8,000, and I will contribute 22,000. That will amount to 30,000. However, we should anticipate some expenses along the way, so you need to prepare an additional 2,000 yuan for necessities. I will set aside another 3,000. Do you have it? Surely, you haven't truly sold your house, have you?" Zhong Yinshan, clearly aware that someone had just visited his home to view the property, looked at him anxiously. "Have you lost your mind? Your entire family resides here. I'm aware you have a welfare allocation, but isn't that house rather small? You never liked living there." Such words, Chen Yang chuklet likli, explaining the events that transpired at the factory to Zhong Yinshan. Zhong Yinshan appeared bewildered. He looked at his childhood friend with a mix of amusement and concern. "Goodness, bringing you into this mess, was it the right choice? You've lost your job. How will you support your family now? Why didn't you discuss this with me?" Chapter 10. Engaging in business, observing his friend's anxious demeanor, Chen Yang felt a surge of emotion. This is a true friend. Our factory holds little promise. It could collapse at any moment. Rather than cling to a position of dwindling value, I might as well leverage it while I can. We can pool our resources for this surefire venture and consider it our seed money for future business endeavors. Wouldn't that be splendid? I can't be certain this investment will yield returns. He conceded. They claim the price is low, and I acknowledge that. However, we have no experience in business. How can we be sure we can sell it? What if the goods become a burden? Such doubts. Do I appear to be so inept? Replied Chen Yang confidently. If I venture into business, I certainly have a plan, so worry not. The funds are already gathered. Tomorrow we shall head to Pengcheng and confront customs directly. Ensure your cousin is prepared. By the way, bring a few gifts for him, perhaps a couple of bottles of wine and some cigarettes." With a wry smile at his friend's spirited enthusiasm, Chen Yang eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well, it is settled." After their conversation, they each returned home. Upon arriving, Chen Yang heard Zhong Haifeng's sarcastic remarks. "The house is sold. Soon, we'll be homeless. Then go out." Chen Yang retorted, unwilling to indulge her. "If you don't want to stay, leave. This is my home, and I won't have you here if you don't want to be." Zhong Haifeng stood frozen, then suddenly erupted. "You're just bullying me. I've never enjoyed a moment of comfort since marrying into your family. Was it a bank employee you were with? Have you sold a house? Don't think we're oblivious. Well, if you know, then what of it? How significant is it? This house was built by me and your mother-in-law. Who do you think you are to criticize? If you don't like it, you can leave. Losing you means one less person in this house." Zhong Haifeng, her face flushed from the outburst, dared not retort, standing there with an expression of utter embarrassment. Lu Kai, who had initially wished to intervene, shrank back at the sight of her husband's fierce demeanor, retreating into her shell, afraid to act. Chen Yang, fatigued by the drama, retreated to his room. However, it wasn't long before Chen Wangling entered quietly, gently closing the door before softly inquiring, "Dad, is this because of me? You are confused. This is our old family home. How could we possibly sell it? I would rather venture out myself than part with this house. This is the home that my mother built alongside you. I still have faint memories of it from my childhood, recalling the hardships you both endured to establish this dwelling." As she spoke, Chen Wangling's eyes began to mist over, her voice trembling with the weight of her emotions. Being the eldest, she held a profound connection to the house, understanding the struggles her parents faced in its construction, which deepened her attachment. Foolish girl. Chen Yang felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. In his 2 lifetimes, he had only one daughter who truly considered his well-being. The rest were ungrateful wretches. Father is determined to venture into business and make a fortune. However, I currently lack the capital and must use the house as collateral for a loan. Rest assured, this business endeavor is nearly guaranteed to be profitable. I may have to be away for a while, but you must remain here and take good care of the house. Remember, while I am gone, you are the head of the household. Do not let your siblings bully you. If they try to pressure you into leaving, stand firm. If you were to leave, I would no longer recognize you as my daughter. Do you understand?" Before departing to conduct business, he felt compelled to caution his daughter against the potential bullying from her siblings. "As long as you are at home, I feel that a family exists. If you were to abandon me as well, I would feel utterly alone. You know the true nature of your siblings. I trust you do not wish for me to be in such an environment. If you leave, I would have no future security in my old age. Father, I will not leave." Chen Wangling fervently shook her head. As a dutiful daughter, she understood the immense sacrifices her parents made to raise their family, which forged a deep emotional bond with her father. "That's right. Ignore whatever they say. Just remember to stay here and look after yourself. When you cook, prepare meals only for the 2 of you. Do not concern yourself with anyone else." "I understand." At dinner, everyone had returned, and the atmosphere was notably tense, as they were all aware of the bank official's visit. "Father, what is going on with the house? You must clarify this situation for us," urged the second son, Chen Wangjing, unable to restrain himself. Instantly, the other 2 sons and 2 daughters turned their attention to Chen Yang. "Who do you think you are?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, unflinchingly retorting, "This house was built by your mother and me. Why should I owe you any explanation?" Chen Wangjing's face flushed with indignation. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. "Father, aren't we family? We have a right to offer suggestions regarding these matters." The third son, Chen Wanghe, refused to relent. "Suggestions? Who do you think you are?" Chen Yang suddenly slammed his hand on the table, incredulous. "You live in my house, eat my food, and yet you dare to offer suggestions? You have contributed nothing. Keep your mouth shut." "That's right," Chen Wangling interjected, unable to contain herself. "Everyone just paid for their meals. Paying for meals merely grants you a seat at the table. What have they contributed to this house? Be honest with me. How I manage my affairs is my own business and has nothing to do with you. Moreover, I will be away for a few days. So you're to remain at home and refrain from speaking harshly to your elder sister. If I return to hear that anyone has treated her poorly, I shall expel you all from my home, never to return." Chen Yang warned them. At once, silence fell over the group. Only the youngest, Chen Wangxiu, felt a twinge of displeasure. Why did it seem that with the return of my elder sister, I, the youngest, had lost my favor? You better not regret this. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. The following morning, Chen Yang rose in haste. The dawn had barely broken, and everyone else was still asleep. However, as soon as he got up, he heard some movement inside, and soon, Chen Wangling emerged. "Dad, let me prepare breakfast for you." Chen Yang felt warmth in his heart. His eldest daughter was indeed a thoughtful companion. She must have hardly slept last night, yet upon hearing him stir, she was already thinking of making him breakfast. "No need. I will go to Pengcheng with Uncle Zhong. We can have breakfast together later. You need not bother. Just take care of Jia, and remember what I told you before. I want to see you when I return." Chen Wangling nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I won't leave. I will be right here waiting for you, Dad." Chen Yang smiled, reminiscent of the times when his daughter was little, gently ruffling her hair before waving goodbye as he exited. "Dad, please be safe." Chen Wangling felt a lump in her throat, recalling how her father would always touch her head before leaving for work, reminding her to look after her younger siblings. Chapter 11. Directly to Hanqing Pengcheng, a vibrant city bursting with life. At the customs office, Chen Yang and Zhong Yunshan stood outside. Each was holding an item when suddenly a short, plump middle-aged man hurried out. "Cousin." Zhong Yunshan waved vigorously to greet him. "Li Ye." Chen Yang called out as well. The man was Li Zhengming, Zhong Yunshan's cousin, a few years their senior. Chen Yang had dined with him during a previous visit to Yangcheng, so they were somewhat acquainted. "You've arrived." Li Zhengming greeted them with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement to Chen Yang. "This is for you," Zhong Yunshan said. "I didn't bring anything. We are family, after all, and since I'm not visiting your home, I thought I would buy you a small gift." He continued, "All right, let me take you to the warehouse. I've already sorted everything out. Your only task now is to collect the money. I understand. You need not worry about the finances. My vehicle is already parked outside, ready to load the goods as soon as we acquire them." Li Zhengming glanced at the truck parked outside, clearly prepared for the shipment, and nodded with a smile as he led them inside. Having acquaintances makes things easier. Once inside, the first order of business was to show them goods. "Gome, take a look." As he opened one of the garments, Chen Yang could not help but be taken aback. As someone in the textile industry, he recognized the quality of the fabric. It was quite pleasant to the touch. More importantly, the style is quite novel. Even if placed in the bustling city of Yangcheng, it would still be regarded as commendable attire. No wonder he claims it could fetch at least 17 or 18 yuan per piece. If this merchandise were to be sold inland, it would undoubtedly yield even greater profits. Chen Yang nodded with a smile, affirming that the goods were satisfactory, and proposed they proceed to settle the payment. "I shall guide you," said Li Zhengming, a commendable individual, promptly leading them outside. "In the future, should you return for more goods, you can navigate these procedures independently. I will take you around this time, also to familiarize ourselves with everyone." "Thank you, Brother Li." Li Zhengming grinned, swiftly escorting the two of them to complete the necessary paperwork. The clerk at the office was a man, and Chen Yang promptly offered him a pack of cigarettes. Upon witnessing this, Li Zhengming couldn't help but smile subtly. He understood that Chen Yang, being the workshop director at the factory, was a seasoned individual, adept in the nuances of social interactions. "Xiaohe, this is my cousin, and this is my friend. They may frequently come to collect goods in the future, so please look after them." Li Zhengming was quite loyal. "Certainly, Director Li." Once the payment was made and the stamp affixed, they were permitted to enter the warehouse to retrieve the goods. Chen Yang stepped outside to prepare for the arrival of the truck. "Brother." The first order of business, Chen Yang said, handing a pack of cigarettes to the gatekeeper. With an apologetic expression, "I was introduced by Director Li to collect goods, and the paperwork is all sorted. My vehicle needs to come in to load the cargo. I would appreciate your assistance." The gatekeeper, visibly pleased, nodded and promptly allowed the vehicle to enter. Inside, Li Zhengming smiled at Zhong Yunshan and remarked, "You have never engaged in business, have you? Do you understand?" "I do not, but Chen Yang is no stranger to this." He is quite astute. This time, I am merely introducing this line for you to acquire goods. The actual selling will be his responsibility. We have already made our decision. As soon as the cargo is loaded, we will prepare to sell. He was indeed a clever individual. Observing the recent events, one could see that life had treated him well, yet he seldom contemplated these matters. He might be more adept at maneuvering through challenges. Despite the two of you being childhood friends, had anyone else been in his place, I might not have made the introduction. Rest assured, you know Chen Yang well. We have dined and enjoyed outings together. I have known him since childhood. I am well aware of the kind of person he is. Li Jingming refrained from further commentary. He had already made his point clear. Judging by their capabilities, Chen Yang was significantly more competent than his cousin. Had they not shared a childhood bond, he would never have made the introduction, for even if they earn a profit, the one truly at risk would be his cousin. Meanwhile, the truck had already arrived, ready for loading. As they busied themselves with the cargo, Chen Yang approached Li Jingming. Brotherly, when will you come to Yangcheng? We should have a proper gathering. It's been years since your last visit. Li Jingming replied, lately, work has been hectic. I will see if I can find some time. Excellent. Do let me know when you come. Li Jingming nodded and added, Chen Yang, my cousin has had a reasonably comfortable life, unlike you, who manages the factory. Please keep an eye on him as we embark on this business venture together. This time, I have invested quite a sum. It is imperative that I do not incur losses, or I will have no way to explain myself to my aunt. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Very well. I shall leave the loading to you. You need to focus on your business, and I will not impede you any further. Go ahead and attend to your matters. Do not worry about us. With a wave of his hand, Li Zhongqian exchanged a few more words with Zhong Yinshan before hurriedly returning to work. Soon the 15,000 pieces of clothing were loaded, and they quickly set off. Where are we headed? Zhong Yinshan was still uncertain about their destination. To Hansheng, Chen Yang Anouenjet. Master, we are heading to Hansheng. Safety is paramount. The freight cost is not trivial, you know. The truck driver was indifferent. It was merely a matter of money. Do not worry. You will be compensated generously. All right, boss. The truck driver, delighted, immediately revved the engine toward Hansheng. The distance from Pengcheng to Hansheng is approximately 200 kilometers, taking a full 4 days to traverse. This was due to the fact that in those times, highways were not as developed as they are today. Many roads were still national highways, and in some areas, there were even no national roads, resulting in a sluggish pace. In fact, halfway through the journey, Chen Yang began to regret his choice. He should have simply used the train for shipping. Upon arriving in Hansheng, the three of them, including the truck driver, felt a bit dazed. Now where to? To Jianghan Street. Chen Yang was resolute. Let's head there, and then we shall dine together. The driver nodded in agreement. They arrived at Jianghan Street, parked the vehicle, and went straight to order food. You all order first. I'll be back shortly. However, once Chen Yang saw them settled, he hurriedly dashed out again. He surveyed the area and noticed a nearby sign advertising a night market, which made him smile. If his memory served him correctly, he had once sold goods in this very place during his previous life. Thus he possessed a fair understanding of the locale. This will do, he pondered as he glanced down the street. In this era, the so-called metropolis was not as urbanized as one might expect. Tall buildings were a rarity, and many main streets were lined with modest bungalows. He spotted one such bungalow with a for rent sign. I shall rent a warehouse. When he returned, the driver and Zhong Yinshan were already enjoying their meal. Why do you take so long? Zhong Yinshan inquired. Chen Yang chuckled and took a seat, promptly ordering another dish. His hunger was insatiable, and he devoured the meal with great enthusiasm. Now that we have brought the goods here, where should we unload them? You must give a clear answer. The driver was eager to collect his payment and leave. Just over there, we will unload together. Once the goods are offloaded, I will settle the payment with you, and you may be on your way. Chapter 12. Setting up a stall to sell goods. Upon hearing this, the driver was overjoyed. After finishing their meal, the three men hurriedly made their way to the location. This is the warehouse you just rented? Zhong Yinshan finally grasped the situation. Chen Yang nodded and spoke gently. This area hosts the grand night market. Tonight we shall set up our stall there. First, we will unload the goods, and then I will pay the driver. We are setting up our stall ourselves? Absolutely. Who else will we give it to? Over 10,000 items. When will they ever sell out? Never mind that. Let us just start selling. Who knows, We might finish quickly. Zhong Yunshan nodded in agreement, and the three of them set about unloading the cargo. They tallied up the shipping cost for this haul. The 15,000 long-sleeved shirts weighed over 3 tons, and they had hired a 5-ton truck. Ultimately, the shipping fee amounted to 4,000. This left Zhong Yunshan feeling a pang of regret. Thankfully, he had gathered all 2,000 yuan from his family at the outset, while Chen Yang had brought along 10,000, resulting in a surplus of 3,000. Together, they had managed to cover the expenses just barely. To date, the two of them had already invested a total of 35,000 yuan. Let us organize everything here and head to the night market this evening. Look over there. The night market is not far away. It's bustling at night and attracts a large crowd, so we'll set up our stall there. What about now? Let us check into a guest house and rest for a while. I'm utterly exhausted from the past few days. In the future, we should use the train for shipping. It's more economical, though it takes longer. Yet, as he spoke, he wondered about the duration, since trains are indeed faster. This is no good. Let us rest quickly. The two of them had only around 200 yuan left. They rented a room nearby to rest. They slept until just past 6 in the evening, and hurriedly got up for dinner. After their meal, it was nearly time to go, so they prepared and set off to the night market, carrying the clothes. By the time they arrived, the night market was already in full swing. Chen Yang promptly sought out the management office to rent a stall. Once they obtained the stall, they moved all their items there. The night market had an abundance of goods. He then purchased some clothing racks and found a rope to hang the clothes one by one. Although they were from the same batch, there were several styles and colors. Watching him organize everything neatly, Zhong Yunshan felt a sense of admiration. After all, he had experience in leadership, which made a difference. How much money do we have left? Chen Yang inquired. Not much, just over 100. Zhong Yunshan replied, his brow furrowed. Ever since they embarked on this venture, it felt as if money was flowing like water. Together, they had pooled 30,500 yuan, and now only had a little over 100 left. The thought made him uneasy. What if they didn't sell the clothes and ran out of money? All right, give me 100. What do you need that for? I'm going to buy a loudspeaker. That'll make a difference. Zhong Yunshan, with no choice, handed over 100 yuan from their remaining funds. This place is indeed great. It has everything. In no time, he bought a loudspeaker capable of recording, albeit it looked somewhat worn. The only advantage was that it was functional. He spent 80 yuan on it and returned to the stall. Why'd you buy a loudspeaker? Setting up a stall. What is the point of not buying loudspeakers? Shouting with one's voice alone would take an eternity. With a chuckle, he began recording. Before long, a booming voice emanated from a loudspeaker in the black market. In the city of Guangdong, the Happiness Garment Factory is going out of business. The unscrupulous owner, Huang He, has fled with his sister-in-law. It's a clearance sale. Stylish pieces, only 18 yuan each. The sudden and incessant announcement startled Zhong Yunshan. But when he realized it was the voice of his childhood friend broadcasting through the loudspeaker, he was both amused and exasperated. Yet the impact was undeniable. The area, already bustling with people, soon saw even more drawn towards the stall. Hey, is what you're saying true? A woman inquired. Indeed, pretty lady. Would you like to hear my story or see the clothes? Or perhaps enjoy both simultaneously? Chen Yang replied with a smile. I'll have a look at the clothes first. She said, Ah, these garments are indeed quite lovely. 18 yuan each? Yes, indeed. Just 18 yuan per piece. If you find something you like, let me know. With such a beautiful figure, you would undoubtedly look stunning in anything. Come, try it on for free. No purchase necessary. It one tea cost you a thing. Chen Yang, a master of persuasion, had the lady laughing heartily, prompting her to quickly try on a piece. Look, this is the same style as Wang Qiuheng. Have you heard of her? You resemble her quite a bit. Starting now, you are the Wang Qiuheng of Hansheng. To be fair, the clothing was indeed fashionable during that era. Many trends were disseminated from Hong Kong and Taiwan to the mainland through Guangdong, endowing the region with a certain authority over fashion. Moreover, the girl looked quite stunning in the attire, accentuating her figure splendidly, and soon enough, she was thoroughly charmed. Then I'll take this one. Can you offer a discount? She asked. Pretty lady, you're already the Wang Qiuheng. Do you really think we should haggle over price? Besides, just look around. Who else in this market offers such quality garments at a better price? No one, right? With flattery and reasoning combined, The beauty nodded, paid the 18 yuan, and left with her purchase. This was merely the beginning, as a multitude of customers soon began to gather, and the crowd only grew larger. Hey, you are the Hanqing version of Zhang Min. Gorgeous. Pretty lady, you would look absolutely stunning in that outfit. Lu Dahua would surely call you a beauty. Such a star. In that attire, you resemble Qi Yu Shuzhen. Chen Yang enthusiastically continued his praise. Anyone who began trying on clothes was immediately bestowed with a glamorous title. The Hanqing versions of Zhang Min, Qi Yu Shuzhen, and Lin Qingxia. All Taiwanese and Hong Kong celebrities were fair game. Zhong Yinshan was left in awe. Ever since childhood, he had known Chen Yang to be a silver-tongued individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been appointed as the workshop director. However, he hadn't anticipated how skillfully he could flatter, with such a talent for persuasion. Next time we visit the alley, I must introduce you to my favorite young matron, to see who truly has the gift of gab. Under the attentive guidance of Chen Yang, Zhong Yinshan merely needed to collect payments in exchange for goods, and he operated with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the first batch of 200 items was sold out. Observing the dwindling stock, he promptly urged Zhong Yinshan, quickly fetch a tricycle and bring over another 200 pieces. We cannot afford to run out of stock. Our customers will leave, and it took considerable effort to gather such a crowd. Zhong Yinshan, somewhat clumsily, grabbed the keys and hurried to hire a tricycle from the market, racing to procure more goods. Fortunately, the location was nearby, and soon he returned with an additional 200 items, replenishing their supply of clothing. Chapter 13. 1,000 sales. If one were to determine the liveliest stall in the entire night market, it would undoubtedly be theirs. The reason was simple. Chen Yang possessed a natural gift for conversation, providing ample emotional value. He skillfully charmed the beautiful women who came seeking clothes, drawing them in like moths to a flame. Who could resist such a charismatic individual, whose sweet words surpassed even those of a boyfriend? Moreover, the garments were genuinely exquisite, and their prices were quite reasonable, contributing to a night of remarkable sales. Throughout the evening, Zhong Yinshan made 4 trips, adding an impressive 800 items to their sales. Just as they completed the sale of 1,000 pieces, it was nearly time to close up shop. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings our evening to a close. We are all quite exhausted, but fear not, we will return tomorrow night. Those who missed out can come again, and if you found our clothes to your liking, feel free to bring your relatives and friends along. Together, we shall be the most fashionable women in Hanqing. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and those who had not made a purchase gradually dispersed. 1,000 pieces. I have counted meticulously, exactly 1,000. Zhong Yinshan exclaimed, his bag brimming with cash. Although he had not yet counted the money, with 1,000 pieces at 18 yuan each, he had already amassed over 10,000 yuan, and his joy was palpable. Just then, he noticed several middle-aged men approaching, their attire akin to his own, each carrying a backpack, suggesting they were also small vendors. "Boss, are you from Guangdong?" One of the older men, appearing slightly senior, stepped forward and offered them a cigarette. "My surname is Qian. I also sell clothes here. I was just over there, but my business doesn't compare to yours. Your sales are truly impressive. May I inquire where you source your merchandise?" "Indeed. Where did you obtain such beautiful items?" Another vendor chimed in. "It's no wonder everyone is flocking to your stall." The atmosphere grew lively as several similarly dressed individuals approached, clearly intrigued by their thriving business. Zhong Yinshan suddenly comprehended their intentions. "You wish to procure similar merchandise?" Chen Yang asked with a smile. "Yes, we do," Boss Chen admitted candidly. "Our business is nowhere near yours. Your clothing is immensely popular among the ladies, and indeed, it is quite attractive. In the province of Guangdong, we find ourselves at a loss for sources of supply. Your arrival and the remarkable success of your sales indicate that the products from Guangdong are indeed commendable. Could you kindly introduce us to some avenues? Tomorrow morning, come to number 68 Jianghan Street to meet me. Remember, after breakfast, please find me. Chen Yang Chocolate. Jianghan Street is just next door, isn't it?" "Yes, indeed, it's right next door. Keep in mind, number 68 Jianghan Street. After breakfast tomorrow, come to meet me. If you wish to procure goods, you may drive your tricycle or any other vehicle, Just bring the money." The others appeared puzzled. "I will wholesale my goods to you. If you wish to sell, I will let you sell. I shall not sell directly." Their faces lit up with joy as they finally grasped the situation and nodded in agreement. "All right, everyone can disperse. Hurry back now, as it is getting late. And we must also return to rest." Having said this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhong Yunshan, and the two brothers hastily departed back to their lodging. Upon their return, Zhong Yunshan could no longer contain his excitement. He locked the door, sat down, and laughed heartily, especially when he retrieved the bag and poured out all the money to spread across the bed. Such a considerable amount of cash was somewhat intimidating. "We have struck it rich." He chuckled, but soon a wave of concern washed over him. The world is not particularly safe these days. Are we secure here? We must be cautious tonight to avoid theft. Do you know what lies next door? Did you notice earlier? No, I did not. Just nearby is the Public Security Bureau. I deliberately chose this location for its proximity to the police station and the night market. We can breathe a little easier here, though we cannot claim absolute safety. The likelihood of such incidents occurring is certainly lower than in other areas. Zhong Yunshan was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter, patting his shoulder vigorously. "Well done. It is indeed easier to handle matters with you around. Now let us count this money and organize it neatly. In truth, there is no need for extensive counting, as we have 1,000 items, each selling for 18 yuan, totaling 18,000 yuan. Once the money was sorted, Zhong Yunshan clapped his hands. 18,000 yuan. We initially invested 35,000 yuan, and now we have already recouped half. If all goes well, we should be able to sell out our stock tomorrow. You, my friend, are not merely setting up a stall for retail. You are anticipating inquiries from other vendors seeking to procure stock from us, aren't you?" As Zhong Yunshan stowed away the money, he smiled and inquired of Chen Yang. "Of course, our stall today was merely a showcase. Now that others see our successful sales, they will undoubtedly approach us for pricing, allowing us to sell off the remaining 14,000 items to them." Zhong Yunshan laughed heartily, nodding vigorously. "I knew you were well prepared. I need to worry about this." After saying this, he asked, "By the way, what is the selling price of our clothing?" "Our retail price is 18 yuan per piece." "What is the wholesale price?" 12 yuan per piece." Chen Yang, having anticipated this, immediately stated the price. "Are we offering them a margin of 6 yuan? Would they be agreeable to that? Why would they hesitate? We have successfully brought the goods here, and they turn around to sell them for a profit of 6 yuan each. We have prepared the samples and generated excitement in the market. They are simply reaping the rewards effortlessly. If we had more time, we could continue selling there as well. I could sell them for 18 yuan each and earn a little more." Chen Yang shook his head. "All right then, let us wholesale them at 12 yuan per piece." The remaining 14,000 items could yield a total of 168,000 yuan. Upon mentioning the figure of 168,000, he suddenly paused, seemingly incredulous at such a sum. "Are you astonished?" Chen Yang chucked. "It's not just over 160,000. When we add our current 18,000 yuan, the total comes to 186,000. After deducting over 30,000 in costs, our pure profit would be 150,000. He was dumbfounded, perhaps never having anticipated such a substantial profit from a mere flip. After all, the goods that customs seized are coveted by many, precisely because their prices are low while their value is high. If it weren't for your connection, how could we have acquired such merchandise? Get some rest. Tomorrow, we should clear out the goods and let us head back to Pengcheng to retrieve the remaining 10,000 jackets, seizing this opportunity to sell them as well." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yunshan immediately laid down to sleep, yet he seemed to be in a state of exhilaration, almost smiling even in slumber. He had never felt that earning money could be so effortless, so straightforward. Chen Yang was utterly exhausted. He lay down and quickly fell asleep, soon snoring away. Chapter 14. Dividing the profits. In truth, both men were snoring, but they were in such deep slumber that no one would dare mention it. Instead, they slept quite peacefully. It wasn't until 8 o'clock the following morning that they awoke, and upon glancing at each other, they noticed they appeared much more refreshed. With the thought of breakfast and the impending arrival of their goods, they hurriedly washed up and made their way downstairs. After enjoying breakfast, they returned to their store, only to find Boss Chen and several others already waiting for them. Is this the place? It seems to be number 68, right? I recall this was a rental space before, and now the rental notice is gone. While they were engaged in lively conversation, Chen Yang and Zhong Yunshan approached from behind. The two bosses have arrived, someone exclaimed. The group quickly turned and, upon seeing them, rushed forward. You're quite early. Chen Yang greeted with a smile. Boss, we remembered what you told us yesterday, and we're just waiting for you to come and show us. Is this your warehouse? Boss Chen, being a businessman, immediately grasped the significance of the situation. Chen Yang nodded with a smile, took out the key, and opened the door. Don't linger outside. Come in and take a look at our goods. The group eagerly entered, and upon seeing the merchandise inside, their eyes lit up. Come take a look. Chen Yang cheerfully led them forward, encouraging them to browse. These clothes are identical to those from yesterday. If you want any, feel free to take them. Just let me know how many you need, and we can start moving the stock. The individuals randomly selected garments from within, glancing at them and discovering that they were indeed identical to those from the previous day and of exceptionally high quality. This revelation assuaged their concerns. Boss Chen, how much do you sell these clothes for? Inquired Boss Chen, the first to speak. Immediately, everyone turned their attention to Chen Yang. With the assurance that the goods were satisfactory, their thoughts shifted to the matter of pricing. We sold them for 18 yuan each yesterday, and you have all witnessed the results. Clearly, wholesale cannot be 18. I will offer you 12 yuan per piece. That price is far too high. We retail them for 18, and you want to sell them to us at 12? That leaves us with minimal profit. One individual immediately shook his head, indicating that such a price was unacceptable. I have already delivered the goods to you. All you need to do is set up your stalls. I have covered all the shipping costs, and I even helped you create a buzz in the market. You simply need to sell the same goods as I do, and a large crowd will come to your stalls. You will earn 6 yuan for each piece sold. If you sell 1,000 pieces, that's a profit of 6,000 yuan. And you find that too expensive? I want 3,000. Before others could voice their opinions, Boss Chen was already negotiating directly for 3,000 pieces. As a seasoned businessman, he recognized the logic in Chen Yang's words. Moreover, if Chen Yang did not wholesale these goods to him, he would be competing for customers in the market, thereby jeopardizing his own business. He was the leader among them and possessed considerable experience. Upon his assertion, the others quickly realized they could no longer bargain with Chen Yang. Otherwise, if he chose not to sell to them, they would face significant trouble. Moreover, considering Chen Yang's sales speed from the previous day, selling 1,000 pieces in one night would yield a profit of 6,000 yuan. Even if fewer customers appeared on their side, selling 500 would still net them 3,000 yuan. It would be foolish not to pursue this opportunity. I'll take 2,000 pieces. I want 3,000 too. In an instant, everyone began to announce their quantities. Don't ask for such high numbers. Let's all share the sales. Those further back grew anxious, fearing they might lose out on the goods. All right, I have 14,000 pieces in total. You can negotiate among yourselves. Chen Yang interjected promptly. Meanwhile, Zhong Yunshan was grinning ear to ear, unable to contain his joy. Everything was proceeding extraordinarily smoothly. He had never imagined that conducting business could be so effortless. It was often said that doing business in Guangdong province was challenging, yet he felt that entering the mainland had proven to be significantly simpler. After discussing among themselves, the group divided all 14,000 pieces of clothing, and transactions were made on the spot, with cash exchanged for goods. By 11 a.m., the entire stock of 14,000 pieces had been sold, and they all departed with their purchases. Gazing at the now empty warehouse, Zhong Yunshan was nearly beside himself with laughter. Chen Yang closed the door behind him, turned on the lights, and the three of them sat together to divide the earnings. The total sale of the 14,000 pieces amounted to a staggering 168,000 yuan. Adding the 18,000 sold yesterday, their total earnings amount to 186,000. We shall proceed to deposit the funds shortly. after which we will catch the nearest train back to Pengcheng to retrieve the remaining 10,000 winter coats. Sounds good. Zhong Yinshan nodded vigorously. The 10,000 winter coats will require an additional 80,000, so we shall retain 86,000 as our capital for the next procurement, while the remaining 100,000 will be divided between us. Agreed. Let us divide it immediately. Zhong Yinshan was left with no thoughts but to nod in agreement. Our total investment for this venture amounts to 35,000. Your contribution is 10,000, while mine is 25,000. Calculating by cost, your investment is roughly 1/3, whereas mine is about 2/3. However, this venture was initiated by you. Without your support, we could not have achieved such substantial profits, so we will split it evenly. You take 50,000, and I will take 50,000 as brothers. And considering that Zhong Yinshan provided the most crucial resources, Chen Yang had already anticipated this equitable division. After listening for a moment, Zhong Yinshan felt it was inappropriate. Seeing that he was about to distribute the money, he immediately pressed down on his hand. Old Chen, hold on a moment. Chen Yang looked at him. If I were to engage in business with others, especially unfamiliar faces, I would certainly expect a 50 share. And I might even demand more. But we are brothers, having played together since childhood. You risked everything to secure this batch of goods, and you have been solely responsible for the product selection and location for sales. Let me put it this way. If I were to procure goods and sell them on my own, I would be utterly lost, let alone achieve such success. Thus, since you have contributed more financially and exerted considerable effort, it would be unfair for me to take half. How about this? I will take 40, and you take 60. I will only take a little more than my investment, and that extra portion will serve as a referral fee for the connections I provided. Does that sound agreeable? Seeing Chen Yang still hesitating, he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you pretending for? I know your family situation all too well. Let me be clear. I have 5 children who are quite capable and require little oversight from me. While your 5 little treasures will need guidance for who knows how long, when they eventually drive you to despair. Do you expect me to lend you money to support them? I have no issue lending you money. However, the mere thought of you borrowing for those ungrateful little devils makes me uneasy. Chapter 15. Gratitude to Li Zhengming. Suddenly, Chen Yang burst into laughter, feeling a sense of relief. This is what brotherhood is about. This is the essence of friendship forged through years of camaraderie. Hearing those words stirred feelings within him, as he realized that even his neighbors could see that those individuals were not worthy, relentlessly draining him. Yet in his previous life, he found joy in it. How foolish. All right, I will take 40 and you will take 60. Here are 40,000. He handed over the 4 bundles of 10,000 each that he had just counted. But rest assured, my children are indeed not a source of frustration. I do not plan to manage them too closely in the future. I will focus on myself and my eldest daughter. As for the rest, they can manage as they wish. My intention in embarking on this venture to earn money is not for others, but rather for myself, as I aspire to lead a carefree life in the future and, in the process, alleviate some of the pressure on my family. As for anyone else, they should not harbor any illusions. I trust you will honor your word. The 2 of them divided the money and stood up with a chuckle. Let us proceed to deposit the money immediately. Once that is done, we shall head to the station to purchase tickets for the next available train back to Pengcheng. And tomorrow, we will visit your cousin to collect the goods. Absolutely. They both laughed heartily and promptly made their way to a nearby bank. There was a bank not far from the police station. Upon arrival, they opened an account and deposited the cash they had. The sum of tens of thousands left even the bank teller with a look of surprise. Although the term 10,000 household has become somewhat outdated, depositing such amounts still carries an element of astonishment. After securing their funds, they found themselves with 86,000 remaining, which would be used for acquiring another batch of goods. Let's hurry to the station. The 2 of them rushed to the station, where their first task was to purchase the nearest tickets. With some time to spare, they found a nearby restaurant to enjoy a meal. After dining, it was nearly time to board, and they quickly took their seats on the train, having opted for sleeper berths. Once settled, they finally exhaled in relief. All is well. Over the past few days, they had managed to eat and rest adequately, but sleep had eluded them. Thus, upon boarding, they began to take turns sleeping, while one rested. The other remained vigilant, keeping an eye on their surroundings. The prevailing security concerns of the times warranted such caution. After a long journey, they finally returned to Pengcheng the following afternoon. Upon their return, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. In truth, there were no direct trains from Pengcheng to Hanqing this year, necessitating a transfer that consumed nearly a full day. Yet, they had finally arrived in Pengcheng. It was still around 4 in the afternoon when they exited the station and headed straight for customs. Having gained some familiarity during their previous visit, Chen Yang approached the security guard. "Do you remember me?" he inquired with a smile, addressing the guard in his 50s. The guard glanced at him and replied with a smile, "You're a friend of Director Li, aren't you?" "Yes, indeed. Could you please inform Director Li that I have come with his cousin?" "Sure, just a moment." Before long, Li Zhengming hurried out from within. "Brother Li, we are here to collect the remaining 10,000 winter coats." Li Zhengming looked at them in astonishment. "So soon? It's only been about a week, and you've returned for more goods." "We were fortunate. A major client over there purchased nearly all our stock. We could not allow you to face any difficulties here, so we rushed back to retrieve the additional 10,000 items." "All right. Have you arranged for transportation?" "Call for a vehicle right away. I'll take you to complete the paperwork." Li Zhengming also felt relieved. The fact that they had not left any inventory on hand alleviated his concerns for them, which was indeed a positive development, prompting him to hurriedly usher them in to attend to business. As there was still some time before the end of the workday, Chen Yang hurriedly set about loading all the goods. He and Zhong Yinshan promptly entered with the vehicle. After the initial attempt, the subsequent tasks became significantly easier. Having paid 80,000 yuan, they loaded the cargo onto the truck, and it was already past 5 o'clock. "Li Go, let us have dinner together tonight," Chen Yang suggested to Li Zhengming. "I'll take the truck to the station for shipping. Let Lao Zhong take you to eat. I'll return shortly." "Yes, let us have a meal together. After all, we won't be departing until tomorrow." "All right, there's a place nearby called Xiangzue Building, just down the street. When you come back, you can head straight there. You'll see it quickly." "Okay, I'm off then." With that, Chen Yang climbed into the vehicle and waved goodbye, promptly instructing the driver to take him to the train station. Upon arrival at the station, he began the shipping process, successfully handling the shipment of 10,000 pieces of clothing. Of course, this incurred another expense, but overall it was still more economical than hiring a truck themselves, and the timing was comparable. After completing these tasks, Chen Yang hurriedly took a taxi back to the Xiangzhe building he mentioned. Upon entering, he discovered that the two had yet to order their meals, evidently waiting for him. Just as Chen Yang stepped out of the car, he noticed a nearby liquor shop and casually purchased a bottle of Mao Tai, bringing it along. "Ah, your choice of drink is commendable, Li Zhengming Shukulat. Indeed, I know you have a fondness for it. Come, let's raise a glass. Have you ordered the dishes?" "Yes, I've arranged for them to be served later. They can be brought out now." Chen Yang sighed with relief, poured drinks for them, and raised his glass. "This time has been arduous, yet it seems satisfactory. I hope I haven't let you down, Li Ge. Thank you for your assistance." Li Zhengming laughed heartily and clinked glasses with them. "Where are you selling these?" "We've shipped them to Han City in the inland," Chen Yang replied candidly. "We're selling long-sleeve shirts. The southern region's R&T is cold, so we directed our sales to slightly northern areas. This is particularly true for winter apparel. Although the economy there isn't as developed as ours, the demand remains substantial, and our products are well suited for that market." "You got a sharp mind." Li Zhengming remarca appreciatively. It was all him managing the operation. I was merely a follower, adhering to his directives. But his methods are indeed effective. Otherwise, we wouldn't have returned so swiftly for the second batch. Zhong Yinshan chimed in with a smile. Just then, Chen Yang placed an envelope before Li Zhengming. "Li Gu, our ability to acquire this cargo is largely thanks to your support. Please accept this token of appreciation." Li Zhengming chuckled and shook his head, pushing the envelope back. He glanced at the envelope, estimating it contained 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Yet he did not hesitate to refuse it. "Old Chun, we are friends, but this time it was primarily due to my cousin's influence. I was happy to lend my assistance, and I know you to be a reliable person. Had it been someone else, I might not have been so willing to help. My aspirations do not lie here, so how much you earn is entirely your own merit. As long as my cousin gifts me 2 bottles of wine and a couple of cigarettes, I am content. This is merely the exchange between relatives. Chapter 16. The arrival of the second batch of goods. Upon hearing his words so clearly, Chen Yang immediately withdrew, chuckling. I realize I have taken advantage of old Zhong this time. Zhong Yinshan, pondering deeply beside him, suddenly had an epiphany. In terms of social etiquette, Chen Yang surpassed him significantly. Although this cousin was his own, he had not considered this aspect, while Chen Yang had. Li Zhengming had rendered substantial assistance. Whether he accepted compensation was his affair, but Zhong felt it necessary to express his gratitude. It was evident that Zhong Yinshan had not contemplated this matter. However, given their already good familial relationship, he understood his cousin's character and had not pursued it further. Yet, Li Zhengming regarded Chen Yang with a hint of admiration. After all, having navigated the complexities of the factory, he possessed a greater understanding of such social nuances. Cousin, you should heed old Chen's advice. He has encountered far more than you, and his experiences in the factory have endowed him with a deeper understanding of social dynamics. In the future, when conducting business, do listen to him, Li Zhengming concluded, addressing his cousin. Rest assured, we have grown up together since we were children. I know him well. If anyone else approached me for this business, I would not entertain them. It is only because he is my partner that I am willing to proceed. Leaving aside other concerns, I worry that collaborating with others may lead to disputes over profits, but that will not happen between us. Zhong Yinshan replied cheerfully. Old Chen, please take good care of my cousin. Although he is not young, he has led a sheltered life and lacks the worldly experience you have gained over the years. Please keep an eye on him. Also, given the current unrest, when you two venture out for business, exercise utmost caution. Earning money is essential, but preserving your lives is paramount. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Li. After enjoying their meal, the two watched as Li Zhengming took a taxi home, finally exhaling in relief. However, they soon found a nearby guest house to settle in. Once inside, they took showers and rested on their respective beds. I have already purchased the tickets for the 11 o'clock train tomorrow morning. We shall set off to the station after we wake, naturally. Absolutely. Zhong Yinshan felt quite pleased. Your idea about sending my cousin a little money was incredibly thoughtful. I had not even considered it. That is different. You're related to him, and your bond is strong. My relationship with him is not as close. Although we are acquainted, our friendship has not yet reached that level. Therefore, as I profited from our association, it is only right to offer him a token of appreciation. However, your cousin is quite principled. Indeed, he is just that kind of person, which is why I had not thought along those lines. Do not worry. Your cousin has already expressed his stance. We shall focus on conducting our business diligently. That is true. Now let us get some sleep. Chen Yang was indeed feeling somewhat fatigued after a relentless stretch of work. He could hardly endure any longer. Old Chen, I find myself unable to sleep. How about we soak our feet and perhaps get a haircut? Chen Yang discerned his intentions and could not help but look at him with exasperation. Brother, I implore you to abandon such thoughts. We must not get caught here. Your cousin and his wife are nearby, and they would surely scold you severely. Immediatist. Zhong Yinshan chuckled, reluctantly closing his eyes to sleep. At No. 68, Jianghan Street, the two reappeared at their warehouse. Observing their space, Chen Yang smiled and addressed Zhong Yinshan upon our return. You should have a proper conversation with your cousin to inquire if he has any clothing items he can keep an eye out for us. We shall not relinquish this shop. Once we have goods, we will bring them here for sale. The population here is substantial, and the economy, relatively speaking, is not poor. Particularly in this inland province, Hansheng is considered a major city in the central region, making it an optimal place for us to sell our wares. All right, but we first need to sell this batch of 10,000 garments. Zhong Yinshan inquired with curiosity. We acquired them from customs at $8 each. How much do we intend to wholesale them for? Let us wholesale them at $25 each. As for their retail pricing, that is their concern. However, I estimate they could sell for over $40 each, providing them with ample profit. Zhong Yinshan was taken aback. Indeed, given the higher unit price. If we set the wholesale price too high, I fear they might hesitate to purchase, and the risk would be considerable. Let them earn a profit of around $10 per piece. I am confident that after our previous dealings, they will still seek to procure goods from us. Nevertheless, our stock will not arrive for 3 days. We need not worry about that for now. Starting tomorrow, I will take you around here to familiarize ourselves with the market in Hansheng. Who knows, we may often find ourselves here selling goods. So, it is imperative we understand this area. Ah, yes, we should indeed explore thoroughly. Let us venture into various alleys. Zhong Yunshan's eyes sparkled. Perhaps we will encounter women in need of our salvation. Old Zhong, please refrain from such jokes. Are you not afraid of being apprehended? Who would dare to catch us? Zhong Yinshan shook his head. With a full wallet, I feel emboldened. When I feel strong, other aspects follow suit. Old Zhong, that is not how it works. However, Chen Yang was in good spirits today, teasing him. Truly formidable individuals require no expenditure. They even induce others to spend. What benefit is there in your approach? Do not boast to me. Zhong Yinshan regarded him with disdain. Ah, you do not believe me, do you? Chen Yang shot him a glare. Do you doubt that if I truly pursued it, I would not quickly master it? Cease your boasting. If you possess the skill, demonstrate it. Zhong Yinshan challenged him. After all, you are unlike me. I have a wife, while you have none. It is rather peculiar that you do not take more care of yourself. Chen Yang sighed. His feelings for his wife were indeed profound. Otherwise, he would not have been so considerate towards those children as a means of compensation. However, his wife has been gone for many years. It is not that he remains faithful to her memory, but rather that the years spent raising their children have left him overwhelmed, wholly absorbed in his work, leaving little room for other thoughts. All right, one day I shall perform for you, he remarked, but you frequently head over there to wash your hair. Which head are you referring to? Can't both heads be washed simultaneously? Zhong Yinshan chuckled. You truly lack experience. Let me assure you, I have something delightful to share. Chen Yang laughed heartily and ceased the frivolous banter. Come, I shall take you to explore Han City. Splendid. I look forward to savoring the sights of Han City. Chapter 17. After donning the coat, Han City is an absolute delight, exceedingly easy to navigate. Exploring Han City is so effortless that one need not spend a week. 3 days will suffice. Why not continue beyond 3 days? Because a man must maintain his dignity, or rather, the goods have arrived. The shipment came in around 3 in the afternoon. They arrived at the bus station by 2 o'clock and had already called for a vehicle, eagerly awaiting the moment to commence loading. By approximately 5 o'clock, they returned to their warehouse at 68 Jianghan Street. As fortune would have it, just as they were joyfully unloading their goods, Boss Chen approached in his tricycle. Upon spotting them, he was elated and promptly halted, rushing over to greet them. Boss Chen, Boss Zhong, you have arrived. Is this a new batch of goods? Ah, I have been searching for you. I was wondering when you would return, and now, finally, here you are. His eyes sparkled as he observed the items they were transporting, immediately recognizing that they were winter garments. Chen Yang paused his work to greet him, engaging in conversation. Have you sold out of your stock? Indeed, I sold all 3,000 pieces in just 3 nights, and afterward, people inquired about more. I had to inform them that I had no more of such fine goods and could only offer them the previous stock. Consequently, my business has significantly declined. I have been coming here sporadically these past few days, mainly hoping to catch a glimpse of you. Today, fortune smiled upon me. Has new stock arrived? Allow me to show you. Chen Yang smiled as he presented a coat for him to inspect. Upon viewing it, the quality of the coat was immediately apparent. It looks splendid. It will be perfect for the elders at home. Not just for the elderly. I believe it suits middle-aged individuals quite well too. It offers substantial warmth. Do try it on. He encouraged him to do so. As it was already November, the weather in Han City had turned quite chilly. Boss Chen donned the coat and was instantly shielded from the biting wind, breaking into a smile. This is excellent. The fabric is superb, the design is innovative, and it's wonderfully warm. What is your wholesale price per piece? This garment retails for a minimum of 40 in the market. If you sell slowly, it can even go above 40. I offer it at 25 wholesale. Boss Chen instinctively considered negotiating the price, but hesitated as the thought seemed inappropriate. Last time, I earned 6 yuan per piece from 3,000 items, totaling 18,000 yuan. Now, he has generously allowed himself a margin of over 10 yuan. Why should I bargain further? I certainly do not wish to upset him. Very well, I shall take 2,000 pieces. He gritted his teeth and ordered 2,000 items. Is it to be taken now or later? I will return for the money. Please prepare the goods in the meantime. All right, I shall wait for you. As the boss brought the money along with a small truck, they had already unloaded the goods. Boss Chen, I have arrived. Feel free to choose. All the clothes are here. The styles are consistent, but there are 3 or 4 colors. Make your selection. Chen Yang explained with a smile. I fear our choices may not meet your standards. Very well, I will select myself. The boss began to pick through the items, and in no time, he had chosen 2,000 pieces. Simultaneously, 50,000 yuan was handed over to the two of them. After completing the selection, the boss departed joyfully. Suddenly, 50,000 yuan was in hand. Zhong Yinshan was nearly beside himself with joy. From this moment on, every piece of clothing they sold would be pure profit. But why haven't the others arrived? After reveling in his happiness, Zhong Yinshan glanced outside. There is no need to concern ourselves with anyone else. Many might not even know we have returned. Their clothes must have sold out by now. As soon as the boss appears in the market, others will be informed. Rest assured, perhaps by tomorrow, we will have sold everything, and we shall return to Yangcheng by tomorrow afternoon. Yes, indeed, back to Yangcheng. Damn it, we've made a profit. I must treat that charming young woman I fancy for a month. Zhong Yinshan began to dream again. Can you refrain from such nonsense? Chen Yang replied exasperatedly. I have told you, we should not spend money on such matters. Why must you insist on doing so? Observing his childhood friend, nearly 8 meters tall, and still possessing a remarkable physique at the age of knowing destiny, honed from years spent in the factory. Zhong Yinshan felt a pang of envy and jealousy. If I had your attributes, I would not need to spend a dime. Perhaps a wealthy lady would even pay me. It was merely the lack of such attributes holding him back. How about it? Are you envious? Noticing the gleam in his friend's eyes, he could not help but feel smug. Get lost, get lost. Zhong Yinshan rolled his eyes and hurried to eat. Since the others have yet to arrive, let us eat early and rest. Ideally, tomorrow we will clear everything at once and return home immediately. Chen Yang chuckled. I know you're jealous of me. Natural beauty is hard to forsake. No need for rewards for myself. With my looks, even in a tomato field, I would still be considered handsome. Although there are many critics and naysayers in the tomato fields, there are even more beautiful men and women. Each one speaks sweetly and possesses striking features. Moreover, they are well-versed in both astronomy and geography, truly a gathering of talents. The following day, after enjoying breakfast, the two returned to their shop, only to be greeted by several anxious individuals awaiting their arrival. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting sheer joy in the other's eyes. Indeed, the remaining suppliers had arrived. Boss Chen, Boss Zhong, it's about time you showed up. Upon seeing them, the crowd eagerly approached, calling out with familiarity. It's been ages since we last saw you. We were hoping to continue procuring goods from you. One individual, surnamed Qian, was not well regarded either, as he failed to inform them of the new stock upon their return. Last night, his winter coats sold like hotcakes. Indeed, that boss Qian is quite unscrupulous. The crowd chimed in. As Chen Yang smiled and responded to their chatter, he opened the door. We've also been in search of new supplies, and we've found a remarkable batch of clothing here, totaling 10,000 pieces. However, Boss Qian took 2,000 yesterday, leaving 8,000 for you to peruse. If you don't take them, we'll sell them today regardless. Of course we'll take them. Reserve 2,000 for me. One shouted. Don't just claim 2,000. There's so many of us. Let us divide it fairly. I want 1,500. Everyone should take 1,500. Let us share the profits. The crowd negotiated, and they swiftly reached a consensus. They proceeded to load the goods as agreed, with minimal dispute. By noon, the remaining 8,000 pieces had vanished. Zhong Yinshan felt exuberant. Eikinto panjinyan encountering Ximenchen. If only I could entice a married woman with such swiftness. Chapter 18. Purchasing motorcycles, still reveling in the aftermath. Zhong Yinshan was interrupted as Chen Yang closed the door. Are you feeling frisky? Chen Yang de resist asking. We've sold out. All 10,000 coats at 25 yuan each, totaling 250,000. We want Tini to worry about money anymore. Zhong Yinshan laughed heartily, especially as his bag bulged with cash, nearly bursting at the seams. How could he not be elated? He felt even more jubilant than when he discovered a captivating new acquaintance in a narrow alley. We must divide the money and then head to the bank. Absolutely. Let us go deposit it. With that, they turned on the lights and began counting the money, primarily to divide it fairly. After some time, they finally tallied the 250,000. Although Zhong Yinshan had been living quite well, the sight of such a substantial sum before him brought a broad grin to his face, almost numbing him with joy. What a rarity! The usual arrangement. You take 60, and I'll take 40, Zhong Yinshan proposed. In truth, he held deep respect for Chen Yang, not only as his childhood friend, but also for the fact that throughout their journey, it had primarily been Chen Yang who resolved their challenges, while he merely facilitated connections. Observing how effortlessly others manage their business affairs, he realizes that without Chen Yang taking the lead, he would be utterly incapable of accomplishing this task. Even if he were to procure the goods, there is a chance of being deceived by others. It requires a person like Chen Yang to maintain order in the situation. Thus, he currently harbors no thoughts regarding the division of profits, even questioning whether he has unfairly benefited from Chen Yang's efforts. Fortunately, their amicable relationship renders such concerns trivial. Ultimately, the 250,000 yuan is divided. Let us proceed with a 60-40 split, he suggests, which results in exactly 100,000 yuan. Chen Yang takes a deep breath and pushes the sum toward him. Zhong Yinshan chuckles, reaching out to tuck the money into his bag. Before long, the 100,000 yuan has found its way into his possession, leaving Chen Yang with the remaining 150,000 yuan. We shall head to the bank across the street to deposit this money. After that, let's enjoy a meal, and then we will promptly buy train tickets to return to Yangcheng. Aren't we going Pengcheng? We have already sold this batch of goods, so there is no need to return to Pengcheng for more. However, you must keep in regular contact with your cousin, particularly to inform him about winter clothing. I sense that selling apparel here is remarkably easy, especially now that winter has arrived. Securing winter garments from him should be straightforward. Our established wholesale relationship in this area will ensure that as long as we have stock, people will trust us and procure goods from us, making sales considerably easier. Rest assured, I will maintain contact. Chen Yang chuckles heartily, stowing the 150,000 yuan into his own bag before accompanying Zhong Yinshan to deposit the money. What amount do you intend to deposit? Zhong Yinshan inquires as they enter the bank. I plan to keep 20,000 yuan. Chen Yang replies thoughtfully. Zhong Yinshan, evidently also intending to retain some funds, pauses in surprise at this response. Why do you need to keep so much? Upon returning, I intend to purchase a motorcycle. We may frequently need to travel for business, and having a motorcycle would be advantageous. Additionally, I have taken out a loan of 10,000 yuan from the bank, which I must repay. Are you not leaving any money for your other children? Zhong Yinshan deliberately probes. What money should I leave for them? I'll set aside some for my child's education, but beyond that, they need not rely on me for anything. Old Chen, based on your words, I have completely revised my opinion of you. Continue in this manner, and do not give them any more money. Chen Yang laugs heartily. Hearing you say, that makes me think I should also buy a motorcycle. Just imagine, if I get one, wouldn't I be the most stylish person in our alley? When I ride through those narrow streets, the young women will surely regard me with admiration. Chen Yang nearly stumbles over his own words, managing to shoot him an exasperated glance after a moment. You must agree that I am not mistaken. Fine, do as you wish. The two enter the bank, and Chen Yang deposits 130,000 yuan. As he counts out the stacks of money at the counter, the teller appears utterly bewildered. Is money truly so easy to come by nowadays? Moreover, the teller was the same one who assisted him during his previous deposit of 60,000 yuan. Her recollection of Chen Yang was particularly vivid, not only due to the substantial amount of money, but also because of his strikingly handsome appearance, reminiscent of a reader's ideal. Now, witnessing this middle-aged man once again, she was astonished that he had deposited another 130,000 yuan, bringing his total savings to a remarkable 190,000 yuan. "Pretty lady, please deposit all this money for me." Chen Yang couldn't help but smile at the young woman's gaze. Although he considered her a young girl, she was likely in her mid-20s, possibly already married with children, possessing a delicate beauty. "All right, sir," the woman finally responded, hastily processing his deposit. Consequently, his account now boasted a total of 190,000 yuan, alongside over 20,000 yuan in cash. At the same time, Zhong Yinshan had completed his own deposit, flamboyantly tucking away his bankbook while casting a glance at it, finally breaking into a grin. "I have 130,000 here. Stop boasting. Be a little more discreet," Chen Yang whispered, prompting Zhong Yinshan to nod in realization and quickly stow his belongings away as if nothing had occurred. The two soon hurriedly exited the bank. Once outside, they sought a nearby restaurant for a meal. After dining, they dared not linger and swiftly made their way to the bus station to purchase tickets for the next journey to Yanqing. Just in time, they found a train departing around 6 in the evening, and they secured tickets for that very train. It wasn't until they settled into their sleeper compartment that they could finally exhale in relief. While one might argue that trains are relatively safe, they still pose risks. However, the sleeper cars were somewhat more secure. As was their custom, the two took turns resting. The journey from Han City to Yanqing was slightly faster and shorter, so after a full 16 hours, they arrived at 10 in the morning, finally returning to Yanqing. Both felt an immense sense of relief. Although they had earned well in the outside world, nothing compared to the comfort of returning to familiar surroundings. "Let's find a shop nearby and buy a motorcycle," Chen Yang suggested cheerfully. "Absolutely." At the mention of purchasing a motorcycle, Zhong Yinshan was even more elated and promptly accompanied him to make the purchase. In this era, motorcycles were still quite popular, yet not an expense within reach of the average person, given their high prices. A decent motorcycle typically cost several thousand yuan, while a more refined model could exceed 10,000. With ordinary salaries hovering around a couple of hundred yuan, affording a motorcycle seemed out of the question for them. However, with their newfound wealth, such aspirations no longer felt unattainable. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a local shop to buy a Wuyang Honda 125, a model that was ubiquitous on the streets of Yanchang at the time. Renowned for its reliability and fuel efficiency, it came at a price of approximately 13,000 yuan. Chapter 19. A family dispute. Initially, Chen Yang hesitated to spend such a significant sum on a motorcycle, recognizing it as quite an extravagant purchase. His budget was 10,000 yuan. However, the flamboyant Zhong Yinshan insisted on purchasing this vehicle. He felt that merely buying one for himself was insufficient, and he insisted on persuading him to join in the acquisition. Ultimately, they spent 13,000, each acquiring a vehicle. "Old Zhong." As Zhong Yinshan prepared to depart on his bike, he called out to remind him, "Remember what I told you. Make sure to contact your relatives to get a sense of the situation. Don't dismiss this matter lightly. It is already mid-November. It would be best if we could go out once or twice during this time. In January, I will take you to earn a substantial sum. Is there anything more lucrative than this?" Zhong Yunshan's eyes widened in disbelief, immediately filled with excitement as he gazed at him. "Just follow my instructions, and I will call you when the time comes. We brothers will prosper. I wouldn't forget you in this. I know. Just don't give your money to your children, or I'll have to come back and reclaim it." Zhong Yinshan recalled something as well. Chen Yang chuklet heartily. However, he did not return home directly. His first course of action was to visit the bank. First and foremost, he repaid the 10,000 yuan. Afterward, he still had around 7 or 8,000 yuan left, so he withdrew 3,000. Thus, he was left with 187,000 in his account. After repaying the 10,000, he had about 1,000 yuan in cash remaining. The boss is making a fortune. The bank manager was quite affable upon seeing him settle his debt. He immediately smiled and shook his hand, saying that if Chen ever needed financial assistance in the future, he could come back to them. Chen Yang smiled inwardly. While outwardly he nodded in agreement, but internally he scoffed. "Let us not kid ourselves. I would never want to borrow money from others in my lifetime." Upon exiting, he returned home just in time for lunch. However, as soon as Chen Yang arrived, he was met with the sounds of an argument from inside. Dad must have taken the money and run. What business? Only someone as foolish as our eldest sister would believe Dad's words. Exactly. Haven't you noticed his attitude towards us has changed? It feels as if we are no longer his children. I think he has mortgaged our house and taken the money to flee. He no longer wants to care for us. I've always said Dad is no good. His children hurled accusations at one another. He divided the house and all the valuables. And I want my share of the house from work. The eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Kai, spoke first. Why should you get a share? If anyone gets divided, it should be me. The second daughter-in-law, Zhong Haifeng, countered angrily. Don't start. Our family S. Wang Jing is the eldest son, so he must receive his share. Following suit, the fourth son, Chen Wanghu, also joined in the fray. Only the eldest, Chen Wangling, held his daughter, Wang Jiajia, with concern while watching his siblings bicker. Stop arguing. Dad is not that kind of person. Dad said business is business. How could he possibly leave us with a mess after taking the money? Have you all forgotten how he treated you? He has never lived a carefree life for your sake. Now that you see Dad hasn't returned, you're already speaking such cold words. Do you even have a conscience? Furthermore, today, no one is permitted to touch anything in this house. If you wish to leave, I shall not prevent you. However, should you dare to meddle with my father's belongings, I will ensure that you do not depart. Eldest sister, what authority do you presume to wield in our home? Lu Kai scoffed derisively. A married daughter is like water poured away. You are now a married woman. Do you still possess the right to speak in our household? Step aside. Indeed, what concern is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. Amidst the exchange, outside, Chen Yang had parked his motorcycle and entered with a purposeful stride, delivering a resounding slap across Lu Kai's face. The sharp crack of the slap stunned everyone present. Father, Chen Wangling exclaimed with delight. Grandfather, you have returned. Wang Jiajia cheered as well. The others stood frozen, their expressions shifting in surprise. Lu Kai, holding her face, glared at Chen Yang with a mixture of anger and disbelief, clearly wishing to speak but ultimately refraining. Who wishes to leave? Chen Yang glared at his wayward children, a look of disdain crossing his features. Anyone who desires to exit may do so immediately. Once you leave this house, do not expect to return. Everything here was procured by me. Not a single pair of chopsticks or a bowl can be taken away. You have 1 minute to contemplate this choice. He fell silent, scrutinizing his ungrateful offspring. Upon his return, they all lowered their heads, no longer daring to mention leaving. After a minute, Chen Yang spoke again, his voice cold and stern. I have granted you an opportunity. You may choose to remain. Should you ever speak to your eldest sister in such a manner again, I shall not hesitate to discipline you. Father, we merely noticed your debts and thought perhaps second brother Chen Wangjing could ease the tension. One of them ventured. Your business has failed. Chen Yang shot him a glare. You are a disgrace. Do not speak of business. You cannot even hold a job properly, constantly lamenting my misfortunes. I have also heard you are no longer employed at the textile factory. Lu Kai, still seething, retorted, Did you not promise to secure a position for my brother? You are not keeping your word. Before she could finish, Chen Yang took a couple of steps towards her. Lu Kai, startled, instinctively retreated, but in her haste, stumbled and fell, landing on her back. Zhong Haifeng and the others could not suppress their laughter. When did you acquire the audacity to criticize my employment? Indeed, I'm no longer at the textile factory. Ah, you're no longer at the factory. What shall we do now? Indeed, we still need to build a house. Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe, the two brothers, immediately grew anxious. These two were solely fixated on Chen Yang providing them with funds to construct a new home, intending to move out. This had indeed been the course of events in the past. Once they moved out, they often brought their children over and frequently came to dine. Yet other matters were of no concern to them. In his previous life, Chen Yang had been thoroughly drained by them. Are you two brothers utterly useless, incapable of earning even a modest sum to build a house? And you, Lu Kai, you let your own parents handle your brother's job situation. I am not his mother, and your mother has not shared my bed. Why should I arrange a job for him? Ridiculous. After venting his frustrations, Chen Yang turned to his eldest daughter with a smile, saying, Dad is hungry. I bought some vegetables. Hurry and cook. Jia, come here for a hug from Grandpa. He then scooped up Wang Jia in his arms. Chapter 20. This is my motorcycle. Chen Wangling breathed a sigh of relief, for she understood a simple truth. Her father would not falter in his own home, and he could keep the younger siblings in check. She quickly took the vegetables inside to prepare a meal. Just then, a sudden exclamation from the fourth child, Chen Wanghu, broke the air. Dad, is that a Wuyang Honda? You bought it for me. Yakin had always urged him to buy a motorcycle, claiming it would be useful for taking her to work. He never expected his father would actually purchase one for him. It was truly wonderful. Chen Wanghu, having spotted the motorcycle parked in the corner of the yard, was overjoyed, inspecting it from every angle, unable to tear his eyes away. He eagerly reached out to Chen Yang, saying, "Give me the keys. I want to take it for a spin. It must be a delight to ride." The other siblings grew anxious. First, they were baffled by where Chen Yang had acquired the funds for such a purchase. Second, if a motorcycle was bought for Chen Wanghu, what would be left for them? Liu Kei and Zhong Haifeng exchanged frantic glances with their husbands, signaling them to intervene. If a motorcycle were to be bought, it should belong to the entire family, not just the fourth child. However, before they could react, Chen Yang approached Chen Wanghu and delivered a swift kick to his backside. With a thud, the boy fell to the ground. "Fool! Who said this was for you?" Chen Yang scolded. "If your girlfriend desires a motorcycle so badly, can't she buy one herself? Have you lost your mind, coming to me for money to buy things? This is my motorcycle." Chen Wanghu, covered in dirt and humiliation from a fall, looked up at his father with a sense of grievance. Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe, barely containing their laughter, exchanged glances upon hearing this. "That's Yakin's request." Chen Wanghu retorted, feeling slighted. "She came into our family and insisted we provide her with nice things, even demanding the house you divided for us to live in. The bride price is 5,000 plus a motorcycle, or she won Team Marry. Then let her not marry. Who cares?" Chen Yang scoffed, curling his lip. "That girl isn't even attractive and constantly makes demands. Who in their right mind would want her? Truly, what a disgrace. Dad, she's my fiancée, your future daughter-in-law. Isn't it your responsibility to help me marry her?" Chen Wanghu exclaimed in disbelief. "Have you forgotten?" Chen Wanghu was taken aback, sensing that this time his father was treading an unconventional path. Every time he spoke of marrying a wife, he urged himself to hastily secure Du Yakin and bring her home, deeming everything else negotiable. Now you have changed your mind. How can you still mention your mother? A wife should resemble your mother, capable of managing a household, gentle, and virtuous, not someone like Du Yakin, who is utterly worthless. If you wish to marry her, do so on your own. Do not bring her into my home, for her mere presence irritates me." Chen Yang shot him a glare before turning away to embrace Wang Jia, completely disregarding his offspring. Behind them, those children were left in shock. Something was amiss with their father. "You are irresponsible," Chen Wanghu angrily exclaimed from behind. Yet, Chen Yang paid him no mind. "Grandfather, how fortunate you returned just in time. Otherwise, they would have taken all our pots and pans." Wang Jia whispered in his ear, "Fear not. With grandfather here, these fiends cannot stir up trouble." Indeed, grandfather was formidable. Just moments ago, he had kicked uncle and slapped aunt. It seemed they were all afraid of him. Chen Yang chucklet. The main issue lies with their own lack of ambition. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Grandfather is hungry, and we shall dine shortly. Ultimately, lunch concluded amid a heavy atmosphere. However, after the meal, Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe hurried off to work. Chen Wanghu appeared displeased with Chen Yang, his face dark as he tossed down his chopsticks and departed, unsure whether to seek out Du Yakin or engage in some other frivolity. As for the youngest, Chen Wangyue, he was merely a young man of society, often found loitering in pool halls. Meanwhile, the youngest sibling, Chen Wangxiu, kept his head down, seemingly having lost the desire to cause trouble following that day's events, hastily departing for school. The remaining two daughters-in-law, meanwhile, dared not voice their thoughts in the house. "Have you two lost your hands or feet?" Observing the two daughters-in-law whispering quietly to one another, Chen Yang furrowed his brow and approached them, chastising. "Your elder sister prepared this meal, and yet you cannot even wash a single bowl? Wangling, come out quickly." Chen Wangling hurried out, her face a picture of curiosity as she looked at her father. What is it now? You two, go inside and wash the dishes, tidy up the kitchen. Chen Yang pointed at Zhong Haifeng and Lu Kai. Do we not pay for the meal? Lu Kai replied with reluctance. What does paying for a meal signify? That merely covers the cost of the food. Quickly go, wash the dishes. Chen Wangling wanted to protest, but was abruptly silenced by her father's grip. With no other option, the two daughters-in-law lowered their heads and retreated to wash the dishes. Take off that apron. I will take you out for a walk. Chen Yang finally smiled at Chen Wangling. Father, I will tidy up things at home. What on earth are you tidying up? Chen Yang shook his head. Your two sisters-in-law act like useless drifters doing nothing at home, neither cooking nor washing clothes. Let them handle it. If they continue to neglect their duties, I will have your two younger brothers divorce them. What use is such uselessness? Do they not claim you are not part of the family? If you are not part of the family, why should you do anything for them? Let them fend for themselves. This statement, seemingly directed at Chen Wangling, was, in fact, aimed at Zhong Haifeng and Lu Kai. The two daughters-in-law were busy in the kitchen, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Naturally, they held a greater disdain for Chen Yang. Come on, I'll take you shopping. Just look at the state of the clothes you and Jia are wearing. Let's get you a few new outfits. Upon hearing Chen Yang's intention to buy clothes for them, Lu Kai could no longer contain herself and emerged from within. Our child's clothes are also worn out. If your child's clothes are tattered, won't you buy him some? Chen Yang retorted, his eyes widening. Then how you plan to buy for your elder sister? Lu Kai, her eyes reddening with anger, was determined to defend her pride. How do we end up with such a fool like you? Chen Yang found her reaction amusing. Chen Wangling is my daughter. Is it not only natural for me to buy her things? Why don't you go buy clothes for your son? ISNT your child? Why are you coming to me for that? Acting like a useless thing. With that, Chen Yang said no more. Turning to embrace Wang, Jia, and mount the motorcycle. Take off your apron. Let us hit the streets. Chapter 21. A chaotic scene, the motorcycle roared as it whisked Chen Wangling and Wang Jia away for their shopping excursion. We can't continue living like this. Why should they go shopping? We are here washing dishes. Lu Kai, having been chastised by Chen Yang, watched as they departed. Her anger causing her to throw down the items in her hands, as if she were ready to quit. Father-in-law is back, Zhong Haifeng suddenly exclaimed. Lu Kai was startled and hurriedly picked up the scattered items, nervously explaining, I didn't say anything, but upon looking up, she found no one was present. Zhong Haifeng, is your mother unwell? Lu Kai seethed with frustration. Zhong Haifeng chuckled, ignoring her, and resumed washing the countertop. Fierce on the surface, yet soft-hearted at core. On the street, Chen Yang parked the motorcycle. However, upon seeing the storefront, Chen Wangling's expression shifted, and she pulled her father back just as he was about to enter. Dad, let's not buy clothes here. They're too expensive. So what if they are? Do you think your father cannot afford it? Chen Yang reassured her with a smile. Dad, we have many other expenses at home. Let us not shop here. Let us go somewhere else. Chen Wangling was a woman of remarkable frugality. Having grown up in a modest environment, she had developed a habit of spending very conservatively. The store was exquisitely decorated, and the garments inside were fashionable and beautiful. She knew that her family could not afford such luxuries, hence her desire to leave with her father. Just then, a mocking voice broke through. ISNT this Chen Wangling? I say, sister-in-law, what brings you here? The items here aren't cheap. I see the clothes you usually wear all patched up. Are you really considering shopping here? I advise you not to venture in. It will be quite embarrassing if you can't afford anything. Chen Wangling felt a wave of self-doubt wash over her. Lowering her head, it's my aunt, Wang Jia whispered. Xiaofen, are you out of your mind? Chen Yang exclaimed, ready to retaliate. Indeed, Chen Yang recognized her. This is my son-in-law Wang Daoi's sister-in-law, Xiaofen. Being the youngest daughter-in-law, Xiaofen is particularly favored in their household. Her endearing charm and playful demeanor have earned her a warm reception from the Wang family, who truly regard her as a cherished gem. Originally, Chen Yang's son-in-law, Wang Daowei, was considered the most financially astute among the family, while his two brothers were deemed rather inept. Wang Daowei managed to earn a considerable income. Yet the necessity to support the household left his daughter living in constant financial strain. Following Wang Daowei's untimely demise due to work-related circumstances, the family received some compensation. However, his two brothers, along with Wang Daoi's parents, subsequently seized all of Wang Daoi's belongings, even expelling his childless eldest daughter along with Wang Jejia from the Wang family home. This incident ignited Chen Yang's fury. He lamented that his daughter had never experienced a life of comfort after marrying into their family, and now, with her husband gone, the Wang family had the audacity to cast her out. Had they never crossed paths, it would have been one matter, but now that they had, and were met with mockery, Chen Yang could hardly withstand it. More significantly, having lived two lives, Chen Yang was privy to numerous unsavory secrets of the Wang family. He was also aware of the true reason behind Xiao Xiaofan's audacity within the Wang household, her illicit affair with her father-in-law. This scandal was meticulously concealed. Apart from Xiao Xiaofan and her father-in-law, hardly anyone was privy to it. Chen Yang's knowledge stemmed from a subsequent incident involving the Wang family that exposed this affair, causing quite a stir within their ranks. While he reminisced about these events, he suddenly heard voices approaching from behind. It turned out that Xiao Xiaofan was not alone in her outing. Her father-in-law Wang Chong, her mother-in-law, two young men, and another woman accompanied her. Undoubtedly, this was their entire family out for a stroll. "Big soldier, father-in-law look. He scolded me the moment we met." Xiao Xiaofan pouted, stomping her foot and playfully pointing at Chen Yang and Chen Wangling. The unexpected encounter seemed to momentarily startle Wang Chong and his companions. Nevertheless, they felt little fear towards Chen Yang, as he had remained silent amidst the turmoil, merely retrieving his daughter. They mistakenly believed he was intimidated. In truth, Chen Yang had considered confronting them, but his children were too timid, fearing trouble and forbidding him from doing so. Ultimately, he refrained. "Why are you scolding my daughter-in-law?" Wang Chong stepped forward to confront Chen Yang. "You, Chen, have brought one daughter-in-law into your home and now bully another. How can you behave this way? It was Xiaofan who first mocked me upon arrival. My father didn't say you had the right to speak." Wang Chong retorted angrily. Slap. The moment Wang Chong finished his sentence, he felt a stinging blow across his face. Following this, he sensed a lightness around his waist, as if someone had snatched his keys. Wang Chong was taken aback. "Chen Yang, what are you doing?" Chen Yang chuckled heartily as he retrieved a small amulet pouch, infused with the fragrant essence of mugwort from his keychain, casually tossing the remaining keys back to Wang Chong. The moment he grasped the item, both Wang Chong and Xiao Xiaofan's expressions shifted dramatically. Without allowing them a moment to react, Chen Yang forcefully tore the pouch apart, instantly revealing a concealed piece of paper. A wave of mirth threatened to escape him as he recalled how their previous lives had unraveled due to a similar incident. It had been Wang Chong's wife who, in her curiosity, unwrapped what she believed to be a protective charm, only to discover a scandalous love letter meant for her son's wife, penned by her own husband. This revelation had sparked the ensuing turmoil. Given Chen Yang's familial ties to Wang Chong, he vividly remembered the animated retellings that had circulated, making this moment particularly poignant. Seizing the opportunity, he exclaimed, "Oh, dear Xiaofan." As he opened the letter, laughing uproariously, "I have adored you since the very first moment we met." As he recited the opening lines, chaos erupted around him. "I will end you." Wang Chong lunged to snatch the letter, but Chen Yang, towering over him, easily kicked him aside. With unabashed glee, he turned to Wang Dabing, Xiaofan's husband, and said, "Dabing, come take a look at this love letter your father has gifted to your wife. It is indeed a rarity. I cannot continue reading. It is far too distasteful. You may peruse it at your leisure." Wang Dabing stood frozen, and upon taking the letter, he was immediately engulfed in despair. "Well, Wang Chong, are you even human?" Xiaofan's wife was the first to scream, advancing to confront Wang Chong. "You wretched woman." Wang Dabing retaliated with a swift slap to Xiaofan's face. Meanwhile, Wang Chong's eldest son was left bewildered, glancing at his wife, who glared back at him in fury. "What are you looking at? I have had no affair with him." Chapter 22. Father's business proposition. Upon hearing her words, Chen Yang nearly succumbed to laughter, pulling his daughter's hand as he said, "Let us depart. They are entangled in their own mess, which concerns us not. We should hasten inside." The innocent Chen Wangling was indeed startled. staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene before finally dazedly following her father inside. Outside, the chaos escalated into hair-pulling and shouting, eventually dividing into two factions, Wang Chong and Xiao Xiaofan on one side, while Wang Dabing, his mother, and siblings formed the opposing camp. Wang Chong proved to be surprisingly loyal, steadfastly defending Xiao Xiaofan throughout the fray. Xiao Xiaofan was in a pitiable state, her clothing torn and almost exposing her form. Just as Chen Yang and Chen Wangling entered, the curious shop staff emerged to witness the commotion, drawing a crowd from the surrounding streets. Oh dear! Look! Her coat is about to be ripped off. What a sight! What is this? At the very least, you should have some discernment. Have you never seen a pig run after having eaten meat? I can tell just by looking. I have far too much experience in such matters. The onlookers were momentarily struck with astonishment. Is this something we can witness in person? Previously, we only saw such scenes in Hong Kong and Taiwan films. Indeed, it was quite exhilarating to behold. What were they doing? Someone curiously inquired, as no one had observed the entire spectacle, nor were they privy to the familial ties involved. I know, Chen Yang exclaimed, having left Chen Wangling and Wang Jia inside the store to explain the situation. The one whose clothes are nearly torn off is Xiao Xiaofan, and the one relentlessly attacking her is Wang Dabin. They are a married couple, and the elderly man protecting Xiao Xiaofan is Wang Chong, while the woman striking Wang Chong is his wife. The two standing nearby are Wang Chong's eldest son and daughter-in-law. Chen Yang began his introduction, projecting his voice loudly so that all could hear. And how did this altercation arise? You see, Wang Dabin is holding a letter written by Wang Chong to his daughter-in-law, disguised as a request for a talisman. I inadvertently opened it and discovered the truth, which ignited the conflict within their family. What a scandal! Such explosive drama. Is this something I can witness without a fee? It's simply riveting. You should fight harder. Yes, tear her clothes completely off. Don't just stop at the clothes. Tear off the pants too. Can't we enjoy this spectacle? In an instant, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed the perfect fodder for post-meal conversation. Upon hearing this unfolding drama, everyone felt a thrill. Such a moral decay. Indeed, it's utterly ludicrous. Yet, upon reflection, one had to admit that Wang Chong's daughter-in-law was rather attractive. Her fair complexion was quite captivating. While the onlookers lamented the decline of societal morals, their eyes remained fixed on the scene. Chen Yang, I swear I will make you pay. Wang Chong seethed upon hearing Chen Yang divulge their family's disgraceful affairs while enduring the harshest blows, shooting daggers at Chen Yang. Chen Yang chuckled, internally cursing him. You might not even have a family to return to. You deserve this. With that, he grinned and turned back inside, leaving the crowd outside still engrossed in the commotion. Sir, are you serious? As Chen Yang stepped back in, a gossiping store attendant asked. It was I who revealed their love letter, leading to this chaotic brawl. I must say, I have played a pivotal role, though I remain humble about it. All right, let's focus on shopping. We want to concern ourselves with the ruckus outside. Wangling, come try on some clothes. Bring out the ones suitable for my daughter. Sure. The attendant cast a lingering glance, but eventually went to fetch the clothes for them to try on. Chen Wangling felt somewhat bewildered, but followed her father's advice and began to try on the garments. The clothes were indeed quite appealing, and ultimately, they purchased two well-fitting outfits. The total cost amounted to over 200 yuan, which startled Chen Wangling, yet she could not resist her father's insistence and ultimately accepted the purchase. As they emerged, they discovered that the family had seemingly fled. There was a tinge of regret for not witnessing the aftermath. Let us proceed. There's a children's clothing store next door. We shall purchase a couple of outfits for Jia. Father, we are spending too much. What of it? Come along. With that, he led Wang Jia to the adjacent store, where they acquired 3 garments. Fortunately, they were reasonably priced, totaling no more than around 100 yuan. Yet, in the blink of an eye, over 300 yuan had been spent. This sudden expenditure left Chen Wangling somewhat bewildered. I still have some cash. Chen Yang, who had brought them on his motorcycle, lingered for a moment before producing 500 yuan to place in her hand. Father, how can I accept your money? Just take it. You currently have no income and are residing with us. The money I previously gave you for groceries has dwindled. Take it for now. There will be many more expenses ahead. At that moment, Chen Wangling lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. She felt utterly useless. As a child, witnessing her parents toil from dawn till dusk to support herself and a multitude of siblings, she had longed to grow up quickly to assist her parents. Yet, not long after, her mother succumbed to exhaustion, leaving only her father to labor tirelessly alone, though he returned each day with a smile. Occasionally bringing treats for her and her siblings, she understood the hardships he endured outside. In those days, her desire to mature swiftly intensified, fearing that by the time she grew up, her father would be aged. Eventually, she did grow up and married, only to realize that she could not truly assist her father, as her own family struggled to sustain themselves, leaving her feeling even more guilty for not only being unable to help him, but also for needing him to worry about her. "Foolish girl, why are you crying?" Chen Yang gently inquired upon noticing his daughter sobbing behind him. "The hardest days are behind us. We are no longer in suffering. Father, I intend to seek employment." Chen Wangling wiped her tears and spoke softly. "How can you look for a job with a child in tow? I wish to see if there are any vacancies for sales clerks on the street. I can take the child with me. Earning even a little would be beneficial." Chen Yang pondered for a moment, then scratched his head and remarked, "That's likely not feasible. Sales clerks earn minimal wages, and they typically do not allow children. Unless we open our own store." Suddenly, Chen Yang clapped his hands. "Of course, we can run our own business." He turned to his daughter. "Why are you still looking for a job? I will help you start a business." Chapter 23. New products released. Chen Yang did not allow her to speak further and swiftly took her home. Upon their return, Zhong Haifeng and Lu Kai had tidied the house, but their expressions soured upon seeing them, as if they felt slighted by the earlier encounter. However, when they noticed the garments they brought in, both daughters-in-law were filled with envy. The packaging bears the name of the store, and they are aware that the clothing there is rather expensive. Typically, they are reluctant to purchase garments from such a place. As daughters-in-law, we are ultimately outsiders. It is only natural that they treat their own daughters well. Or we, after all, we toil endlessly, akin to beasts of burden. Yet we possess not a single piece of clothing. Zhong Haifeng's remarks dripped with sarcasm. "Don't you have parents? Are they deceased?" Chen Yang turned to glance at her after hearing this. "If your parents are alive, you could always ask them for support. Have they simply chosen not to buy for you? Or is it that they cannot afford it? Oh, it seems to be both. How utterly pitiful your existence is, that even your parents refuse to buy you new clothes." This statement struck Zhong Haifeng like a thunderbolt, leaving her crimson-faced, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. "Are you an orphan as well?" Chen Yang then directed his gaze towards Lu Kai. Lu Kai, indignant, retorted, "I haven't said anything. It was all Haifeng. I asked if you were an orphan. Of course I am not. Then do not emulate her." Chen Yang rolled his eyes. After saying this, he reclined on a lounge chair in the yard, choosing to ignore everyone. Lu Kai and Zhong Haifeng, the sisters-in-law, stood there, their faces pale with anger, yet feeling powerless. Chen Wangling glanced at the two sisters-in-law, now reprimanded by their father, a smile gracing her lips. It was not merely a matter of vindication. It was reminiscent of how her father provided for them without charge, only to be bossed around by them, which stirred her ire. Now, finally, her father had put them in their place. Chen Wangling contemplated a suitable business for her daughter. Engaging in a technical field such as the culinary industry seemed too exhausting. She was reluctant to impose that burden, particularly since her daughter was caring for a child. The most prudent approach would be to open a store that simply required purchasing and selling goods, which would be more convenient. Suddenly, an idea sparked within her. A chain convenience store. If memory serves, the 711 convenience store emerged in Pengcheng during the 1980s, and it appears to have expanded throughout the Pearl River Delta. However, it was around the year 2000 that convenience stores truly flourished, particularly with the rise of Mayijia in the Pearl River Delta. Yet, I recall that Mayijia only began to gain prominence around the year 2000, and now it is 1991. Yes, I can enter the convenience store industry. Furthermore, since my daughter is currently looking after a child, it is indeed suitable for her to manage a store, allowing her to earn money while caring for her child without excessive strain. I can assist her in sourcing goods. With these thoughts, she suddenly sprang to her feet. Yes, I shall help her establish such a store. Just then, a raucous voice from outside interrupted her reverie. Old Chen, Old Chen. Chen Yang promptly stepped outside, only to see Zhong Yunshan flamboyantly arriving on a motorcycle. Upon spotting him, he chuckled. Come on, let us go out for lunch. My treat. Why so ostentatious? Chen Yang Lao Get. What do you mean by ostentatious? I simply don't want to eat at home today. I'm treating you. Bring Wangling and Jia along. I haven't had the chance to take my niece out for a meal since she came back. Spare me the fuss. It won't cost you anything. The main focus is on conducting business, and I just call my cousin again. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's eyes sparkled, and he immediately nodded, saying, All right, let's go out for a meal. Just take them to our usual spot. I'll reserve a table and order some dishes. You can come over when the time is right. With that, he chuckled and turned to leave. As Chen Yang entered, he called out to Chen Wangling, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, Stop cooking. Uncle Zhong is treating us today. We're dining out. Oh, we can eat out. Wang Jiajia exclaimed, her joy evident. Zhong Haifeng and Lu Qi, who had been retreating to their respective rooms, suddenly emerged, as they had no desire to cook either. We're going too. They chimed in unison. But he didn't invite you. Do you really think you should go? Chen Yang shot them a disapproving glance. Are we supposed to cook for ourselves then? Lu Kai retorted, somewhat indignant. What's the matter, can't you cook? Chen Yang quipped back. Didn't I give the eldest sister money? Aren't the ingredients already bought? He dismissed them with a wave of his hand, ushering his daughter and granddaughter into the car, quickly disappearing from sight. Look at him. He doesn't even resemble a father, Lu Kai exclaimed, slapping her thigh in frustration. If you're so capable, go say it to his face. Don't just complain to me. Zhong Haifeng rolled her eyes. Oh please, you think you're brave enough to confront him? Just wait till he gives you a slap. Lu Kai scoffed back. I'm not foolish enough to provoke him. At the usual place, Zhong Yunshan had already ordered the dishes and was waiting for their arrival, ensuring the tableware was cleaned and ready for the meal. What did Brotherly say? Chen Yang inquired of Zhong Yunshan. He mentioned that the customs are preparing to release a batch of goods, including a substantial quantity of thermal underwear, around 30,000 pieces. Chen Yang's expression shifted. 30,000 pieces? That is indeed significant. What is the price per piece? I heard from my cousin that these items are not cheap. They sell for a bit more than long-sleeve shirts in the market, with a set price at 3 yuan. Zhong Yunshan nodded, albeit uncertain. But I can't verify if that is true. I have no idea what the market price is. Chen Yang, however, was well informed. Before thermal underwear emerged, the primary clothing trend in the country consisted of cotton and wool shirts, which were quite bulky and unflattering. Thermal underwear quickly replaced wool shirts due to its warmth, comfort, and lightweight design, sparking a trend. However, during this time, thermal underwear was still relatively expensive, with even the most basic set selling for around 30 yuan. In fact, higher quality materials, such as pure cotton, could push the price to 70 or even 100 yuan. For an average person earning a salary of 200 yuan, spending over 100 yuan on thermal underwear was exorbitant. Now, to find it at 3 yuan per piece at customs is laughable, though it likely represents the lowest tier available. 3 pieces for 1 item, totaling 30,000 items, amounts to 90,000 yuan. We are certainly going to secure this deal. Chapter 24. Leasing a store. Chen Wangling, seated nearby, did not intend to eavesdrop on her father's conversation with Uncle Zhong. However, she could not help but overhear, and upon hearing the amount, she was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape, as if to voice her thoughts. 90,000 yuan. How could our family possibly afford such a sum? Yet, upon glancing at Zhong Yunshan, she saw his serious nod. Yes, I knew you would manage to secure it. Since you have mentioned it, there is no doubt. I have already discussed it with my cousin. I will call him shortly. Are there other items as well? Yes, indeed. He inquired if I had any interest. However, it is not clothing. What is it? Snacks. Imported snacks. Zhong Yunshan clapped his hands, revealing a substantial batch of approximately 5 tons of assorted snacks, including some rare finds. They are preparing to sell them now, with a fixed price of 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan for 5 tons of snacks? Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. He had just contemplated opening a convenience store to sell items for his daughter, and now snacks were available. What a fortuitous coincidence. Indeed, he mentioned 5,000 yuan for the entire 5 tons in one go, asking if we were interested. I believe it is unnecessary. We should focus on selling clothing, which is quite profitable. I want to secure it. After contemplating, Chen Yang finally spoke. You wish to acquire it? Zhong Yinshan glanced at him. Wangling has been residing with us daily, cooking and managing household chores. I contemplated that she might as well be a caretaker for the whole family. This cannot continue. It would be better to open a store for her to sell something, earning a bit of money while taking care of her child. Far preferable to working a regular job. This is an excellent idea. Zhong Yinshan suddenly understood. Very well. You can take it. I do not want it. I'm only interested in clothing. All right, after dinner, you should call your cousin, and we will head over tomorrow. Chen Yang mused that it was now late November, approaching December. Their plan for financial success was set to commence in January, and they needed to seize this opportunity to finalize everything before hastening to the bustling metropolis. As 1992 approached, the most lucrative opportunity was, without a doubt, stock market subscription certificates. They had already amassed a considerable sum of money, ready to capitalize on this wave, for in those years, such certificates were indeed a ticket to wealth. Once this matter is settled, I will take you to another place for even greater fortune. It is settled. Splendid. Elated after their meal, Zhong Yinshan cheerfully returned to make the call to Li Jingming to finalize the order. Chen Yang, for the moment, did not head home, but instead took Chen Wangling and Wang Jiejia for a leisurely stroll through the nearby streets. While Chen Wangling perceived it as a leisurely outing, Chen Yang had a different agenda. He was surveying potential storefronts. Since a source of goods was now secured, it was prudent to find a suitable location to open a shop. Dad, what business are you and Uncle Jean pursuing? I just overheard you mention several tens of thousands. We must not act recklessly. Where will we find such a large sum? Chen Wangling could no longer restrain her concern for her father. Rest assured. Chen Yang smiled and shook his head, assuring me that he and Uncle Jean were well aware of their business matters, so there was no need for my concern. He proceeded to inform me that he was seeking a shop for me to establish my business. As you heard earlier, that batch of snacks weighed 5 tons and was certainly worth more than 5,000 yuan. Therefore, I am prepared to invest 5,000 yuan to purchase them and bring them here for sale. Imported snacks are quite popular in this era, and once we acquire them, we can sell them gradually, which should yield a good profit. Are you truly going to open a shop for me? I inquired, feeling apprehensive as I had no prior business experience. Do not fear, he reassured me. I will be here to assist you. If anything proves too challenging, I will handle it. Just follow my guidance. During our meal, he had shared numerous considerations, and I merely nodded in response. Soon, we arrived in front of an empty shop, and Chen Yang expressed his satisfaction, promptly engaging the landlord to secure the lease. After efficiently concluding this arrangement, he turned to me and said, "Here is the key. I may need to attend to business matters for the next 10 days or so. Once you have the key, please begin the renovations. I will order a sign and hire a renovation company to enhance the interior. You simply need to oversee the place daily." I nodded, though a hint of worry crossed my face. But that will surely cost a significant amount. Any endeavor to earn money in business involves expenses. Chen Yang replied with a shake of his head. Come, I see a renovation company ahead. Let's explore it. He swiftly guided me into the renovation company. After discussing our needs, he led me to the site and articulated his requirements. This particular company was small, and the owner, seemingly new to the field, diligently noted Chen Yang's specifications while displaying a humble demeanor. Mr. Chen, I have taken note of everything, he exclaimed. Good, now please provide a quote, Chen Yang requested. To accomplish everything you desire, it will be 1,000 yuan, the owner calculated thoughtfully. 1,000 yuan? That is exorbitant, I interjected, feeling it was too steep. Renovations do come at a price. It's not that my quote is high. Your father's requirements are not typical, and there are quite a few cabinets involved. The facade is also unique. I have my constraints. The owner defended. Very well, 1,000 it is. Starting tomorrow, I will not be present here. You will coordinate everything with my eldest daughter. If you find yourself indecisive, feel free to consult her. I understand. Remember, I want my facade to be impeccable. The name, is life's home. Understood. I will ensure it is noted. After this flurry of activity, dusk had already settled. As we rode back, I noticed Wang Jiajia had fallen asleep. Upon returning home, the atmosphere was lively. Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe had also returned from work, and the mischievous Chen Wanghu and Chen Wangyue were back as well, alongside Chen Wangxiu, who had come home from school. "Dad, what is going on?" Chen Wangjing voiced his discontent in the courtyard. "It's one thing for our elder sister to stay with us, but we pay for meals, and she does not cook for everyone. What is her intention? Indeed, such conduct is rather inappropriate. It is my belief that my elder sister should not reside in our home, for she has already been married off," Chen Wangjing declared, glancing at the youngest, Chen Wangxiu. With a roll of her eyes, Chen Wangxiu chuckled inwardly. "I refuse to play the villain. If anyone must, it should be you all." Just then, Chen Yang rode in on his motorcycle, dismounting to inquire about their plans. Instantly, the siblings fell silent. "Do you wish to move out?" Chen Yang asked Chen Wangjing directly. Chen Wangjing immediately felt flustered. "I am not referring to myself, but rather my elder sister. Where your elder sister resides is none of your concern. Who do you think you are?" Chen Yang glared at him. "The decisions you may make pertain solely to yourselves. Go wherever you desire, but do not speak out of turn." He then bellowed into the house. "Is dinner ready?" "I am starving." Lu Kei and Zhong Haifeng, who were preparing the meal, were startled, feeling utterly wronged. "Weren't you the one who used to cook? Now you expect us to do it while treating us so poorly. Are we not allowed to live?" Chapter 25. Accommodation fee. Despite the significant dissent among the children, the oppressive atmosphere imposed by Chen Yang rendered the evening meal somber, with no one daring to utter a word. However, as they neared the end of their meal, Chen Yang spoke up again. "I must step out tomorrow for some errands. Those of you who need to work, do so. I may be gone for 10 days to 2 weeks. Remember, the household duties, especially meals, will be handled by Zhong Haifeng and Lu Kei. Isn't the elder sister supposed to cook?" The two daughters-in-law protested anxiously. "She'll buy the groceries. You two will prepare the meals." Lu Kei was quite incensed. "Are you unwilling?" Chen Yang turned to her. "I just don't cook well." Lu Kei quickly retreated. "Your cooking is quite satisfactory." To her surprise, Chen Yang nodded. "Your culinary skills are commendable. If this continues, the responsibility of cooking will henceforth be entrusted to both of you." The two daughters-in-law sulked, unable to voice their dissent. They exchanged glances with their husbands, silently urging them to interject. "Dad, they aren't accustomed to cooking. Isn't our elder sister more experienced? Let her handle it." Chen Wangjing mustered the courage to suggest after some contemplation. "Indeed, you claim that you have paid for meals, but you have yet to settle your accommodation fees. Here's the deal. Each person will contribute 20 yuan, calculated per head, to reside in our home," Chen Yang countered, not addressing Chen Wangjing's comment, but instead proposing this new stipulation. "What do you mean we have to pay accommodation fees?" The siblings were taken aback. "Thus, your second and third sisters-in-law cooking is essentially offsetting your accommodation fees. Do you agree?" The three bachelors, Chen Wanghu, Chen Wanghe, and Chen Wanglu, enthusiastically raised their hands in agreement. "Absolutely. It should be this way." Chen Wanghu chuckled, quickly siding with his father. Chen Wangjing and his spouse were on the verge of exploding with frustration. "Of course you agree. You want to have to lift a finger. Then it is settled." Chen Yang nodded and turned to Chen Wangjing. "Do you have any objections?" Chen Wangjing felt an overwhelming discomfort, unsure why the mere gaze of his father instilled fear within him. In this era, Chen Yang, towering above his children, exuded a formidable presence, commanding respect and apprehension alike. It was evident that his ability to generate income, even as a workshop supervisor earning more than the sons of two ordinary workers, contributed to this fear. Indeed, money serves as a potent aphrodisiac for men. The second and third children were suffocated by their circumstances, yet powerless to change them. After dinner, Chen Yang busied himself in his room, preparing for the tasks ahead. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door, heralding the arrival of his youngest, Chen Wangxiu. "Father, I have come to realize my mistakes over the past few days." Chen Wangxiu entered and earnestly apologized. Chen Yang glanced at her and, suddenly amused, replied, "And then what? I have observed the issues my siblings face. and I have learned my lesson. I shall never repeat my previous actions. Rest assured, once I complete my studies abroad, I will return home to honor you properly. Very well. I shall await your filial piety. Focus on your studies and earn well. Chen Yang chuckled, patting her shoulder. It brings me joy to see you become self-sufficient. Huh? Chen Wangxiu hesitated. Didn't you say you would fund my studies abroad? Huh? Haven't you matured? If you've truly grown up, then why should I provide for your studies? You ought to earn it yourself. Good luck. Chen Wangxiu's face flushed red, realizing her pretense had been transparent. Her intention was to feign an apology to extract financial support from her father for her overseas education. Once abroad, she would be beyond his control, and she fully intended to remain there, for she viewed it as a beacon of civilization. As for returning home, she had no such plans. She envisioned herself thriving, becoming someone of significance. To her surprise, her father completely disregarded her advances. Father, where am I to find money for my education? Supporting my studies is your responsibility. No need for such lofty sentiments. Chen Yang, do not heed them. If you gain admission to a university domestically, I shall fund it. Should you wish to study abroad, that is your own endeavor. If you can earn the money, I shall not impede you. However, if you expect me to shower you with funds, you are sorely mistaken. Chen Yang saw through his daughter's intentions. He was not foolish. He understood her motives. In his previous life, he had been aware of his daughter's thoughts, but he had always hoped to support them, believing they were his own flesh and blood, willing to do anything for their benefit. His heart had been too soft, but times had changed. After experiencing despair in his past life, he had gained clarity. The only emotion these individuals felt towards him was tied to his ability to generate wealth. It was as simple as that. How can you be so callous? You show no sense of responsibility as a father. Chen Wangxiu, still relatively young, could no longer contain her frustration. With that, she slammed the door and stormed out. Chen Wangling was startled as she pushed the door open, intending to inquire about her father. I'm fine. There's no need to be upset because I didn't receive any money. You needn't concern yourself with her. And as for the money you have, it must not be given to anyone else, not even a little. I understand. Chen Yang replied coldly. Now, hurry and get some sleep. I'm tired too, and I must rise early tomorrow. Indifferent to the myriad of concerns, Chen Yang focused on his own affairs for the following day. At dawn next day, Chen Yang arose early, and, just as he stepped outside, he encountered his eldest daughter, who was also awake. Take care of Jia. Don't worry about anything else, he instructed before departing. Chen Wangling felt a twinge of unease. She wished to assist her father with his tasks, but the responsibilities of caring for her child and other obligations anchored her in place. She called out, Dad, please be cautious. The world is rather tumultuous right now. Chen Yang nodded and soon vanished from sight. However, once outside, he ran into Zhong Yinshan. My cousin has already agreed. Today, we will retrieve the clothing from customs, and we shall also collect the 5 tons of snacks you requested. Let us first head to Pengcheng. Once there, we'll withdraw the money and immediately proceed to customs to pick up the goods. As he said this, he glanced at Zhong Yinshan. What will your contribution be? Let us split it 50-50. I'll cover half the cost, and you shall cover the other half. Zhong Yinshan chuckled in agreement. All right, Chen Yang laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Let's set off for Pengcheng at once. The two, brimming with excitement, boarded the earliest transport to Pengcheng, and their initial task upon arrival was to withdraw money. After securing the funds, Chen Yang summoned 3 5-ton trucks to accompany them to customs. Chapter 26. It snowed. Why 3 trucks? Zhong Yinshan pondered, gazing at the 3 vehicles while seated inside. One is designated for our clothing, which you will send to the station for shipping. The other 2 are for transporting food back to Yangcheng. Understood. Now I get it. With that, they arrived at the entrance. Familiarity with the security guard made their entry seamless, and while Zhong Yinshan went in search of Li Zhengming, Chen Yang waited outside. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Zhengming emerged. I want to accompany you. I've already made the arrangements. You may proceed to collect the goods and settle the payment on your own. I have other matters to attend to. All right. Thank you, Brother Li. Chen Yang exchanged a glance with Zhong Yinshan, and the two promptly instructed the driver to head towards the warehouse. Together, they commenced the necessary paperwork. This was now their third time undertaking such an endeavor. Thus, their process was expedited. Before long, they had completed the formalities and were ready to transport the items. With a favorable journey from customs, they split into two paths. One route saw Zhong Yinshan driving a truck loaded with goods to the railway station for shipping. Once completed, he would purchase the nearest train ticket to Hancheng. The other route was more straightforward. Chen Yang needed to first return the items to his home, so he set off for his residence. Furthermore, Zhong Yinshan entrusted him with a key. Zhong Yinshan possesses an additional residence not far from their rented shop, which serves as a convenient storage space for their goods. As dusk fell, they finally returned to the location. Chen Yang recruited a few individuals nearby to assist with the unloading. By around 9 p.m., they had successfully completed the task. After compensating those who helped with the unloading and paying the driver, Chen Yang let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he returned to find his eldest daughter, Chen Wangling. "Father, didn't you go to Pengcheng?" she inquired. "I am preparing to go there now. Here is the key to your Uncle Zhong's old house. I am giving it to you now. The 5 tons of goods we brought back are stored there. During this period, you need to oversee the renovation of our shop and occasionally check on the goods, especially to ensure that mice don't gnaw at them. Although it appears quite clean, you must still inspect it regularly." "I understand, and you take care." Chen Yang smiled gently, waved goodbye to his daughter, and hurried off without pausing for a meal. He rushed to the train station and boarded the next train directly bound for Hancheng. The following afternoon, he finally arrived back at Jianghan Street in Hancheng. Upon returning, he felt a sense of relief and went straight to his shop, where he found Zhong Yinshan waiting for him. Upon seeing Chen Yang, he broke into a smile and approached him, saying at last, "You have come. I was concerned that something might have happened to you." Chen Yang shook his head. "What could have happened? I merely ensured everything was in order. See, I returned promptly. When will the goods arrive?" "In 3 days," Zhong Yinshan replied, which was roughly in line with previous expectations. Chen Yang nodded. "Very well, 3 days it is. How much shall we sell each item for?" Zhong Yinshan then posed the most pressing question. "In truth, if we wish to sell, we could price them around 30. Especially in the northern regions. With the weather growing colder, I believe snow is imminent. Our goods are quite warm, and, being lightweight, they will surely attract buyers." As they conversed, a sudden commotion broke the air. "Curse it! What do you mean it should snow? Look, it is already snowing." Zhong Yinshan hurried outside and gazed up, discovering delicate flakes drifting from the sky, confirming that it was indeed snowing. Both men hailed from Guangdong province, particularly the Pearl River Delta, where snowfall was a rarity. Though Zhong Yinshan enjoyed a relatively comfortable life, opportunities to travel far were scarce in those times, so he had not witnessed much. The sight of snow excited him greatly. In contrast, Chen Yang, having traversed many places in his previous life, felt pleased yet remained composed, unlike Zhong Yinshan's exuberance. However, the snowfall filled him with hope, as he recognized that business would thrive in such cold weather. He could only wonder whether the goods would arrive smoothly. "It should be fine, with the snow falling. Our business will flourish even more. I observe that our wholesale price is set at 16 yuan per set, while they can retail it for at least 27 or 28 yuan per set. This arrangement allows us to reap greater profits, while they too can enjoy a more substantial gain. If we sell at 16 yuan per set, our profit per set would be a staggering 13 yuan. With an order of 30,000 sets, we could potentially earn a total of 390,000 yuan. Goodness, nearly 400,000 yuan. Each of us could almost receive 200,000 yuan. After a cursory calculation, this fellow was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The speed of this profit is truly astonishing. Calm down. Let us treat ourselves to a nice meal. We simply need to wait for the goods to arrive. Everything else can be set aside for now. Excellent. Let's proceed at once. For the next 2 days, they awaited the arrival of the shipment. During this period, light snow fell intermittently. Although it was not a heavy snowfall, the ominous gray skies gave the impression that a significant blizzard was imminent. Fortunately, after a 2-day wait, the goods finally arrived on the morning of the 3rd day. The two had arranged for vehicles to pick up the shipment. By afternoon, both vehicles arrived simultaneously at the storefront. They began unloading the goods, taking some time to bring in the entire stock of 30,000 sets of thermal underwear. That evening, they decided not to stay at the guest house. Chen Yang felt the chill in the air and rubbed his hands together. Over the past few days, they had not seen anyone else wandering around, so they thought it best to leave a note on the wall to inform others of their arrival. "Sure, we can sleep here," responded Zhong Yinshan, who, driven by the prospect of profit, nodded cheerfully in agreement. With so many sets of thermal underwear inside, combined with their makeshift bedding, lying down felt remarkably comfortable. "By sleeping here, we can save some money," Zhong Yinshan reassured himself. With their hands on the pulse of success, they felt no urgency despite having a sizable inventory. Thus, the following day, they luxuriated in a long slumber, rising only around 9 o'clock. At that moment, it seemed as though a gentle snowfall blanketed the entire Han city, with a delicate layer of snow accumulating outside. Upon opening the door, they intended to venture out for a meal, only to be greeted by several individuals huddled outside, engaged in conversation. "Dear bosses, were you sleeping inside?" One of those standing outside was none other than Boss Qian, whose eyes sparkled at the sight of them, unable to suppress a hearty laugh as he inquired. "You all arrived so promptly." Chen Yang responded with a smile. "Had it not been for the note you posted on the door, we would not have known you were back." Boss Qian was the first to step forward, joy radiating from him as he peered inside. "Since we're here, let us not stand on ceremony. Come in and take a look. I must tell you, today we have a new product that you likely have never sold before. Thermal underwear. Come, hurry inside to see." With that, Chen Yang warmly welcomed them in and called upon Zhong Yinshan to assist in the reception. However, these guests required no prompting. They eagerly moved forward to inspect the merchandise themselves. This item is indeed quite novel, and upon seeing it, they appeared momentarily stunned. "Is this really thermal underwear, Mr.?" Qian inquired with curiosity. "Yes, this is thermal underwear. Observe how comfortable the fabric is. It is designed for close-fitting wear, and its efficacy is comparable to that of woolen garments. However, this option is lighter and more convenient." As Chen Yang elaborated, he showcased the product. The individuals present took hold of the item, and upon tactile assessment, they found it undeniably comfortable and warmly inviting. "This feels quite pleasant, but can it truly replace woolen sweaters?" One of the businessmen expressed skepticism. "Why not? Choose one that fits you and try it on. You'll understand the difference." As they were all men of stature, they promptly donned a piece of thermal underwear. Once clad, they immediately sensed a remarkable distinction. The comfort was unparalleled. "It is indeed warm." After a brief moment of wear, one of them could not suppress a loud exclamation. "Remarkable. Though it appears thin, it is genuinely comfortable. It surpasses woolen sweaters in comfort, being lighter, snugger, and so warm. This product will undoubtedly sell well." Nothing surpasses the impact of personal experience. Thus, after trying it, he exclaimed, confident that this item would be a commercial success. The others exchanged glances, eagerly preparing to place their orders. "I have a total of 30,000 sets available." As Chen Yang noticed their focused attention upon him, he recognized the path forward. In terms of market pricing, even at a lower-end scenario, each piece could fetch between 30 to 50 yuan. I recommend setting your retail price at around 27 to 28 yuan, allowing us to sell slightly below competitors. Even if we earn a little less, it will facilitate quicker sales. Furthermore, with snow imminent, potentially heavy snow, we can capitalize on this period to clear inventory. 27 to 28 yuan should yield good sales. My wholesale price stands at 16 yuan per piece, allowing you to profit approximately 12 to 13 yuan on each sale. After stating this, he observed their discussions. The message was clear. My price is fixed, and further reductions are not feasible. Your pricing is a bit steep. One of the businessmen could not help but interject. Indeed, my price is higher than previous long-sleeve shirts, but your retail prices are also elevated. Chen Yang responded candidly. If you can earn a bit more, so can I. The pricing is quite reasonable, and the choice is ultimately yours. Among the group, Mr. Qian remained the leader, and after a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. "Mr. Chen, I will take 1,000 pieces." Mr. Qian hesitated briefly, initially reluctant to order a large quantity. Despite his favorable assessment of the product, as the market response was uncertain. I shall also take 1,000 pieces. Upon his declaration, the others promptly echoed his sentiment, each opting for 1,000 pieces as well. How do you manage to acquire only 1,000 pieces? Previously, you would take 2,000 to 3,000 at a time, and this quantity seems rather meager. We have prepared 30,000 items this time, ample for your needs. Given that Zhong Yunshan has little experience in business, he appeared somewhat anxious as he noticed their evident hesitation to take more stock out of fear of unsold merchandise, prompting him to speak up. However, Chen Yang swiftly restrained him, signaling that he need not elaborate further, and cheerfully remarked, "No problem at all. Take as many as you wish." "So, shall we settle on 1,000 pieces?" "Yes, indeed. Each of us will take 1,000 pieces." Consequently, 6 businesses arrived, each taking 1,000 pieces in haste before departing. Amidst the falling snow, these 6 entities vanished into the streets. A total of 6,000 pieces were sold, as they feared they would not be able to sell the items, which explained their limited acquisition. Observing this, Zhong Yunshan looked at Chen Yang with a hint of concern. "Do you believe our products will sell?" "Absolutely. Our quality is exceptional. They will surely sell." Zhong Yunshan felt quite confident about this. Their unfamiliarity with such items led to their current apprehension, causing them to shy away from taking larger quantities. However, we are acutely aware that these products will indeed find buyers. Their caution is justified. If necessary, we can simply extend our stay for an additional day. Mark my words. If sales go well today, they will scramble for our goods tomorrow. Suddenly, Zhong Yunshan chuckled and said earnestly, "Right now, they lack confidence. But soon they will be clamoring for our stock, and we shall ignore them." Chen Yang laughed in agreement. "Indeed, we shall not pay them any heed. We will set up our own stall tonight. Yes, let's do that. We might even attract others to seek our products. Rather than lingering in this nearby night market, we should venture to others to expand our clientele. I feel constrained by their presence." Chen Yang could not help but exclaim in surprise at Zhong Yunshan's insight. "I must say, old Zhong, you have made remarkable progress. You're beginning to think strategically. If you continue this way, our endeavors will advance smoothly, and I shall find myself less burdened. Look at you. Do you truly think so little of me? Do I appear that foolish? Of course, I can think critically. I am a mature individual, and I consider these matters seriously. They are not too challenging for me. I assumed you only thought superficially and neglected the bigger picture. It seems I have misjudged you. No matter, let us persevere. As you suggested, we shall set up our stall at another night market this evening. I know of a rather large one nearby. If we bring sufficient stock, we are bound to succeed." "All right then, it's settled," Zhong Yunshan said joyfully, even rubbing his hands in excitement. "This time, let us make a bold impression and aim to sell out our entire stock." Leaving them regretting their hesitation, Chen Yang smiled. Selling out would be ideal. There is no need for resentment. Such is the nature of business. Chapter 28. The model Zhong Yunshan, approximately 8 kilometers from this location, lies an enormous night market. As the time approached, the two hurriedly consumed their meal and swiftly packed up 1,000 sets of thermal underwear, setting off towards their destination. Upon arrival, Chen Yang first secured a stall in the market, after which they jointly unloaded the 1,000 pieces of merchandise. Subsequently, Chen Yang produced his remarkable loudspeaker for selling. Witnessing this contraption, Zhong Yunshan couldn't help but chuckle. "Old Zhong, I believe these garments truly require a model. You should don this outfit, standing here without any other attire for passers-by to admire the effect. Wouldn't that make a significant impact? Don't propose such ridiculous ideas. Do I not have any shame left? To wear this and display myself to everyone is far too embarrassing. One cannot dismiss it so lightly. Although you may not possess my handsomeness, you have maintained your physique over the years quite well. If you were to wear this fitted thermal underwear showcasing your form, I dare say many young ladies frequenting the night market would take notice. Especially considering our shared history since childhood, I'm well aware of your unique attributes. Who's to say a lady might not be enchanted by you? Perhaps tonight you need not sleep beside me. You might even find yourself at someone else's home. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Initially, Zhong Yinshan was resolute in rejecting his friend's suggestion, sensing that this fellow was not entirely genuine and merely attempting to coax him into modeling. The thought itself felt too humiliating. Yet, upon further contemplation, he felt a flicker of temptation. You make a compelling argument. Noticing his friend's intrigue, Chen Yang seized the opportunity. Do not squander your physique. Go on. Zhong Yinshan, slightly embarrassed yet somewhat pleased, replied, Really? If you believe in me, I shall change into a set, and you can promote it here. It will undoubtedly sell well. Perhaps you could become renowned in this very place. What if the market management claims that wearing such clothing is indecent? Not to worry. You'll wear it underneath, should anything arise. We can simply throw on an outer layer. Besides, we aren't exposing anything overtly. Even if they approach us, they will find no fault. Worst case, we just on the outer garments. The ladies aren't deterred by revealing attire. Why should we men be? Very well, I shall heed your advice. But you must ensure I am not made to look foolish. Fear not. Choose a fitted outfit quickly and change, and we shall commence immediately. Hurry. Zhong Yinshan nodded, selecting a suitable ensemble and hastily making his way to change. Shortly thereafter, he returned, somewhat self-conscious. However, the dim lighting of the market, combined with the throngs of people, meant that few were truly paying attention to him. Moreover, the garment, as Chen Yang had suggested, was not overly revealing. Rather, it fit snugly, covering him adequately. This works well. Chen Yang cast a glance, thoroughly satisfied. He promptly activated the recording device. The scoundrel of a boss, Huang He, had fled with his sister-in-law. Truly, the impact of this revelation was immense. As he bellowed, numerous onlookers shifted their attention towards him, and some even approached out of curiosity. Thermal underwear, an excellent substitute for your woolen sweaters, the finest gift for your elders. As the snow fell, donning thermal underwear felt akin to wearing a woolen sweater. Don't miss out as you pass by. In a moment, many gathered to witness. Could such a thin garment truly replace a woolen sweater? Indeed, it seemed implausible. A crowd began to form, skepticism evident on their faces. Come, everyone, take a look. Chen Yang unably Yunshan. Initially, the attendees had not noticed anything remarkable about Zhong Yunshan's attire, but upon Chen Yang's indication, they were astonished to discover he was clad in thermal underwear. Look at my friend standing here in this outfit on such a frigid day. Come closer, feel for yourselves. The crowd approached, playful and teasing, as they began to touch and prod at Zhong Yinshan. Particularly given his well-defined physique, the garment accentuated his form. A noticeable bulge drew the attention of several women, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, and some, unable to resist, dared to touch him, leaving Zhong Yinshan feeling quite uncomfortable. Damn it, why do I feel like I'm being groped? Hey, don't underestimate this clothing. It truly works. He doesn't seem cold at all. Feel inside. It's quite warm. Some adventurous women, unsure if they genuinely wished to test the garment or simply wanted to take liberties, reached into Zhong Yunshan's attire. Zhong Yinshan found himself in a comical predicament. This product is indeed impressive. The effectiveness was immediately apparent as someone inquired, how much for a set? It's 28 yuan per set. I'll take 2 sets. My father is 7 meters tall, and my husband is 75 meters. Please help me choose 2 sets. Oh, and get 2 more for my mother, and 1 for myself as well. I want 3 sets. Bring me 1. In an instant, the marketplace buzzed with excitement. Is it too expensive? Too expensive? The quality is genuinely exceptional, so warm and lightweight. Where else could you find such fine products? Indeed, feel the texture and observe the craftsmanship. It surpasses anything we've purchased before. There's a reason for the price. The atmosphere was electrifying. While Zhong Yinshan endured the unsolicited touches, he also busily sold merchandise and collected payments, overwhelmed by the chaos. Word of mouth spread rapidly. As others noticed the bustling stall, they too were drawn in, resulting in an ever-growing crowd. After a little over an hour, the urgency surrounding the 1,000 items had escalated. You stay here. I will fetch another 1,000. Chen Yang declared, glancing around and realizing he could not linger any longer. He hurriedly summoned a tricycle and raced toward the warehouse. To his surprise, just as he arrived, Another individual pedaling a tricycle approached him urgently, exclaiming, "Boss, wait a moment." Chen Yang halted his tricycle and turned to face the man beside him. "Where did you source your goods? May I procure some as well?" The man inquired. "How many do you require?" Chen Yang responded. "How many do you have?" The man's boldness took Chen Yang aback. "Well, I have approximately 30,000. Would you like to acquire them all?" Chen Yang asked. The man immediately became more subdued. 30,000? That is far too much. May I take 5,000? Certainly, follow me. The two tricycles hurriedly made their way back to number 68 Jianghan Street, swiftly entering the premises. Upon opening the door and witnessing the inventory inside, the man's excitement was palpable. "Boss, what is your wholesale price per piece?" 16 yuan each. 16 yuan for 5,000 pieces amounts to 80,000 yuan. The eyes of the two tricycle operators sparkled with enthusiasm at the mention of such a substantial sum. "Indeed, 80,000, Chen Yang confirmed. "I do not possess such funds at the moment." "That is no issue. There is no rush. You may come back tomorrow with the necessary funds." "Very well. I shall return after breakfast tomorrow. You must reserve the goods for me." "Of course. I will set them aside for you." The man departed, visibly pleased, as he pedaled away on his tricycle. Chen Yang quickly gathered 2,000 items, hopped on the man's tricycle, and they hurriedly made their way back. Fortunately, this tricycle was uniquely designed to accommodate a substantial load, allowing them to transport the goods efficiently. When they returned to the market, the items were nearly sold out. They swiftly arranged the goods and resumed their fervent selling. With a sizable batch of 2,000 items, they continued to sell until around 11 o'clock at night, astonishingly clearing the 3,000 items in one evening. The effort bore fruit, although both were utterly exhausted, particularly Zhong Yinshan, who had even removed and sold his thermal clothing. After clearing the inventory, they were elated and hurried back to the store. That night, they sold a total of 3,000 pieces of clothing, raking in 84,000 yuan. Initially, they had invested 90,000 yuan to acquire these garments. With the 84,000 added to the previous 60,000 from the 6,000 items sold, they returned with a profit of 90,000. As for the remaining 21,000 items, selling each one will yield a substantial profit. "Old Chun, I believe we can venture out to sell goods again tonight. There's no need to wholesale to them. If we sell ourselves, we can earn even more, though it may require a bit more effort." After returning and lying down, it appeared that this fellow's eyes were already heavy with sleep, yet his words remained remarkably spirited. "You must have been dazed by those young wives." Chen Yang teased him with a smile. "Do not speak nonsense. What do you mean by being dazed by them? To be honest, some of those married women do possess remarkably smooth hands. The sensation was rather delightful. It would be a pity not to take advantage of such skilled hands." Chen Yang grimaced in response. However, as they continued to converse, he noticed that this fellow had already succumbed to slumber. It seemed he was utterly exhausted. In truth, Chen Yang himself was quite weary as well. After ensuring that everything was in order, he too lay down to sleep. Yet, the following morning, they were abruptly awakened by a series of loud knocks accompanied by a voice calling out, "Boss Chun, wake up. It's time to rise." "Who is it? Why are they knocking on our door so early? Can a person get some sleep?" Zhong Yinshan grumbled, his eyes still hazy with sleep, but he eventually sat up. Chen Yang hurriedly opened the door to find the individual who had come the previous night seeking goods. To his surprise, a small delivery truck followed closely behind him. Upon seeing him, the boss greeted cheerfully, "Boss Chun, you're still not awake." "I apologize. I thought you would be up by now. Didn't you ask me to come after breakfast to collect the goods? I've just finished eating and have come to retrieve them." Chen Yang glanced at the time and realized it was still before 8 in the morning, leaving him both amused and bewildered. However, he understood that this individual was likely eager to capitalize on the successful sales from the previous night, which he could appreciate. Moreover, it was beneficial for him as well. He immediately turned to the still-dazed Zhong Yinshan and kicked him lightly. "Old Zhong, rise and shine. Don't sit there in a daze. Hurry and get the goods for him." Zhong Yinshan responded with an "oh," feeling his mind clear a bit, and promptly sat up to prepare the items for collection. "Isn't this the model from last night? Your physique is quite impressive." Unexpectedly, the boss approached Zhong Yinshan with a friendly demeanor. Zhong Yinshan felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself, "You're not even a woman. What s with this familiarity? My physique is not for your admiration. Had you touched me last night? Yet, sensing something amiss, Zhong Yinshan quickly turned to look at him. Just joking. I certainly didn't touch you, but your physique is indeed commendable. I heard plenty of women admiring you nearby. Chen Yang nearly burst into laughter at this exchange. All right, boss, let us focus on the goods. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Before long, they had gathered all 5,000 items. The total payment amounted to 80,000 yuan. The boss promptly handed over the money to the two of them. After receiving the funds, the two shared a smile. Boss Chi, I wish you prosperous business. Chen Yang exclaimed. With a hearty laugh, they immediately exchanged pleasantries. Congratulations to all. Boss Chi swiftly boarded his vehicle and departed. On the first day, they managed to sell 6,000 items, and yesterday they sold 3,000 on their own, bringing the total to 9,000. Adding the additional 5,000, the tally reached 14,000. This meant that only 16,000 items remained. Zhong Yinshan calculated briefly, smiling as he spoke to Chen Yang. Indeed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the remainder should arrive shortly, which implies we are close to clearing our stock. Unexpectedly, no sooner had he uttered these words than there was commotion outside. Soon after, Boss Chen and his entourage arrived, and without delay, they exclaimed, "Good morning, Boss Chen and Boss Zhong. We have come to collect the goods." They continued, "We six are taking the remaining 24,000 items. Each of us will take 4,000. The group beamed at Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan. Esteemed colleagues, I regret to inform you that our inventory has diminished considerably. We now have merely 16,000 items left. Chen Yang explained. But how can this be? We clearly took only 6,000 items. There should still be 24,000. One individual, unable to discern the hierarchy, voiced his concern. However, Boss Chen, being a sagacious man, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. He seized his companion and, with an apologetic smile, turned to Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan. Let us settle for the 16,000. My friend spoke without thought. These goods are yours, and you may sell them as you wish. The offending party, realizing his indiscretion, fell silent, embarrassment etched across his face. Very well, you may deliberate amongst yourselves. We shall agree on 16,000 items. The group huddled together, assessing their allocation before finally addressing Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan. Thus, each party took their respective goods and settled their payments, resulting in the swift removal of the 16,000 items. A total of 256,000 yuan was collected. Once they had concluded this transaction, both Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan visibly exhaled in relief. They had successfully liquidated this batch. They wholesaled 27,000 items, amounting to 432,000 yuan. After selling 3,000 items themselves, valued at 84,000 yuan, they realized their total sales had reached an impressive 516,000 yuan. This was their most profitable venture thus far, and as they beheld 2 bags brimming with cash, they were left speechless. They hardly dared to pause for breakfast, hastily rushing off to deposit their earnings. Once again, within the familiar confines of the bank and greeted by the accustomed teller. The sight of such a considerable sum of money seemed to rouse the entire bank staff. The manager personally emerged to attend to them. Esteemed guests, allow us to handle your transactions. Please, step inside. The manager, visibly astonished, courteously guided them inward. This spectacle left the teller originally assigned to assist them feeling envious and somewhat discontented. Truly, these two gentlemen were affluent. The service inside was markedly more efficient and seamless. In short order, each deposited 250,000. They retained a few thousand as liquid capital. Initially, Chen Yang had a deposit of 187,000, but after spending 90,000 on goods, he effectively withdrew 45,000, leaving him with a balance of 142,000. With the new deposit of 250,000, his total now exceeded 390,000. Truly, a substantial fortune. While not quite reaching the hyperbolic status of a millionaire, he was certainly well off. His companion, Zhong Yinshan, shared a similar fate, albeit with a slightly lesser deposit. Yet his exuberance was palpable. Hey, I feel quite affluent at the moment. How about we indulge in a little shopping spree here? Chen Yang nearly burst into laughter, casting a disapproving glance at him. Don't you dare jest with me. You think it's wise to frolic around here with so much cash in hand? You could easily fall victim to a scam, and that would be the end of you. Are you seeking your own demise in such unfamiliar territory? This admonition instilled a hint of trepidation in Zhong Yinshan. However, reflecting on the beautiful women he encountered the previous night stirred a sense of longing within him. He had even made a point of showcasing his unique attributes, eliciting gasps of admiration, which he found rather nostalgic. Yet, given his childhood friend's warning, he dared not linger, for he too possessed a sense of caution. All right. If we mustn't linger, then we shan't. It's not a monumental issue. Following their customary procedure, the two concluded their business and hurried home, locking the doors behind them. Upon returning from a bus station, Zhong Yinshan inquired, "Now that mid-December approaches, you mentioned taking me to the metropolis to earn some substantial money. When shall we embark on this venture? We can set off at the beginning of January." Chen Yang replied with a smile. "I'll coordinate the timing and reach out to you. For now, we shall refrain from selling goods in Hanxin. If your cousin has any stock, we can procure it from him and settle the payment in advance. But we simply lack the time to sell." "I understand. I've already spoken to my cousin." "Very well. Then it's settled." With that, Chen Yang hurriedly made his way home, though in truth, he was heading to his family's store. To his surprise, upon arrival, he discovered that activity was already underway. In the blink of an eye, he had been away for a week, and the renovations had progressed rapidly. The walls were freshly painted, and the plumbing and electrical work were complete, with other tasks already in progress. Most significantly, he found that his entire family was present. So father has been overseeing these developments. Lu Kai gazed at the place with sparkling eyes. What business does Dad conduct here? How could he run a shop without informing us? What are his intentions? Indeed, why did he not disclose the existence of this shop to us? Were you two secretly plotting? Zhong Haifeng echoed her sentiments. Yes, all the money in our family belongs to everyone. Why are you two clandestinely spending it here without our consent? Chun Wanghu expressed his indignation. Wrong. This money belongs to Dad. He could do as he pleases without your interference. Chun Wangling retorted furiously. In truth, she had always regarded her younger siblings as her own children, having raised them herself. As the eldest, she felt a profound sense of responsibility. Yet, over the years, she watched in dismay as her siblings drained their father's resources. Even now, they continued in their shamelessness, leaving her deeply disappointed. How can you still have the audacity to say that? You have long since married and are no longer part of our family. Are you scheming to persuade Dad to give you money? Chen Wangwe pointed an accusing finger at Chen Wangling. However, before she could finish her words, Chen Yang entered and delivered a sharp slap across Chen Wangyue's face. She stumbled back several steps, bracing herself against the wall. Upon realizing it was her father, she felt a mix of anger and fear. The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. Dad! Chen Wangling rushed to Chen Yang's side, cradling Wang Jiejia. Enough, you need not speak. Chen Yang gestured for his eldest daughter to be silent, turning his frown upon the others. What is it? Do you have an issue with my store? With an imposing presence, Chen Yang commanded the room, causing the others to shrink back, their earlier bravado evaporating. Dad, we're all pleased that you're opening shop. However, we are curious why this significant event was concealed from us. This is a wonderful opportunity for our family. Why could you not share it? Chen Wangjing interjected with a forced smile. My opening a shop concerns you not at all. To speak plainly, this establishment is for Wangling. It has nothing to do with any of you, and it will belong solely to her. Chen Yang replied with a sardonic smile, unmasking the falsity of their previous harmony. Chapter 31. A fool's errand indeed. In that fleeting moment, chaos erupted. Why should he receive such a privilege? After all, he is no longer part of our family. Dad, you are being biased. Dad, Yakin is also fond of this business. If you open a shop for her, she will surely marry me. If you grant me a store, I promise to shun the pool halls and distance myself from those loose women. Chen Wangwei chimed in. In an instant, the entire family clamored for Chen Yang's attention, each vying for his favor. Get lost. Chen Yang glared at them, his brow furrowed. Whether Yakin marries or not is of no concern to me. And you, Chen Wangwei, your associations with those women are of no consequence to me. If you were to have a child, do not expect to enter my home. Now leave me be, and I shall not entertain you. Chen Wanghu and Chen Wangyue's expressions shifted dramatically. Leave this place at once. Do not disturb our normal renovation. The foreman urged to continue the work and to disregard them, adding that if they returned, they should be expelled. In the end, Chen Wangjing and the others were driven out, seething with indignation. Dad, what is going on? He used to treat us the best. Why is he now so favorable towards our eldest sister? Indeed, it seems our sister has bewitched him somehow, for he listens to her every word and considers her in all matters. What is his intention? I perceive that he has disregarded us. Henceforth, we shall endure hardships. At that moment, their attention turned to the youngest, Chen Wangxiu. Wangxiu, did Dad not dote on you the most? Go and speak to him, Chen Wangjing suggested. But Chen Wangxiu merely chuckled derisively. Do not deceive me. Did he truly dote on me? What evidence do you have of that? He has been quite generous to you as well, paying for the brides of both third brother and second brother, supporting you with children. Has he not treated you well? That is all in the past. Now, he does not even hold his grandson. We must pay for our meals. How has he shown us kindness? He even refuses to fund my studies abroad. What good has he done for me? All men are the same. Chen Wangxiu, feeling agitated, hurriedly departed. The others exchanged concerned glances. I sense something is amiss with Dad. He once had high hopes for sixth brother, yet now he scarcely acknowledges him. Chen Wanghe felt uneasy. Indeed, he always proclaimed Wangxiu as the pride of our family, and now his indifference towards her. How must he regard us? Chen Wangwei began to grow anxious. What you two? At that moment, second brother's wife, Lu Kai, looked at them with disdain. I must say, with siblings like you, if I were your father, I would hardly pay you any mind. Neither of you works. One trails after his girlfriend, while the other mingles with a bunch of unruly youths. Engaging with you seems superfluous. Second sister-in-law, how can you speak like that? Chen Wangyue bristled at the scorn. Enough, enough. What is all this quarreling about? The real concern is not this. The issue is the drastic shift in our father's attitude. Mark my words, if this continues, we shall have nothing. Her words left everyone momentarily stunned, exchanging anxious glances, their unease deepening. Meanwhile, Chen Yang conversed with Chen Wangling. She recounted the events leading to the current situation. They follow me around each day, and upon discovering that I was overseeing the renovations, a few sisters came to confront me. That is the crux of the matter, Chen Wangling succinctly explained. However, this was easily surmised. No matter, let us disregard them. Chen Yang shook his head. We shall proceed as if this incident never occurred. Should they dare approach you again, simply rebuke them. What does it have to do with them? Do I really need their interference while I open my shop? Chen Wangling nodded silently, aware of her father's character. You need not concern yourself with them. I will be home for the time being, likely until the day our store opens. After that, I plan to visit the metropolis for a while to take care of some matters before returning. You go about your own business. Yet, Chen Yang remained oblivious to the fact that while he and his daughter were overseeing the renovations, Chen Wangjing had returned to his wife, Lu Kei's family home, accompanied by her and their child. There, he expressed his grievances. I must say, your family is utterly incompetent. Isn't it obvious that this favors your elder sister? She's already married. What right does she have to open a shop? By the way, didn't your father stop working at the factory? Where would he obtain the funds for this venture? It must be from his savings over the years. Chen Wangjing exclaimed. Having served as a workshop director for many years, thus possessing a modest nest egg. Previously, I had hoped he would help us build a house. But now that the eldest sister has returned, he is giving her money to open a shop. The adults are truly inept. I was even considering asking him to help a young find a job, but it seems that's out of the question now. Chen Wangjing's mother-in-law, Yi Hui, wore an increasingly displeased expression. Mom, please tell us what we should do now. Lu Kai felt as if ants were gnawing at her heart. It seems your father has quite a bit of money, but he is unwilling to spend it on us. If he gives it all to Chen Wangling, then we will gain nothing, won't we? We cannot let this happen. You must offer us a solution. You mentioned that Chen Wangling is quite close to him and speaks sweetly, correct? Yi Hui inquired. Yes, she has always communicated well with Dad and treats him kindly, occasionally slipping him some money. Chen Wangjing recalled. Then you ought to be a bit kinder to your father, at least on the surface. Perhaps one day, he will bestow the remaining funds upon you. It seems he responds better to kindness than of force. Yi Hui pondered this and ultimately provided a suggestion. Are you suggesting we should be nicer to him? Indeed, even if it's feigned kindness, such as inquiring about his well-being. Who knows? He might be in a generous mood one day and share his money. The couple exchanged glances. Since you say your father still has quite a bit of money, you should hasten to extract it. My father mentioned he is in business with Uncle Zhong. Business? Yi Hui scoffed derisively. Business is not as simple as that. If it were easy to make money, everyone would be doing it. Chapter 32. The eldest sister becomes anxious upon returning home that evening. Dad, you're back. Lu Kai greeted him warmly as soon as he entered. You must be tired. Come. I have prepared hot water for you to soak your feet. Lu Kai enthusiastically brought him water. Chen Wangling looked at her sister-in-law in astonishment, barely able to believe what she was witnessing. This is quite unexpected. Chen Yang instantly saw through the pretense. However, having never experienced the pampering of sons and daughters-in-law, he simply settled down in his chair, observing the increasingly frigid weather. He thought that soaking his feet would be most beneficial for unblocking his meridians. As he dipped his feet into the water, he quickly withdrew them, cursing Lu Kai vehemently. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to scald me to death? Lu Kai was taken aback. Why can't you recognize kindness when you see it? I was merely trying to help. Chen Wangling stepped forward to test the water temperature, hastily pulling her fingers back. Kai, have you never done this before? You should try it yourself to see if the water will roast a person alive. Reluctantly, Lu Kai dipped her hand in, only to recoil in pain almost immediately. The awkwardness reached a peak. How can you be so inept at something so simple? What use are you? Chen Yang scolded. With your kind of uselessness, you could only survive in our home. Anywhere else, you would be driven away. Lu Kai's face turned a mottled shade of anger and embarrassment, and in a fit, she kicked over a basin of water. You may regret treating my kindness as if it were a burden. With that, she stormed off to her room. Dad, Kai was just trying to show concern after you worked all day outside. Why do you behave this way? Chen Wangjing emerged to voice his grievances. If you're unhappy, feel free to leave. Chen Yang retorted harshly. Chen Wangjing's face turned pale with anger, but he dared not confront his father and could only lower his head and walk away. Chen Wang noticed the tension and wisely chose to distance himself from his father, unwilling to provoke further trouble. Ultimately, dinner was consumed in a stifling atmosphere, and Lu Kai did not join them. Grandpa, Liu Kai's eldest son, Shen Yongqing, emerged, his 4-year-old face seemingly defending his mother. You just scolded my mom. You should apologize to her, or I won't talk to you. Chen Wangjing remained silent, believing that his son's intervention might soften his father's stance. To his astonishment, Chen Yang set down his chopsticks and cast a glance at the 4-year-old. Truth be told, he had always been kind to his grandchildren, showering them with gifts during festivals and even paying for their schooling and allowances. Yet when he fell ill, not a single grandchild had visited him. The thought ignited a furious blaze within him, especially upon witnessing Chen Yongqing's defiance. He stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across the child's face, the sound echoing ominously. Chen Yongqing stood in shock, bursting into tears. Dad, what are you doing? Chen Wangjing exclaimed, shocked that his father would strike a child. You little brat, I provide for you and care for you, and you dare speak to me like this? Who do you think you are? Chen Yang erupted in anger, exclaiming, Don't you dare think I am unaware that it was your mother who put you up to saying such things. Or was it your father? If you dare speak to me in that manner again, I shall strike you down with a single blow. You ungrateful wretches. All of you only know how to be arrogant in my presence. Test me once more, and I will expel you from here. Chen Wangjing initially intended to confront his father with harsh words, but upon hearing him speak, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. Indeed, those words must have originated from his wife, to Chen Yongqing. Hiding away and refusing to eat, acting like a fool. After cursing, Chen Yang resumed his meal. For reasons unknown, Chen Wangling felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction witnessing her father's actions. Yes, it was indeed satisfying. Over the years, her father had been bullied by his two daughters-in-law, enduring whatever they dictated, contributing both money and effort, while sacrificing his time. Is this how it should be? Now, finally, he would no longer tolerate such treatment. The others were taken aback. Even the youngest, Chen Wangxiu, began to reassess the situation in her mind. If even the eldest grandson, Chen Yongqing, faced such consequences, perhaps it was wiser for me to withdraw. Chen Yongqing was carried into the room by Chen Wangjing. Mom, Grandpa hit me. Hurry and deal with him. It hurts so much. Tears streamed down Lu Kei's face as she glared at Chen Wangjing, scolding, "You useless man. Look at how your wife and child are being bullied. You don't dare to utter a word. Are you even a man?" Chen Wangjing found himself at a loss for words in the face of his wife's accusations. Meanwhile, Chen Yang dismissed them entirely and left after finishing his meal. However, before departing, he addressed Chen Wangling. "After you finish eating, don't go off to work. Let those few do it." The others, intimidated, could only lower their heads in silence. Chen Yang cast a sidelong glance at them, internally shaking his head. These individuals are truly pathetic. When I spoke to them kindly, they ignored me, yet now that I reprimand them daily, they have become obedient. As he left, Lu Kai emerged, her expression grim. "Chen Wangjing, I want a divorce," she declared. Chen Wangjing looked at her with a bitter smile. "I haven't wronged you. It was my father who provoked you. Why take it out on me? I don't care. I'm taking the children back to my family. Do not seek me out, for I shall never return." With that, she hurriedly took Chen Yongqing and her 2-year-old daughter, Chen Yongfang, and rushed out. "Gaye!" Chen Wangling felt a surge of urgency and attempted to call after her. However, Lu Kai paid him no heed, continuing to berate him as she walked away. "What are you pretending to be a good person for? Ever since you came into our family, it has been chaos. Now you still expect me to heed your words? I refuse to listen. Wang Jing, hurry and chase after her." Chen Wangling was genuinely anxious. Although she did not wish for her father to be oppressed by his siblings, she also did not want to witness her brother's family falling apart. "Sister, why should I chase after her? Did you not see our father's attitude just now? He doesn't regard Kai as a person at all. Just think about how Kai must feel." Chen Wangjing let out a sigh, yet his eyes kept darting towards Chen Wangling. "What are you all doing?" Chen Wangling, in a state of urgency, contemplated for a moment before deciding to leave Wang Jiejier at home and rushing out to find her father. As she hurriedly departed to seek Chen Yang, a smile crept onto Chen Wangjing's face. The wife's method is indeed effective. Look how flustered the eldest sister is now. Chapter 33. What a shame. While his eldest sister was indeed anxious on the other side, Zhong Haifeng turned to Chen Wanghe and remarked, "Look at how those two spouses are putting on a show. They've even taken to acting now." Chen Wanghe appeared bewildered, taking a moment to process her words. "Are they really acting?" Zhong Haifeng erupted in frustration. "What good are you? Those two know how to act. Then why shouldn't we put on a performance ourselves?" Chen Wanghe suggested, feeling a stir of excitement. "I know my father's temperament all too well. If he sees us like this, he will certainly be troubled. He went to great lengths to arrange my marriage with my second brother. Why not let us join in the act? Will it even be effective now? They've already set the stage." Zhong Haifeng mused, though a flicker of curiosity crossed her mind. "Whether it's useful or not, we shall discover through trial. How can you know without participating? Come, let us give it a try." After a moment's contemplation, Zhong Haifeng nodded in agreement, suddenly erupting in anger towards Chen Wanghe. "You've been here every day watching me toil away without offering any help, nor have you allowed anyone else to assist. What purpose do you serve? The gravest mistake of my life was marrying you." At that moment, a loud crash of dishes echoed from within, prompting Zhong Haifeng to hastily emerge, carrying a son and a daughter. Chen Wanghe attempted to retain her, but she seemed oblivious, quickly vanishing into the night. "Hey, did you see how both sisters-in-law have suddenly erupted?" Chen Wanghu remarked to his younger brothers, Lao Wu and Lao Lu. "It seems father has truly gone overboard this time. Father has been acting rather erratically these days. Those two sisters-in-law have hardly lifted a finger since marrying into our family. Do you think they might explode? Chen Yang chuckled, seemingly entertained by the unfolding drama. However, the youngest, Chen Xiu, suddenly interjected, "It's all an act. Can't you see?" Both brothers were taken aback, realizing the potential for such a charade. Chen Wang, who, enlightened, slammed his hand on the table. "I want in. Why don't we have a quarrel ourselves?" "What good would that do? They're a married couple." Chen Wangwei rolled his eyes. "Speaking of which, father has yet to meet Yakin's parents. What do you suppose will happen with my marriage to her?" Chen Wangyue and Chen Wangxiu fell silent, waiting to observe the spectacle. When Chen Wangling hurriedly found Chen Yang, he was at the old residence of Zhong Yinshan, inspecting goods, with Zhong Yinshan present as well. "Father, what are you doing here? Hurry back home." Kai Yi is upset with Wang Jing and has taken the two children away, saying she is returning to her family. Zhong Yinshan was momentarily taken aback, glancing nervously at Chen Yang. Has she returned home in anger? Was there a fight? Chen Yang, however, remained unperturbed as he inquired. There was no fight, merely a heated argument, after which both children were taken away. "Oh, let her be." Chen Yang responded with a sigh, as if he had long since seen through the situation. "Aren't you concerned?" Zhong Yinshan inquired curiously, observing his childhood friend. In the past, whenever something arose in their family, Chen Yang would be flustered, fearing any potential conflict. Yet now, despite his daughter-in-law returning to her parental home, he appeared utterly unperturbed, which was quite unlike him. Chen Yang chuckled lightly. "We are all grown adults. Don't they know how to handle their own affairs? Must I teach them how to act? Have those days of their lives been in vain? If she chooses to leave, so be it. I am indifferent. In fact, her departure brings me a measure of peace." At this point, Chen Yang suddenly turned to Chen Wangling. "Why don't we renovate the house that was allocated to me at my previous workplace?" Before he could finish, Zhong Yinshan had already shaken his head in disapproval. "You truly have too much time on your hands. What purpose would it serve to renovate that house? All around are your former colleagues, and given your current relationship with the factory manager, you might even run into him there. Would you want to face him every day?" Chen Yang laughed and nodded. "Indeed, you make a valid point. I have no desire to see their faces again." Observing his father's calm demeanor, Chen Wangling grew anxious. "Dad, Kai Yi has left. As long as she is alive." Chen Yang shook his head, urging, "You should return home. I will chat with Uncle Zhong for a while longer." Realizing her father was genuinely unconcerned, Chen Wangling reluctantly departed in haste, unaware that they were merely playing a charade. Zhong Yinshan could not help but speak once she had left. "My daughter possesses a gentle temperament, a good nature, and a kind heart. It is only when she is provoked that she loses her composure." Chen Yang sighed softly. Among all his children, Chen Wangling was the most responsible and compassionate. Regrettably, her fate in the previous life had been the most tragic. Wangling is indeed a remarkable child. I must tell you, I do not envy the others. But I genuinely admire Wangling, having watched her grow up. From such a young age, she helped prepare meals and took care of her younger siblings. Zhong Yinshan reflected with nostalgia. Chen Yang smiled, pondering for a moment before speaking. "However, living together with them lacks excitement. Perhaps I should consider moving a bit further away." "Buying a house?" Zhong Yinshan asked with curiosity. Chen Yang chuckled, a sudden thought striking him. "It is not that I cannot buy one. In fact, I could even acquire land. After all, this is Yangcheng, a city poised for explosive expansion, and land will soon become exceedingly valuable. We shall discuss this later." Chen Yang nodded. "Aren't you anxious about the considerable investment of 5,000 yuan in your goods here? What they do not sell?" Zhong Yinshan glanced at the merchandise. Concern etched on his face. "While 5,000 yuan may not seem significant to you, it is still a considerable sum, and losing it would be unfortunate." Chen Yang turned to look at the items, smiling as he replied, "Rest assured, when my shop opens, business will undoubtedly thrive." "Very well, I shall await that day." Around 9:30 in the evening, Chen Yang finally returned home. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was confronted by his two sons, who, to his astonishment, began to cry simultaneously. "Dad, Kai Yi has left. Dad, Haifeng has also left." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang abruptly turned around and walked away. Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of their father's intentions, and hurriedly chased after him, pleading, "Dad, what are you doing? You said they left, right?" "I was preparing coffins for them." Chen Yang, somewhat anxious, exclaimed, "When one passes away, they must be laid to rest properly. We need to act swiftly. The new year is approaching. We cannot postpone this." He insisted, "I will order fine coffins for them." The faces of Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe turned pale. "Not that kind of leaving. She has returned to her maternal home," they explained in unison. Only then did Chen Yang pause, remarking, "What a pity." Chapter 34. The daughter-in-law who does not return home. Chen Wanghe and Chen Wangjing were left in a state of confusion. "What do you mean? They are not dead." "So why lament?" "Dad, she took Yongqing and Yongfang with her." Chen Wangjing, convinced that his father could not possibly be so callous, persisted in trying to reason with him. "If she is gone, then so be it. It's not a catastrophe. Enough of this noise. I am exhausted and need to sleep." Chen Yang dismissed any further discussion with his sons and went to wash up and retire for the night. Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe were bewildered. "How can you remain so unconcerned about your daughter-in-law's departure?" Chen Wangjing fretted anxiously. "Indeed, how can he be so indifferent? He was never like this." Chen Wanghe echoed, perplexed. He deviating from the norm. However, Chen Yang cared little for their concerns. After a refreshing bath, he lay down to sleep. Yet before he could drift off, a knock at the door interrupted him, followed by the voice of Chen Wangling. When Chen Yang called for the visitor to enter, the door swung open to reveal Chen Wangling accompanied by Wang Jiejia. Upon seeing him, Wang Jiejia climbed onto the bed and declared, "Grandpa, both my aunt have left, and I'm very upset." "No worries. If they wish to leave, let them. Our side will be quieter now." Chen Yang chuckled, embracing Wang Jiejia while glancing at Chen Wangling, who was momentarily at a loss for words. "In the coming days, I plan to visit the market to find some suppliers." "What suppliers?" Chen Yang explained with a smile. "It's not sufficient to solely sell snacks. We must offer a variety of other items as well." He continued, "Have you forgotten that we are establishing a convenience store? Our aim is to provide convenience for the local residents, so our inventory must be diverse. From essentials like rice and oil to children's snacks and commonly used tools, we must have it all. The goal is to cater to the nearby community, so when they wish to purchase something, they will naturally come to us and develop a habit, ensuring our business thrives." Chen Wangling's eyes lit up with understanding. "I thought we were only selling snacks." "No worries. I will handle the search for suppliers. You can focus on the renovations. I'm just concerned about Kai and Haifeng. You need not worry. Can't you see they're merely putting on a show for me?" Seeing his foolish daughter still preoccupied with the matter, Chen Yang felt a sense of helplessness and uttered a few words. Chen Wangling was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at her father. "Hurry and go to bed. I am quite tired as well." With no other option, Chen Wangling picked up Wang Jiejia and returned to her room to sleep. The next day, when Chen Yang awoke, he discovered that only Wang Jiejia was playing in the yard. Everyone else was absent. However, it appeared that Chen Wangling was preparing breakfast. "No need to cook. Let's dine out." Chen Yang chuckled as he lifted Wang Jiejia into his arms. "All right, let's go out for breakfast." Wang Jiejia nodded vigorously. Chen Wangling, with no choice, hurriedly accompanied her father on the motorcycle. Upon arriving outside, they found a breakfast shop and settled down to eat. After savoring some pork, offal porridge, and fried noodles, Chen Yang felt satisfied. "You two can check out the renovations over there. I must go find suppliers." "Dad, please be careful." Chen Yang nodded and rode off on the motorcycle. In 1991, Yangqing had already seen significant development across various industries. Being a local, Chen Yang was quite familiar with the area, and it was not difficult for him to locate suppliers when he earnestly sought them out. Thus, he became quite busy. Even if he found potential suppliers, he had to negotiate business, which made him particularly occupied. Meanwhile, Chen Wangjing was likewise hurrying to find his wife. Upon entering, he noticed his mother-in-law, Yi Hui, with a distinctly displeased demeanor, speaking with pointed remarks. What good does it do to come here now? Just look at what your home has become. Does your father even embody the role of a parent?" Chen Wangjing dared not retort against his mother-in-law. continuously apologizing as he followed her inside to see his children and wife. How is it? Lu Kai rushed forward to inquire of Chen Wangjing. Is Dad urging us to return soon? He must be eager to see his eldest grandson. She vividly recalled how Chen Yang always enjoyed holding Chen Yongqing and Chen Yongfang upon returning home from work. Not at all, Chen Wangjing responded, gazing at his wife with exasperation. Dad hasn't cared in the slightest. He didn't even inquire about it. When I mentioned it, he showed no reaction. He simply left. What? Lu Kai stood there momentarily dumbfounded, her expression shifting between shame and fury, feeling utterly disregarded. How could this be? He truly does not regard us as significant, does he? Yongqing is still his legitimate grandson. How could he behave this way? He, as a father, shows no concern whatsoever. Such a lack of responsibility. By the end of her outburst, Lu Kai was nearly shouting, "What? Not bringing us back?" At that moment, Yi Hui approached, hands on her hips, angrily confronting her son-in-law, pointing a finger at him. Chen Wangjing, do you recall how you assured me when Kai married you that she would never face any hardship in your household? Look at your actions now. Your father is behaving like a madman, and you do not even attempt to intervene. Now, you have forced our Kai back home. Is this how you conduct yourself? Yi Hui was a fierce woman, her voice rising with indignation. Mother, I have already discussed this with father, so there is no need for you to worry. He is undoubtedly anxious, though he does not show it. I am indifferent. Your family still owes me. Lui exclaimed Angrily, recalling the promise made to secure a job for De Yong. Just look at how useless your father is now. He can't even maintain his position at the textile factory. Can he support your entire family in his current state? No way. One day, I shall confront your father directly. Mother, please refrain from visiting our home. I don't know what has gotten into my father, but he is acting arrogantly. Do not provoke him. This left Chen Wangjing almost speechless with shock as he hurried to stop his mother-in-law. Who says I cannot go? I intend to confront him. Is this how one conducts business? He refuses to assist us even in the slightest, and now he has sent my daughter back home. Go back and ask your father if he truly wishes for you two to separate. If he utters a single negative word, then fine, our Kai will not return. Our Kai is young and beautiful. She will have suitors aplenty. Yes, I understand. I will definitely speak to my father. Kai, why don't you return home with me for now? I feel this time, father, I will not go back. Lu Kai stubbornly shook her head in refusal. I refuse to return. Just wait and see who becomes anxious. Regardless, I will not back down this time. Either let your father come to plead with me, or I shall not return. When he cannot see his grandchild, I wonder who he will be anxious about. Chapter 35. Lu Daiyong's arrogance, seeing the defiance from both his mother-in-law and wife. Chen Wangjing was at a loss, feeling desperate. Kai, I believe this time father is indeed different from before. You should heed my advice and return home. We can discuss this matter with him when we are back. Rest assured, we can clarify everything together. You know what kind of person he is. He has never truly opposed us over the years. This behavior is likely due to his work troubles. Let us not stoop to his level. We should return promptly. Do you not comprehend simple words? I will not return. Lu Kai persisted in her defiance. Chen Wangjing, seeing no other choice, hurriedly departed from the scene. Once he was gone, Yi Hui turned to her daughter. Has this Chen Yang lost his mind? I do not know what has come over him. It seems ever since Chen Wangling returned to our home, he has gone mad, ignoring us completely and speaking harshly, unlike his previous self. Are you implying that your sister-in-law has said something unpleasant? Yi Hui's eyes flashed with anger. I am not certain, but it is likely. Chen Wangling appears to be quite kind and considerate, but who knows what she is truly like? I suspect she is not a good person, merely a green tea-sipping opportunist. Humph. One day, I shall visit and properly chastise Chen Yang. What kind of parents behave like this? Yi Hui's eyes glimmered with a hint of fury. After 3 days of tireless effort, Chen Yang had managed to gather all the necessary items from this side. However, since he has just opened his store, the prices are relatively high. Nonetheless, at this point, he can hardly worry about that, as long as there is profit. The renovations are also proceeding simultaneously, and the pace is remarkably swift, with the completed work already looking quite satisfactory. He has been calculating the days, and it appears that the store should be ready before his departure to the bustling metropolis, which brings him a sense of relief. Yet, what has brought him the most joy in recent days is that Lu Kai and Zhong Haifeng have returned home in a huff, resulting in a quieter atmosphere with the absence of 4 children and 2 loquacious women. He feels as if he hasn't experienced such tranquility in decades, which is immensely comforting. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that Zhong Haifeng and Lu Kai are on the verge of exploding with anger. Lu Kai feels helpless, while her mother, Yi Hui, is losing her patience. Yi Hui is a widow. When she married her husband, their family was quite prosperous, but after the birth of a son and daughter, her husband passed away. Following his demise, their circumstances plummeted as the family lost its pillar of support, and nothing seemed to go smoothly thereafter. Eventually, Lu Kai married into the Chen family, and life began to improve, even allowing her idle eldest son, Lu Daong, to find a wife. The reason is simple. Chen Wangjing essentially entrusted his finances to Lu Kai, who would then allocate funds for household use, thereby gradually improving Yi Hui's situation. However, Lu Daong, Lu Kai's brother, is nothing more than a good-for-nothing. He is lazy and incapable of doing anything productive. Attempts to secure jobs for him have been futile, as he either quits after a couple of days or is dismissed. Desperate, they hope to enlist Chen Yang's assistance in securing a position at the textile factory. But now, unexpectedly, Chen Yang himself has left the factory. One could only grumble privately about Chen Yang's lack of foresight, as he cannot even assist his own family. Now, witnessing his daughter return home with 2 grandchildren, Yi Hui is genuinely alarmed. With so many mouths to feed, daily expenses are mounting. How could she not be anxious? Mom, why does Kai still stay at our home? With all the comings and goings, aren't they a burden on our finances? Yi Hui has yet to erupt in anger, but her son Lu Daong has already spoken out. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai's expression turns somewhat awkward. Don't speak nonsense. Your sister is merely staying here for a while. Lu Daong, eyeing Lu Kai, retorts, isn't Chen Yang that old fellow no longer working at the textile factory? Indeed, he has never gotten along with the factory manager and must have been forced out this time. Lu Daong continues, it's precisely because he lost his job that he feels entitled to boss us around at home. With this, Lu Daong hurriedly leaves. Brother, where are you going? Lu Kai calls after him. I'm off to take care of some business. Mind your own affairs. Chen Yang rides his motorcycle, heading back home. Unexpectedly, a figure dashed out from the alley and came to a halt before him. Chen Yang was startled and hastily applied the brakes. Fortunately, his driving skills were commendable. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly collided with the person. Anger surged within him, and he was about to unleash a tirade, but when he recognized the individual before him, he was both furious and amused. It was Lu Dayong, the despicable brother of Lu Kai. Chen Yang, you nearly ran me over just now. Do you realize that? If it weren't for our familial ties, you would owe me compensation. Lu Dayong remarked in a sarcastic tone. Previously, he would not dare to directly address Chen Yang by name. At least he pretended to be somewhat courteous. The rationale was simple. The title of workshop director carries a certain weight, especially considering it was a state-owned enterprise. Moreover, their family occasionally sought Chen Yang's assistance, so he maintained a degree of politeness. However, now that Chen Yang was no longer the workshop director and Lu Kai had returned to her family, Lu Dayong felt emboldened to speak without decorum. Your father passed away early and never taught you how to converse respectfully with others, particularly with your elders, did he? I'm not inclined to hold grudges against you, as I am not your father, and there's no need for me to instruct you. However, you would do well to treat me with a modicum of respect in the future. Liu Dayong fumed. Yet, upon gazing at the car before him, his eyes gleamed with desire. Don't swagger in front of me. I have shown you courtesy as an elder. This time, I want to even demand medical expenses from you. However, your car is quite impressive. Where did you acquire it? I am currently in need of a vehicle, and yours seems quite suitable. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the door handle. Chen Yang forcefully swatted his hand away, frowning. Are you out of your mind? Are you addicted to begging for money? Lu Dayong quickly withdrew his hand, glaring at Chen Yang. What kind of attitude is that? My interest in your car was a sign of respect, and yet you act so arrogantly. Let me remind you, I haven't forgotten about my sister's situation. So what gives you the right to act so high and mighty? If you were to give me this car, I might overlook my sister's grievances. Otherwise, what are you even worth, you pathetic wretch? Chen Yang could no longer suppress his fury, shouting, "Get lost!" Chapter 36. No decorum in insults. Lu Dayong was accustomed to being brash and had never been particularly clever. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, he was infuriated and advanced, preparing to confront Chen Yang. Chen Yang had long harbored resentment towards their family, and he was well aware of where Chen Wangjing's earnings had vanished over the years. Seeing Lu Dayong daring to approach him, his anger boiled over, and he leaped out of the car, seizing Lu Dayong and delivering a resounding slap to his face. Despite Lu Dayong's name meaning great courage, he was anything but. Standing at less than 1.7 meters tall, he appeared diminutive beside Chen Yang. Furthermore, the bravado he had learned from petty hoodlums held no value in Chen Yang's presence. The slap sent Lu Dayong reeling, momentarily disoriented and unable to regain his bearings. "How dare you strike me?" Lu Dayong exclaimed, indignant. "I, Lu Dayong, have been the cherished darling of Yi Hui since childhood. When have I ever been subjected to such treatment?" Momentarily stunned, he clutched his face and began to curse. Yet, before he could finish his tirade, Chen Yang advanced and delivered a swift kick to his solar plexus, sending him sprawling in a state of utter disarray. Chen Yang continued to rain blows upon him, leaving Lu Dayong helpless beneath his onslaught, wailing in agony. After what felt like an eternity, a bystander chuckled and interjected, "All right, Chen Yang, cease this at once. If you continue, you may seriously harm him. I witnessed everything. This man is your eldest daughter-in-law's brother, isn't he? We all know this lunatic." He initiated the confrontation. Upon hearing his name called, Chen Yang paused, adjusted his attire, and, as Lu Dayong attempted to rise, he delivered another kick, admonishing, "Consider your status before acting so recklessly." With that, Chen Yang turned to the crowd and clasped his fists together, saying, "My apologies for the spectacle, but truly, this fellow has no good reputation on these streets. He deserved this treatment long ago. Besides, he is supposed to respect his elders. There is no justification for him laying hands upon them. It would not be an injustice to put him in his place." The crowd murmured in agreement, echoing sentiments that had been brewing for far too long. Indeed, if not for the law's protection, he would have faced a far graver fate. Chen Yang chuckled, thanked the onlookers, and drove away, reassured by the presence of witnesses. Lu Dayong, still seething, managed to rise and watched in fury as Chen Yang's vehicle disappeared from sight. "Just you wait," he muttered through clenched teeth, feeling humiliated as the whispers of the crowd taunted him. He hurried home, where upon reaching the doorstep, he lamented, "Mother, that madman Chen Yang assaulted me. Look at what he has done to me. You must avenge me." Upon hearing her son's cries, Yi Hui rushed out, her heart sinking at the sight of Lu Dayong's battered visage. "Wicked Chen Yang, how would he do this to my son?" she wailed. Lu Kai and his sister-in-law soon joined, their expressions mirroring disbelief as they beheld Lu Dayong's condition. "Was this inflicted by your own father-in-law?" They were incredulous and apprehensive. "But he struck me first," Lu Dayong protested, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I merely sought to speak on Kes' behalf, and he responded with venomous words before assaulting me. Is this how he treats us, thinking our family lacks a man to defend us since my father passed?" His cries of despair echoed through the air, fueled by indignation. This affront was intolerable, and Yi Hui trembled with rage, casting aside the cloth she held. "Come, we must confront the Chen family. This insult cannot go unpunished. I will seek justice for you." With renewed determination, Lu Dayong stood, a sinister grin flickering in his eyes. "Chen Yang, my mother is coming. I know her strength well, and I relish seeing how you will manage." As their family stormed toward Chen Yang's residence, he was blissfully unaware, busy preparing a meal in his home. However, when faced with such a situation, Chen Yang chose not to inform Chen Wangling, instead patiently awaiting their meal. Unexpectedly, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Instantly, Chen Yang recognized the voice, as it belonged to the only person he knew who could produce such a shrill tone. This foolish woman, whose sharpness was unparalleled. "Chen Yang, Come out. Stop hiding there. Do you really think I don't know? Hiding is futile. You must give me an explanation today. Chen Wangling, who was busy cooking inside, changed his expression upon hearing those words. He was well aware of his younger brother's mother-in-law's nature. Having single-handedly supported her family, she had always been quite fierce. Chen Wangjing's face also shifted, and he stumbled towards the door. Meanwhile, Chen Wang Hu, Chen Wangyue, and Chen Wangshou all emerged to see what was happening. Only Chen Yang remained calm, strolling leisurely outside. With his voice ringing out, it seemed as if the entire Changlong alley had been stirred awake, with many neighbors peering out. What on earth is happening? Who knows? Isn't that Chen Wangjing's mother-in-law? She's so fierce. Indeed, it's his mother-in-law. She's always been fierce. It's not a new development. Have you forgotten? We haven't forgotten, but previously, we only refer to her as fierce. The two families seem to get along well. Why is she suddenly speaking to Chen Yang like that? Who knows? Something must have happened. As the surrounding neighbors exchanged bewildered remarks, Chen Yang stepped out, approaching his children. A glance at the approaching Yi Hui revealed her intentions. He disdainfully directed a look at Lu Daong, saying, "Useless fool, you even brought your mother to trouble me. Why didn't you bring along all your stepfathers as well?" Upon hearing this, the neighbors erupted in laughter. "Chen Yang, how did you know Lu Daong has stepfathers?" Being close neighbors, they instinctively sided with Chen Yang, observing the aggressive approach towards him. Moreover, Chen Yang was known for his loyalty. He always lent a helping hand to his neighbors, which left a favorable impression on them. As the stage was set, they naturally rallied to support him. When those two got married, I certainly heard inquiries. After all, if one wishes to marry a daughter from another family, one must understand their family values. It seems their values are indeed lacking. Chen Yang chuckled, swiftly attributing a grand accusation to his opponent. This was not baseless. Over the years, he had raised a pair of children, and it was naive to think Yi Hui alone could have managed that. If one were to ask the neighbors living nearby Yi Hui's family, they would certainly have tales to tell. Everyone was well aware of the underlying truths. However, Chen Yang had previously refrained from mentioning such matters, considering the face of his mother-in-law. A person lives for their reputation. "You are slandering me, Chen Yang." The fierce Yi Hui, armed with years of practiced verbal combat, intended to overpower Chen Yang. Little did she expect that he would counter with such force. How can this be played out? No decorum in your insults. Chapter 37. Seizing the opportunity to strike, do not attempt to deflect blame upon me. You are well aware of the truth, are you not? Do you assume my son is foolish, and that I am equally so? Chen Yang chuckled softly. We did not convene today to discuss such matters. I must inquire how you intend to settle the score for the grievous injuries inflicted upon my son. Furthermore, what drives you to cast my daughter out of her home? Yi Hui understood that engaging in prolonged debate with Chen Yang would tarnish her reputation. The enticing gossip would undoubtedly attract attention, so she promptly shifted to the crux of the issue. Neighbors. Lu Daong, ever the opportunist, recognized that it was his moment to intervene upon hearing his mother's words. With a mournful expression, he stepped forward and pointed an accusing finger at Chen Yang. He expelled my sister from her home, even driving out her 2 children. I merely sought to defend her honor by confronting him. And guess what? He struck me. At that moment, a neighbor interjected with a scoff. Lu Daong, cease your fabrications. We all witnessed the incident clearly. You ran over to demand his newly purchased motorcycle, attempting to seize it from him. You were the aggressor, and only after you acted did Chen Yang respond. I told you, Chen Yang is not the sort to strike without provocation. Another voice chimed in. You, Lu Daong, are notorious in this neighborhood for associating with unsavory characters. It is laughable for you to claim victimhood. Were you not a source of trouble, others would surely be grateful. Whispers circulated among the crowd, with some casting aspersions on Lu Daong's family. That woman, selling herself, and her son, a mere ruffian, who knows what scandal Lu Kai is entangled in. Lu Kai's expression darkened as the gravity of the situation dawned upon her. You speak nonsense. It is clear that Chen Yang assaulted my son, leaving him in this state. Yi Hui, equally stunned, realized that not a single person stood by her in this gathering. Lu Daong, equally bewildered, grasped the extent of his disrepute. His reputation for petty thievery rendered him a pariah. He struck me, he did. He insisted vehemently. Come here. Chen Yang ignored the mother and son duo, beckoning Lu Kai instead. Kai hesitated, glancing around, sensing that the atmosphere was decidedly unfavorable. Please tell the assembly whether I expelled you, or if you left of your own accord. Come, Wang Jing, join us. Lu Kai, momentarily dazed, took a few steps forward, followed by the hesitant Shun Wang Jing. Speak before these witnesses. Clarify whether I cast you out or if you departed willingly. Lu Kai glanced at her mother, who shot her a warning glare, clearly urging her to assert that Chen Yang had ejected them. Dad, it was Kai who... Chun Wang Jing began, feeling an inexplicable fear of Chen Yang, unable to suppress his urge to speak. However, Lu Kai swiftly restrained him, preempting his words with a loud declaration. It was you who cast me out. You speak nonsense. How could it be that your father drove you out? It was you who took the 2 children and left. Chun Wangling was exasperated. Everyone listen. It was Chen Yang who expelled my daughter. What right does he have to do that? My daughter has been diligently working here. Enough, enough. Stop your absurd claims. How can you assert that your daughter is hard-working and earnest? Do you truly believe our neighbors are blind? Chen Yang swiftly interrupted Yehui's incantation. At that moment, the neighbors erupted in laughter. You claim your daughter is diligent, referring to her sleeping until 9 each morning? And her earnestness is defined by her never holding a job or doing household chores. Chen Yang is the one who prepares the meals? The neighbors, who have lived here for decades, are well aware of Lu Kai's true nature. Behind closed doors, they ponder how Chen Yang tolerates such a daughter-in-law. Others would have long cast her out. With a cacophony of voices, a jovial atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Lu Kai's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, reflecting her distress. Come, Qin Yongqing, did your grandfather expel you? Or did you leave on your own? It was my mother who brought us back to our grandmother's home. It was not my grandfather who drove us away. Chen Yongqing, still young, did not fully grasp the situation but recognized that it was indeed their mother who had taken her siblings away. Look, the child does not lie. Chen Yang chuckled. Even if you were the one who expelled us, it would be no fault of yours. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice emerged from the crowd, with Lu Kai acting like this. If you expelled her, then so be it. You have brought home a burden. Since her return, she hardly prepares meals for you. What use is she? I say, let her go. Indeed, rising at the crack of dawn, yet not working, Chen Yang, are you solely relying on your own salary to support the entire family? This is hardly a commendable way to care for the children. The neighbors began to chime in with their mockery. So, do you all understand why it is only I who provide financial support? Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang revealed all the unsavory details. Let me confess, I feel ashamed. I have raised a useless son. Do you know where his monthly earnings go? To his wife. And do you know where her money goes? To her mother. Do you know how Lu Dayong's wife was acquired? The money for his bride was earned by my son. I have toiled tirelessly to raise these children. And look at their actions. He earns money for his wife, who in turn gives it to her mother. He retains nothing for himself, while I, as a father, labor in the harsh elements to earn a pittance, only to have his wife turn around and claim I expelled him. Then his father-in-law and brother-in-law come knocking at my door to confront me. Is there any reason for such behavior? Chen Yang questioned, his anger palpable. So you see, your exhaustion stems from this predicament. This situation is utterly absurd. It is said that she is a vampire, yet how could she drain the blood of her own kin? This Yihui is undoubtedly not a virtuous woman. I had my doubts about what Chen Yang said earlier, but now it seems to be confirmed. With her conduct, how can she possibly care for 2 children? Surely, there must be countless men involved. This is exceedingly infuriating. The neighbors were instantly stirred into a frenzy. At that moment, Lu Kai and her daughter finally sensed something amiss. Do not heed his nonsense, Yihui exclaimed, anxious to quell the crowd's thoughts. But just then, a voice from the back of the crowd shouted, How dare you come here to cause trouble? Are you disregarding us at Changlong Alley? Why are you all just standing there? No need to be courteous. Go ahead and strike her. Unexpectedly, a figure surged forward from the outside, advancing towards Yihui, delivering a resounding slap across her face. It was nighttime. The crowd collectively jolted, and in an instant, they surrounded her. Then, fists and feet began to rain down upon her family. Yet, in unison, the bystanders exclaimed, "Wait, do not be hasty. What are you doing? Do not strike her." Nevertheless, the sounds of punches and kicks echoed within, along with the anguished cries of Yi Hui and Lu Daong. "Stop hitting me. You're going to kill me. If you do not cease, I shall call the police." Lu Daong cried out in desperation. Chapter 38. The outburst. The neighbors were indeed too polite. Although they engaged in the fray, they remarkably avoided Lu Kai and her 2 children, directing their wrath solely towards her mother and brother. "Stop hitting." Chen Wangjing was utterly taken aback, astonished by the prowess of his neighbors as they boldly advanced. Fearing the consequences, he rushed forward to intervene. But he held no authority here. No one paid him any heed. Others merely watched the spectacle unfold. Chen Yang stood in a daze. Whose minion is this fierce, daring to strike first? There is a hint of familiarity in this approach. As he pondered, a figure approached him, revealing itself to be Zhong Yinshan. "I was the first to strike. That was me just now. Am I not clever?" Zhong Yinshan excitedly whispered in his ear. Chen Yang, both amused and exasperated, regarded his childhood friend. No wonder this method seemed so familiar. It was you all along. Chen Yang, recognizing that the situation could escalate, knew it was time to intervene. He stepped forward and declared, "Stop. Do not continue this." Once he spoke, those who had been engaged immediately dispersed, leaving only Yi Hui and Lu Daong in their midst. Fortunately, no severe harm had been done. Everyone had exercised restraint, yet their heads were swollen, resembling that of pigs. How could they have fallen so dramatically? Chen Yang approached them, feeling a mix of helplessness and sympathy. "You have endured quite the ordeal in front of my home. This fall has surely been a trial for you. Hasten back. The evening hour grows late. Do not linger lest you stumble on your way. Such a misfortune would be most regrettable." The mother and son, in a flurry, stood up, primarily in fear that others might turn against them. Yet, upon hearing these words, they could only point at Chen Yang, rendered speechless. "Very well. Today you have shown your mettle. Mark my words." Just as they were about to depart, a sudden thought struck Chen Yang, and he bellowed, "Wait." The pair halted, their gazes towards Chen Yang rife with complexity. "Lu Kai, you just claim I cast you out, did you not? Today, with our neighbors gathered here, Chen Yongqing has cleared my name, but there are matters that we must clarify. Allow me to be forthright. A daughter-in-law of your ilk is one I certainly do not wish to retain. With everyone present, including your family, let us lay this bare. You may leave now, and tomorrow go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to acquire your divorce certificate. Before all, I hereby expel you." "Father." Chen Wangjing, startled, turned to gaze incredulously at his father. Lu Kai was equally taken aback. How could matters have escalated to this extent? This was far beyond her comprehension. As a daughter-in-law in our household, you contribute nothing yet conspire with your family to siphon our resources. Is this how one conducts themselves? The neighbors, eager to offer their support, vocally concurred. A daughter-in-law of your character would be unwelcome in any home. Thus, with everyone present, let us clarify, from this moment forth, you are no longer our daughter-in-law. You may wed whom you please thereafter. She is my wife. How can you cast her out?" Chen Wangjing, in a state of urgency, grasped Chen Yang's hand, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. "Your wife? Look at what you have married. Chen Yang chuklet diri sifali. Kai, apologize to your father. Do so swiftly." Chen Wangjing, lacking resolve, had long been dominated by his wife, allowing her to manipulate him for years. Now, faced with Chen Yang's firmness, he found himself helpless, urging Lu Kai to express remorse. Lu Kai, bewildered, never anticipated such a turn of events. The situation spiraled beyond her control, veering in an unimaginable direction. "Father, I do not wish to divorce. I am your daughter-in-law, and I and Wang Jing are well. Why would I seek a divorce? Do you not wish to divorce? Very well. For all these years, calculate the sums you have taken back to your family and return every last penny. Indeed, that is only just." The neighbors erupted in agreement. "I have not utilized his money. We have not touched his funds." Yi Hui, pale with fear, realized the vast sums their family had received over the years. If they were to return it now, what would remain? All had been squandered by their eldest son. Before such a crowd of neighbors, speak now. Will you, or shall we proceed with the divorce tomorrow? Chen Yang paid no heed to Yi Hui's protests, only intensifying the pressure on Lu Kai. Lu Kai was utterly distraught, reduced to tears in her fright. I don't know, she wailed. You know nothing, do you? You don't even realize how much money you took out. Chen Yang brought her fierce. Lu Kai wept openly, feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Seeing that the situation had escalated, Yi Hui and her son hurriedly took their leave. Quickly, we must go. The pair soon vanished into the night. However, Chen Yang had already noticed their departure, but chose to ignore them, having already dealt with them once. With their exit, Lu Kai's cries rendered Chen Yang momentarily hesitant to unleash further wrath. He let out a huff, yet quickly donned a smile and clasped his hands in salute to the onlookers. Dear neighbors, thank you all for your support. It is getting late. You should all head home for dinner. After his words, he bowed to the crowd. The spectators chuckled, then dispersed, fully aware of the unspoken understanding shared among them. However, as they returned home, lively discussions erupted. I believe Chen Yang should have acted this way long ago. He showed them mercy. How dare that in-law come to trouble them? Indeed, today was truly satisfying, especially seeing that arrogant mother-in-law put in her place. Let's see if she dares to act so brazenly again. Lu Kai was completely taken aback. Laughter ensued as they recounted the events of the day, turning it into delightful gossip for the evening. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's home was steeped in silence. Following his explosive display of authority, his children wore ashen faces, each lost in contemplation, seemingly poised to reassess their father. Among them, Lu Kai was the most unfortunate, entering the house in a daze, utterly disoriented and unable to find her bearings. Chapter 39. Zhong Haifeng's mischief seeing her in such a state ignited Chen Yang's ire. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Why are you standing there? Go prepare dinner. Do you want your elder sister to do it? Lu Kai jolted at his words and hurriedly rushed into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chen Wanghe, pale-faced, suddenly realized a possibility. Damn it, I need to hurry to my mother-in-law's and bring my wife and children back. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in a situation like today where no one can save face. With that thought, he hastily turned to Chen Yang and declared, I just remembered. My father-in-law invited me for dinner, so I want to be home tonight. You all don't need to wait for me. Just eat. With that, he stumbled out the door. Chen Wangling could hardly contain her laughter, glancing back at her father. Dad, he is planning to bring Haifeng and the kids back. Chen Yang scoffed. All of your siblings are utterly useless. Father, compared to you, there are merely a few who are not worthless. You alone have nurtured us siblings to adulthood. Who among us could achieve such a feat? Chen Wangling sighed, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke of this matter. She had witnessed her father's sacrifices since childhood, never taking them for granted. Each time she reflected on the lengths he went to raise her and her siblings, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Others may falter, but I know you can prevail. Chen Yang smiled gently, ruffling her hair. All right, go keep an eye on her while she cooks. Her culinary skills leave much to be desired. Though the food may not be palatable, it must be prepared. Spend some extra time ensuring she gets it right. Old Zhong, don't run off. You're dining with me tonight. Zhong Yanshan plopped down beside him. Of course. I must eat. Today I am the hero. It feels utterly delightful. I've long found that troublesome woman distasteful. Chen Yang laughed heartily. It is indeed a joy to have friends who act decisively, and this time he had truly been of great assistance. During dinner, Lu Kai was visibly restless, especially as she noticed the change in Chen Yang's demeanor. In the past, whenever she needed something, her father-in-law had gone to great lengths to assist her, often appearing helpless in the face of her unreasonable mother. After all, her father-in-law was a man concerned with his reputation. How could he dare to clash with his own mother-in-law? But now, he seemed ready to abandon his dignity. A man who casts aside shame is the most formidable. Her mother had just suffered a significant loss, and she felt her father-in-law had truly become timid. This realization made her resolve to behave more cautiously, as she feared the consequences of her actions. As for Chen Wanghu and the others, they remained silent. The atmosphere felt increasingly oppressive. Yet, Chen Yang remained unconcerned, For him, this was the most liberated and fulfilling time of his life. Previously, he had felt like a mere child, constantly mindful of his offspring's opinions, which now seemed stifling. Moreover, with Zhong Yinshan, his childhood friend, sharing a meal, they conversed freely, discussing everything but business. After dinner, they set down their chopsticks and exited together. You certainly dealt with the Yi family. I noticed your daughters and sons were hesitant to speak loudly at dinner. They seemed to have become quite subdued. Zhong Yinshan chuckled, winking at him. Indeed, they've become more subdued, but who knows how long that will last. Let us observe for a while. Only by being assertive will they learn to respect you. Otherwise, they'll treat you like a fool. I've noticed their attitude, and it irks me. From now on, let us maintain this approach. If you wish to handle anyone, you can call me over. I will surely assist you. As they conversed, a sudden voice interrupted them. Shangge. The sultry tone sent a shiver down Chen Yang's spine. He turned to see a woman in her 30s, exuding charm, beckoning to Zhong Yinshan. Alien. After observing the scene, Zhong Yinshan's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he immediately greeted him, playfully blinking at him. Chen Yang quickly discerned that this was yet another woman Zhong Yinshan had somehow managed charm. Old Chen, I won't keep you any longer. I have matters to attend to. Zhong Yinshan waved his hand dismissively. Do take care. Chen Yang, feeling somewhat helpless, could only offer a word of caution. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Zhong Yinshan chuckled, waving goodbye as he swiftly departed, his hand already inappropriately resting on the woman's waist. The woman, emboldened, leaned closer, whispering incessantly in his ear. Chen Yang sighed, recognizing that this was merely Zhong Yinshan's penchant, and, as a childhood friend, he felt at a loss on how to advise him. Perhaps it was best to refrain from intervening. Meanwhile, Zhong Haifeng had also overheard Chen Wang's words. Really? She was taken aback upon learning that her father-in-law had driven away Yi Hui and her child along with a group of neighbors. You're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I lie to you? You know how Dad is. He used to be good to us and didn't hold grudges. But now, it seems he is acting unpredictably, and I can't quite fathom his next move. We should return home quickly after dinner. We cannot let Dad harbor any resentment towards us, or we'll find ourselves in a difficult situation. Your father won't even lend you money to build a house. And he dares to resent you? Zhong Haifeng's father, Zhong Tao, interjected with irritation. That's just how he is. Given the circumstances, I believe we should head back sooner rather than later. When he gets angry, it can be quite terrifying. What is there to be scared of? It's merely your own cowardice. Zhong Tao chuckled, dismissing his son-in-law as concerns. Indeed, don't return. Zhong Haifeng's mother added. It seems your family dynamic is already unstable. Who knows when a division might occur? If that is the case, let us use this as an excuse to avoid going home and press your father for the funds to build a house. Absolutely not. Dad is in a foul mood right now. If we dare to do that, he will surely explode. What is there to explode about? Zhong Tao slammed the table, incredulous. Isn't this his responsibility? He has the nerve to be angry. If I were to act like him as a father, I would be too ashamed to face anyone. Chen Wanghe chuckled inwardly, thinking, what kind of example has he set? His brother-in-law had yet to marry, all due to financial constraints. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts. Right, I want to go back. Zhong Haifeng exclaimed, emboldened by her parents' support. You tell him that if he wants me to return, he must provide the funds for the house. Once it's built, we'll move out immediately, and the family will no longer be embroiled in conflict. Chapter 40. Preparations for opening. Chen Wanghe, feeling utterly powerless, observed his wife and in-laws speaking with such conviction and found himself at a loss for words, his heart racing with anxiety. A little later, he stealthily returned home alone. At this moment, Chen Yang appeared to be resting in his room. Third brother, you didn't bring third sister-in-law back with you? Suddenly, Chen Wanghe stealthily approached his brother, startling Chen Wanghe. What are you doing? Chen Wanghe glanced over, relieved to see that their father had not been frightened, but he couldn't help but glare at his younger brother. Nothing, just asking. I haven't seen them return. Could it be that they don't believe you? Is Sansa planning to confront Dad again? That would certainly be entertaining. Chen Wanghe replied with a hint of schadenfreude. Enough of that. Chen Wanghe scolded, shooting him an admonishing look. What kind of mindset is that? What do you mean by entertaining? This is a significant matter for our family. Do you find amusement in our family's troubles? How? Why should I care? It's not me causing the ruckus. Chen Wang, who scoffed, finding his elder brother rather tedious, and promptly walked away. Chen Wang has sighed in relief and stealthily returned to his own room. As he opened the door, he noticed that their father's door seemed ajar, with his father standing there, watching him. Chen Wang felt a bit weak in the knees and forced a somewhat insincere smile towards his father. You tell her that if she doesn't want to come back, then she shouldn't return at all. Chen Yang, having not seen Zhong Haifeng, immediately understood what had transpired. That's not the case. She said she hasn't been back to her family for a long time and wants to stay there for a while. Let her stay as long as she desires. Chen Yang retorted, shutting the door without further discussion. What are you pretending for? Is it just to confront me? Go ahead. Take your time. I'm not particularly concerned. Chen Wang inwardly lamented. What sin have I committed to find myself entangled in this? This is quite difficult to navigate. He thought to himself while observing his father's door closing, finally exhaling as he hurried into his room, promptly shutting the door behind him. This won't do. I must devise a way to bring my wife and children back, or who knows what calamity may arise at home, perhaps due to the recent upheaval. His children had been unusually well behaved, not causing any trouble. Lu Kai had also been on her best behavior, diligently attending to her duties at home, devoid of her previous arrogance. However, Chen Yang was too preoccupied to concern himself with her. He had much to attend to. Fortunately, the renovations on the premises were finally complete. After finishing the renovations and placing items on the shelves, Chen Yang felt a wave of relief and hurriedly began transporting goods. He called for a tricycle to facilitate the process, and he also enlisted Zhong Yunshan to assist with the loading. After several days, they had successfully stocked the shelves. Now, it finally looked presentable. Zhong Yunshan paused, unable to resist admiring their efforts, and then smiled at them. Yes, it finally looks respectable. Chen Yang joined him outside for a moment of appreciation. Their storefront had been set up with a luminous effect, presenting an exceedingly modern appearance. In fact, Chen Wangling, upon seeing it, felt immense joy, even sensing a touch of unreality. Is this truly the store that my father has prepared for me? Tomorrow marks the official opening of our business. Chen Yang proclaimed, I will come over to sell goods with you, and during that time, I shall teach you the ropes. Soon, you will carry the weight on your own. Father will not have the luxury of time to oversee your sales, so will ultimately depend on you. Even if we manage to hire help, they will merely assist. The responsibility lies with you. Do you understand? Chen Yang addressed Chen Wangling. Chen Wangling nodded vigorously. Father, it's time for dinner. At that moment, a voice called from outside. It was Chen Wangjing, who stood there addressing them. However, upon instinctively lifting his gaze to the sign above, he could not suppress a feeling of envy. This is the shop Father opened for my elder sister. He felt a surge of excitement. Simultaneously, he harbored a wish that one day, Father would grant him a similar establishment. We want to be dining here. You can go back to eat. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Kai has already prepared the meal. Chen Wangjing chuckled awkwardly. If it's ready, then so be it. Is there no one at home? You can just take them to eat. Chen Wangjing dare not say more and quickly nodded. Lao Zhong, you have been of tremendous help to me today. Allow me to treat you to a meal. I knew it. Now you're speaking sensibly. Let us go. Let us eat. Zhong Yunshan cheerfully agreed. Thus, Chen Yang led Zhong Yunshan along with the mother-daughter duo of Chen Wangling to a nearby restaurant for their meal. Chen Wangjing returned home alone. What about them? Lu Kai glanced over. He told us to eat. It seems he has taken my elder sister and Uncle Zhong out to dine, after spending a few anxious days fearing trouble from her father-in-law. Lu Kai was relieved to find that no such issues had arisen recently, allowing her to relax. However, upon hearing this, she felt a surge of irritation. Every day, I am the one cooking. Now that the meal is ready, he chooses not to return. What is he trying to achieve? You better not say that. Don't let Father hear you, or he will certainly be displeased. What reason does he have to be upset? I am the one slaving away in the kitchen. He only needs to eat what I prepare. Lu Kai revealed her true self once again. People are inherently difficult to change after a few days without reprimands. Liu Kai's true colors surfaced once more. If he doesn't want to eat, let us just eat ourselves. I can't be bothered with them. Before long, the siblings gathered to commence their meal. I noticed that the shop has already been renovated. Father and the others are working there, which means tomorrow is the grand opening. Chen Wangjing remarked, glancing at his younger siblings. Is it all set? How does it look now? Last I saw, it seemed quite well done. Chen Wanghu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yes, yes. What do you think of the renovations? Chen Wangyue's eyes also gleamed with excitement. The renovations are quite impressive. It feels very modern. We haven't encountered a shop like this before. Chen Wangjing pondered seriously. How much can a small shop earn? Your father is just burning through his capital. Just wait. It won't be long before that money is all gone. Liu Kai scoffed dismissively. Sister-in-law is right. I'll bet none of you will manage to get a penny from father once the funds run dry. Chen Wangxiu retorted with biting sarcasm. You siblings, too, should not be so complacent as to refrain from attempting to thwart his actions. When the money runs out, I shall be most curious to see how you manage. Liu Kai has begun her mischief once more. Chapter 41. Ignition of the fire. The siblings exchanged glances as if contemplating the matter at hand. Is he not set to inaugurate his business tomorrow? Let us venture there together to observe the situation, to ascertain whether he is truly capable. If he falters, we shall have ample opportunity to mock them later, while also persuading father to part with some funds. Otherwise, the eldest sister will be left to bear the burden alone. Indeed, that seems to be the case. The group nodded in agreement, reaching a consensus. When Chen Yang returned that evening, riding his motorcycle with them, the house was enveloped in silence. Not a soul was in the courtyard. It appeared even Chen Yongqing and Chen Yongfang had succumbed to slumber. Father, it seems they are all asleep, Chen Wangling remarked after a brief glance. Chen Yang paid little heed, parking the motorcycle and responding, forget about them. You should retire early as well. Tomorrow, after breakfast, we shall officially commence our venture. All right, understood. Chen Wangling sighed and nodded in acquiescence. The following morning, Chen Yang took Chen Wangling out for breakfast. Zhong Yinshan had also arrived, rather ostentatiously waiting for them on a motorcycle. What brings you here again? Chen Yang inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Your shop is opening, is it not? I simply must be present to show my support. It wouldn't do to merely spectate your grand opening. Zhong Yinshan chuckled. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Chen Yang replied with a smile. We are old friends. There is no need for such formality. Zhong Yinshan laughed heartily, then leaned closer and inquired, did you not mention that we must venture to the magical city to strike it rich? I have been eagerly awaiting this opportunity. Is it not nearly time? Indeed, it is nearly upon us. Today, we shall see how our opening unfolds. Once we have settled matters here, we can proceed with our plans. Rest assured, when I prosper, you shall not be overlooked. Has there been any news from your cousin? My cousin indicated that prior to the new year, the customs warehouse may not release any goods. We shall have to wait until after the holiday, but he assured me that any valuable items will be communicated to us first. Chen Yang nodded with a smile. I understand. Do keep in close contact with your cousin. He is our benefactor. Indeed, our benefactor. Zhong Yinshan could not help but exclaim, reflecting on how his cousin had significantly contributed to their newfound wealth, amassing fortunes in a short span. Such a benefactor is not easily swayed. As they conversed, they took Chen Wangling and her mother along to breakfast. After their meal, it was nearly time to return. The four of them made their way back to the shop. All right, you all stay inside for now. I have something to attend to out here. Chen Yang paused, feeling that something essential was lacking for their grand opening. And he admonished them. What else do you need to do? We must orchestrate some activities to attract a crowd for our opening. I shall devise a plan. You need not concern yourselves. Just remain inside and observe. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He swiftly procured some red paper and inscribed something upon it. Following that, he retrieved a stand to affix the red paper. In this manner, they comprehended the message. A 20% discount for all purchases. Moreover, any customer who shopped today would receive complimentary imported snacks. Upon reading this, the two were momentarily taken aback. With the recent opening of the establishment, it was imperative to entice patrons with enticing offers, allowing them to discern what the store had to offer and the variety of products available. ultimately fostering a habitual patronage. The two suddenly grasped the concept and decided to select some gifts to distribute. They intended to place these items outside, ensuring they were prominently visible to all. It was imperative to remember that any purchase, regardless of whether it was worth 1 yuan or 50 cents, would qualify for a gift. Thus, they nodded in agreement and proceeded as directed. Chen Yang positioned the items in a conspicuous cabinet outside. After arranging everything, he noted that the time was approaching, and he took out some firecrackers, tossing them onto the street. With a resounding crackle, the sound of firecrackers echoed through the entire street and alley, piquing the curiosity of numerous passers-by. This was the intended effect. Meanwhile, aside from Chen Wangxiu, who was on her way to school, those not working gathered to observe. Even Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghu found time to watch the spectacle. Do you think this store will attract business? Chen Wangwei inquired of Chen Wanghu. What kind of business could this shabby store generate? If it does, I'll gladly offer my head as a soccer ball. Yet, shortly after his exclamation, a surprising number of customers began to enter the shop. Boss, are these snacks imported? One inquired. Indeed. Just look at these chocolates. They are all imported. No kidding. How much are they? Each set is 10 yuan. All right, I'll take 5 sets. In a flash, many customers flocked to make purchases, and judging by their attire, they seemed to be well off. Initially, they found this hard to believe, suspecting it might be a ruse. However, as time passed, they realized something was amiss. More and more individuals gravitated towards the store. When they beheld the bustling activity within, they were utterly astonished. How could this be? It's merely a snack shop. How could it be so popular? Indeed, how could it be so successful? The siblings were anxiously flustered, grappling with the unexpected surge in business. In truth, Chen Yang understood that while the business was promising, he had not anticipated such a fervent response. He too was taken aback, but upon reflection, it began to make sense. The primary attraction was the imported snacks, especially coupled with the promotional offers. Furthermore, it was 1991, not the 70s or 80s. Some individuals still had money to spend, particularly in the forefront of the reform and opening up era, where many possessed disposable income yet lacked an avenue to indulge. Clearly, this opportunity was now laid before him, and he had seized it. Old Chen, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. I never imagined your business could thrive so splendidly. As Zhong Yinshan spoke, he assisted him, equally bewildered. I came here to support you, but now I feel like I might explode with frustration. Yet here I am volunteering. Wouldn't it be more prudent to invest this time with that charming young woman I previously met? Spending time here is a significant loss for me. Meanwhile, Chen Wangling was overwhelmed with joy, utterly astonished by how prosperous his father's business turned out to be. He felt a mix of exhilaration and busyness, unable to resist glancing at his father. Study well. Chen Yang, aware of her thoughts, whispered a reminder. You might be here on your own in the future. Zhongshu and I won't have time to assist you, so keep an eye on things. Chapter 42. Engaging in serious business, this statement resonated deeply with Chen Wangling, evoking a sense of gratitude for her father's unwavering concern for her. A hint of mist appeared in her eyes as she softly replied, Dad, don't worry. Chen Yang smiled and nodded, saying, I trust you the most among your siblings. Now let's get to work. Observe how we conduct business and learn the ropes. All right, I shall learn from you. The morning was a whirlwind of activity, seemingly enhanced by word of mouth, leading to an influx of new customers. The goods they offered were indeed rare, authentic imports that held considerable appeal during that era. A group of individuals was particularly fond of such items, and it was a widely accepted notion that the allure of foreign goods surpassed domestic offerings. Moreover, they excelled in their craft. If this batch of goods were to be sold in a legitimate store, they would fetch a hefty price. However, at their establishment, the prices were considerably more accessible, allowing customers to embrace the current pricing without hesitation. After a bustling morning, the lunchtime crowd had diminished significantly, prompting Chen Yang to suggest to Chen Wangling that they take a break for a meal. You and Zhongshu go eat. He has been a tremendous help to us today. To his surprise, Chen Wangling smiled and replied, You should bring Jia along, and after you finish, please bring me back a meal. Our shop cannot simply close down. Chen Yang looked at her with approval, pleased with his daughter's transformation. A business must embody the spirit of entrepreneurship. Very well. I shall dine with Zhong Shu, and I will order something for you. Jia, come along with us. With that, Chen Yang lifted her up and headed to lunch with Zhong Yinshan. Meanwhile, the other group had already returned home, filled with awe, their hearts restless with anticipation. They arrived at a small restaurant not far away. Although they were selling goods, it felt no less strenuous than their previous endeavors in Hansheng, especially since Zhong Yinshan had evidently invested considerable effort over the past few days with that young woman, devouring his meal with little decorum. Old Chen, I must commend your keen insight. With that initial investment of 5,000 yuan, I suspect you will recoup your expenses in no time. How do you possess such a sharp mind? At that moment, when my cousin spoke to me, I dismissed it, questioning the utility of such a venture. Little did I anticipate that you would swiftly establish a shop. How much do you think you can sell that 5,000 yuan worth of goods for? Zhong Yinshan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity while dining. However, Chen Yang merely smiled and shook his head, replying, "It's truly difficult for me to say, but I can assure you that I will undoubtedly make a profit, and a substantial one at that. With you around, Wang Ling truly has nothing to worry about. You have resolved everything for her single-handedly. But now that you have opened a shop for Wang Ling, do your other children accept this arrangement? I hope they do not create any trouble for you later, as that would become quite a nuisance." Zhong Yinshan cautioned him. "Indeed, that is a concern, but rest assured, I have it under control," Chen Yang replied while continuing to eat. Grandpa, this meal is so delicious and fragrant," Wang Jia exclaimed while gobbling down her food. "You must take this dish to my mother later, and this one too. They are all delectable." She pointed out several dishes, insisting that they all be brought back for Chen Wangling. "We will make sure to bring her some." Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Wang Jia was satisfied with his response. Not to mention, your Wang Ling truly knows how to handle children. Just look how well they listen to her. At such a young age, she even considers her mother's needs. Remarkable. Chen Yang reflected, feeling a touch of admiration, adding, "She is far better at teaching children than I am." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yinshan nearly burst into laughter, casting a sympathetic glance at his childhood friend. "Do not be so hard on yourself. At least you have a well-behaved Wang Ling. Without her, I wouldn't know where to hide my face." Chen Yang responded with a wry smile. The three of them quickly finished their meal and hurriedly packed some food to take back. At that moment, the place was indeed still bustling, but not as crowded as before, as many people had returned home for dinner. Mom, this is the meal Grandpa packed for you. Hurry and eat. It's still warm and so delicious. Grandpa and I had such a wonderful time." Wang Jia rushed in, clutching the food box and presenting it to Chen Wangling. With a smile on her face, Chen Wangling affectionately patted Wang Jia's head. "You should eat quickly. I will take care of the shop." Chen Yang chimed in with a grin. Chen Wangling, feeling no need for further pleasantries and quite hungry, quickly set about satisfying her appetite. "Old Zhong, you should head back now." Chen Yang turned his attention to Zhong Yinshan. "Is it really time for me to return?" Zhong Yinshan asked, uncertain. "What are you pretending for? Is there anything wrong? Look at how frail you've become. Hurry back. You cannot afford to wear yourself out like this. It makes me anxious just watching you. Stop letting your thoughts dwell on frivolous matters. We are on the brink of great fortune. Stay alert." Zhong Yinshan, exasperated, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? You are tarnishing my reputation in front of the child. All right then, I shall return to rest. Reach out if you need anything." With that, Zhong Yinshan hopped on his motorcycle and sped away. Chen Wangling could not help but chuckle. Yet she was well aware of the cordial relationship between Uncle Zhong and her father. Otherwise, no one would dare to jest in such a manner. "You might need to enlist a couple more individuals." At that moment, Chen Yang addressed his daughter, who was still dining, stating, "Given the nature of our business, you will need to find at least 2 more people. Today marks our grand opening, and we are offering significant discounts, which has resulted in better business than usual. However, once today concludes, the situation will surely not be as favorable. Yet, I suspect it won't be drastically different. Even if it does decline, it will not become desolate. I just had a conversation with some of the patrons, and a considerable number of them genuinely appreciate our offerings. We have precisely identified their needs. Consequently, our customer base should stabilize, but it will not escalate to a level that overwhelms us. Therefore, you must recruit 2 individuals to help share the workload. We can open around 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the morning and operate until approximately 9 o'clock in the evening. This way, we can manage a 12-hour day, allowing for staggered shifts. One person can start earlier while another can commence later, though the latter will conclude their shift later as well. While Chen Wangling enjoyed her meal, she listened intently to her father's words. All right, I shall begin the recruitment process tomorrow. Finding people should not be a challenge. A standard wage will suffice. As this is not a specialized role, Chen Yang reiterated. Chen Wangling nodded in agreement once more. Subsequently, Chen Yang imparted several additional pieces of advice. Chapter 43. The children have plans. As Chen Yang shared his insights, patrons occasionally entered to make purchases. To Chen Wangling, her father had always been an exceptionally capable individual, steadfast and seemingly omnipotent. However, at that moment, she realized that her father approached every task with profound seriousness, exhibiting remarkable politeness towards the customers, to the extent that it caused her to momentarily question whether the man before her was indeed her father. Yet, she quickly understood that her father was demonstrating the principles of good business management, imparting wisdom through example. The thought that her father, at his age, was still concerned for her welfare tugged at her heartstrings. After a long day's work, they finally concluded their tasks. However, Chen Yang felt the weight of his years, fatigue washing over him. The father and daughter took the time to tally the day's earnings that evening. Father, we managed to sell over 300 yuan today. After counting the money, Chen Wangling gazed at the sum in disbelief. That is hardly surprising. Chen Yang replied with calmness, a smile adorning his face. Selling over 300 yuan in a single day is not particularly remarkable. Based on my projections, we should be able to consistently earn several hundred yuan daily going forward. Just focus on managing the store well. While I cannot promise you immense wealth, I assure you that this establishment will suffice to sustain your livelihood. Chen Wangling nodded vigorously in agreement. All right, let us tidy up and lock the doors. It's south time to close for the day. On this side, Wang Jiejia had been busy all day with her grandfather and mother and was utterly exhausted. When Chen Yang picked her up and placed her in the car, he discovered she had already fallen sound asleep. Dad, look at this, Chen Wangling said, half amused and half concerned. The child is utterly worn out. Chen Yang felt a pang of sympathy and, after some contemplation, spoke gently. You are constantly preoccupied with business, and the adjacent shop remains vacant. If our business continues to thrive, perhaps you could consider renting that space. It could serve as our storage, and we could also create a room where you can cook and have a resting area. This way, Jiejia will have a comfortable place to rest when she is here with you. Chen Wangling nodded in agreement, appreciating her father's thorough consideration. As Chen Yang started the motorcycle to head home, she couldn't help but ask, Dad, when will you go to the Magic City? In a couple of days. Chen Yang replied after some thought. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, most likely tomorrow. However, I should prepare first. Even if I don't go tomorrow, the store won't be reopened. You'll need to manage it yourself. I understand. Chen Wangling nodded once more. Before long, the trio returned home, only to discover that their family had not yet gone to bed. Several people were gathered outside, particularly her 2 sons, the second Chen Wangjing and the third Chen Wanghe, had gleaming eyes. Dad, we need to discuss something important, Chen Wangjing said as he stepped forward after parking the motorcycle. Yes, a crucial matter for us fathers and sons. Chen Wanghe chimed in. Unexpectedly, Chen Wanghu emerged from inside, declaring, if we're discussing something, I want to join too. Chen Yang glanced at them and suddenly smiled, as if a thought had crossed his mind. He was like the Buddha, and these Sun Wukongs before him could never escape his grasp. Speak quickly. Can't you see how busy I am? Dad, the shop you opened for our sister, it's doing remarkably well. We find it quite astonishing. You've invested so much thought for her. Shouldn't you consider us as well? After all, we're your children too. Especially since my brother and I have been married for quite some time now. Living together has its inconveniences. We both believe that if we had the means, we could build houses outside. We still have the land, right? If you provide the funds, we can construct homes where we can live separately and comfortably. Wouldn't that be agreeable? Yes, my brother and I share this sentiment. It would make life more comfortable for everyone, and surely for you as well. Otherwise, living here together can be quite cramped, Chen Yang added. However, Chen Yang furrowed his brows, looking at the two brothers. Are you implying that living in our home is uncomfortable for you? The brothers suddenly faltered, realizing their words were perhaps poorly chosen. No, that is not what I meant. I didn't mean to suggest that living together is uncomfortable. I meant to convey that our household has become rather crowded, and gathering together might not be as convenient. If we were to construct a house situated a bit further away, wouldn't that allow everyone to reside more comfortably? Chen Yang acutely felt that his previous remark had provided his father with leverage, prompting him to fervently clarify, yes, that is precisely my point. Sweat beaded on Chen Wangjing's forehead. Sure, if you wish to build a house, I have no objections. Chen Yang interjected. The two brothers rejoiced, exclaiming, with a few thousand yuan, we should be nearly set. Is a few thousand yuan truly sufficient? After working for so many years, it seems you two should indeed have saved enough by now. Go ahead and proceed. The brothers were momentarily taken aback. But we currently do not possess such funds. That is precisely why we are seeking your assistance. If we had the money, we would have already initiated the process without needing to consult you. Chen Wangjing replied awkwardly. And you're asking me for money? Indeed. Lu Kei, upon hearing his loud exclamation, emerged from inside, her expression betraying a hint of unease as she regarded her father-in-law. You and your spouse have brought back quite a sum from your family. It is now time to repay that debt, is it not? You both wish to construct a house, so have your brother return that money. Even if it doesn't cover the entire cost of the house, it should bring you closer. Lu Kei's countenance shifted, taken aback that such matters had once again entangled her. How can you persist in bringing this up? Chen Yang slammed the table in anger, retorting, what do you mean by saying I'm harping on this issue? Let me make it clear. If you borrowed his money, it must be repaid. If you cannot repay it, what right do you have to ask me for money? Do you owe me anything? Lu Kei's expression fluctuated several times. Yet she dared not respond. And you're good for nothing. You have the ability to squeeze money from your father, but lack the resolve to retrieve what has been given away. Do you? What purpose do you serve? Asking me for money to build a house when you are in such a state? Hand the money back, and if you don't, then don't even think about it. Chen Wangjing was taken aback as well. Chen Yang then turned his attention to Chen Wanghe. Chen Wanghe, now bewildered, thought to himself, I certainly did not give any money to my in-laws. Father, my money. Isn't that money squandered by your wife on indulgences and pleasures? If your wife isn't even returning, what house do you intend to build? What nonsense! After delivering these harsh words, Chen Yang stood up and retreated to his room. Chapter 44. Off to the magical city, however, once he returned to his room, Chen Wanghu, Chen Wangyue, and Chen Wangxiu, who had intended to seize the opportunity to converse with him, were startled into silence, fearful that their father might unleash his wrath upon them. Meanwhile, the two brothers stood in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances. Isn't this just a chance for me to be bullied? Lu Kei felt aggrieved. Dear, why don't we have your brother and mother return the money to us first? Over the years, they have indeed taken a considerable amount, and retrieving it could also support us. Lu Kei's expression darkened as she retorted angrily. Are you even a man? The moment your father mentions money, you immediately ask me for it. Shouldn't you honor your mother-in-law? How can you still have the audacity to discuss this money? Are you not a man? Why are you so petty, just like your father? After speaking, Lu Kai abruptly entered her room with a resounding slam of the door, seemingly unwilling to exchange another word with him. Chen Wangjing, feeling an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, dared not utter a sound. Inside, Chen Yang had overheard the conversation and, unable to stifle a click of his tongue, shook his head in disbelief, inwardly mocking himself for having such a hopeless son. What good was a wife like that? Fortunately, his own wife was not like her. Otherwise, it would have driven him to despair. Initially, Chen Yang had intended to wait another day to prepare. However, witnessing the current situation, he resolutely decided to head to the bustling metropolis the very next day. Thus, at the break of dawn, he rose to pack a bag and set off towards Zhong Yunshan's residence. Upon hearing of Chen Yang's imminent departure, Zhong Yinshan gazed at him in astonishment and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired, "Are we truly leaving now? Hurry up and get ready. We must set off immediately to have ample time upon arrival." Noticing that Chen Yang was already shouldering his bag, he realized he was indeed serious about this and hastily gathered a couple of outfits to accompany him. "Have you informed Wangling?" he asked. "I have. We just shared breakfast together, and, after clarifying everything, I departed. Let us hurry to the station and buy our tickets. We must leave at once. Brother, we haven't even clarified what business we are actually pursuing. You can't just take me there without explaining, can you? Let us get a sleeper ticket. We can discuss it comfortably." "That sounds reasonable." At the station, they procured tickets for the next train bound for the metropolis. The journey would take nearly an entire day, and for Chen Yang, who had experienced the rapid pace of the 21st century, the trains of this era felt excruciatingly slow. Men, except when in bed, generally prefer speed. Fortunately, the sleeper compartment was exclusively for the two of them, allowing for candid conversation. Despite their cash totaling only a few thousand yuan, both had brought along their bank books, maintaining a vigilant watch during the night. Thankfully, the sleeper felt somewhat more secure than a standard carriage. After resting briefly, they began their dialogue. "Old Chun, it's time you explain what is going on. What business are we engaging in?" Zhong Yinshan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Are you aware that preparations are underway for the stock market in the metropolis?" Chen Yang continued. "Stock market? What stock market? I'm clueless." Zhong Yinshan's bewilderment was evident. Chen Yang felt a mix of exasperation and understanding. After all, it was quite normal for someone of their generation to be unaware of the stock market, as it was just on the cusp of its true emergence. "It is January 1992. I read in the newspaper that from January 19th to February 1st, there will be a 10-day window for purchasing subscription certificates for the stock market. During this time, we can buy these certificates. What purpose do they serve? Only with these subscription certificates can we participate in the lottery to buy stocks. What is the point of that?" Zhong Yinshan sensed Chen Yang's growing impatience, but could not help but inquire further. Chen Rong chuckled, yet she recognized that everyone had a limited understanding of the stock market, so she patiently continued to explain, "With a stock subscription certificate, one can enter a lottery. If we win the draw, we can subscribe to new stocks. If our stocks rise, we will earn a profit. Do you understand?" Zhong Yinshan nodded, though he was not entirely comprehending. His intuition simply told him to follow his childhood friend to make money, questioning the need for further inquiries. "So how many should we subscribe to? How much is each?" "I recall it was 30 yuan at the time of issuance," Chen Rong replied. 30 yuan? That's not cheap. Are we really going to subscribe?" "Of course. Once we get there, just listen to me. Each of us will contribute 30,000 yuan, totaling 60,000 yuan. 60,000 yuan? That could secure 1 or 2,000 shares. Why do we need so many?" Zhong Yinshan was taken aback by this statement, gazing incredulously at his friend, sensing something amiss. "Just trust me. When we arrive, we'll withdraw the money first, obtain the subscription certificate, and then buy the stocks." Chen Yang vaguely remembered that. In addition to the skyrocketing value of the subscription certificates themselves, they could fetch up to 1,000 yuan on the black market, especially as certain stocks surged dramatically upon their market debut, with some individuals reaping returns of 100-fold. Now, Chen Yang simply needed to replicate his companion's actions. The first step was to acquire a substantial number of subscription certificates. The next was to invest in new stocks, and he was aware of which stocks were poised for remarkable increases. Don't inquire how he knew, having lived a past life. He had gleaned knowledge from the incessant discussions of future generations. Otherwise, what was the point of being reborn? Zhong Yinshan pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes. Falling silent. "You've spoken for so long, and I still don't understand, but I'll just follow your lead." The train continued its journey northward. A day later, they finally arrived safely in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. As one of the premier cities in the East, even in this era, Shanghai's scale surpassed that of Guangzhou. Zhong Yinshan, captivated by the vibrant city, could not help but let his eyes gleam. Having only heard tales of Shanghai's prosperity and wealth, he now witnessed it firsthand. "With so many beautiful young women here, my prospects must be even greater." Chen Yang nearly stumbled at this remark, gazing at him in disbelief. Could you refrain from constantly thinking about those young women? Let us focus on serious matters. We're here to make money, not to meet young ladies. Once we earn money, won't they come to you? You're right. I shall learn from you. Zhong Yunshan immediately adopted a serious demeanor. However, at that moment, a young woman in a qipao passed by, her heels clicking on the ground while her gentle voice floated through the air. Zhong Yunshan's eyes widened, and he shivered with excitement. Wow, this is exhilarating. Chen Yang felt a pang of regret, questioning whether inviting him had been a wise decision. Chapter 45. Country folk with more than a week remaining before the true commencement, it was imperative for them to secure a place to reside. Staying at an inn seemed excessively costly, so the two of them decided to rent a room instead, ideally for several months. With aspirations of being closer to the exchange, they sought accommodation in the vicinity, which would prove to be more convenient. However, the sole drawback was the steep price. Let me tell you, we are in the city center. You have never seen it, have you? You country bumpkins. The landlord, a middle-aged woman of ordinary appearance, but with a hint of a soft Wu dialect in her speech, was of a similar age to them. Who has the country folk here? Protested Zhong Yunshan, visibly displeased. I haven't insulted you yet, and you dare call me a country bumpkin. Well, I didn't say anything incorrect. Outside of our MO city, everyone is a country bumpkin. The landlord's expression turned bemused. I say you're from the countryside, and you're still upset? I haven't misspoken. Zhong Yunshan, fuming, was about to retort further, as if a drama from the 90s featuring a rivalry between Cantonese and Shanghai gentlemen was about to unfold. Yet, Chen Yang chuckled, swiftly restraining him. Exactly. That's the spirit. This is spot on. Enough with the rural identity debate. Let's see the house. This second floor is quite nice. A 2-bedroom with a living room and a bathroom, perfectly suited for the two of you. The price is reasonable, just 120 yuan a month. Why so expensive? That is practically half a month's salary. We are in the city center. After all, this is considered cheap for a 2-bedroom at 120. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll rent it to someone else. My properties are in high demand. The landlord chattered incessantly while scrutinizing them. All right, we'll rent it for a month at 120. Chen Yang de Chilaret. Look at this brother. He knows how to conduct business. Such decisiveness. By the way, what brings you to our city? Care to share? Chen Yang promptly handed her 120 yuan. In those days, the concept of contracts was nearly obsolete. Handing over the money was practically sufficient. Zhong Yunshan, already irked by being labeled a country bumpkin, felt a mix of annoyance and pride as he responded with a slight smirk. We're here to trade stocks. During their journey, Chen Yang had shared some insights about the stock market, and although Zhong Yunshan grasped a few concepts, his understanding remained superficial. Trading stocks? The landlord paused, then burst into laughter, pointing at him. Oh my, you're truly amusing. Trading stocks? Is it that stock subscription certificate? Do you really believe in that? Who knows if it's real or not? You're actually going to trade stocks? Initially, Chen Yang intended to prevent Zhong Yunshan from revealing their purpose. But now that it was out, he could not intervene in time. Upon reflection, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. What nonsense! Even if I told them it's called a wealth certificate, no one would believe me. During the initial preparations for the listing, the government also made recommendations. Yet who truly listened? People only earn money beyond their own understanding. Of course, if it weren't for the chance of rebirth, Chen Yang would not have acquired this wealth. Even if one were to proclaim with a loudspeaker that this venture could yield profits, few would place their trust in it. Much like the years of skyrocketing housing prices in the 21st century, only a select few managed to board the train. The majority merely observed the spectacle. Additionally, some individuals simply lacked the necessary funds. It is now 1992, and 30 yuan is indeed a considerable sum, especially for this era. Unsurprisingly, this statement elicited laughter from the landlord. Zhong Yunshan, infuriated, exclaimed, I kindly share my endeavors with you, and yet you mock me. He insisted that this venture was profitable. Feeling indignant, Zhong pointed to his childhood friend. Oh, I'm not ridiculing you. I merely wish to remind you that we locals have seen it all. The most advanced innovations from across the nation are right here. We are well acquainted with such things. I advise you not to entertain such lofty aspirations. Truly, earning a bit of money is no easy feat. Do not engage in a game you cannot win. At this moment, the landlord displayed a hint of humanity, kindly suggesting, I have heard that your area is thriving due to reform and opening up. Perhaps you would fare better establishing a factory there instead of dabbling here. Thank you, but we are well aware of our own circumstances. Chen Yang felt a headache coming on. They remained unwilling to listen. We locals have encountered everything. You must understand that the best and most advanced are right here. The landlord continued to ramble. Unable to endure any longer, Chen Yang politely asked her to leave. With no choice, the landlord relinquished the keys and exited, casting one last displeased glance, muttering, unappreciative. I offer you my good intentions, and you disregard me. With a derisive chuckle, she added, don't be surprised if you find yourselves fleeing with your tails between your legs in a month. Once she departed, the two exchanged glances, finally feeling a wave of relief. They truly could not afford to provoke her. Were they all so overly confident? Just a bunch of country folk. Zhong Yinshan remained somewhat unconvinced. Old Zhong, I must ask, at your age, do you still care about the opinions of these so-called country folk? What does it matter who they are? Those who can earn money are the true elite. Chen Yang clicked his tongue, dismissing such concerns. Let's focus on making money now that we are here. Indeed, let us earn. We shall use our profits to silence that woman. Are you not the one who wanted to pay her to speak? Chen Yang regarded him with curiosity. Am I truly that lacking in taste? Just look at her. I find her unattractive. Chen Yang chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder. Let us take a good rest. Tomorrow, we shall devise a plan for our fortune. Absolutely. Let's get rich. Zhong Yinshan rejoiced. After a night's rest, the following morning, after having breakfast nearby, Zhong Yinshan became increasingly impatient. Old Chen, let us earnestly discuss your plans for wealth accumulation. Now we can commence our endeavors, for having prepared in advance will surely bring us peace of mind. Chen Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of such an approach. Very well, let us return to the rental residence and meticulously go over the procedures. Splendid. Let us be on our way. Upon returning, Chen Yang began to reminisce about the events following the issuance of stock subscription certificates in 1992. The initial phase was marked by a tepid market response. Although they had prepared an immense volume of stock certificates, only 2.07 million were sold. A considerable number of brokerage firms even resorted to having their employees purchase them due to the lackluster sales. By March of the same year, the lottery for listing officially commenced with a winning rate of approximately 10. Consequently, certain stocks soared dramatically post-listing, leading to subscription certificates skyrocketing in the black market to over 10,000 yuan each. Chapter 46. Persuasion from the landlord. The reasons for the sluggish sales were quite straightforward. The price was prohibitive. Each stock subscription certificate was priced at 30 yuan, while the average salary for workers in the bustling metropolis hovered around 200 to 300 yuan, meaning that purchasing one would consume a significant portion of their earnings. Moreover, although there was some official endorsement, the promotional efforts were rather tepid. Additionally, given the era's context, this concept was relatively avant-garde, inciting skepticism among the populace. Initially, he had intended to invest 60,000 yuan to acquire 2,000 certificates. However, upon reflection, he felt he had been overly conservative. Since each individual possessed savings of 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, why not aim higher? He resolved to invest all available funds. With this realization, a plan quickly took shape. He promptly ventured out to purchase newspapers, which indeed contained reports on the matter along with a comprehensive list of distribution points. The primary issuers were 3 major brokerage firms supplemented by several bank branches. There were no restrictions. Even individuals from outside the area could make purchases, provided they registered their identification in person. The cost remained at 30 yuan per certificate. At that moment, Chen Yang began to outline their itinerary, identifying the banks that would yield the most favorable outcomes. I will assign you to these banks, he declared. Remember, we shall procure as many as they have. Such bold assertions startled Zhong Yinshan, who scratched his head, feeling that Chen Yang's statements were excessively definitive. 30 yuan apiece, for 1,000 certificates that amounts to 30,000 yuan. Initially, I considered contributing 30,000 each, but now I believe we should invest all our funds. Have you lost your mind? All our money? Zhong Yinshan felt the weight of the proposition pressing down on him. Asking him to part with 30,000 yuan was manageable considering his net worth surpassed 300,000. Yet the notion of relinquishing all his funds instilled a palpable sense of anxiety. The risk entailed was rather substantial. Do you not have faith in me? Chen Yang gazed at him with a serious expression. Old Zhong, if you harbor such thoughts, even if we incur losses this time, we can simply return to collaborating with your cousin, and we will be able to recoup our funds. However, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we manage to seize it, our investment could yield returns exceeding 10 million. 10 million? Zhong Yinshan was taken aback. This was a figure he had never dared to contemplate. Old Chen, do not tempt me. Your words seem too far-fetched. 10 million. Who possesses that kind of wealth nowadays? Believe me or not, Chen Yang pressed on. Zhong Yinshan remained somewhat hesitant. It's not that I don't trust you. I simply find it too perilous. Old Chen, I think I will invest 30,000 instead. Zhong Yinshan bit his lip. I still have a few thousand left. I must retain some capital. Even if I conduct business with my cousin in the future, we need to have some funds to begin with. Indeed, Zhong Yinshan still had a bit of money, but 30,000 was truly his limit, signifying that he had genuinely taken Chen Yang's words to heart. What kind of brother could reach such a point if not him? Chen Yang stood, earnestly patting him on the shoulder, and said with conviction, "Rest assured, I will also contribute 30,000 towards the subscription certificates. Together, we will invest a total of 60,000, and our profits will be split evenly. I will keep a few thousand for future business dealings." Zhong Yinshan sighed with relief, but then pondered, Old Chen, with the new year approaching on February 4th, we must return home to celebrate, right? We will stay here for a while, striving to acquire as much as we can. Then we shall return home for the festivities, and after the new year, around March, we will come back to participate in the lottery for the new stocks. At this, Chen Yang's face lit up with smiles. This was his true opportunity for profit. However, he recalled several major stocks, such as the renowned Yuan Mall, which would commence trading in May, signifying that substantial profits would only materialize then. During this interim, he needed to earn as much as possible from Li Jingming so that he would have funds to invest in the new stocks. With their combined resources, they would have just enough to undertake this venture. Once this plan was solidified, he too felt a sense of relief. It's settled then. Tomorrow I will take you around to various locations, so you can familiarize yourself with where the goods are available. Remember, we will purchase as much as is available within our budget. Understood? In the following days, Chen Yang guided him throughout the city, both scouting for outlets and allowing him to explore. What about you while I visit these outlets? After several days of wandering, the time was drawing near, and he could no longer contain his curiosity. I will be purchasing from the 3 major brokerage firms, as they have the most subscription certificates available. Got it. As days passed, the anticipated date approached swiftly. Exhausted, the two returned to their rented accommodation. To Chen Yang's surprise, the landlord had also arrived, seemingly collecting rent from other tenants. Upon noticing the two of them, she turned her gaze towards them. "Come here, you." She appeared to find Chen Yang more agreeable and beckoned him over. Following her to a secluded spot, she sighed, "Your friend refuses to heed advice, and I can hardly be bothered to speak to him. Let me share something with you instead." Chen Yang, adopting an exceedingly courteous demeanor, replied, "Please go ahead." "Surely, you were not jesting when you mentioned what you did last time?" Chen Yang scratched his head. "We were merely playing around." The landlord regarded him with a knowing look and gently advised, "I have someone above me engaged in this very endeavor. They inform me that such pursuits are bound to incur losses. You are, after all, my tenant, and I hope you will stay here a while longer. Earning money is no easy task. It's best to keep it close at hand. I urge you both to cease this frivolity and focus on more prudent matters." Although the advice offered was misguided, Chen Yang still felt a sense of gratitude towards her. It is indeed rare for a stranger to caution one against a particular course of action in such circumstances. After all, not everyone possesses the insight to perceive the shifts in this world as he does. Thus, he was quite appreciative of the landlord's concern. Nevertheless, gratitude aside, he had no intention of heeding her counsel. "Thank you for the warning, dear landlord. Rest assured, I am well aware of my situation." "Hey, Why are you so stubborn and unwilling to listen? The landlord, recognizing his dismissive attitude, turned in exasperation and departed. You may indulge in your folly, but do not come crying to me when you suffer losses. That is of no concern to me. I only meant to offer you a kind reminder. Yet you fail to recognize good intentions. With that, she sashayed away in her cheongsam. At that moment, Chen Yang caught the sound of jubilant laughter ahead, accompanied by someone addressing the landlord. Tao Jia, is this the fool preparing to purchase a subscription certificate? These outsiders are truly amusing, thinking they can strike it rich. The opportunities for wealth will surely come to us first. Why bother advising him? Let him stumble a few times. That will suffice. These na-ve fools. Chapter 47. Purchasing stock subscription certificates. Oh, Lao Jin, this is none of your business. After all, he is still my tenant. What concern is it of yours? The landlord's voice rose, revealing her displeasure at his remarks about Chen Yang. Tao Jia, I did not mean it that way. You were merely trying to warn them, and they're simply ignoring your good intentions. This is my affair and has little to do with you, so spare me your worries. Perhaps you should focus on your own matters instead. With that, Tao Jia clicked away in her high heels, leaving. Chen Yang scoffed. Just then, Zhong Yinshan emerged from the shower, casting a glance at him, and inquired, "Is that insufferable woman again advising us against this business? Speak more kindly." Calling her insufferable is uncalled for. She means well. Well, her good intentions are meaningless. She is no good person. Zhong Yinshan clearly harbored a grudge regarding the earlier comment about being country folk. Are you truly so bothered by her referring to us as country bumpkins? Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, not particularly. Zhong Yinshan pondered for a moment before gently stepping forward to confide a secret. Primarily, she was not particularly attractive. Chen Yang's lips twitched slightly, feeling that he had perhaps asked an unnecessary question. All right, enough of this. Let's hurry and get some sleep. After our bath, we must retire for the night. Chen Yang remarked with a hint of exasperation, for the following day would demand considerable effort from them. As I suggested, tomorrow you should commence acquiring the subscription certificates in those locations. Remember, that is our lifeline. You must ensure that everything is in order. Should any issues arise, I shall hold you accountable. Fear not. Have we not already procured our suitcases? Once we secure the subscription certificates, we can simply place them inside. Zhong Yinshan replied. I am merely reminding you. Chen Yang chuckled, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Very well. Tomorrow marks the official beginning of our endeavor. Should we rise earlier to queue? Zhong Yinshan inquired. Chen Yang nearly burst into laughter. Queue? For what? I doubt many will be purchasing. Then it is settled. We shall arise at our usual time. Despite this, they resolved not to rise too late, and thus they awoke amidst the hustle of others heading to work. After refreshing themselves, the pair ventured out, suitcases in hand. Tao Jia, look. Old Jean was also out for breakfast, gesturing toward the landlord, Tao Jia, who was likewise dining. Look at those two. They seem rather serious. Surely they do not intend to purchase stock subscription certificates? The scams of Metropolis could easily deceive these naive outsiders, but not the local residents. We are far more astute. You enjoy gazing at yourself. Do not expect me to join you. What is there to see? Your mother didn't call me to witness your birth. Old Jean retorted, feeling somewhat disheartened and hesitant to speak further. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and his companion paid no heed to the remarks, passing by with their suitcases until they vanished from view. Truly, some people are insatiable, Tao Jia muttered, shaking her head, and chose to disregard the matter. Upon exiting, the two parted ways as previously arranged, each heading to their designated locations to purchase stock subscription certificates. Chen Yang had brought 420,000 yuan, while Zhong Yinshan had 180,000 yuan. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang entered the first brokerage firm. As he had anticipated, while it was not devoid of patrons, the crowd was manageable. He dutifully queued at the back, observing how others conducted their transactions. A glance revealed that even those who were purchasing did not seem to buy in substantial amounts. The reasons were clear. Firstly, this venture was not inexpensive, and secondly, confidence in it was lacking. After assessing the situation, he formulated his strategy. Soon it was his turn. Sir, Are you here to purchase stock subscription certificates? We have just issued them. Indeed, I wish to buy stock subscription certificates. Chen Yang replied succinctly, producing his large suitcase and revealing the 420,000 yuan in cash within. The clerk paused, momentarily stunned, even doubting his own vision. Sir, may I inquire if this entire amount is intended for purchasing stock subscription certificates? Indeed, the clerk nearly lost his composure. I have never encountered such extravagance. Shortly thereafter, the manager hurriedly emerged and escorted him inside. As a valued client, he was naturally greeted with a higher standard of service. Soon, Chen Yang found himself seated, while others poured tea for him. The manager personally sat beside him to assist with the transaction. You wish to purchase all the stock subscriptions? The manager's voice trembled slightly, not only due to the substantial amount of money involved, but also because, judging by the current market response, they were indeed facing a downturn. Such a significant order felt like a lifeline. Indeed, Chen Yang affirmed, to be precise, I have 420,000 here. And your stock subscription certificates are priced at 30 yuan each, allowing me to acquire 14,000 shares. Very well, let us conduct a count. Once it was confirmed that Chen Yang intended to purchase the stock subscription certificates, the manager exhaled in relief and promptly summoned staff to tally the cash. Several bill counters, which appeared somewhat antiquated to Chen Yang, yet were considered modern in this era, diligently counted the notes, supplemented by manual verification. After a while, the 420,000 yuan in cash was finally counted accurately. The manager breathed a thorough sigh of relief, smiling as he began processing Chen Yang's stock subscription certificates. In essence, it was merely a matter of counting, requiring no registration of names. Mr. Chen, all of our certificates are sequential. Ultimately, the entire set of 14,000 stock subscription certificates was placed into his briefcase. You're aware of our procedures, correct? Sequential certificates have a higher probability of winning. It appeared that, as a significant client, he was afforded the privilege of sequential numbers. Thank you, Manager Wang. Chen Yang also felt relieved as he shook the manager's hand. Then it settled. Splendid. Do take care and keep an eye on this side. After all, securing such a large transaction is beneficial for us as well. Chen Yang nodded with a smile and quickly departed. As soon as he left, Manager Wang burst into hearty laughter and immediately reported the transaction, having sold over 10,000 shares. Indeed, a substantial order. Upon returning to his rented room, Chen Yang was surprised to find Tao Jia waiting there. How much did you spend on stock subscription certificates? She inquired. Not much. I just invested 10,000 yuan for fun. Chen Yang Jaswali replied. You really have money to spare. To think you can nonchalantly say that spending 10,000 yuan is just for play. Such is the spirit of the pioneers of reform and opening up. Tao Jia seemed to perceive his expenditure as excessive, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Just then, Zhong Yunshan returned, and upon seeing Chen Yang, his eyes sparkled as he raised his briefcase triumphantly, indicating that he had also spent his 180,000 yuan. How much did you spend? Tao Jia asked, evidently unimpressed by Zhong Yunshan. 180,000. He blurted without a second thought. You spent 180,000? You really know how to brag. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Tao Jia clearly disbelieved him, casting a disdainful glance before turning away. Chapter 48. Another batch of children as clothing this infuriated Zhong Yunshan, who immediately felt the urge to retort. According to Chen Yang's estimation, when it came to arguing, he was the undisputed king of contention. It wasn't so much about being argumentative as it was about being obstinate, known as the master of disputes. He could not tolerate being looked down upon, particularly as a rural dweller. Fortunately, Chen Yang seized him and admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you unaware that fortune should remain concealed?" It was only then that Zhong Yunshan realized his folly, wishing to slap himself. His earlier strained relationship with the landlord, Ms. Tao, had made him feel as though she was perpetually targeting him, leading him to instinctively seek to restore his dignity. Hurry back. Zhong Yunshan nodded and promptly followed him upstairs. The two ascended and opened the leather suitcase, extracting all the stock subscription certificates. The bright red hue was almost blinding. A staggering 600,000. This amounted to a total of 20,000 shares. Chen Yang was exceedingly pleased upon seeing this. However, Zhong Yinshan found himself in a state of incredulity. To him, these had become mere scraps of paper. That was 600,000 in cash, now transformed into such trivialities. Let us rest for a day, and we'll head home the day after tomorrow. Chen Yang contemplated that he needn't squander more time here and made a decisive choice. It was merely January 19th. Returning on the 21st might afford them another opportunity to travel to Hansheng and earn some extra money. Reach out to your cousin again and see if he has any new goods available. Chen Yang reminded him. He mentioned last time that it was unlikely, but let us return and reassess. Zhong Yinshan nodded in agreement. After resting for a day, on January 21st, the two boarded the train back to Yangcheng. Each carried a suitcase containing 10,000 stock subscription certificates. Throughout the journey, Chen Yang slept soundly, while Zhong Yinshan was somewhat anxious. After a long and arduous journey, they finally returned to Yangcheng on the 22nd. Upon their arrival, Zhong Yinshan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a lack of civility! Who dares to call me a country bumpkin?" Chen Yang kicked him playfully, urging, "Let us eat. After that, we'll head home." However, after uttering this, Chen Yang glanced at him again. "Let us store these stock certificates at your home. It's safer there. My children are quite troublesome and might inadvertently dispose of these valuables. All right, let us keep them in my place." After finishing their meal, the two made their way directly to Zhong Yunshan's home, now in the afternoon. As they arrived, they were greeted by Zhong Yunshan's wife, Liang Ru, who hurriedly emerged. Initially, she seemed somewhat displeased upon seeing Zhong Yinshan, but her expression brightened upon spotting Chen Yang. "You're back. Have you eaten? Come in quickly. I'll prepare a meal for you." Chen Yang greeted her, somewhat exasperated. "Liang Ru, we've already eaten. By the way, cousin Zhengming called and said he needed to speak with you." Liang Ru turned to Zhong Yunshan. "When did he call?" Zhong Yunshan inquired with excitement. "Just yesterday. I mentioned you two had gone to Modu, and he said it was fine, just to tell you to call him once you returned." The two exchanged glances, both filled with exhilaration, as they surmised that it was likely that Li Zhengming had new goods available. Thus, they secured their belongings in the room, instructing Liang Ru not to disturb them, and hurriedly made their way to the nearby convenience store to make the call. Soon enough, Zhong Yunshan placed a call, and fortune smiled upon them, as the person who answered was none other than Li Zhengming. "My dear friend, I have just returned from the bustling metropolis, and I heard you attempted to reach me by phone. I promptly returned your call, hoping there might be goods available." On the other end, Li Zhengming's cheerful voice resonated. "You are indeed correct. We initially planned not to release any stock before the new year, but a sudden announcement has come through, stating that a large batch of goods will still be available. I kept an eye out for you. We have a considerable amount of clothing ready to be released, which I think would suit you perfectly. Would you be interested?" Zhong Yinshan was already well versed in such matters, having engaged in several discussions previously, so he quickly inquired, "What kind of goods? How much per piece? What is the total quantity?" Li Zhengming chuckled in response. "Still clothing, but this time it is children's wear. We have a substantial batch, ranging from ages 6 to 16, totaling 40,000 pieces. Since we have a variety, we are pricing them uniformly at a mere 2 yuan each. I will come over tomorrow," he declared, receiving a nod of approval from Chen Yang. "All right, I'll be expecting you tomorrow. However, we must act swiftly. If you plan to sell, you'll need to move quickly. These are winter garments for children, just in time for the new year. People are preparing for the festivities, and you can seize this opportunity to sell. Understood? No need to wait until tomorrow. Let's go today." Chen Yang interjected. "Oh, very well. We shall head over immediately." After hanging up, the two friends did not even return home. They hurriedly packed their bags and made their way to the train station, catching the next train to Pengcheng. However, upon their arrival, it was already dusk, and they realized they would have to wait until the following day to begin their work. The next morning, they rose early to attend to their business. Drawing from their prior experiences, handling these matters had become second nature. The total cost for the 40,000 pieces at 2 yuan each amounted to 80,000 yuan. Presently, Zhong Yinshan had very little money on hand, primarily relying on Chen Yang's funds. After securing the goods, they rushed back to the train station and boarded a train directly to Hansheng. They arrived in Hansheng at dawn, opting to stay in the warehouse instead of a guest house. It was now the 24th, with a full 10 days remaining before the New Year celebrations. Their goods were expected to arrive in 3 days, indicating they would need to stay for that duration. After a restful sleep, the following day they enjoyed breakfast and began deliberating their next steps. In my estimation, we can easily sell these items for an average of 12 to 13 yuan each, which should align with our wholesale price for long-sleeve shirts. If we calculate a profit of 9 yuan per piece, that amounts to 360,000 yuan. Chen Yang zhaozhulatet. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Zhong Yunshan's face. Indeed, I was just lamenting how quickly our recent earnings had vanished. I was feeling quite anxious. Now, with the prospect of earning 360,000 yuan, we will have funds again. He chuckled heartily at the thought. Yes, this will serve as our initial capital for stock trading. But do we still need to invest more? How absurd. If we win a lottery, we must buy stocks, right? Purchasing stocks requires capital. Zhong Yunshan felt a tremor of apprehension. It seemed as though this venture had no end in sight. Rest assured, next year we will primarily operate on 2 fronts. First, we will convert all these stock subscription certificates into cash. And secondly, we will continue our collaboration with your cousin. Let us strive to become millionaires by the end of the year. Stop painting me a rosy picture. I would be grateful to be a mere millionaire at this point, let alone a billionaire. Zhong Yinshan shook his head, hesitant to entertain such lofty dreams. Alas, my ambitions are modest. I only wish to enjoy the company of a few beautiful young women, not to dream of becoming a billionaire. Chapter 49. Initial orders. The weather in Seoul was indeed frigid. After a night's rest, the two were preparing to have breakfast when they unexpectedly encountered someone upon opening the door. Mr. Qian? Mr. Chen. They both exclaimed simultaneously, sharing a hearty laugh. I knew I saw you last night. I noticed the lights were on here, so I guess you must have returned. I've been waiting for you this morning. And here you are. Come. Have you had breakfast? Let me treat you. Mr. Qian was exceedingly enthusiastic, insisting on treating them to breakfast. Mr. Qian, there's no need for breakfast. Have you sold all your clothes? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Sold out. All gone. I've been waiting for your next shipment. However, after waiting so long with no news, I've been coming here daily. Our clothes only sell well when sourced from you. The others are quite mediocre. So, I thought I would come find you. And, at last, my wait has not been in vain. Have you received a new shipment? Mr. Qian peered inside, only to be disappointed by the emptiness, save for their bedding. Rest assured, the goods will arrive in 2 days. Chen Yang understood his concerns and was eager to facilitate the swift exchange. Wonderful, Mr. Qian exclaimed with delight. I can't believe you've actually managed to bring in the goods. Let us go have breakfast. I must tell you, our local breakfast spots are quite famous. As a local, I'll take you to some places you've never been before. You won't be disappointed. Don't be shy, let us go. With such warm hospitality, Chen Yang and his companion had no choice but to accept, following him to a nearby breakfast shop. After walking a short distance, they found a delightful eatery, which indeed proved to be of superior quality, satisfying even the discerning palates of Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan. How much merchandise do you have this time? What is it? Mr. Qian finally inquired, voicing the question that had lingered in his mind throughout their journey. Children's clothing. A total of 40,000 pieces, available in sizes ranging from 6 to 16 years. Chen Yang smiled slightly, revealing all the details. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian gained a clearer understanding. Children's clothing is quite acceptable. As the festive season approaches, many individuals hesitate to indulge themselves with purchases, yet they readily splurge on their children. Indeed, one can do just that. At this moment, Boss Qian was inquiring about the quantity of goods needed when suddenly, Zhong Yinshan playfully inquired about his intentions. Boss Qian chuckled, understanding that Zhong was teasing him for his previous skepticism, which had led to lesser profits. What price do you intend to sell each item for? Boss Chen pondered for a moment. The average retail price should hover around 17 to 18 yuan per piece. I am considering offering you a wholesale price of 11 yuan, calculated based on the average. Very well, reserve 5,000 pieces for me. Boss Chen ultimately settled on a figure after some deliberation. Unexpectedly, as they were conversing, a loud and cheerful voice erupted from the neighboring stall. Boss Chen, Boss Zhong, it truly is you. Upon turning, they recognized an old acquaintance, Boss Chi, who had previously procured thermal underwear from them for sale. Noticing Boss Chi, Boss Qian's expression soured slightly, as Chi had previously interfered, resulting in a shortage of thermal underwear for them. Oh, Boss Qian is here as well. What a coincidence! Boss Chi exclaimed jovially, taking a seat and declaring, since it's such a fortuitous occasion, let me treat you all. Feel free to order whatever you desire. We have more than enough here. Chen Yang chuckled in response. Boss Chi nodded, refraining from further comments, and promptly approached the shopkeeper to order his meal, swiftly settling the payment. Boss Qian then realized something amiss. Boss Chi, I'm treating today. Why are you paying? Does it truly matter who treats? We are hosting 2 esteemed guests from Guangdong. It's all in the spirit of representing our Han City. Boss Chi was quite eloquent, leaving Boss Qian momentarily speechless. In truth, Chen Yang perceived that Boss Chi was quite adept at business, and in comparison, Boss Qian appeared somewhat lacking. Gentlemen, I presume you have some exceptional goods to unveil? Please enlighten me. Boss Chi, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired as soon as he settled down. Zhong Yinshan, acting as Chen Yang's aide, reiterated the previous conversation. I require 10,000 pieces. Boss Chi decisively stated, surprising them with his promptness. Boss Qian's expression shifted subtly, concerned that his own order might dwindle as a result. Boss Chi, we cannot procure goods in such a manner. I have several colleagues accompanying me, and they too wish to place orders. If you take such a large quantity, how will others manage? Boss Qian voiced his discontent. However, before he could finish, Zhong Yinshan interjected, sounding somewhat displeased. Boss Qian, your remarks seem a bit excessive. For the 2 of us conducting business here, how we choose to sell is entirely our prerogative. You, not wishing to take a substantial order yourself, should not hinder others from doing so. This is rather against the rules. Mr. Qian stood there, realizing he had indeed misspoken. Awkwardly, he began to explain, I sincerely apologize, esteemed gentlemen. That was not my intention. What I meant to convey is that I still have many clients yet to collect their goods. They will undoubtedly want theirs as well. When the time comes, if I procure 5,000 units, the remaining 30,000 could very well be distributed among them. Speculating on events that haven't occurred is rather futile. The 2 of us will dispatch the goods as we see fit, without waiting for others. Therefore, it is settled. Mr. Qian will take 5,000 units, while Mr. Chi will take 10,000. This leaves a total of 25,000 units remaining from the original 40,000. Ultimately, it was Chen Yang who provided the final word. After his pronouncement, Mr. Qian refrained from further comment, choosing instead to remain silent. All right, it is decided then. You may come to collect the goods here in 2 days' time. In the afternoon, we should manage to retrieve the items around dusk. Excellent, that is settled. Mr. Chi responded with evident enthusiasm. After enjoying breakfast, the 2 gentlemen departed. Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan, however, were disinclined to venture elsewhere, primarily due to the biting cold. They retreated indoors instead. Yet, after a short while of playing cards, Zhong Yinshan abruptly declared, what is the point of playing cards just between the 2 of us? We need more players to make it lively. At this moment, Chen Yang realized that his childhood friend was likely yearning to engage in a game with a young lady. Most certainly, it would be a scenario where she plays a 9 and he plays a 6. Chapter 50, Acts of Valor. All right, go wherever your heart desires. Chen Yang understood that his friend could not resist the temptation. Given that there were still 2 days until their arrangement, he couldn't compel him to stay. Nevertheless, he cautioned, just be careful and don't fall into any traps, and leave all your money behind. Don't let anyone take advantage of you. I don't have much left. Just a couple of thousand, Zhong Yinshan replied. then leave that behind. If you lack funds, they might overlook you, but if you flaunt your wealth, you could attract unwanted attention. Initially, they may only wish for a casual dalliance, but their intentions can quickly shift. Chen Yang remarqued, your demeanor suggests you are no novice to such experiences. Indeed, you seem like a seasoned rogue, while I am merely an innocent lamb. This reflection caused Zhong Yunshan to ponder deeply, as he proceeded to remove all his valuables. In the end, he retained only a little over 100 yuan, even relinquishing his watch to Chen Yang. I have entrusted you with my fortune and well-being. Do take care. Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. Understood. Zhong Yunshan chuckled, stepping out with newfound vigor, feeling as though he finally had a stake in a vast world outside. Chen Yang, somewhat exasperated, began to tidy up the warehouse after Zhong Yunshan left. He organized their bedding and disposed of the refuse gathered from the house. Nearby, there was an idle plot of land where he could catch his breath. To his surprise, he noticed something stirring within a nearby thicket of weeds. At first, he believed it was merely a rat, as the vacant spaces in the city often attracted such creatures. However, he soon sensed that something was amiss upon hearing faint voices. Weak and trembling, his expression shifted dramatically, and an ominous premonition gripped him. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down to grasp a brick from the ground. Who goes there? He shouted as he sprinted towards the source. The moment his voice echoed, a figure sprang up, clad in a gray jacket, desperately trying to flee. Following closely was a small girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, trembling and with disheveled hair, her face a portrait of terror as she gazed at Chen Yang. In that instant, Chen Yang's mind exploded with realization. You wretched scum! Fury ignited within him, and without a second thought, he charged toward the shadowy figure. The person, seemingly flustered, stumbled unsteadily, moving at a pace that could not match Chen Yang's. In a flash, he reached the figure and brought the brick crashing down upon its head. With a thud, the individual collapsed to the ground, though rather than succumbing to unconsciousness, this act only stirred their ferocity. Before Chen Yang could react, the assailants sprang back to their feet, brandishing a wooden stick and striking at him with vicious intent. Caught off guard, Chen Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him from the blow. The assailant, fueled by rage, continued to assault him relentlessly. Damn you, Chen Yang thought, pain coursing through him, and with a sudden surge of determination, he raised his hands defensively and, disregarding the pain, struck the assailant's head with a brick once more. After 2 consecutive blows, the figure finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. It was only then that Chen Yang registered the pain in his hands, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. Yet, witnessing the unconscious form before him, he hurriedly turned back. Upon his return, he found the little girl still standing there in a state of terror. Are you all right? He asked, his gaze filled with an intensity of anger that could not be quelled. I want my mommy, she cried, unable to contain her tears any longer. Chen Yang quickly scooped her up, reassuring her, it's all right. Do not be afraid. I will take you to your mother, with the child in his arms. He stumbled out, suddenly recalling something, and raced in another direction. The distance to the police station was roughly 1,000 meters, and he hurriedly made his way inside. Officer, I need to report an incident. The police officers inside were startled by his appearance, especially upon seeing the frightened child in his arms. They quickly approached him, and he recounted the events in a rush. Get the team ready. The officers, upon hearing this, sprang into action, realizing that such cases, especially involving children, warranted urgent attention. Even in these times, Officer, I entrust my child to your care, while I and my companions seek out the individual responsible. I have just rendered him unconscious over there. As long as he remains in slumber, he should be unable to flee. Chen Yang gently set the child down. A female officer promptly approached to attend to the child, while Chen Yang hurriedly led the team to the scene. Fortune smiled upon them. Upon their arrival, the assailant still lay unconscious. Is this the one? The captain inquired, gesturing for his team to surround the man. Indeed, this is the one who is here, commanded the captain. Cuff him immediately and bring him back to the station. Chen Yang exhaled with relief and followed them back to the precinct. Upon their return, they discovered a considerable commotion unfolding inside. Chief, a tall, formidable middle-aged man stood in the center, seemingly awaiting their arrival. The captain and the young officers immediately bowed in respect. The middle-aged man nodded, casting a glance at them before his gaze settled on Chen Yang. "This is the informant, Mr. Chen Yang," the captain introduced. "So, we have apprehended the suspect, have we?" the chief inquired. "He has been subdued by Mr. Chen. Our doctor has assessed him and confirmed he is merely unconscious, nothing serious. We will awaken him shortly for questioning." The captain replied, "We have also taken statements from the child. Please ensure to inquire further." The chief instructed. "Understood. We will proceed immediately. Mr. Chen, it appears you may be here for a while. You shall dine with us at noon. Rest assured, arrangements will be made for your meal. All you need to do is partake." "Certainly, Chief. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will cooperate fully." The chief nodded, instructing him to take a seat while they proceeded to interrogate the suspect. Chen Yang remained seated, idly passing the time. After a short while, a striking woman, likely in her late 20s, hurriedly entered the room, her expression fraught with concern. Immediately, someone approached to attend to her, and soon the little girl was by her side, suggesting that this woman was indeed the child's mother. Chapter 51. The benefactor. While contemplating whether to introduce himself, Chen Yang observed the female officer approach to facilitate the introduction. "Thank you." The beautiful young mother moved towards him and, to his surprise, knelt before him. No need for such formality. Chen Yang gently assisted her to her feet. "Today was merely fortunate. I happened to encounter her there. One must be particularly vigilant when caring for children. Please do not be so formal. Rise quickly." The child was genuinely frightened. "Indeed, I was preoccupied with my tasks at home and did not anticipate my child wandering off. By the time I realized, she had gone missing." The elegant mother began to weep, evidently shaken by the ordeal. "It is all right. Just remember to be more attentive in the future." Chen Yang offered gentle reassurance. Thank you, kind sir." The beautiful mother expressed her gratitude profusely. Just then, the chief and captain hurriedly emerged from within. "You're the child's mother, Lu Zhifen, correct?" "Yes, I'm the child's mother, Lu Zhifen." "Very well, both of you may come in." Shortly after, the two entered the director's office together. "My surname is Kai." The director introduced himself after taking a seat. "Director Kai." Chen Yang greeted him, unable to resist casting a glance his way. Thankfully, he was not wearing suspenders. Director Kai nodded and earnestly addressed Chen Yang. "I truly appreciate your assistance. He has just clarified everything. It seems he had nefarious intentions upon seeing the child playing alone on the street, intending to abduct her, but fortunately, you intervened and incapacitated him. Thus, their family should indeed express their gratitude to you." Lu Zhifen wished to convey her thanks, but Director Kai promptly interrupted her, advising her to remain silent, and instead spoke seriously to Lu Zhifen. "I understand that raising a child alone as a woman is quite challenging. However, you must exercise caution. The world is indeed chaotic, and it is wise to remain vigilant. Today, the child was fortunate to encounter him. Had she not, her life could have been irrevocably altered. I understand, and I am grateful to this brother Chen." Lu Zhifen sobbed, filled with both gratitude and dread. "Well, this matter is now resolved. You may take the child home. She appears quite frightened. It would be best to comfort her. Should we require your cooperation in the future, we will send someone to reach out to you. Please find a way to soothe her. Such a young child encountering such events is truly terrifying." "Thank you, Director Kai." Lu Zhifen nodded and exited the office. Only then did Director Kai turn to Chen Yang with a smile, saying, "You deserve our heartfelt thanks. You have truly aided us immensely. You have saved a little girl, or else her life could have been ruined." As he spoke, Director Kai sighed deeply. Having worked in this field, he had witnessed numerous such incidents. In such circumstances, survival itself can be precarious, and even if one survives, the trauma endured can last a lifetime. Fortunately, Chen Yang intervened just in time to prevent a dire outcome. "It was luck," Chen Yang remarked, reflecting on the near miss. "I merely stepped outside for a breath of fresh air and had no inkling of what was unfolding. Had the child not made a sound, I might not have investigated. Indeed, it was sheer fortune, yet regardless, you have rendered significant assistance." Just as they conversed, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Director Kai paused and promptly invited the visitor in. Lu Jifan entered, cradling the little girl. Brother Chen, thank you once again. My Nini insisted on coming to personally thank you. You have helped our family tremendously. I must treat you to a meal. How may I contact you? Lu Jifan inquired politely. Director Kai remained silent, clearly allowing them to converse freely. I will likely be around these next few days. I operate a business at the shop across at number 68, Chen Yang explained with a smile. Very well, Brother Chen. I shall take my leave. Lu Jifan bowed to Director Kai and then exited with her child. Is that shop at number 68 yours? Director Kai inquired, shifting the conversation with a smile. Indeed, I own that establishment. However, it is a trading shop. I procure goods from Yangsheng for sale, primarily wholesale to others. We are generally not present here. We only come when we have stock from Yangsheng, he replied. How is business? Director Kai asked with a grin. It's going reasonably well. That is good to hear. Well, it seems you have no pressing matters here. I must express my gratitude for your significant assistance. As it is nearly mealtime, why not join us for lunch? Our fare is quite simple, just the usual canteen food. Since you're visiting from afar for business, you might save a bit of money here. I trust you won't find our meals unpalatable? No, not at all. Come, let me take you to dine. With that, Director Kai rose and led him to the dining area. Director Kai was quite the conversationalist, engaging him about the customs and culture of Yangsheng. Chen Yang, being the workshop director, was naturally adept at such discussions, and they found ample common ground due to their similar ages. After their meal, Director Kai cheerfully remarked, Well then, I shall not see you off. You should return and rest well. Your matters here are essentially settled, and should anything arise, we will reach out to you. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement before making his way back. Upon returning to his shop, he exhaled a sigh of relief. After a morning of exertion, he felt quite fatigued and decided to take a brief nap. However, to his surprise, when he awoke, it was already around 5 in the afternoon, and Zhong Yunsan had yet to return. This left Chen Yang somewhat bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is this fellow going to toil until dawn? Just as he pondered this, he suddenly heard some commotion outside the shop. Soon after, he saw Lu Jifan's graceful figure appear at the door, peering inside. Brother Chen, is that you? Chen Yang stepped out, noticing the lovely young woman outside, seemingly hesitant and afraid of addressing the wrong person. It is I, he affirmed with a smile. Lu Jifan let out a sigh of relief, then smiled softly and said, Come, let us go to my home for dinner. Oh, that is not necessary. No, it absolutely is. Lu Jifan insisted earnestly. If it weren't for you rescuing Nini, I dread to think what might have happened to her. You are my benefactor. Inviting you to dinner is but a small token of my gratitude. I've already purchased the ingredients, and I can prepare a meal. Chapter 52. This uncle is not a good person. Lu Jifan's home was not far from there, roughly a 6 to 7 minute walk. However, upon arrival, it became evident that it was an old residential area, now appearing somewhat run down. Nevertheless, with the city's future development, this area would undoubtedly become valuable. Lu Jifan walked ahead, with Chen Yang following behind. Having walked a distance, I arrived outside Lu Jifan's residence, preparing to enter when I heard a lewd voice proclaim, Lu Jifan, are you stealing men? A crowd nearby erupted into laughter, gleefully watching Lu Jifan. Her face flushed crimson, a mix of anger and helplessness as she seemed unable to confront the provocateur. Chen Yang, however, was not so docile. Damn it, I just got acquainted with Director Kai, and here you are, flaunting your insolence in front of me. Such a scoundrel only knows how to behave like this. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang approached and delivered a swift kick to the man. The young man, appearing to be around 27 or 28, roughly Lu Jifan's age, was caught off guard and fell flat on his back. The laughter that once filled the air abruptly ceased, leaving the crowd stunned. The young man struggled to rise, his humiliation palpable in front of so many neighbors, fueling his anger. Yet, as he attempted to regain his dignity, Chen Yang advanced and kicked him again. The man collapsed once more, groaning in pain, his face now etched with fear as he regarded Chen Yang. The onlookers, who had previously been amused, fell silent, bewildered by this unfamiliar figure. Not so amusing now, are we? Chen Yang taunted, stepping on the young man, though he gritted his teeth. The young man was clearly intimidated by the fury radiating from Chen Yang. Lu Zhifan, taken aback by Chen Yang's sudden outburst, perhaps hadn't anticipated such a reaction. Yet, being insightful, she quickly grasped the situation. It was precisely this temperament that enabled one to rescue a loved one in dire circumstances. Weiyang, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Zhifan interjected. Brother Chen here is the one who saved Nini today. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. I invited him over for dinner to express my gratitude. The atmosphere shifted as everyone fell silent, particularly the neighbors who felt a tinge of embarrassment, having witnessed such a significant event. Next time you speak to someone, mind your words, Chen Yang admonished, retracting his foot and waving as he followed Lu Zhifan into her home. Upon entering, he was greeted by Nini, who rushed toward him upon seeing him. Meanwhile, the man named Wu Yang spat disdainfully before retreating to his own home next door. Brother Chen, please don't take offense. That man, Wu Yang, is a distant relative of my husband. By lineage, Nini should call him uncle, as he was one of my husband's closest kin during his lifetime. Though his character leaves much to be desired, Lu Zhifan explained with a wry smile. Chen Yang nodded, having already discerned Wu Yang's lack of decency from his earlier remarks. Please, make yourself comfortable. I will prepare dinner shortly. I have already purchased all the ingredients, and I just need to cook. With that, Lu Zhifan hurried to the narrow kitchen next door to begin her preparations. Chen Yang glanced around her home, realizing it was considerably narrower than his own. It appeared to consist of merely a dining room, a sleeping chamber, and a small kitchen outside. Presently, Lu Zhifan had retreated to the modest kitchen to prepare a meal. Just then, he heard Nini's voice. Is Uncle Wu Yang the reason for your unhappiness? Chen Yang nodded. Indeed, that Uncle Wu Yang is no good. Yes, he constantly bullies me, and today he forced me out of the nearby street, telling me not to play there. I had no choice but to leave, only to be embraced by that wicked man. Moreover, Uncle Wu Yang actually saw me pleading for help, but ignored me. Chen Yang was taken aback, scarcely believing her words. You mean he intentionally drove you out, and he witnessed that villain holding you? Yes, I saw it clearly. Have you told your mother? Nini shook her head, her expression dim. I dare not tell her. Uncle Wu Yang has done wrong, and my mother would surely be furious and confront him, but she cannot overpower him. He often bullies both me and my mother, and she is helpless against him. Chen Yang es continencia darkenet. He understood that Nini would never lie. Thus Wu Yang's intentions appeared sinister. He fell silent, feeling an uneasy alertness, sensing something was amiss. Yet he hesitated to inquire further. Half an hour later, the meal was indeed ready. The living room was rather small, yet a petite table sufficed for dining, though the table was not large. It was laden with 4 dishes and a soup, surprisingly inclusive of fish and meat. How generous! Chen Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. Observing their living conditions, it was evident that the mother and daughter were not well off, yet they had prepared such an abundance for his visit, which made him particularly uncomfortable. It's only proper. Lu Zhifan smiled. Today truly startled me. I could hardly imagine what might happen next. Come, we have an abundance of fish here, so we often enjoy it. Please, try a piece of the fish I made. It should be quite good. Lu Zhifan was exceedingly warm, even serving him fish. Chen Yang took a bite and could not help but brighten with delight. The flavor was indeed delightful. This is excellent. Achieving such a taste in home cooking is quite remarkable. Chen Yang exclaimed. Your culinary skills are impressive. This dish is delicious. Then let us eat without reservation. Lu Zhifan encouraged. Chen Yang, genuinely unreserved, relished the meal as it was delicious. He had always been a lover of food and believed that there was merit in every cuisine, distinguishing only between good and poor chefs. While enjoying the meal, Chen Yang seized the opportunity to inquire, is Uncle Wu Yang closely related to you? He is the closest person I have here. My in-laws passed away long ago, and my husband has no siblings, so he is the only one. Wu Yang is indeed a distant relative, sharing the same great-grandfather, thus establishing a close kinship. One might even say he is our nearest family member here. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that this fellow harbors ill intentions? In other words, if anything were to transpire between you two here, would your house and possessions fall into his hands? Chen Yang posed a question. Lu Zhifan's expression shifted, as if realization dawned upon her, and she nodded solemnly. Chapter 53. Have you done it? Has he engaged in any dubious activities? Observing his disquieted countenance, Chen Yang felt a heaviness in his heart. He indeed wishes to drive us away and seize our home. He has already attempted this, though I have chosen to ignore him. Furthermore, this is the only place we can call home. My daughter and I cannot possibly leave. Indeed, Chen Yang internally kuruset. What Nini had mentioned was highly plausible. This individual harbors sinister intentions. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yang refrained from directly confronting the issue, keen to consider Nini's feelings. What is your family's source of income? He inquired further. Not much can be done. Sometimes I help others with chores to earn a little money, but I still have to care for the child. At most, I collect trash nearby to sell. Beyond that, I seem to have no better options. As she spoke, Lu Jifin's eyes appeared to mist over. Life has truly been arduous. Chen Yang recalled the challenging days he had endured after his wife's passing, raising their children single-handedly. He surveyed the surroundings. Though the house appeared somewhat dilapidated and the furnishings were worn, the cleanliness was commendable. Clearly, Lu Jifin maintained high standards even in adversity. Otherwise, she would have remarried long ago. After some thought, Chen Yang gently remarked, "You must not be earning much, just barely scraping by, I presume? Are you aware of the night market nearby?" "I am." Lu Jifin nodded vigorously. "You must be referring to the Lu Shuai night market? It's quite lively. I often go there, especially after midnight when the stalls have closed. I sift through the remnants and sometimes find some valuable items." Chen Yang chuckled softly, surprised by the revelation. "Why not consider setting up your own stall?" "Set up a stall?" Lu Jifin replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. "I lack the capital for such an endeavor. I don't even know where to source goods. If I had the means, a stall would be an excellent opportunity, but it's simply unfeasible without any funds. How about this? I will hire you to assist me in setting up a stall, if you would." Chen Yang contempla, ultimately proposing. "I have some merchandise that is challenging to sell at the moment, roughly around 1,000 items. I have other commitments and no time to manage it myself. You happen to be free in the evenings. Tomorrow, my goods should arrive around 8. I will secure a stall, and you can help me sell the items." Lu Jifin stared at him, astonished. "I will pay you for your assistance." Chen Yang explained with a smile. "There is no need for payment. You are doing me such a great favor. I am more than willing to help you with the stall. No, please listen to me. Wages are undoubtedly necessary. How could I possibly allow you to assist me without compensation? What would that make me?" Lu Jifin was somewhat bewildered, unsure of what to say next. "All right, let us leave it at that for now. My goods have yet to arrive. We shall discuss it further once they do." Chen Yang chuckled and picked up another piece of fish, savoring its exquisite flavor. After finishing their meal, it felt inappropriate for the widow to linger any longer. So Chen Yang said to Lu Jifin, "Be wary of that Wu Yang nearby. Nini just informed me that he was the one who drove her away. He even witnessed her begging for help, yet he chose to ignore it." A chill ran through Lu Jifin. "Keep a close eye on Nini. Remember, do not let her out of your sight. Do not confront Wu Yang. You are no match for him, and he will not acknowledge you. I will handle this matter. How will you resolve it?" Lu Jifin asked, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. "Do not worry. Just keep a watchful eye." "All right, I understand." Lu Jifin nodded anxiously, her mind in disarray. Chen Yang then exited, unable to resist glancing at Wu Yang's home as he passed. "This fellow harbors malicious intent," he mused. After some contemplation, he realized that as an outsider, it would be unwise to intervene on behalf of others, especially if it risked dragging Lu Jifin into unfounded gossip. He wisely retreated to the precinct. Initially, he had intended to gather information, hoping to attract special attention, particularly after his brief acquaintance with Director Kai. He believed that perhaps a conversation with him might yield assistance, at least enough to instill some deterrence against Wu Yang. However, upon arrival, he found the precinct bustling with people, and to his dismay, Director Kai was absent. It dawned on him that at this hour, Director Kai had likely returned home after work. With no one to be found, he could only withdraw. To his surprise, he overheard several individuals conversing next door. One voice strikingly familiar. "Outsider, let me tell you, this is the Public Security Bureau. Aren't you arrogant? Refusing to pay? Fine, let us head into the police station. You slept with my wife. Let us see what the officers have to say." "Who slept with whom?" Your wife led me in willingly. The director is my uncle. Just wait until you have to explain yourself to him. Then what do you want? Simple, pay up. I have no money. You've taken everything I had. Damn it. You nouveau riche from Guangdong. Do you think I'm unaware? If you lack funds, call your family and have them send money. 5,000 yuan is non-negotiable. Or I'll ensure you end up in the station for 10 or 8 years. My uncle has been very good to me. He raised me. I truly have no money. Just then, the voice faltered, revealing a newfound fear. To his astonishment, it was none other than Zhong Yinshan speaking. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately grasped the situation. Zhong Yinshan had indeed fallen victim to a scam. Just as he had suspected, he promptly stepped forward. Old Chen, please save me. At the sight of him, Zhong Yinshan appeared as if he had found a beacon of hope. Ah, so this is your friend. A group of approximately 3 young men and 1 woman, all in their 30s, chuckled upon seeing Chen Yang, as if they had already set their sights on their prey. Please do not get overly excited. Chen Yang cast a glance around. There were 3 men and a woman, the latter appearing to be in her late 20s. While not conventionally beautiful, she possessed an alluring figure and an enchanting aura. Acquiring money is quite a simple matter. May I speak with my friend for a moment? Chen Yang inquired. Sure, go ahead, speak in front of all of us. The leader, a man adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers on his arms, exuded a rather unsavory demeanor, and Chen Yang could ascertain that this was indeed a scam. Escape was not an option. Chen Yang turned to Zhong Yinshan and asked, Did you engage with her? I did not. Zhong Yinshan exclaimed in desperation. I just had 2 drinks. I can hardly even stand. How could I have engaged with her? Chen Yang responded with an O. Chapter 54. There is indeed some truth to this. The woman could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Chen Yang understood his childhood friend. While he might deceive others, he would never lie to Chen Yang about something of such gravity. All right, I comprehend now. Chen Yang nodded, feeling a sense of relief within. You know nothing. Now, I declare that it's over. Hand over the money immediately. Otherwise, Chen Yang interrupted him. I know. Your second uncle is Director Kai, right? What Director Kai? Oh, yes, my second uncle is indeed Director Kai. If I inform my second uncle, you will all be doomed. At that moment, a contingent of officers suddenly appeared at the entrance, apprehending several individuals in their wake. Director Kai, Chen Yang shouted, having recognized the leading officer as Director Kai himself. Zhong Yinshan was taken aback. The others were momentarily stunned as well. They are the scammers. Chen Yang quickly pointed at the trio of men and the woman behind him. They're the ones who preyed on my friend. They are involved in a scam. Quickly, apprehend them. By heavens. The trio was startled, never expecting the audacious man before them to actually call the police. In an instant, they resembled startled birds attempting to flee. However, there was no way they could outrun the police, and soon enough, they were intercepted. Take them in. Director Kai furrowed his brow and gestured for the officers to escort the offenders away. Before long, everyone except Chen Yang had been taken inside. This is unjust. We did not scam anyone. He is the one who was with my wife. Yet, Chen Yang paid no heed to their protests and gently addressed Zhong Yinshan. Be truthful about what transpired with them. There is no need to elaborate on anything else. Zhong Yinshan sighed in relief, having just realized that his friend seemed to be acquainted with Director Kai, which further eased his anxiety. Soon, they were ushered inside. Even Zhong Yinshan and his companions were questioned, but Chen Yang sought out Director Kai. What brings you here? Director Kai appeared to have been on an external assignment and now sat back, exhaling a sigh of relief. There is an issue I wish to bring to your attention, Chen Yang said earnestly, recounting everything that NI had just told him. Initially, Director Kai dismissed it as inconsequential, but as the narrative progressed, his expression changed markedly. Being a seasoned officer himself, he had encountered numerous situations throughout his career, and with a keen analysis of the circumstances, he quickly deduced that Chen Yang's account was likely accurate. I don't really know anyone else here, and even if I did, it wouldn't be of much help. I can only turn to you for assistance. Please take a look into this matter. I fear that if something goes awry, it will be too late for regret. Understand. I will make arrangements immediately. Tomorrow, at the crack of dawn, I will send someone to issue a warning. Thank you. Director Kai, what is the matter with your friend? Director Kai inquired further. Just act impartially. My friend mentioned encountering a scam, and I trust him completely. Chen Yang replied with sincerity. Director Kai chuckled. Just then, a police officer entered the room. The case has been clarified. It indeed pertains to a scam. Those individuals are not good people, and it seems they frequently engage in such activities. Director Kai nodded. So your friend is unharmed? Yes, they all corroborated the story. It was indeed that woman who lured him in, and nothing significant had occurred between them yet. Considering it's a scam, he wouldn't want his wife to actually engage with another man. Director Kai remarked with experience. He likely recognized your foreign accent and understood that you wouldn't dare cause trouble here, which is why he devised such a scheme. Reporting this was the right move. You can take him away now. I have other matters to attend to. Thank you, Director Kai. Chen Yang expressed his gratitude hurriedly. This is our duty, and you outsiders should exercise caution while conducting business here. The world is not particularly peaceful at present. Keep your wits about you for safety. If you ever find yourself in doubt, feel free to come to me, especially since your shop is right across the street. Thank you, Director Kai. Chen Yang felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders as he hurried out. He then noticed 3 men and a woman looking dejected. At that moment, Zhong Yinshan appeared exceptionally pleased and approached Chen Yang with enthusiasm. I told you to tone it down. Zhong Yinshan spat at the group, then joyfully followed Chen Yang out. Old Chen, you're quite impressive. We've only just arrived, and in this brief time apart, you've already established a rapport with the local director. How did you manage such a feat? You must teach me your ways. This is remarkable. Having just exited, this fellow seemed to have forgotten the earlier incident and continued to enthuse over Chen Yang's accomplishments. Chen Yang, feeling somewhat exasperated, glanced at him and replied, You really are something. I told you to refrain from causing trouble, yet you managed to get embroiled in a scam. If I hadn't known Director Kai, I wouldn't have dared to escalate this matter. I know. That is why I admire you. This time, I'm benefiting from your connections. I'll remember this. The recent group of young men exhibited an air of arrogance, but now they seem rather subdued. As soon as the police questioned him, he confessed everything. I had suspected they were deliberately scheming against me. They are taking advantage of my outsider status. Those rascals. Zhong Yinshan could not contain his agitation, incessantly rambling on. You didn't mention your previous encounters with solicitation, did you? I certainly did not. I'm not that foolish. Yet, those fellows were just there claiming I was engaging in such activities. I denied it outright, knowing they could not prove anything. Chen Yang could not suppress a chuckle. I advise you to behave tomorrow and stay put. Our goods are arriving shortly. If you dare to stir up trouble again, just watch how I deal with you. Rest assured, I will not cause any further disturbances. Besides, it was not me, but them who instigated this. I was merely startled. Chen Yang, feeling somewhat exasperated, decided to take him home to rest, as time was already late. However, once they returned, Zhong Yinshan began recounting the events of the day. Remarkably, within such a brief period since he had left in the morning, he had managed to find 2 companions. No wonder he was unable to maintain his vigor later. It was due to excessive exertion, having exhausted his ammunition. Frequent patrons of such indulgences are well aware that one should not engage more than twice in a day. What does this imply? Chen Yang looked at him, perplexed. It indicates that when the desire strikes, one can indulge without worrying about depletion. Had I not taken the initiative with 2 earlier today, I would have likely succumbed to that woman's allure, and I could have found myself in a regrettable situation. Even if it were a scheme, I might have unwittingly ended up with her, potentially leading to a hasty payment. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Yang nearly struck him for his audacity. You make a rather compelling point. Could it be that you are truly a genius? Chapter 55. You've encountered good fortune the following day, as Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan rose and opened the door to head for breakfast. They were greeted by the sight of 6 tricycles parked outside, with several individuals chatting merrily nearby. Despite the chill in the air, they huddled together, seemingly enjoying their conversation. Leading the group was none other than Boss Qian. Gentlemen, you are finally awake. Are you all for breakfast? Come, I've gathered these brothers to join us. Boss Qian warmly welcomed them. Chen Yang quickly grasped the situation. These individuals were likely anxious about their goods being claimed by others, so they had hurriedly come to wait for him. Boss Qian, you are truly considerate, he responded with a smile. Boss Tian, not one to hide his concerns, lamented. I find myself in a difficult position. After that incident with Boss Chi, who seized 10,000 items, I'm left with only 25,000. My brothers are eagerly anticipating these goods. We arrived early today to assist you with the unloading, and we can also divide the remaining 25,000 right now. There aren't T25,000 left. Chen Yang shook his head. How can it not be 25,000? Didn't we agree on this? Boss Chi took 10,000, and I have 5,000 pieces, which leaves us with a total of 25,000. Boss Qian became anxious again. Another person took 1,000 pieces, so now only 24,000 remain. How will the rest of you divide them? Chen Yang inquired. Boss Qian breathed a sigh of relief. A reduction of merely 1,000 pieces was still manageable. Besides my 5,000 pieces, there are 24,000 left for you to share among yourselves. Boss Qian addressed them. Yes, we shall divide them ourselves. Once the goods arrive, we will accompany you to load them. The enthusiasm of these individuals was palpable. Let us set this aside for now. We must first have breakfast. The two bosses must be famished after just waking up. Come along, I shall treat you. Boss Qian eagerly led them to a nearby establishment for breakfast. After their meal, they returned to the shop. As the chill outside was biting, they decided to gather inside and play cards. While Zhong Yinshan appreciated the company for a game, Chen Yang found it amusing yet perplexing. Nonetheless, it was evident that these individuals were genuinely anxious, which he deemed a positive sign. As lunch approached, they needed to set off to collect the goods. Will you accompany me to retrieve the items? Chen Yang asked. Of course, we shall certainly assist. It will expedite the process. They quickly chimed in. The station is not far from here. We can ride a tricycle. Indeed, we could go together. Witnessing their eagerness, Zhong Yinshan could hardly contain his laughter and heartily declared, in that case, once we arrive at the station, let us have lunch. The vehicle with the goods should be arriving soon. Excellent. Thus, the six of them pedaled a tricycle, transporting Chen Yang and another towards the train station. Upon arrival at the station, they sought a nearby dining spot. Initially, Chen Yang intended to treat them, but to his surprise, they were quite unwilling, and ultimately, it was Boss Qian who settled the bill. After their meal, Zhong Yinshan found an opportunity to intentionally lag behind with Chen Yang. I can't shake the feeling that after Boss Chi treated us to breakfast yesterday, this fellow seems to have had a revelation. Hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle and lightly retorted, You've noticed it too? Indeed, he has become exceedingly cordial, although the meal was of little value. The gesture signifies a positive attitude. It indicates that the goods are truly exceptional, and everyone recognizes their worth. Let us not overthink it. Let's proceed to collect the goods. They had a total of 40,000 pieces, and they arranged for a truck. Before long, the goods arrived. Boss Qian took the lead in helping to unload and stack the items. As they beheld the merchandise, their eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, this was their investment. How could they not feel exhilarated? Around 3 in the afternoon, they finally managed to bring all the goods inside. To their surprise, upon arrival, they found that Boss Chi had already arranged a vehicle waiting for them. He paused momentarily upon seeing them, but quickly grasped the situation. Boss Qian is impressive, so enthusiastic. Boss Chi approached with a smile, distributing cigarettes to everyone, which made me feel somewhat ill at ease, as if I lacked proper etiquette. Next time such an occasion arises, I shall certainly come along to lend a hand. Chen Yang could not help but chuckle. Boss Chi was indeed quite amusing. Moreover, it was evident that Boss Chi was quite adept in business, as he was ready to place an order for 10,000 pieces, indicating an initial investment of 110,000, a sum not easily accessible to just anyone. Since everyone was present, there was no need to unload the goods indoors. Chen Yang took in 1,000 pieces, while the remaining 29,000 were distributed on-site. Given a variety of clothing for all age groups, they divided the items fairly. Once everything was sorted, it was time to collect payment. A total of 39,000 pieces were sold at 11 yuan each, yielding a grand total of 429,000 yuan. Both of their backpacks were nearly bursting. In this era, Cash transactions were the norm, unlike the advanced online transfers of the future. However, as they reveled in their earnings, Zhong Yinshan couldn't help but glance at the police station across the street. It was indeed wise of Chen Yang to secure a shop in such a bustling area, especially with the police station nearby, which brought a sense of relief. In more remote locations, one might fear the threat of robbery. Such incidents were not as uncommon as one might think. To all the esteemed business owners, I wish you prosperous ventures. Chen Yang remarked with a grin, bowing slightly. The others nodded cheerfully in response before departing with their goods. It was already past 4 o'clock, and soon it would be 5. After a meal, they would set up their stall, so no further words were necessary. What do you intend to do with the 1,000 pieces you're holding on to? After they left, Zhong Yinshan could no longer contain his curiosity. Have you found another client? Why keep 1,000 for him? We should sell everything to those people. It will be much more efficient for us. Seeing his friend's incessant chatter, Chen Yang was somewhat speechless. We're going to set up a stall at the Lu Shuan night market tonight, he declared. Are we selling it ourselves? You'll understand once we get there. First, let us have a meal, and then we'll transport the goods. You're not hiding anything from me, are you? Zhong Yinshan suddenly interjected, speaking without any apparent cause. What? Am I deceiving you for money? Not all. You couldn't possibly trick me out of my money. Zhong Yinshan shook his head. If you wanted to swindle me, you would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? I can't shake the feeling that you've stumbled upon some good fortune. Your complexion has a hint of rosiness. Have you noticed? Chapter 56. The art of selling. Chen Yang was taken aback. Don't speak nonsense. No, I genuinely believe you may be experiencing a stroke of good luck. Zhong Yinshan insisted, his expression serious. You haven't been spending money in some alleyway, have you? Is your acquaintance with Director Kai due to your own troubles? I'll be damned if I let you off that easily. Just kidding. I'm merely jesting. There is no need to be so worked up. 2 individuals enjoyed a dinner here before hailing a tricycle to transport their goods to the Lu Shuan night market. By the time they arrived, the market was bustling with activity. You stay here. I shall proceed to handle the paperwork. After securing a stall and giving some instructions, Chen Yang hurried off to complete the necessary formalities. Just as he finished and stepped outside, a bright, cheerful voice called out, Grandpa Chen. He turned to find Lu Zhifan standing behind him, holding the hand of a little girl named Nini. Please refrain from calling me Grandpa. Lu Zhifan quickly admonished Nini. It's quite all right. Chen Yang chuckled, as he was an old soul reborn and had no qualms about being addressed as Grandpa. My grandson is slightly younger than her. Indeed, is fitting, he explained with a smile. You're making yourself sound old. You're still so young. For now on, call me Uncle Chen. Lu Zhifan, well-versed in social etiquette, understood the nuances. Uncle Chen, Nini echoed obediently. Chen Yang laughed, thinking that she could call him whatever she liked. He was not particularly bothered. Come along with me, he said, holding out the slip of paper and inviting her to follow him to the stall. At that moment, Zhong Yinshan was setting up his goods. When he saw Chen Yang approaching with a lovely young woman, his eyes sparkled with interest. Wow, my instincts were right. I knew old Chen was on a lucky streak. Just look at this stunning young lady. I could never afford someone so beautiful. However, Zhong Yinshan was not the type to be overly forward. After his initial surprise, he wore a warm smile. Old Chen, is this your friend? He inquired jovially. Allow me to introduce, this is Lu Zhifan, a friend I met today. And this is Zhong Yinshan, my childhood companion and business partner. Hello, Brother Zhong. Lu Zhifan greeted him enthusiastically. The term Brother Zhong pleased him greatly. You see, she understands the ways of the world. Judging by her age, she should be at least a decade younger than I. Yet she addresses me as brother rather than uncle. It's amusing that those I pay often call me uncle. Sometimes, when she called him uncle, he felt an urge to playfully swat her bottom, only for her to turn around with an innocent expression, asking why he had hit her. Why do you think I hit you? I am quite irritable right now. He would respond, exasperated. Is there something particularly special about being called uncle? Witnessing how this beautiful young woman navigated social interactions so gracefully made conversations far more enjoyable. Tonight, we will be selling children's clothing suitable for various age groups, with a total of 1,000 pieces. I have already marked the prices according to size. You should sell them as per my pricing. I am merely giving you a demonstration, and you will assist and learn on the side. Let us begin selling. Zhong Yinshan finally understood. Old Chen had specifically held back to sell goods for this lovely woman, and that was indeed commendable. Learn well. Zhong Yinshan wore a smile as he pointed at Chen Yang, exclaiming, "My childhood friend excels in this business. He has a good heart and has encountered you to teach you the ropes. Make sure to learn well." Lu Zhifen, fully aware that she had indeed met a kind soul, nodded eagerly. "Nini, you must stay here and not wander off. Mommy has work to do." Lu Zhifen instructed Nini before moving to assist nearby. "There's no need for you to move these items just yet. Allow me to show you how it's done," Chen Yang said, noticing her diligence. He halted her actions, adding, "Old Joan will handle the lifting. Just listen to my instructions. I am here to guide you." He retrieved the loudspeaker he had previously used and explained the basic pricing and sales tactics. "All right, that's the gist of it. We can commence now." After sharing these insights, Chen Yang prepared to officially enter the selling phase. For regardless of how much one talks, practice is the true test of knowledge. Great. The clothes are all set out, and I am well versed in the prices, so let's get started. The loudspeaker resonated once more with the catchy advertisement. "Yu Province, Sheep City. The owner of the Happiness Garment Factory, Huang He, has run off with my sister-in-law." This captivating phrase immediately drew the attention of the crowd, and soon, many people gathered around, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Zhifen proved to be quite adept at the business. Her attractive appearance, combined with her sweet demeanor and polite conversation, drew in a substantial number of customers. Initially, both Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan intended for her to handle things independently to assess her performance. However, as more people arrived, they quickly joined in. After observing her adept handling of inquiries, they felt reassured. Lu Zhifen, pleasantly surprised by the bustling business, witnessed a steady stream of customers approaching to inquire about prices. As they picked up the garments, they expressed their approval. With her discerning eye, she recognized the quality of the clothes, envisioning how beautiful her daughter would look in them. It was no wonder that Yu Province was considered prosperous. Such items seemed exclusive to this region, being notably scarce inland. Little did she know that these items were merely goods confiscated by customs. As the crowd continued to swell, with most inquiring about prices likely to make purchases, Lu Zhifen felt a rush of joy and a hint of hope. If only she could amass enough capital to set up her own stall in the future, she could undoubtedly earn some money to alleviate her family's financial burdens. Meanwhile, while the selling was in full swing, Chen Yang was unaware that several individuals were meandering through the night market. "Yuqin, I heard that Xiao Chun isn't working today." At that moment, Chen Wanghu and Du Yuqin were accompanying a group of friends of the night market, when a middle-aged man of average build inquired of Du Yuqin. "I'm just taking a break. I'm not on duty. However, my father is the workshop director at a state-owned textile factory in our Sheep City. So if I wish to work, I can do so at any time." Chen Wanghu quickly chimed in. "A state-owned textile factory? Indeed, it is the state-owned textile factory. In our region, it is a significant establishment, with many individuals striving desperately to gain entry, often without success." Chen Wanghu spoke with immense pride. "Yes, Du Yuqin," linking arms with Chen Wanghu, smiled as she explained to those present. "Uncle, Wanghu's father has a commendable job. After marriage, if I wish to work there, I could easily secure a position. That is more like it." Du Yuqin's oncle, Liu Yi, nodded in satisfaction. "What is the monthly income from that job?" Liu Yi inquired further. "It accumulates to about 3,000 to 4,000 a year, I suppose." "That is rather modest," Liu Yi remarked, shaking his head. And with a hint of pride, he added, "I recently opened a clothing store and have established a connection with a supplier. The merchandise sells exceptionally well. I can easily earn 1,000 a month. So, your earnings from being the workshop director's son do not surpass mine as a shopkeeper." Chapter 57. Chen Wanghu surprisingly arrives and Hanchang Chen Wanghu's face turned a deep shade of embarrassment. To this moment, he had not disclosed to Du Yakin's family that his father had left the state-owned textile factory. "Indeed, uncle, your business ventures are undoubtedly different. My father is merely—" Chen Wanghu began, but abruptly halted, his voice trailing off as he turned in disbelief toward the bustling scene. He could hardly believe his eyes. His father was setting up a stall at the night market. For a fleeting moment, he thought he had misperceived the sight. But upon noticing his father's companion, Zhong Yinshan, cheerfully laughing by his side, it dawned on him that he was not mistaken. How could his father be here? Selling goods? His expression shifted dramatically, turning grave. Lu Yi, noticing the change, glanced at him before directing his gaze toward Chen Yang, who was busy nearby, deep in thought. Suddenly, Chen Wanghu grasped Du Yakin's arm. Yakin, let us not proceed further. We should retreat. Du Yakin paused, turning to him with a bewildered expression. What is the matter? We have come all this way to Hansheng to visit my grandfather and uncle, simply to stroll through the night market and see what distinguishes it from Yangqing. I'm tired of walking. Let's head back. He pulled Du Yakin in the direction of retreat, but she had already caught sight of Chen Yang. Her expression changed as she initially thought she was mistaken. Yet upon closer examination, she confirmed it was indeed Chen Yang. Du Yakin had previously visited their home, where Chen Yang had warmly welcomed her, leaving a lasting impression. Suddenly, she comprehended why her boyfriend insisted on returning. A rather unpleasant thought crossed her mind. However, with her parents trailing behind, along with her uncle, aunt, and even her grandparents, she glared at Chen Wanghu and addressed Lu. Uncle, I am weary. Let us turn back. Look, my grandparents are struggling to keep up. Lu Yi, feeling fatigued himself, was primarily motivated by the fact that his niece's boyfriend was returning, wanting to ensure they made a good impression during this first visit. At present, Du Yakin seemed reluctant to leave and agreed. All right, let's head back. With that, she walked ahead. Chen Wanghu let out a sigh of relief, yet a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Yakin must have seen it too. However, Chen Yang, who was busy selling goods, remained oblivious. It appeared that Zhong Yinshan had noticed as well, suddenly pushing Chen Yang. Old Chen, did I just glimpse your fourth sibling? Have you lost your mind from overeating last night? Your fourth is in Yangqing. How could he possibly be here? No, I truly saw him just now, along with his girlfriend, Du Yakin, right? I distinctly felt it was the two of them. Surely, one could be mistaken, but not both. Zhong Yinshan felt wronged, attempting to justify himself. Chen Yang was about to retort when he abruptly halted. If memory served correctly, Du Yakin indeed had relatives in this vicinity. Her maternal family originally hailed from Hacheng, later marrying into Yangqing and giving birth to Du Yakin. With this revelation, it indeed seemed plausible. Regardless, Chen Yang dismissed the matter. His curiosity about how Chen Wanghu ended up here was secondary. Let us sell these items first. All right, let us hurry and sell. The atmosphere had grown frenzied, rendering it unnecessary to dwell on such matters. Before they knew it, time had flown by, and it was nearly 10:30. At this moment, their stock had completely dwindled. Chen Yang also noticed that he was not the sole vendor. Several others were selling identical items at the same price. After some contemplation, he deduced that these vendors were likely associates, each dispatched to various markets, which was quite normal. However, everyone's goods were selling rapidly. Brother Chun, Brother Zhong, we've sold out. Upon seeing the empty stock, Lu Zhifan couldn't contain her joy. Not entirely sold out. There is still one item. Chen Yang chuckled as he retrieved a piece of clothing from the back, specifically set aside for Nini. This is a New Year gift for Nini. You shouldn't be so polite. I can't wear your clothes. No need for such formality. But Chen Yang was quite serious, stating, she calls me uncle, so I must present her with a gift. With the New Year approaching, I tried this on earlier, and it should fit her perfectly. Seeing his earnestness, Lu Zhifan expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, Zhong Yinshan was explaining to those lingering around. Some disappointed individuals who missed out began to leave. The foot traffic here was overwhelming, resulting in the swift sale of 1,000 garments. Furthermore, with the new year approaching, patrons were eager to purchase clothing. Some even bought multiple sets, likely for their families, as many households had several children in this era. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chen Yang began to pack up the items. Brother Chun, Brother Zhong, I'll be heading back now, Lu Zhifan announced. Where do you think you're going? Zhong Yinshan chuckled. Don't leave yet. We haven't divided the earnings. No, I can't take any share. I merely came to express my gratitude to Brother Chun for saving Nini's life and to assist in selling clothes. I can't accept payment. Come on, let's walk back to my shop. Surely you didn't work for nothing. Chen Yang chuckled as he lifted an eye an eye into his arms. Let us go. Seeing Lu Zhifan still hesitating, Zhong Yunshan stepped forward with a warm smile, explaining, "My dear childhood friend is kind-hearted. How could he allow you to toil in vain? If he truly intended for you to labor without reward, there would be no need to involve you. My brother and I could easily sell these garments ourselves. We have experience in this matter." Lu Zhifan nodded in silence, ultimately following them into the shop. Once inside, they left the door ajar, primarily to avoid any semblance of impropriety. They then laid out all the money they had. They had sold a total of 999 items. And based on Chen Yang's previous calculations, the average price was around 17 to 18 yuan. Upon counting, they discovered they had indeed made approximately 17,500 yuan. Seeing such a sum made, Lu Zhifan's heart raced. These garments, if wholesaled, would cost me 11 yuan each, allowing for a profit of at least 6 or 7 yuan per piece. You've sold so many for me today, I'll recoup my costs, and you shall receive the profits. Lu Zhifan asked Chen Yang in disbelief. Are you saying I'll earn 6 or 7 yuan per item? That's unacceptable. I came here merely to assist. Even if I were to receive a wage, it shouldn't be so generous. That amounts to several thousand yuan. How about this? I'll give you 13. Chen Yang observed Lu Zhifan's reaction and realized it was genuine. This woman was truly kind-hearted and felt undeserving of such wealth. He smiled and continued, for the 999 items, if I calculate a profit of 6 yuan each, that amounts to 6,000 yuan, just a bit less. Since the three of us work together, we shall divide it into 3 shares, and yours will be 2,000 yuan. Saying this, Chen Yang placed 2,000 yuan in her hands. Chapter 58. Dividing the money 2,000 yuan. In 1992, that was a sum that many workers would not earn in half a year. Ordinary laborers would certainly not see such a figure, and even managers might not receive it. Holding such a considerable amount of money, Lu Zhifan felt an overwhelming wave of happiness wash over her. She felt it was improper and contemplated declining the offer. However, Chen Yang firmly held her hand, speaking earnestly. I understand you are quite independent. Consider this a gesture of assistance from your 2 elder brothers. You have contributed today, and it is entirely reasonable for you to receive this money. We will return to procure goods for sale in the future, and when I come to sell, I will inform you. You can use this 2,000 yuan to purchase inventory. If we can acquire 100 items, let us do so. You've seen today that the goods I bring are of the highest quality and will surely sell well. Therefore, this 2,000 yuan will serve as your capital. Your future endeavors will rely on it. Do not refuse it. Perhaps this sum will transform your NI's living conditions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Zhifan's eyes glistened with tears. She accepted the money and bowed sincerely to Chen Yang, saying, I understand. Thank you, Brother Chen, and thank you, Brother Zhong. Do not thank me. Thank yourself, Brother Chen. I am entirely unaware of the good deeds you have done. Zhong Yunshan chuckled from the side, observing the exchange with delight. All right, let us head back, Chen Yang said with a smile, turning to glance outside, suddenly noticing a familiar silhouette. A sense of recognition stirred within him. With heartfelt gratitude, Lu Zhifan, accompanied by Nini, prepared to depart with the garment in hand. Wait a moment. Allow me to escort you. Chen Yang hesitated briefly, casting a knowing glance at Zhong Yunshan. Having grown up together, they understood each other's intentions with just a look. Instantly, Zhong Yunshan's expression turned serious as he stepped outside to survey the surroundings, finding no one in sight. It's all right, let us walk together. He chuckled, waving Chen Yang to join him. The two locked the door behind them and proceeded to escort Lu Zhifan home. By now, it was around 11 o'clock p.m., quite late for that era, and they noticed the streets were nearly deserted. I saw no one earlier, Zhong Yunshan explained to Chen Yang. Chen Yang pondered for a moment, asserting that is not quite right. I did see someone, and the silhouette seemed quite familiar. Zhong Yunshan chose not to respond further. As they soon arrived at the narrow alley leading to Lu Zhifan's home, they noticed that all the neighboring houses had turned off their lights for the night. However, upon passing by Wu Yang's residence, they were startled to find its lights still aglow. A realization struck Chen Yang. He suspected it could be Wu Yang's figure. His eyes brightened at the possibility. He swiftly approached Lu Zhifan and gently inquired, "Did Director Kai come to see you today?" Lu Zhifan paused momentarily before shaking her head. "No." Chen Yang contemplated, deducing that Director Kai must be quite busy at present, likely unable to attend to such trivial matters. "No worries, you should head back now," he encouraged. "And you two should return home early and rest." Lu Zhifan nodded, relieved as she entered her house. The two waved goodbye and turned to leave, while Lu Zhifan quickly closed her door behind her. "Come, let me treat you to a late-night snack," Chen Yang exclaimed. "Is there even any late-night food available at this hour?" Zhong Yinshan questioned. "Indeed, I spotted a food stall still operating on my way here. Let us hurry. Starving. Today we made quite a fortune, and I'll treat you." Zhong Yinshan chuckled in agreement, eagerly accepting the invitation. After all, they had indeed made a substantial profit. This afternoon, they had sold goods worth over 400,000, splitting over 200,000 between them, and still had more than 10,000 in cash. Thus, they would each end up with around 220,000 in cash from this venture. Initially, they had invested in a stock subscription certificate with the 300,000 they had earned, which had all turned into a subscription certificate that could not yet be liquidated. It would be an understatement to say he felt regretful about it. However, having earned over 200,000 from this trip, he felt that the earlier loss of 300,000 was merely a minor inconvenience. With an air of confidence, the two approached a nearby late-night food stall. Although there were few patrons, it was indeed open. They settled down and began to order their meal. "You order first. I'll check if Director Kai is still at the station. It seems they might be working on some urgent matters these past few days, and he might still be there. If he is, that will be splendid." After offering this advice, he hurried back inside to search for him. Fortune favored him, as he soon discovered that Director Kai was indeed present. "Director Kai, why are you still working so late?" Director Kai, slightly taken aback, lifted his head and gazed at him with wide, panda-like eyes, explaining, "The team is conducting surprise inspections. We are vigorously cracking down on illegal activities. We have been quite busy for a while now. Are you not aware of this? Come, let me treat you to a late-night snack. Comrades, I am inviting you all for a late-night meal. Everyone must be exhausted." Chen Yang felt a surge of joy within him. This was exactly what he wanted. No need for such formality. "Come on, this is what I desire." Unexpectedly, Chen Yang spoke with genuine sincerity. "To be honest, you have been an immense help to me." "What help?" "My shop is right across the street. It is precisely because I knew your police station is nearby that I felt safe opening a business here. Otherwise, as an outsider, how would I dare to set up shop in this area? Business has been quite good lately, and I wish to express my gratitude by treating you all to a late-night snack." All of Director Kai's subordinates turned to look at him. Noticing their wide-eyed expressions and realizing that there was little to attend to at the moment, Director Kai chuckled and said, "Then let us head over there. But this meal is on me." "That cannot be," protested Chen Yang. "Enough of this chatter. Let us go. Call the brothers, and let us move swiftly." With that, he left behind a few personnel on duty, and soon a group of around 10 people marched towards the late-night food stall. Perhaps the owner had not anticipated such a large crowd arriving so late, and he was overjoyed. Director Kai, fellow officers, Zhong Yinshan, witnessing Chen Yang's considerable influence in inviting so many, felt both surprised and pleased, immediately giving a thumbs up. "I didn't realize so many of you would come. We need to order more food. Please feel free to choose whatever you like. It's on me and old Chen." Zhong Yinshan was indeed generous in his dealings. "No need for that. Today I am treating you, and he's been a tremendous help to me. How could I let you pay?" Director Kai chuckled, waving his hand for the younger ones to hurry and order. The young officers were indeed famished, having accompanied him on rigorous crackdowns for days on end. Many had hardly left the station, even eating and sleeping there. Now, with a rare opportunity to unwind, they were all in high spirits and ordered without restraint. Not only that, but Chen Yang also ordered several pitchers of beer. "Since Director Kai insists on treating everyone to a meal, I will treat you to some drinks. Is it permissible to have some beer? Isn't it already off-duty time?" Chen Yang inquired, glancing at them. "Beer can be consumed in moderation." Director Kai nodded. Chapter 59. Capturing the scene, Chen Yang brought over several beers, placing them beside them. I know you all must be tired. Come, drink freely if it runs out. I will buy more. Please, let us relax a little today. Soon, they began to eat, filled with laughter and camaraderie, the atmosphere lively and jubilant. Chen Yang kept an eye on the time. Due to the food and drink, the group quickly felt the urge to relieve themselves. I know a place nearby where you can go, Chen Yang said enthusiastically, leading them toward a small alley beside Lu Zhifen's home. Timing it just right, he felt that Wu Yang should be taking action soon. From his position, he could clearly see the entrance to Lu Zhifen's residence. At this moment, the clock struck 12, and the surroundings seemed enveloped in a profound silence, shrouded in darkness. Nearby, there was indeed a vacant space suitable for relieving oneself. Chen Yang, accompanied by 3 comrades from the police force, engaged in casual banter while tending to nature's call. It was at this juncture that Chen Yang cast his gaze in that direction, a surge of joy igniting within him. He observed Wu Yang stealthily emerging from his residence, attempting to scale the wall, making his way toward Lu Zhifen's abode. Finally, the moment had arrived, and he had caught him red-handed. He nudged a police officer, roughly 30 years of age, beside him, exclaiming, "Comrade, take a look. I might be slightly inebriated, but isn't that a thief attempting to scale the wall?" The 3 officers, initially engrossed in their own business, turned their heads in unison to behold a figure indeed attempting to surmount the wall under the moonlight. The clarity of the sight jolted them from their stupor. "By heavens, it's a thief!" they shouted in unison, sprinting towards the scene. At that moment, Wu Yang was clinging to the top of the wall, his heart racing with exhilaration. Earlier that day, he had witnessed Lu Zhifen assisting Chen Yang in selling goods, and the sight of their bustling trade had left him wide-eyed. Damn that wretched woman. I knew she had hooked up with a wealthy man. He seethed internally. He had long coveted this sister-in-law from his clan, captivated by her beauty, yet Lu Zhifen remained steadfast, impervious to his advances. His thoughts turned dark as he followed them to the shop, observing their division of profits. Upon witnessing Lu Zhifen distribute 2,000 yuan, he could no longer contain himself. Since his return, he had kept a watchful eye on her, initially seeing her bathe and prepare for the evening. Once the household had settled into silence, he deduced it was the opportune moment to act. In his mind, that 2,000 yuan was already his, and he was determined to seize it. A flicker of ambition ignited within him. If only he could manage to sleep with Lu Zhifen, it would be even better. As he attempted to scale the slightly elevated wall, a booming voice startled him, and he turned to see 3 fierce-looking men advancing toward him. Panic surged through him, causing him to tumble into the courtyard. The trio swiftly entered the yard and apprehended him. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Wu Yang exclaimed, terrified. Inside, Lu Zhifen awoke to the commotion and hurriedly emerged. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene in the courtyard, she paused momentarily, only to recognize Chen Yang hastily approaching. "Oh, isn't that Ms. Lu?" One of the officers began, momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, having encountered her just the day before. "Officer, what on earth is happening?" Lu Zhifen inquired, bewildered. "There's a thief in your home. We just saw him climbing the wall, preparing to steal, so we intervened and apprehended him," the officer explained. "Sister-in-law, I did not come here to steal. How could I possibly steal? This is all a misunderstanding," Wu Yang explained in a flustered manner. "You are spouting nonsense. I distinctly saw you climbing over the wall. If you did not come here to steal, then why would you scale the wall?" The police officer, seasoned from years of experience, assessed the situation. One glance at the young man's disheveled appearance revealed he was not of good character. "Officer, I just witnessed this. We should take him away without disturbing anyone's slumber," Chen Yang interjected from behind. Yes, let's apprehend him first. I never expected a simple outing for a breath of fresh air would lead to such an incident." The 3 officers quickly conferred and prepared to escort him away. Lu Zhifen stood there, somewhat bewildered. "He must have seen us dividing the money and intended to steal from you. You can testify at the station tomorrow, and also relay what Nini shared with us. It would be best if he could be incarcerated for good, so he won't trouble you again," Chen Yang gently reminded her as they prepared to leave. Lu Zhifen, no fool herself, grasped the implication of his words, her face reflecting surprise, yet she nodded in understanding. I'm off now. You should return to your rest. With that, Chen Yang hurriedly departed. After apprehending Wu Yang, the three officers did not head directly to the station. Instead, they brought him before a group of night owls still enjoying their late-night snacks. Director Kai, we just caught a thief while taking a break, and he was attempting to rob Lu Jifan's house, which we had visited yesterday. We caught him in the act. Unjust. Unjust. I did not. Wu Yang protested desperately. Director Kai suddenly recalled what Chen Yang had mentioned the previous day. At that moment, Chen Yang subtly recounted the incident at the night market, where Wu Yang had witnessed their division of funds. Upon hearing this, Director Kai comprehended the situation, his expression darkening with resolve. Initially, he had intended to warn the individual today, but the pressing nature of his duties had caused him to neglect the matter. Now, he felt particularly remorseful for allowing such a predicament to unfold. Simultaneously, he realized that perhaps Chen Yang had deliberately brought him here to witness this scene. You are quite astute, Director Kai murmured to him. Chen Yang understood that his little ruse had not escaped the keen perception of the director. Yet he had no alternative and could only smile ruefully, nodding in agreement. I had no other choice. I could not stand idly by while they were bullied, especially as I know them. Director Kai felt a twinge of annoyance and guilt at Chen Yang's words. This was indeed a matter that should not have required Chen Yang's intervention, yet it had burdened him unnecessarily. He smiled and nodded. Addressing the officers who had just acted, take him to the station for now. We shall interrogate him thoroughly tomorrow. Wu Yang, lacking any fortitude upon hearing this, felt his legs give way and knelt before Director Kai, pleading earnestly. Director Kai, I realize my mistake. I only wanted to steal a little money. I meant no harm. Please spare me. This is my first time committing such an act. Chapter 60. The breakup of Chen Wang, who Director Kai wore an expression of disdain as he instructed a few colleagues to escort the individual away. I raise a toast to you, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia, clinking glasses with him. I never expected you to possess such a compassionate heart. You seem genuinely concerned about matters that do not directly involve you. It is indeed challenging for a mother with a child. My wife left long ago, leaving me with 6 children. Since her departure, I have had to assume both paternal and maternal roles in raising them. I am keenly aware of the trials of single-handedly nurturing a child. Upon seeing her, I felt a sense of empathy. If I can offer assistance, why not do so? Director Kai nodded, a touch of admiration in his gaze. You truly are different. Thus, the incident was resolved, but what brought Chen Yang the most relief was that, after today's events, he had completely eliminated the potential threat surrounding Lu Jifan. He no longer had to worry and could focus on his own affairs or directly return to Yangqing. Are your matters here concluded? Director Kai inquired once more. Not entirely, Chen Yang replied, but this batch of goods has been dispatched. I don't anticipate any further shipments before the new year. He smiled and nodded. Excellent news. Director Kai also smiled. I wish you prosperous business endeavors. When do you plan to return? Tomorrow or the day after. If we wish to explore this area, it will likely be the day after, Chen Yang stated. Very well. I wish you a smooth journey. Should you come here for business in the future, feel free to reach out to me. We could also enjoy a meal together. I find you quite agreeable. Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Indeed, it was Director Kai who treated them to supper, although Chen Yang covered the cost of the drinks. This was a decision Chen Yang insisted upon. It would be unreasonable to invite someone out to dine and not contribute in any way. Director Kai seemed to agree with his reasoning, and ultimately, the bill for the drinks was settled by Chen Yang. Once they departed, Chen Yang and his companion made their way back, but upon arrival, others were leaving for home while they returned to the shop to prepare for rest. Old Chen, you are quite the romantic, aren't you? But I've long suspected you were a sentimental man. Otherwise, after your wife left, you would not have considered remarrying, remarked Zhong Yinshan, finally coming to this realization and giving him a thumbs up. Let us not dwell on that. It's late. Should we head home tomorrow or the day after? Let us get a good night's sleep first and decide in the morning. Agreed. However, in another location, at Du Yakin's uncle's house, a confrontation erupted the following morning. Tell me, how could your father come here to sell goods? Du Yakin, anxious, pulled him aside to query him. not daring to disclose the matter to her parents or grandparents. Yakin, I don't know how he ended up here, he replied. You don't know? Du Yakin his teeth clenched in frustration. Setting up a stall? Do you realize how embarrassing that is? All our relatives work at state-owned enterprises. The only one in business is my uncle. But even he runs a proper shop, unlike them who resort to setting up stalls. Moreover, you've always told me your father is a workshop director at a state-owned factory. I've repeated this to my parents and grandparents countless times. Everyone says I've found a wonderful husband, yet now he is selling goods on the street. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for me? You need to clarify whether your father is still working at the factory. My father is indeed no longer at the factory. You know his temperament. He is quite stubborn and had a falling out with the factory manager, leading to his resignation. I am as bewildered as you are about why he suddenly decided to sell goods here. I genuinely have no idea. Why didn't you tell me? Du Yakin grew even more furious. I was afraid it would upset you and that you might want to break up with me, so I chose to remain silent. While the two were arguing, Du Yakin's father, Du Tai, curiously glanced in their direction. What are they up to? Why is there no sound at all? Lu Yi recalled the scene from the night before and noted that since returning from the night market, his niece had appeared perpetually unhappy. He pointed toward them and gently suggested to Du Tai, perhaps your future son-in-law is not as impressive as you think. I sensed something amiss at the night market last night. You should inquire further yourself. Du Tai's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried over. Upon arrival, he overheard their conversation, which nearly sent him into a rage. Chen Wanghu, is what you said true? Du Tai demanded angrily. Chen Wanghu was taken aback, realizing that he had been boasting about how impressive his father was, only for it to be revealed as nothing of the sort. How much longer did you intend to deceive us? Uncle Du, I truly meant no such thing. Nonsense. You clearly have no intention of being honest. Your father is merely a street vendor who came all the way to Hanshang to sell goods. Were you too ashamed to sell in Yangsheng or afraid we would find out? To marry our Yakin, you have truly exhausted every means available to you. It is not as you think. Enough. There is no need for explanations. Your father currently has no job, and you expect us to trust you with our Yakin? Do not come looking for her again. We are going home now. Uncle Du. Chen Wanghu was terrified. He looked pleadingly at his girlfriend, Du Yakin, but she remained expressionless. Let us go. A relative of Du Yakin, noticing the situation, urged Chen Wanghu. This is utterly disgraceful. Is this how one treat a girlfriend? Are you trying to make our Yakin look foolish? Hurry up and leave. Chen Wanghu was in a daze, ultimately having no choice but to exit. As he left the Lu household, he overheard the discussions within, particularly his girlfriend's mother, Lu Yumei, who seemed quite irate. I have always said he is not a good person. A layabout like him is unworthy of our daughter. If only you knew what kind of spell he had cast on you. After all this time refusing to break up with him, do you see the outcome now? Mom, he is very generous and willing to spend money on me. Their family is actually quite well off. I had no idea his father had left the factory, likely dismissed from a state-owned enterprise. Who would willingly leave such a good job? Now that I understand, I will no longer engage with him. Yes, a family like that is simply unworthy of us. Let us not concern ourselves with him. The other members of old Lu's family nodded in agreement. Liu Yi, observing the familial discourse, smiled and remarked, You do make a valid point, yet it is not to say that working at a state-run enterprise is the ideal path. However, engaging in street vending, as he does, is certainly not acceptable. In business, one must aspire to operate a proper establishment, like we do. A shop is what elevates one's standing. What prospects can arise from mere street vending? As for your boyfriend, perhaps it's best to part ways. I fear he may become a persistent nuisance. At this, a heavy silence enveloped the group. We have lingered long enough. Let us return home, suggested Lu Yumei. Indeed, we have perused this area thoroughly. Let's head back and expedite the process of discarding him. Chapter 61. Lu Yi's pretense after the Du family reached a consensus. They hastily returned to Yangsheng. However, once their decision was made, Lu Yumei and her husband Du Tai sought out Lu Yi. That lad has indeed spent some money on our daughter. Aren't you quite influential here? Find his father. He is merely a street vendor. Give him a proper warning, instructing his son to cease pursuing our daughter. Lu Yi nodded, grinning. Rest assured, Dealing with an out-of-town vendor will be a trivial matter. You may return home without concern." The couple then breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, who, having exited the premises, was consumed by anger, blaming his father for his misfortunes. "Why come here to sell trinkets? I have my dignity to uphold." He seethed. He was unfamiliar with the area, unsure of where to venture next. Recalling having seen his father at the Lushui night market the previous night, he hurriedly made his way there. However, by the time he arrived, the night market had long since closed, leaving the streets devoid of activity. Thus, he meandered through the nearby avenues. Around 11 o'clock a.m., Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan, having indulged in a leisurely slumber, finally awoke. After a few days of labor, they were now enjoying a much-deserved respite. "Look over there," Zhong Yinshan exclaimed as they prepared to search for food, spotting Chen Yang wandering aimlessly. "Isn't that your fourth brother?" "Indeed it is," Chen Yang replied, finally noticing Chen Yang. Enraged, Chen Yang approached. "Chen Yang, your shame is one thing, but must you drag me into it? You are here selling trinkets. How much can you possibly earn? Do you realize that Yaqin's relatives witnessed it all last night? Now, she wishes to break up with me, and it's all your fault." Zhong Yinshan's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Yet, before he could process the situation, Chen Yang delivered a resounding slap to Chen Yang's face. With a sharp crack, Chen Yang staggered back, suddenly subdued by the imposing presence of his father. "I will sell what I choose. It is none of your concern. You, with your poor judgment, chose a materialistic partner, and now blame me? Have you lost your senses? Tell me, how did you come to be with them?" After being slapped by Chen Yang's expression immediately became clearer. "I can't even speak properly, get lost," Chen Yang scolded. Chen Yang, momentarily stunned, turned away, but after taking a few steps, he looked back at Chen Yang with a sorrowful face. "I have no fare." Zhong Yinshan, struggling not to laugh during such a serious moment, let out a small chuckle. Chen Yang shot him a disdainful glance and casually tossed him 100 yuan. "Hurry up and leave." Chen Yang hurriedly picked up the 100 yuan and rushed towards the train station. What a ridiculous situation. Chen Yang felt a bit disheartened. "Don't be upset." Zhong Yinshan tried to comfort him. "After all, it's just us brothers here. No one else is watching. Forget it. Let's go eat." Chen Yang was genuinely curious about how this guy managed to have money to get here, but after a moment's thought, he decided it was best to focus on satisfying their hunger first. The two found a nearby restaurant, entered, placed their orders, and began to eat. However, they were unaware that another person had observed the earlier exchange with Chen Yang, truly lacking in quality. What good can come from such a crude method of raising a child? He shook his head disdainfully. He had other matters to attend to regarding his sister and brother-in-law, so when he saw the two enter the restaurant, he followed them inside. Inside, Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan were enjoying a windfall and wanted to treat themselves well. They ordered 3 dishes and a soup. After placing their order, they noticed a middle-aged man entering the restaurant, around their age, who immediately fixed his gaze on them and ultimately sat at their table. Zhong Yinshan looked at him curiously. "Are we sharing a table? There are plenty of empty ones. Is it common to share tables here in Hansheng?" Unexpectedly, He ignored him completely and focused his attention on Chen Yang. It seemed to him that Zhong Yinshan wasn't worth his words. This world still requires matching social standings. He stated upon sitting down, "If there's no compatibility, the world would be in chaos. You wouldn't expect my niece, who is about to open her second store, to marry the son of a street vendor, would you? That's what we call a mismatch, wouldn't you agree?" His nonsensical remarks left both Zhong Yinshan and Chen Yang bewildered. "Are you speaking Mandarin?" Zhong Yinshan scratched his head. "I can't understand you." "I am Du Yakin's uncle. My name is Yi. Your son is Chen Yang, correct? Tell him to stop bothering my niece. He is unworthy." The absurdity of Yi's words made Zhong Yinshan realize who he was, and he slammed the table, looking ready to fight. Truly lacking in manners. Yi disdainfully glanced at them. "You street vendors exhibit such low quality. It's no wonder Yakin looks down on your son." "Enough. The message has been delivered. Let him cease his harassment of Yakin, or else I won't hold back." Chen Yang was seething with anger. However, he soon comprehended the reason behind Chen Yang's recent ire towards him. It turned out that he had parted ways with Du Yakin. A splendid separation. Indeed, a delightful release. No longer would he have to wear the proverbial green hat. What madness is this? Nevertheless, Chen Yang was not one to back down easily. He shot him a glare, wondering if he had lost his senses. Their affairs were of no concern to you, so why meddle like a dog catching a mouse? Utterly ignorant and fearless. Lu Yi let out a cold laugh, asserting, I too have ventured into business, but my endeavors differ vastly from your trivial stall. I own a clothing store. At that moment, Lu Yi noticed someone entering through the door, his expression abruptly shifting, and he quickly donned a smile, disregarding his conversation with Chen Yang as he hastened to greet the newcomer. Boss Chi, what a coincidence to see you here. Come, let us smoke. He approached Boss Chi with an eagerness akin to that of a sycophant. Boss Chi acknowledged him with a mechanical nod before bypassing him to address Chen Yang directly. Boss Chen, you haven't left yet? I happen to have something to discuss with you. Could we establish a long-term partnership? Whenever you have goods, just call me, and I'll come to collect. No need to squabble with others. I have plenty of channels. I can absorb all your merchandise. Lu Yi, standing behind, felt his previously jovial demeanor freeze, his hands trembling. This was a big player. To date, Chen Yang had conducted 2 transactions with Boss Chi. The first involved 5,000 items, and this time he requested 10,000. He interpreted the first order as a test, a trial run for his goods, which must have sold well since the second request was for a larger quantity. Now, in this third negotiation, it appeared Boss Chi anticipated a promising future, perhaps even desiring to embark on a substantial venture with him. However, unlike the individuals associated with Boss Qian, he was unaware of how Boss Chi marketed these items. From his words, it seemed he was not the sales end, but rather had other channels, possibly acting as a wholesaler. You possess numerous sales channels. Does this Lu boss also serve as one of them? Chen Yang inquired, gesturing towards Lu Yi. The latter stood frozen, sensing the gravity of the situation. Zhong Yanshan, more direct, taunted, Boss Chi, your sales channels are rather audacious, approaching me, an old Chun, to speak of mismatched social standings. How impressive. I thought you were a significant figure, but it turns out you're just another vendor, sourcing from us. Boss Chi's expression darkened as he glanced at Lu Yi. Boss Chi, I was unaware. Lu Yi regretted his earlier bravado, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Lu, have you lost your mind? Boss Chi's ire flared. He understood that those seeking goods from Chen Yang were no ordinary players. After all, they had established prior connections. Moreover, do not be deceived by their street vending. In fact, their profit margins are significantly higher. His current endeavors are not solely aimed at securing all the goods for himself from Chen Yang, but rather ensuring that he maintains a paramount position amidst the competition. Now, lo and behold, a collaborator of his has managed to create such a substantial issue. Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhong, I can assure you that my relationship with him is merely one of collaboration, having engaged only once or twice. He inquired about obtaining merchandise from me, and after witnessing the sincerity of your previous offerings, I provided him with 800 pieces, which sold remarkably well. Perhaps having earned a little profit, he has become rather arrogant. His nonsensical ramblings do not represent me, so do not take them to heart. I will certainly not supply him with any goods in the future. Let him do as he pleases. Lu Yi's expression darkened. Boss Chi, I'm already in the process of securing a location for my second store, specifically because you mentioned that such goods would be available in the future. If you're no longer willing to collaborate, have I not incurred a loss? Your losses are of no concern to me. You are persistently digging your own grave. Boss Chi understood he had to display a favorable attitude in front of Chen Yang. Thus he shot Lu Yi a glare. Boss Chi, your straightforward manner is commendable. I shall agree to this matter. Then it is settled. Please provide me with your contact number. If I have goods arriving here in the future, I will call you first. Chen Yang was also inclined to extend him some courtesy. Since you have shown such determination, I must grant you a modicum of respect. Boss Chi was elated and let out a sigh of relief. Although Chen Yang did not promise a specific quantity of goods, his words were already quite satisfactory. Excellent. Here is my phone number. Once you arrive here, do not hesitate to call me. I will be prepared, and whatever you require upon the arrival of your goods, I shall comply. After hastily jotting down his number, Boss Chi sensed a shift in the atmosphere and waved goodbye, casting a glare at Lu Yi as he departed. Such a fool, attempting to sabotage my significant endeavors. Thankfully, I maintained my resolve. Otherwise, you would have been the cause of my downfall. Boss Chi swiftly exited the scene. Lu Yi, observing Chen Yang's demeanor, realized that reconciliation was no longer an option. With a steely resolve, he glared at Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan, sneering, "Very well. Since you have taken such extreme measures, do not blame me. I must warn you, as outsiders attempting to conduct business in our Han City, you ought to be more astute and cautious. Do not provide me with the opportunity to retaliate. Otherwise, at this juncture," he suddenly noted the peculiar glint in the eyes of Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan, who appeared to be smiling. He paused, sensing an unsettling gaze upon him from behind. Turning around, he was confronted by a man in a hat, staring incredulously at him. "Director Kai." Both Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan greeted him, their faces adorned with smiles. "How dare you?" Director Kai, filled with rage, slapped Lu Yi across the face. "Who do you think you are, threatening others here? Heavens! One might mistakenly believe you are some sort of big shot around here. Are you out of your mind?" Director Kai originally felt guilty towards Chen Yang due to events from last night. The reason he happened to enter was purely coincidental. He was passing by and noticed Chen Yang dining with Zhong Yinshan. He intended to greet them and discuss the matter concerning Wu Yang. However, upon entering, he overheard Lu Yi arrogantly spouting nonsense, which immediately ignited his fury. To utter such nonsense in the presence of the head of the police bureau is tantamount to courting disaster. It is nothing short of slap to my face. After receiving a sharp slap, Lu Yi staggered back several steps, startled upon realizing the uniform of his opponent, especially when he heard Chen Yang addressing him as director. His complexion changed dramatically. He was merely a minor character. Recently venturing into business, his enterprise was hardly noteworthy. He could only boast to his fellow associates and this outsider. If he were truly required to undertake anything substantial, he would falter. Moreover, the individual before him was an authentic director, one he could not afford to provoke. On the sidelines, Zhong Yinshan could not contain his laughter at Lu Yi's bluster being so effortlessly silenced. If Boss Chi ceased supplying him, he could easily seek alternatives. Offending him would be inconsequential. However, incurring the wrath of the current director was an entirely different matter, and his countenance darkened as he repeatedly bowed in apology, exclaiming, "I am truly sorry. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Please do not take offense." "You foolish imbecile, get lost." Director Kai, already fatigued from an intense work schedule over the past few days, was further irked by the sight of such a character attempting to intimidate others. Lu Yi stumbled away in a flustered retreat. What a troublesome fellow, he lamented inwardly, even harboring resentment towards his sister and brother-in-law. It was because of them that he was tasked with such matters, now having offended both his superior and the director. "I must have owed you all in a past life." He muttered curses under his breath as he exited. "From now on, I care not for your affairs. I am indeed a fool." Chapter 63. Casting blame inside, Director Kai sat down, his face a mask of embarrassment as he apologized. "I am truly sorry. I cannot fathom how to express this. I have been cracking down on such behavior here, yet I still encounter individuals like this. And it is always you who faces them." Director Kai plopped down, still simmering with frustration, and could not help but curse again. Chen Yang chuckled and shook his head. "Director Kai, you jest. The situation is quite similar everywhere. Should you venture to Yang City, you may very well encounter similar incidents. It is entirely normal. We cannot attribute this to you or me. Humanity is replete with eccentricities. Do not take it to heart, as long as you understand the situation. I came merely to inform you that Wu Yang has confessed. This individual is indeed no good. Not only was he attempting to steal last night, but he has a history of wrongdoing, having committed numerous offenses which we have thoroughly uncovered. By chance, we have apprehended him, and he shall remain in custody for some time. This is indeed a fortunate turn of events. We ought to thank Director Kai." "Thank me for what? What do you plan to return?" "We plan to return home after finishing our meal, as there was little reason to linger here. Moreover, with the new year approaching, we had matters to attend to. prompting our desire to depart promptly. Very well, I shall not intrude upon you further. Should you find yourself conducting business here in the future, do invite me to dine with you. Do not hesitate to ask for assistance if needed. Certainly. Shortly thereafter, Director Kai exited, unable to refrain from muttering, "What a bunch of fools." Once they had left, Zhong Yunshan chuckled softly and remarked, "This Liu fellow came before us, putting on airs. After receiving 2 slaps from you, his face must be quite swollen." Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. "Such a fool is hardly worth our concern. Let us eat swiftly and return home. Each day seems to bring forth such absurdities." Upon returning to Yangcheng, both men exhaled with relief. With merely 5 or 6 days remaining until the new year, they resolved not to undertake any further tasks. Upon their return, the first order of business was to have a meal together. Zhong Yunshan inquired of Chen Yang, "We have dispatched the goods worth 40,000. Tomorrow we shall treat your cousin to a meal in Pengcheng, provided he is available. Perhaps you should reach out to him to see when he is free. Considering the substantial assistance he has rendered us, it is only fitting to extend an invitation." "No problem," Zhong Yunshan confirmed. "Let be settled." After their conversation, they parted ways. Chen Yang did not return home. Instead, he went back to a small shop. To his surprise, he found not only his daughter Chen Wangling present, but also 2 other employees hard at work. However, Chen Wangling was outside, engaged in a discussion with 3 individuals. "Tell your Chen Wang Hu never to seek me out again. Do not disturb me. If he approaches me once more, I shall not let it slide." Suddenly, one of the voices rose loudly, unmistakably that of Du Yakin. Indeed, echoed Liu Yumei beside her, "A 2-bit good-for-nothing. If he dares to bother our Yakin again, I shall report your family for harassing her, acting like a rogue. I might just smash your shop." Du Tai, growing increasingly irate, uttered even harsher words. "What on earth has transpired? Wang Hu is not even here. I am unaware of the situation. Let's discuss this calmly. My shop is open. Please refrain from causing a scene that could disrupt our business." Chen Wangling attempted to quell their anger. "You think you can command us to be quiet? Who do you think you are?" As Chen Wangling stood there, feeling utterly lost, a familiar voice echoed through the air. This voice instilled her with confidence, nearly bringing her to tears. Then Chen Yang appeared, storming in with fervor, and delivered a resounding slap to Du Tai's face. The sound reverberated, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "You dare to strike? Coming here to steal from us. And I am supposed to remain silent? I haven't even called the police, and that is a mercy." Chen Yang bellowed. "Who has stolen from your family?" Du Tai was seething with anger. "Say that again. Who stole your things?" At this moment, quite a few onlookers had gathered, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding drama. The sight of a confrontation only heightened their interest. However, the proximity to Chen Yang's home meant many were familiar faces. Chen Yang chose not to engage in further dialogue. Instead, he rummaged through Du Tai's pockets and produced several snacks. "Did you pay for these?" Chen Yang inquired of Chen Wangling. Chen Wangling shook her head. "No, you just called me out moments ago, and then this happened. These are snacks sold in my shop. You might not find another vendor like me in the entire city of Yangcheng. Since you haven't paid, doesn't that mean you've stolen them?" Du Tai grew frantic. "I didn't take anything. I don't know how they ended up in my pocket." Of course, Chen Yang had slipped the snacks into his pocket while drawing attention with a slap. "How amusing you are. What thief would ever admit to their crime? If we hadn't caught you red-handed, you would never confess." The crowd, familiar with Chen Yang, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Chen Boss is right. At your age, how can you still have the audacity to steal? Have you no shame?" They murmured, expressing disdain for Du Tai, who was said to be the father-in-law of Wang Hu. Wang Hu's judgment seems quite poor to associate with someone like him. At that moment, the chatter grew louder, filled with contempt. "You falsely accuse me. I didn't do anything." Du Tai found himself at a loss for words. Chen Yang declared, "I am being magnanimous. Given that your daughter has spent years with my son, I will let you off this time. Here, take this 200 yuan. As he handed Du Yakin the money, he continued, "Yakin, I have no objections to your breakup with Wang Hu. It is your choice as young people, and I, as an elder, should not intervene. However, regarding your previous miscarriage, which is akin to a postpartum period, we have not made any special gestures. My son is clueless about how to handle this situation. So as a father, I offer you this 200 yuan to help you buy some chickens for nourishment. The past is behind us, and I wish you well in your future endeavors. What do you mean by miscarriage? Don't speak nonsense. Du Yakin was flüstert. In this conservative era, premarital relations were intolerable, and if word got out, it would affect future marriage prospects. Du Yakin was bewildered, as was Chen Wangling, who had not heard of such matters before. The simplicity of their minds left them unaware of the scandalous accusations Chen Yang had just cast upon Du Yakin. Chapter 64. I will handle you indeed. Such salacious rumors were what the crowd relished. Upon hearing, the crowd erupted in commotion. So, Wang Hu has been intimate with her, and she had a miscarriage. They exclaimed. Isn't it quite normal for young people to succumb to such temptations at this age? Indeed, it is quite concerning. However, you mentioned that this young girl has already undergone an abortion at such a tender age. How will she find a husband in the future? Your word suggests that driving a pre-owned vehicle does not require any adjustment period, which seems rather appealing. It is as though one would only want to drive a vehicle that belongs to someone else without any sense of responsibility. A cacophony of unsavory remarks ensued, causing the family of Du Yakin to grow increasingly anxious. The reason they had deliberately come to stir trouble at Chen Wangling's residence today was straightforward. They feared that Chen Wanghu might seek to visit their home in the future. Thus, upon returning, they resolved to act preemptively. Their hopes were rather optimistic. Chen Yang was peddling goods in Han City, where his maternal family held considerable influence. Causing him distress would be a trivial matter. They also intended to send a warning to others that once Chen Wanghu and their daughter parted ways, he would no longer trouble her. As for Du Yakin, although she had spent a significant amount of money previously on Chen Wanghu, she thought it could be easily disregarded. Little did they know that Chen Yang had fortuitously returned and immediately placed a damning label upon them. Who could endure such humiliation? The onslaught of remarks from the 21st century left the trio utterly bewildered. Du Yakin, in her distress, was on the verge of tears. Yakin, I empathize with your feelings. Rest assured, I will address Wanghu thoroughly once we return. You need not fret. In truth, had she given birth, it would have been manageable. Our family is affluent enough to support her. Chen Wangling felt a twinge of fear. The crime of hooliganism still existed in 1992 and was only abolished after the Criminal Law Amendment in 1997. What if the other party accused Chen Wanghu of such a crime? Chen Yang remained unfazed. Let them call it hooliganism. My rebirth is meant to grant me peace of mind. Apart from my eldest, Chen Wangling, the rest of my children could be sacrificed without a second thought. It is none of my concern. My sole desire now is to pursue my own happiness. After all, they're all a bunch of ingrates. Chen Yang, just wait. Du Tai finally realized that as a mere marginal figure in society, he was no match for Chen Yang, who had once managed a workshop with hundreds under his command. He hastily pulled his wife and daughter away. Amidst the crowd, several voices chimed in. Chen Yang, your Wanghu has taken advantage of the situation. To which Chen Yang retorted, what advantage is there to be had? Your words suggest a bias towards females. In matters of love, who dares to claim a benefit? Is it not true that Wanghu is a novice as well? Indeed, this reasoning held merit. A myriad of opinions filled the air. Yet Chen Yang merely chuckled and clasped his hands together in a gesture of apology. I beg your pardon, everyone. Let us not linger here any longer. With that, he retreated into the shop. Upon entering, he discovered that the adjacent store had also been leased, and it appeared preparations for renovations were underway. It turned out that his daughter had taken care of all these arrangements. Father, what is happening? Why did Yakin suddenly bring her parents here to create such a scene? I am utterly perplexed. It is of no concern. I was encountered by a family while setting up my stall in Han City, and Chen Yang recounted the events that transpired between his family and mine. Upon hearing this, Chen Wangling expressed indignation. How outrageous. Their family is excessively snobbish. What is wrong with setting up a stall? Even if my father does so, he earns his honest living with dignity. Whatever their opinion, it matters not. Chen Yang, however, remained indifferent. The woman, Du Yakin, had never been virtuous. In his previous life, when he fell ill, not a single call or word of concern was bestowed upon him by her. What purpose does such a woman serve in his life? The question of marriage holds no significance. But what now? Chen Wangling still harbored some concern. What can be done? Chen Yang shook his head. Has Chen Wanghu returned? I haven't seen him. Chen Yang, uninterested in his son's whereabouts, stated, Have you secured the lease? Are renovations underway? Yes. I have leased it and plan to commence renovations immediately. I intend to convert it into a warehouse, including a small room and a bathroom. As you suggested, Jai can rest here, and I too can find respite. If living at home becomes unbearable, I shall simply relocate here. Relocate? Nonsense. They should be the ones to leave. Chen Yang shook his head in refusal. How could this place compare to the comfort of our home? Nonetheless, I could rest here during the afternoon. Enough. I am exhausted. I shall return home for a nap. Observing his father's weary demeanor, Chen Wangling felt a pang of sympathy. What would you like for dinner? I shall prepare something after work. Steam a fish for me. The rest of the dishes, you may choose freely. You know my taste. All right. I shall also bring back some roasted duck. Now, that is agreeable. Chen Yang chuckled, surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, and promptly returned home to sleep. Upon returning, he discovered Lu Kai with her 2 children present, who immediately turned their gaze upon him. Chen Yang noticed that only Lu Kai was there with the children. Where is Zhong Haifeng? You know better than I where Haifeng has gone, Lu Kai retorted, her tone tinged with sarcasm, seemingly having forgotten how Chen Yang had dealt with her previously. Chen Yang suddenly realized, oh, she hasn't returned since visiting her family? Perhaps her parents are equally deserving of a reprimand. Lu Kai recalled the last time her mother and brother had been chastised by Chen Yang and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Let her come back, or not. Chen Yang shook his head and retreated to his rest. Meanwhile, Du Yakin and her companions hurriedly returned home. Du Tai's expression was exceedingly grim. Upon arriving home, he could no longer contain his frustration. How dare he? He has slandered my Yakin. You absolutely must not marry Chen Wanghu. Just look at their family's morals. How can he accuse me of theft? Does he possess even a modicum of respect for me? A mere street vendor dares to speak so to me. You cannot marry him. If you do, I shall sever our familial ties. What nonsense are you spouting? Have I not already broken up with Chen Wanghu? Who would want a person like him? Du Yakin scoffed. Didn't Tiyume send Lu Yi to deal with Chen Yang? How is it that he still dares to act so arrogantly towards us upon his return? You must call him immediately to inquire. Let us make a phone call together. Lu Yume was also quite furious, yet confused. Thus, the couple hurriedly left their home and made their way to a nearby telephone booth. In no time, the call was connected, and it was Lu Yi's wife who answered. Sister, brother-in-law, what is the matter? Chapter 65. A change in circumstances. Where is Lu Yi? Please have him come over to the phone. I have something to inquire of him. Du Tai exclaimed anxiously, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Lu Yi's wife hesitated for a moment before calling out to the other end with irritation. Come here. It's your sister on the phone. On the other side, Lu Yi had been feeling dejected all day after suffering a setback, and he was somewhat apprehensive. He realized he was utterly unable to contend with these individuals. The reason he had not reached out to Lu Yume and Du Tai immediately was quite simple. He understood that they would certainly stir up trouble. The predicament he found himself in was largely due to their insistence that he assist with a favor, which ultimately entangled him in this mess. Thus, he felt a surge of anger and was inclined to watch their predicament unfold. If anyone were to offend others, it would not be solely him. They must share in the consequences. Otherwise, should they become family in the future, it would be absurd for him alone to have offended his future in-laws, rendering him a mere fool. Upon witnessing his wife's demeanor, he quickly comprehended the situation. These two had undoubtedly caused a ruckus and were now facing repercussions. Hello. He approached and connected the call. Shout, what on earth is going on? Did I not instruct you to properly deal with Chen Yang, warning him to refrain from harassing our Yakin? Yet, as we went to confront him, Chen Yang fortuitously returned and even slapped your brother-in-law, acting quite arrogantly. How could you have failed to accomplish what I entrusted to you? Lu Yume expressed her discontent. Indeed, he even accused us of stealing from them, which has infuriated me. Did you not say it would be a trivial matter to handle a mere street vendor? Clearly, you have not managed it well. Du Tai added, his irritation palpable. However, Lu Yumei tugged at her husband's arm, urging him to temper his tone toward his brother. Yet, upon hearing of their misfortunes, Lu Yi finally felt a sense of relief. At last, he was not the sole sufferer. They too had faced setbacks, and this time, they were even. I advise you both to refrain from provoking this individual in the future. He is not to be underestimated. What? Lu Yumei thought she had misheard. He is not merely a street vendor. He seems to be supplying goods in large quantities, and moreover, he is quite familiar with a director from the local police station. Both Lu Yumei and Du Tai were taken aback by this revelation. You must be speaking nonsense. How could a mere street vendor, who has only recently arrived in Han City, possibly be acquainted with a police director? Nonsense? Liu Yi Chocolate. Let me put it this way. My intention to open a second store is due to a client I know who is willing to provide me with relatively low prices for high-end clothing. But do you know who my supplier is? It is him. What? Lu Yumei's expression changed dramatically. He is merely a minor workshop director, and at his age, he remains in such a position with no prospects for advancement. It is said that he has fallen from grace due to the machinations of their factory manager, which Lu Yumei finds hard to believe. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. I merely wish to inform you of this matter. Furthermore, I intended to leverage his status as an outsider against him. Yet I encountered the chief of the Public Security Bureau, who berated me and even struck me. It is because of your actions that I have faced disgrace and lost clients. Whether you choose to believe this is entirely up to you. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. What a stroke of misfortune. Meanwhile, Lu Yumei and her husband Du Tai were left in a state of shock. After Lu Yumei uttered a few words, she found herself at a loss, unable to comprehend the underlying reasons. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. At that moment, Du Tai finally reacted. Consider this. Chen Wanghu's sister has opened shop over there, and it is thriving. This revelation resonated with Lu Yumei, amplifying the couple's unease. Let us hasten back to inquire with Yakin and see if she can glean any information from Chen Wanghu. Otherwise, we could suffer substantial losses. If he possesses such capabilities, he might very well prosper on his own. Wealthy individuals are not to be trifled with. Indeed, let us return swiftly. The two hurried back home, only to arrive at their doorstep and overhear Du Yakin's furious voice. Chen Wanghu, I have warned you not to approach me again. Look at the actions of your father. He struck my father and falsely accused us of theft. How can you behave this way? Leave at once. I never wish to see you again. Yakin, I truly like you, I genuinely do. Please don't treat me this way. Whatever you desire, simply tell me, and I shall procure it for you. I would even retrieve the stars from the sky for you, if I must. I want nothing from you. Just leave. What could your family possibly offer me? All the good things have been given to your sister. Now leave, and do not ever come back. Just then, Du Tai and Lu Yumei entered. They acted in perfect harmony. Lu Yumei swiftly grabbed her daughter, while Du Tai donned a smile and pulled Chen Wanghu closer. Wanghu, there is no need to be agitated. Yakin is merely upset. This is all a misunderstanding. Please remain calm. At this moment, Lu Yumei held her daughter firmly, preventing her from further outbursts. Enough, enough. Wanghu, has he done anything wrong? Come, Wanghu, step inside. Du Yakin was taken aback by her parents' sudden change in demeanor. What do you mean, Mom and Dad? Look at him. Silence. Things have changed. Lu Yumei insisted. What could possibly have changed? Your uncle mentioned he isn't merely setting up a stall. He also claimed that Chen Yang knows the chief of the Public Security Bureau in Hancheng. In any case, you cannot provoke him. How could that be? Du Yakin remained skeptical. Just wait and see. You are well aware of your uncle's nature. He harbors a deep resentment from having suffered a loss, which signifies that he indeed faced a misfortune. Let us not rush. First, we shall inquire of him. Quickly go and ask him. Perhaps from Wanghu, we may glean some insights. Du Yakin's heart stirred, and she promptly regained her composure. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. The couple exhaled in relief. Wanghu entered, and upon his arrival, he was met with an atmosphere of misunderstanding. After all, both of you are still young, and such occurrences are inevitable. Gomin, you two should converse thoroughly. Once you clear the air, all will be well. Chen Wanghu, oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, noticed their changed demeanor and cheerfully stepped forward. Excellent. Let's have a proper discussion. Yakin, I truly cherish you. I cannot envision a life without you. Chapter 66. Are you unwell? Duyekin, possessing a high level of discernment, quickly regained her composure upon realizing her parents' intentions. Wang Hu, we have known each other for 2 years. Have I ever erupted in such fury before? The reason for my outburst is that I felt deceived. You failed to share the truth regarding your family matters. Concealing such significant information from me shows a lack of respect, and that is why I was so incensed, do you understand? Wang Hu interjected, Yakin. I never intended to deceive you. Momentarily caught off guard by her rhythm, he noticed her expression softened, and a sense of relief washed over him. Regardless of your reasons for withholding the truth, you still did not confide in me. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake. Wang Hu joyfully nodded in acceptance of his fault. Now, I ask you, do you harbor any further secrets from me? Wang Hu appeared bewildered, pondering, what more could I possibly conceal? I have disclosed everything. My father indeed left the factory, but I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding his departure. I only know that his relationship with the factory manager was never amicable. Are you aware of your father's connections in Hansheng? In Hansheng? Wang Hu was in disbelief. It was inconceivable. My father has never associated with anyone in Hansheng. If he had connections, he would have informed me, and my siblings would certainly be aware. Reflect carefully. Du Tai's expression turned serious. One must not make assumptions. I demand complete transparency from you, with no omissions. Your casual responses suggest you do not regard our family's concerns seriously. If you maintain this attitude, it may be best for you to part ways. It will be beneficial for both you and Yakin. Wang Hu, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded fervently. Rest assured, I shall return promptly after inquiring with my father. Yakin, please do not break up with me. We have known each other for 2 years, and my affection for you is profound. How could you choose to leave me? How would I manage without you? Why are you still here talking nonsense with me? Hurry and attend to what needs to be done. Duyekin exclaimed vehemently. Very well. I shall go immediately. Await my news. In the afternoon, Chen Yang indulged in a delightful slumber. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the bustling sounds emanating from the kitchen. Curiosity piqued, he ventured inside only to discover his eldest daughter, Chen Wangling, diligently preparing a meal. Dad, she exclaimed, her face illuminated by a smile. I've made all your favorite dishes, including those you specifically requested. Splendid, Chen Yang replied, chuckling. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire. Where did Wang Hu acquire the funds to go to Hansheng? Chen Wangling hesitated momentarily, casting a wary glance at her father. You know? Chen Yang's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. That day, you had already departed for Pengcheng. He unexpectedly approached me, offering to assist with some work. Seeing his eagerness, I permitted him to help, but her voice trailed off. Yet, Chen Yang's fury was ignited as understanding dawned. He pilfered money from there, didn't he? Chen Wangling nodded. A total of over 1,000 yuan, all taken. This prodigal wretch. Chen Yang seethed. I wondered why he ventured there. It turns out he stole over 1,000 yuan from our household. When he departed, he claimed he was broke. Yet I realize now that he was the one funding his entire family. Chen Yang's anger surged. How could I have fathered such a foolish son? Dad, please don't be upset. This was my oversight, Chen Wangling said, somewhat abashed. It has nothing to do with you. I will have a stern word with him upon his return, Chen Yang retorted, his ire palpable as he exited the kitchen. Stepping outside, he found both Chen Wanghe and Chen Wangjing had returned. Upon noticing him, Chen Wanghe hurriedly approached. Dad, look, Haifeng hasn't returned yet. Chen Yang couldn't suppress a laugh. What does it matter to me if he asks back or not? If you cannot manage your own wife, what do you expect of me? Well, I thought perhaps you might invite her back, Chen Wanghe suggested. Before he could finish, Chen Yang delivered a sharp slap, resonating through the air and rendering everyone momentarily speechless. Are you out of your mind? If your wife refuses to return, why should I go after her? She is not my wife. She can come and go as she pleases. With the new year approaching, her absence might even spare me some hassle and a couple of red envelopes. Chen Wanghe covered his face, feeling aggrieved. Why do you strike me for her choices? Consider yourself fortunate. It is merely a slap. You parade your wife's issues before me. Is that not madness? With that, Chen Yang turned his attention to Chen Wangjing. Where's Chen Wanghu? I don't know. I haven't seen him. He should still be away, Chen Wangjing replied, fear evident in his expression. Most likely off gallivanting somewhere, interjected Chen Wangyue as she entered the room. Dad, how much will you give us as New Year's money? Chen Wangyue attempted to probe her father's disposition, hoping to gauge his mood as the festive season approached, believing he wouldn't reprimand her at this time. She clearly did not witness the recent incident where Chen Wang was slapped across the face. Otherwise, she would not hold such beliefs. New Year's money? What taxes? At this age, still thinking about receiving New Year's money. It should be the time for you to contribute to the household. Yet you have not contributed a single cent and still expect me to give you New Year's money. How naive can you be? Chen Wangyue's expression darkened. Can we have a civil conversation at the tennis court? Why do you always speak like this? It makes communication so difficult. Who desires to communicate with you? You are being delusional. Your mind is full of nonsense. Who would willingly engage in conversation with you? Chen Yang retorted rudely. You are quite amusing, befriending a bunch of worthless companions while claiming to communicate. What a joke. Chen Wangyue scolded harshly, turned crimson but dared not respond, ultimately retreating to her room in frustration. What are you looking at? Chen Yang glared at the two brothers. What are you staring at? You know you'll just get scolded. The brothers dared not utter a word, merely lowering their heads. At that moment, Chen Wanghu entered, cheerfully approaching Chen Yang. Dad, do you know the big boss in Hancheng and the police chief? The moment he spoke, Chen Yang discerned the true nature of the situation and nearly slapped him. What business is it of yours? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 67. A fiery dinner behind him. Chen Wangjing nearly burst into laughter. This foolish boy had come to seek his father's attention at such a time. Was he not asking for trouble? Dad, I was just trying to speak to you nicely. Why are you acting like this? I have good news. Yakin is not breaking up with me. She was just a bit upset, thinking I had concealed something from her. The previous conversation was all about your resignation. Otherwise, Yakin wouldn't have mentioned breaking up. Before he could finish, another slap struck his face. The sound echoed, nearly knocking him off balance. Chen Wanghu staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. He touched his face and looked at Chen Yang. Dad, what are you doing? I was merely speaking the truth. Get away. Chen Yang coldly glared at him. Let me make this clear. If you dare to bring that useless Du Yakin back to my house, you can leave. I don't care where you go. If you want to jump into the river with her, that's your business. Just don't bring her back here. I find her repulsive. With that, Chen Yang retreated to his room. You could say that marrying two useless individuals at home is unavoidable. However, bringing Du Yakin home is entirely unnecessary. Everyone knows what kind of person she is, and marrying her would only bring distress. Suddenly, it dawned on him why Du Yakin's attitude had changed so drastically. It must have been due to Lu Yi's intervention, which had caused this complete turnaround. Poor Chen Wanghu, with a mind as dull as a rock, was utterly oblivious to the oddity of the situation. In my previous life, I might have been a tad too self-absorbed, but I'm not foolish. How could I have produced such imbeciles? That evening, a splendid feast was prepared. As the children approached and beheld the scene before them, their faces lit up with surprise. I have a few matters to discuss with you. Chen Yang finally spoke up once they were all seated and began to eat. The atmosphere grew hushed as everyone turned their attention to him. The Chen Yang they once knew was no longer the same. In front of his father, they felt compelled to maintain a semblance of politeness. Otherwise, they risked provoking Chen Yang's ire, which could result in a swift reprimand. If you are living at home, the meal expenses remain as they were, plus an additional 10 yuan per person for living expenses. How can that be? Lu Kai was the first to spring to her feet, anxiously regarding him. Why must we pay? And for living expenses as well? This is absurd. Indeed, living in our own home and still needing to pay for living expenses? How comical. Chen Wanghu felt the sting of Chen Yang's earlier reprimand still fresh, momentarily forgetting its severity as he joined in the protest. Father, your reasoning seems rather unreasonable. We are family. Why discuss living expenses? We've already covered meal costs. No need to pay if you choose not to. Chen Yang responded calmly, casting a glance at them. Then perhaps you should find a place of your own. Renting a home might be for the best. After all, my presence seems to disturb you. and you clearly do not appreciate me. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. And you, Chen Wangxiu, I shall no longer cover your tuition. Earning your own school fees is simple. Either find a job or work for your elder sister at her store where she can pay you. During the winter break, you may even set up a stall elsewhere. I have no objections. Chen Wangxiu's countenance paled. Since her last unsuccessful negotiation with Chen Yang, she had noted the change in her father and had chosen to keep a low profile, hoping to avoid his wrath. Yet here she was, unable to escape his admonishment once again, especially with the new year approaching. Father, I am still in school. Chen Wangxiu attempted to sound endearing. Oh, and what of it? What use is your education? With such dismal grades, how dare you even mention it? If I had spent so much money only to achieve such results, I would have long since thrown myself into the river. Chen Wangxiu's face turned ashen. Her grades, though somewhat better than those of her sisters, paled in comparison to the top students at their school. She felt a deep sense of discomfort. You never spoke to me like this before. Why now do you feel free to berate me so? Did you hear what I just said? Chen Yang continued, sweeping his gaze over them. This is your notice, not a discussion. The money will be given to Wangling, and he shall manage all household expenses from now on. How can this be? Lu Kai could no longer contain herself, rising in anger. A married daughter is like spilled water. Why should Wangling manage our finances? And why must we pay him? Is there any logic in this world? A married daughter is like spilled water, yet you persist in asking us to assist your brother. You even brought back the money Wang Jing earned to your maternal home. Are you idle? Has the money from his family been returned yet? Chen Yang saw Chan Wang Jing shaking his head, but upon noticing the murderous gaze from his wife, he was startled. Dad, let's just forget about this small amount of money. What matters is that our family is harmonious. Why should we worry about such a trivial sum? Trivial sum? Chen Yang chuckled, looking at him incredulously. How is this considered a small amount? You don't even have money to build your own house, and you come here asking me for it. And now you dare to call this small change? How generous of you. Or are you just thinking about taking the money from my hands to support your in-laws? Have you lost your mind? How'd I end up with such a useless child? As Chen Yang's anger escalated, he slammed the table. Chen Yongqing and Chen Yongfang were both frightened, startled into tears at the outburst. Don't yell so loudly. You scare my child. Then get lost. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, remarking that a child raised by two useless parents is also worthless. What good is that? Lu K's face turned an ugly shade as she stood up, gliding at Chen Yang. Not satisfied? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with disdain. If you're not satisfied, then behave yourself. Otherwise, if you feel wronged, just leave and fend for yourself. You think you can consume my resources without adhering to my rules? Am I indebted to you? Did I owe you anything in my past life? Chen Yang's tirade left Lu Kai pale with fright. As the new year approached, he instructed Lu Kai to inform her mother and brother to repay the money owed, warning her that if they did not, he would confront them himself. Lu Kai sat there in a daze, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Did you hear me? Chen Yang ignored her, instead turning to his son, expressing his disappointment. Stop behaving like a fool. You don't even know how much others owe you. What good are you? I understand. I will ask him for the money. Chen Wang Jing nodded vigorously. Chapter 68. Bring me back the money. The dinner was quite disheartening, leaving the children feeling uneasy, prompting them to finish their meal in haste and leave. Where do you think you're going? Lu Kai, Chen Wangxiu, and Chen Wangwei still need to wash the dishes. However, as they attempted to leave, Chen Yang had already assigned them chores. The three of them were left seething in silence. Chen Wangling wanted to offer to wash the dishes, but upon seeing her father's expression, she realized he would never agree, so she remained silent. Hurry up and eat. Chen Yang smiled at the delightfully munching Wang. Judgia. Isn't today's meal particularly to your taste? Eat more. Grandpa, today's food is delicious. Mom's cooking is great too. Wang Jia was indeed enjoying her meal. Chen Wangling's expression grew dim. Ever since her husband passed away, their family had struggled, facing difficulties from those troublesome women. It was only after coming to her father's house that their lives improved slightly. Although her siblings were no better, their father's presence kept them in check, allowing her and her daughter to live relatively well. Especially today, meal was quite commendable. At that moment, Chen Yang suddenly recalled something and called out to Chen Wanghu. Reluctantly, Chen Yang, who approached. You pilfered your elder sister's money to frolic in Han City, didn't you? Chen Yang's gaze was as frigid as frost. Chen Yang, whose countenance fell, resembling a chilling descent into an icy abyss. Previously, he had felt no concern, for their father had wielded little authority in their presence, nor had he ever needed to assert such authority. However, their father was different now. An apprehension began to creep in. I borrowed it from my sister. He stammered. Borrowed? Chen Yang remarked with a sardonic smile. You truly possess a remarkable audacity. Did your sister consent to lend it to you? You merely declare it as a loan? After saying this, he summoned Chen Wangling. You clarify. Was that money borrowed or stolen? He never consulted me. Chen Wangling firmly sided with their father. Indeed, upon hearing this, Chen Yang rose and delivered a resounding slap across Chen Wanghu's face. Once more, Chen Wanghu was struck, stumbling backward, clutching his face, his expression radiating fury. Madness, utter madness. Their father had undoubtedly lost his sanity. The commotion drew the attention of the sisters within, who watched the unfolding drama with a mix of excitement and concern. Ever since the last incident, they had been unable to articulate the changes in their father, yet the transformation felt monumental, marked by his readiness to resort to violence. Throughout their lives, they had been spared from their father's wrath, but now it seemed he was intent on reclaiming all the discipline he had withheld. You worthless wretch, you cannot even earn a meager sum, yet dare to steal. It's a testament to my benevolence that you still draw breath. Tears streamed down Chen Wanghu's face. He had never before experienced such a beating from his father. In fact, he could not recall ever being addressed with such intensity. Return the money to me. Chen Yang, however, remained indifferent to Chen Wanghu's pitiful state, coldly continuing, not a single cent less. You must return it before the new year. Or do not even think of returning home for the festivities. You may perish outside. With a dismissive wave, he ordered Chen Wanghu to leave. Once in his room, Chen Wanghu collapsed onto the table, weeping openly. Their father had seldom struck him. Was it merely over 1,000 yuan? How could he be subjected to such violence? Did he not hold more value than that sum? Just as he had reconciled with Yaqin, now he was compelled to plead for money. Was he being driven to the brink? Was there truly a father capable of such disregard for his child's well-being? Meanwhile, the others remained silent, exchanging glances, yet no words were spoken. A shared sentiment enveloped them. Their father now felt distant, almost alien. The man before them seemed no longer their father. The following day, Chen Yang rose early. I am heading to Pengcheng, but I should return by tonight. You need only oversee the business at the shop. Do not concern yourself with anything else, he instructed Chen Wangling. Very well, go ahead. I shall manage matters at home. Chen Wangling nodded vigorously. Chen Yang nodded with a smile, placing his trust in his eldest daughter. Among all his children, only she was truly deserving of his confidence. The others were either duplicitous or lacked capability. Stay at home well, and perhaps I will return with the New Year's provisions. Chen Yang waved his hand cheerfully. However, upon stepping outside, he discovered that Zhong Yinshan was already waiting for him. What's wrong with you? Upon closer inspection, Chen Yang noticed something amiss on Zhong Yinshan's face. Indeed, he bore injuries. Enough said. These past few days, I've been out and about, and I must have slipped up somewhere. My fierce mother seems to have sensed something was off, and when she came at me, this is what happened. Chen Yang nearly burst into laughter at this revelation. I warned you not to play recklessly, but you wouldn't listen. If one day your wonderful wife decides to leave you, don't come to me seeking help. I cannot bear such embarrassment. Chen Yang expressed his frustration. I know my wife is exceptional. Do you think I'm unaware? I'm acutely aware. No matter how she scolds or hits me, I never retaliate. I feel guilty towards her, yet I simply cannot resist. Just think of all those alluring women waiting for me outside, yearning for rescue. How could I possibly ignore them? That would be a waste of opportunity. Moreover, it's quite inhumane. If you were to venture out, you would see how harshly many live. Some families are struggling with a gambling father, ailing mother, and a younger brother in school. If I don't help them, who will? Get away from me with that nonsense. Chen Yang shot him a disdainful glance. You still doubt me? Fine, let us drop this topic and quickly find my cousin. He has been a tremendous help to us, and we must prepare a suitable gift for him. Indeed, Chen Yang nodded. But he possesses plenty of fine goods. What can we possibly give him? Zhong Yinshan scratched his head, equally perplexed, unsure of what to purchase. You are right. He lacked for nothing. The last time we visited, we failed to bring him a proper gift, merely offering some cigarettes and liquor. Chen Yang felt a headache coming on. If we were to simply give him money, that wouldn't be out of the question, but the issue is he doesn't seem particularly interested in cash. He's made that quite clear. If we were to offer money again, it would be quite inappropriate. Chapter 69. Fine spirits, I think we should just buy some cigarettes and liquor. These items are among the most common gifts. They won't lose value, yet they aren't particularly special. Primarily, my cousin doesn't lack for anything. If we bring him some quality tobacco, it will signify our goodwill without being entirely out of context. After a moment, Zhong Yinshan spoke up. Chen Yang pondered this and realized the wisdom in his words. All right, let us head to Pengcheng first. Once we arrive, we can procure some cigarettes and liquor locally. You've arranged everything with your cousin, right? Absolutely. Zhong Yinshan grinned. We'll have lunch together at noon. Excellent, then let us be off. The first thing the two did upon arrival was to purchase fine cigarettes and liquor, spending quite a sum in the process. In the morning, they arrived outside Li Zhengming's home. With Zhong Yinshan leading the way, they made their way to his residence and soon knocked on the door. Old friend, Chen Yang. Li Zhengming greeted them with a smile, warmly inviting them inside. Brotherly, Chen Yang, being somewhat less familiar, addressed him with that title and followed Zhong Yinshan inside. Once inside, they presented the gifts to Li Zhengming. You need not have brought gifts just for visiting. Li Zhengming chuckled upon glancing at the offerings. They regarded each other as relatives, thus he was more than willing to accept the cigarettes and liquor. We couldn't possibly visit empty-handed, now, could we? That would be rather improper. Chen Yang replied with a smile. Li Zhengming's wife approached, warmly inviting them to sit and offering food. However, she was quite astute. After placing the food down, she left them to their own devices, retreating to another area. How is business? Li Zhengming inquired as he brewed tea. Business is thriving. We've sold out all our previous stock. Currently, we are left with just 5 tons of snacks, which are stored in my warehouse. I've also opened a small shop where the items are gradually selling, Chen Yang explained. Li Zhengming nodded, recognizing that Chen Yang was the more astute of the two. And indeed, he was quite clever. That's excellent. Li Zhengming affirmed. This is all thanks to you, brotherly. Without your assistance, we might not have discovered such a pathway. Chen Yang Laogit, it's merely fortuitous. Your needs align perfectly with my capabilities. It's as simple as that. If it were someone else, it might not have worked out so well, but seeing you both successfully sell the goods brings me joy as well. They were all mature individuals, and their conversation flowed easily. However, after a while, Li Zhengming suddenly stood up and beckoned to them. Come over here. He led them to his liquor cabinet, revealing an abundance of imported spirits. While Zhong Yinshan might not have been well acquainted with them, Chen Yang recognized several renowned foreign brands, such as are my Martin and Martel. Additionally, there were several bottles of wine from abroad. Let us take a couple of bottles to the hotel and enjoy ourselves. Li Zhengming suggested with a smile. Are these spirits enjoyable? Zhong Yinshan inquired. Many people quite fancy them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a demand for smuggling them in. Li Zhengming replied with a grin. Brother Li, is this a benefit you all receive? Chen Yang asked after a moment's thought. Indeed, it is part of our benefits. Li Zhengming confirmed. Are these available for us to purchase? Chen Yang inquired with a smile, fully aware of their popularity. These spirits sell remarkably well in the local market, and half of the domestic sales are absorbed here. In other words, the market potential in this area is exceedingly promising. Are you interested in this again? Li Zhengming seemed to have anticipated the question. Yes, I am indeed quite intrigued. Chen Yang candidly expressed his sentiments without reservation. To his surprise, after he posed his inquiry, Li Zhengming looked at him with a beaming smile. Chen Yang soon realized and, with a grin, asked, Brother Li, you had this prepared for me in advance, didn't you? Not exactly, Li Zhengming replied, shaking his head. We received a substantial shipment of such items, but many within our unit were dismissive, leading to the collective decision to forego distribution. Previously, we had distributed similar goods multiple times, and accumulating too many at home is not ideal. Hence, we thought to sell them together when someone comes by, allowing us all to share the proceeds. Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with interest. Meanwhile, Zhong Yinshan stood dumbfounded, coming to the realization that he was oblivious to the situation. These two individuals were the true intellects. How many are there? Chen Yang inquired. There are several brands of foreign wine, all from renowned international labels. After we confiscated and seized them, they were all piled together, and we plan to sell them off in one go. I recall there being a total of 108 cases, with approximately 12 bottles per case. There should also be around 700 cases of red wine. After revealing this information, he asked Chen Yang, "Are you interested?" "Indeed, I am very interested." Chen Yang's eyes gleamed. However, the most pressing matter is the pricing. "How much will this foreign wine cost?" he asked. "Do you know the market price for such foreign wines?" Li Zhengming Kariya. "I have a rough idea. It should be around 200 per bottle," Chen Yang replied. "That's about right. It should be a bit over 200. Li Zhengming responded with a smile. "What is the customs price per case?" "The customs price is 500 per case, which means each bottle costs only a few dozen." Zhong Yinshan chimed in, feeling elated about the potential business opportunity. "However, 20 cases are part of the supplies we distributed, and those 20 cases might not be available for that price. I'll offer them at market value." Chen Yang replied without hesitation, fully committed. "No need for that. The market price is around 200 and above. Just offer me 200 per bottle." Li Zhengming answered readily, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Chen Yang realized that Li Zhengming had intentionally brought him here, knowing he would be the one to make the purchase. "Brother Li, doesn't that mean I'm getting a great deal?" "One cannot say it that way." Li Zhengming shook his head. "You are not reaping too great a benefit. Selling everything at once is what everyone desires, and it aligns with our regulations. As for the distributed rewards, many already have a good stock at home, receiving only 1 or 2 bottles each. No one has the time to seek buyers individually, so by acquiring everything at once, we should be grateful to you." "Very well. Let's proceed," Chen Yang replied, feeling quite pleased. "When can I collect the goods?" "This batch is rather special. I can assist you with this matter in the afternoon, but you need to have the funds ready." "Not a problem." Chen Yang laughed heartily. "How much is a case of the wine?" 2 specifications are available. One contains 12 bottles per case, which constitutes 90% of the stock, while the other has 6 bottles per case, with differing prices. However, both are products of renowned wineries, holding significant value in the market. We have established a uniform price of 200 yuan per case. Chapter 70. Securing Foreign Wine. Chen Yang pondered for a moment. 700 cases of red wine at 200 yuan per case would amount to 140,000 yuan. The foreign wine, priced at 500 yuan per case with over 80 cases available, would total 50,000 yuan if rounded to 100 cases. Additionally, there are 20 cases designated as gifts for them, thus calculated at 400 yuan per case, resulting in a total of 48,000 yuan for these. Altogether, this would require approximately 200,000 yuan. However, the two indeed possess such funds. "Very well," Chen Yang decisively agreed, seeing Chen Yang's willingness to undertake this business. Zhong Yinshan enthusiastically applauded the decision. "Let us proceed with this. We will dine at noon, and after our meal, I will take you to the customs office. Once we finalize this last matter before the new year, we can take a break, and you can return home. It's best to make the sale before the new year. However, will you be able to sell the over 200,000 yuan worth here? Don't let it sit idle. It will sell." Chen Yang felt no need to conceal anything from Li Zhengming. On the contrary, being forthright with him could garner goodwill. Thus, he candidly expressed his thoughts, stating that the pre-New Year and post-New Year period is when many host banquets, and such products would attract considerable interest. He could find a way to recommend them to hotels for collaboration. Li Zhengming's eyes lit up with surprise as he regarded Chen Yang. "You truly possess a business acumen." Chen Yang chuckled. "Brother Li, please don't say that. Even with our business minds, we require your assistance. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to procure such goods, let alone profit from them. Ultimately, we still rely on your support." No. A person like you, once determined to venture in a business, will undoubtedly carve out your own niche. Li Zhengming interestingly recognized Chen Yang's exceptional nature. After concluding this discussion, the three of them engaged in light conversation until it was nearly lunchtime, at which point they set out for a meal. They ordered 1 bottle of foreign wine, 1 bottle of white wine, and another bottle of red wine. Li Zhongming's family consists of just 3, himself, his wife, and their son. Having married later in life, their son is still in his teenage years, currently attending high school. His son possesses a pleasant temperament, although he has spent little time with Zhong Yinshan. They shared laughter, and the atmosphere during the meal was quite relaxed. After the meal, they first returned his wife and child home. You two head to customs. I will find the car. Chen Yang later addressed Zhong Yinshan and Li Zhongming. Li Zhongming nodded and drove Zhong Yinshan to customs. Chen Yang is quite astute. He must have gained experience from interacting with so many people at the factory. Li Zhongming remarked during the drive. Indeed, Zhong Yinshan laughed heartily. My confidence in him stems from our collaboration. Had it been anyone else, I wouldn't be as assured. He has been my childhood companion, as you may recall. We played together during our younger years. You even stayed at my house for a while, and the 3 of us often ventured out together. He has been a constant presence in my life since our youth. To be frank, I would not hold it against him if he were to betray me. But I feel utterly secure in his company, for I know he would never harm me. Li Zhongming has already begun to smile, and indeed, that is the truth. Li Zhongming spent nearly a year in the provincial capital with Zhong Yinshan's family when he was around 10 years old, often playing alongside Chen Yang during that time. Although those days belong to a distant past, the memories of our youthful escapades occasionally resurface in my mind. The reason he has taken care of Zhong Yinshan so much is due to the strong bond between their families. All right, Li Zhongming nodded, offering a serious warning. Yinshan, we are brothers, so I must speak candidly. I would not feel at ease allowing you to venture into business solely on your own. Yet partnering with him is indeed a wise choice. This individual is astute and audacious, traits that are quite advantageous in today's business landscape. Do not feel disheartened. As long as you heed his guidance in your collaboration, all will be well. Zhong Yinshan chuckled and nodded in agreement. There is something I have not inquired about before. How do you two divide the profits in your partnership? Currently, we share the profits equally, he replied. Oh, Li Zhongming pondered but chose not to press further. During our initial venture, he contributed over 20,000, while I only put forth just under 10,000. I initially requested a 40% share, but he insisted on giving me 50, claiming that the connections were mine and that relationships are paramount. Ultimately, I declined his offer, asserting that although the connections were indeed mine, the swift sales and profits were attributable to his efforts. Thus, that time I took 40%, and he took 60. However, we later agreed to pool our resources and share the profits equally. This way, neither of us has an upper hand over the other. Li Zhongming contemplated this carefully and ultimately nodded in approval. At first, he contributed 23% of the funds, yet he sought 50% of the shares, which speaks to his principles. You are correct. While the connections may be yours, the sales truly depend on him. Splitting the profits 50-50 is indeed the most equitable arrangement, ensuring that neither party suffers a loss. He will not suffer at my expense. You have no idea how kind-hearted he is. I often feel like reprimanding his children for their behavior, yet he continues to treat them well. Fortunately, things have improved somewhat. You cannot imagine how his children used to pressure him. It was unbearable to witness. As Zhong Yinshan lamented, Li Zhongming chuckled softly, choosing not to interject. These matters pertain to Chen Yang's family. As an outsider, he deemed it unnecessary to meddle. Approximately half an hour later, upon their return to the customs office, Chen Yang arrived with a truck. The customs office seemed to be preparing for closure, with fewer people present than before. Nevertheless, upon their entry, there were still some transactions taking place. Due to the diminished crowd and Li Zhongming's apparent lack of busyness, he took it upon himself to guide them through the processes and handle the paperwork personally. The total cost of this batch of goods amounted to 230,000, with each of the 2 individuals contributing half, thereby securing the entire shipment. After acquiring the goods, they hurried to load them onto the vehicle. By the time this task was completed, it was already past 4, nearing 5 o'clock. Brother Li, let us not linger. You must come to my home in Yangcheng for a visit. After ensuring everything was properly stowed, the 2 prepared to embark on their journey back to Yangcheng. All right, We can discuss it again after the new year. Li Zhengming chuckled, adding, additionally, we will gradually release goods here after the holiday. I will coordinate with Yinshan. If you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. In fact, if there are specific items you wish to sell, let me know in advance. I will reserve the good ones for you, which would save me from always having to inquire. That would be splendid. Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Then we shall take our leave. Goodbye, cousin. In no time, the truck, laden with goods, disappeared from sight, heading towards Yangcheng. Chapter 71. Encountering old rivals. What began as a mere visit to express gratitude to Li Zhengming unexpectedly turned into an acquisition of another batch of goods. Chen Yang estimated that this shipment could potentially yield tens of thousands upon sale. This implies that each individual could net a profit of at least 200,000 to 300,000. Notably, during the loading process, he took special care to observe the batch of red wine, which was comprised entirely of high-quality products. Retailing them could even yield prices that rival those of imported wines, depending on the discerning buyers they could find. After experiencing doubts and concerns in previous dealings, Zhong Yinshan was now entirely unfazed, happily chattering about potential profits. The truck driver, overhearing their conversation, rolled his eyes, thinking these two were out of their minds. While he believed in their potential for profit, the notion of casually discussing sums in the realm of hundreds of thousands seemed absurd. They enjoyed a smooth journey, returning to Yangcheng around 8 o'clock in the evening, directly unloading the goods at the snack storage location. As they drove up, the two, along with the driver, began to unload the wine. After completing the task, they generously tipped the driver an additional 100 yuan for his unloading fee, which delighted him immensely and sent him speeding off in his truck. By this time, it was already past 10 o'clock. I'm utterly exhausted. Let us go grab a late-night snack. Given Zhong Yunshan's frail constitution, he was drenched in sweat from fatigue and insisted that Chen Yang accompany him for a meal. Chen Yang, equally weary, agreed, and they made their way to a nearby street to enjoy some late-night fare. After their meal, they returned home together. Dad! As he stealthily entered the courtyard and quietly closed the door, he inadvertently stirred Chen Wangling. In truth, Chen Wangling had likely not slept at all, having awaited his return. Upon hearing noises outside, she promptly emerged. Why are you still awake at such a late hour? You mentioned this morning that you would return today. I was anxious, not knowing where to search for you. I even inquired with Aunt Zhong, who informed me that Uncle Zhong had not yet returned, which eased my worries somewhat. Silly girl, at my age, do you think I could simply disappear? Rest assured, hurry off to bed. I've been on my feet all day and am quite fatigued. I shall retire shortly. All right, then quickly wash up and get some sleep. By the way, Chen Yang suddenly recalled something and raised his hands in exasperation. He had promised to buy some items for them, but had completely forgotten after a long day of work. Let's find some time to procure the New Year's goods. He suggested. No worries. I shall take care of this year as provisions. Our shop has been thriving as the new year approaches. Chen Wangling replied, her face alight with joy. It's fine, I'll handle it. When your father grows old, you can take over. Chen Wangling nodded, but soon her expression dimmed. You're still young. Why speak of old age? Everyone ages, myself included. I have no other demands. I just hope that when the day comes, you all can manage the household on your own, he stated. Now hurry off to bed. For some reason, Chen Wangling felt a dryness in her throat upon hearing her father's words. In her eyes, he had always been a towering figure, seemingly untouched by time. Exhausted, Chen Yang washed up and soon succumbed to sleep. The next morning, no one dared to wake him. He slumbered until around 9 o'clock. After a good rest, he felt rejuvenated. Upon emerging, he found that Chen Wangling was no longer at home, likely at the shop. However, he noticed Lu Kai and Chen Wangjing still at home. What are you two doing here? Chen Yang inquired, glancing at them. Didn't I ask you to go retrieve the money? Am I of no consequence? Chen Wangjing stood up, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Must we keep discussing the money? Lu Kai retorted, visibly agitated. Then why did you take in the first place? Chen Yang replied coldly. You'd better inform your brother and mother that this money should be returned personally. If I have to deliver it on New Year's, it could get rather uncomfortable. With that, Chen Yang disregarded them entirely, humming a tune as he mounted his motorcycle and rode off. Lu Kai, fuming, shot a glare at Chen Wangjing, but refrained from saying anything. Chen Wangjing felt utterly lost, caught between his wife and his father, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Don't even think about it. If you dare to go, our marriage is over. Lu Kai warned Chen Wangjing. He sat there, nervous and unsure of how to respond, ultimately remaining silent. Lu Kai stepped forward, attempting to reassure him. Rest easy. You know your father. He merely wants to instill a little fear in us. If he truly intended to act, he wouldn't. After this period passes, everything will return to normal, and he will forget all of this. Chen Wangjing remained silent, understanding his father better than Lu Kai did. He sensed that this time, Chen Yang was different. He might indeed follow through with his threats, leaving him filled with worry and uncertainty. After departing, Chen Yang quickly met up with Zhong Yinshan. Old Chen, what are we to do with all this liquor? How shall we sell it? You must provide me with a solution. I certainly cannot manage this alone. Let us go. We'll find a hotel. Chen Yang wasted no time and stated that it would be futile for others to seek them out. However, they could certainly find a hotel nearby. How about we choose a more upscale establishment? He suggested. I know of the Baiha Hotel. It's quite prestigious, and I'm aware that many host banquets there. Then we shall go to the Baiha Hotel. Chen Yang chuckled, revealing that it was indeed his preferred choice as well. Let us bring along 2 cases of wine. Chen Yang cheerfully proposed. You can handle 1 case of white liquor, and I'll take care of a case of red wine. It's essential that we present quality goods. Mere words hold little weight, but once they see the products, they will understand their worth. All right, let us go. The 2 of them secured a case, each in their vehicle, and headed straight for the Baiha Hotel. The Baiha Hotel, renowned in their vicinity, was a favored choice for affluent individuals hosting banquets. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback to encounter 2 familiar faces at the entrance. Zhou Dehai, the director of the Shifeng textile factory, and Liang Peng. It appeared that these 2 were also there to dine. Brother-in-law, look, isn't that the scoundrel Chen Yang? Liang Peng exclaimed, pointing at Chen Yang. Zhou Dehai, surprised to see Chen Yang there, furrowed his brow and cast a glance his way. Approaching Chen Yang with a hint of irritation, he remarked sarcastically, Chen Yang, that 10,000 yuan doesn't last long. Dining at the Baiha Hotel is quite expensive. You won't get many meals with that amount. Behind him, Liang Peng followed suit, his demeanor smug, seemingly unconcerned about the past incident involving his wife. Huh, you're a pathetic fool. Chen Yang retorted, indeed, it is quite pricey here. Have you 2 embezzled funds from the factory? What brings you here for a meal? Given your situation, you wouldn't typically afford such fare. Cut out. Liang Peng scoffed. Surprised, aren't you? I'm now the workshop director, and today someone is treating us to dinner. Unlike you, who squandered your money. Let us see how long you can keep it up. Well, you need to worry. I can certainly make that 10,000 last a while, so you both should be cautious. It would look good if you end up with nothing. Chen Yang chuckled and hurried inside, opting not to engage further. Brother-in-law, what is his deal? I sense he is not quite right in the head. Liang Peng expressed his confusion at not having the upper hand. Forget about him. We should focus on our own affairs. He seems to be here for a meal as well, so let us handle our business. Although Zhou Dehai harbored disdain for Chen Yang, he decided to set aside his feelings, recalling that someone had invited him to dine today and resolved to concentrate on the matter at hand. Liang Peng acknowledged this, yet his resentment towards Chen Yang lingered, feeling wrong from their previous encounters. Just wait. Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan disregarded them. After all, they were there on business. Once inside, they sat down. How should we proceed? Should we approach their manager or speak directly with the owner? Zhong Yinshan inquired. Not at all. Let us first enjoy our lunch here. You go fetch the wine. We are indeed dining here. We came to discuss business. Isn't it a waste to eat here? Zhong Yinshan is rather particular. One should spend wisely. He feels no hesitation in lavishly spending on a young woman, yet finds no necessity in extravagant dining. Chen Yang, nearly laughing in exasperation, retorted, Stop with the nonsense. If I ask you to do something, just do it. No need for all these questions. Perhaps if we dine here, someone else might end up footing the bill. Hurry up, otherwise how can we engage with them? Timing and approach are crucial. We cannot simply talk to them upon our arrival. Dining here provides the perfect opportunity to initiate conversation, does it not? Zhong Yinshan, suddenly enlightened, nodded in agreement. Before long, Chen Yang found a suitable restaurant and instructed Zhong Yinshan to bring the wine. They ordered several signature dishes, but upon glancing at the prices, Chen Yang was taken aback. Even with his considerable wealth, he found the prices exorbitant. In this era, indulging in a lavish meal is indeed a challenge. Most people simply cannot afford it. However, upon reflection, he realized this was quite normal. Extravagant meals have never been within the reach of the average person. As they settled down to dine, Chen Yang unexpectedly noticed Liang Peng and Zhou Dehai seated not far away. Alongside them was another man, leading to a moment of mutual recognition. Chen Yang merely smiled, feigning ignorance, while Liang Peng seethed with anger. He felt that Chen Yang was frivolously indulging at his expense, which irked him greatly. Moreover, Chen Yang quickly recognized the individual dining with them, none other than their superior, Song Qing-shui, Zhou Dehai's benefactor. It was quite a surprise to see them dining here, indicating they too had matters to discuss. Song Qing-shui clearly spotted Chen Yang and raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Isn't that Chen Yang? No matter. He is no longer part of our factory, so encountering him here poses no significant issue." Zhou Dehai replied, "I'm not afraid of him. What concern should a mere idle employee pose? It's just unexpected." Song Qing-shui chuckled lightly. "I too was surprised to run into him outside. It seems I haven't seen him in a while, yet his temper remains unchanged. Such a temperament will not serve him well in society. He was merely an old employee in our factory, appreciated by some higher-ups. Otherwise, I would have dismissed him long ago." Song Qing-shui smiled nonchalantly. "Indeed, he should have been let go long ago. He is quite the unsatisfied individual." Meanwhile, Chen Yang paid no mind to them. To him, the past was but a fleeting memory. He was focused solely on making money. "You know, old Chen, there's a reason for the high prices." Zhong Yinshan, already indulging in the meal, expressed his astonishment after finishing, acknowledging that there was indeed some merit to it. "Previously, I pondered whether it was truly rational to spend money dining here. Wouldn't it be more gratifying to save that money for the company of a few lovely young ladies?" After the meal, I contemplated the notion of enjoying the company of these charming companions while indulging in exquisite delicacies. Wouldn't that be the epitome of pleasure? Chen Yang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, internally musing on how one might perish without the allure of such companions. Are they truly that captivating? Yet, I have yet to experience their genuine affection. He found himself lost in thought. However, let us not forget our purpose here. Are we not engaged in serious matters? We ought to expedite our endeavors, dear brother. Zhong Yinshan reminded him. Indeed, Chen Yang chuckled, gesturing for the waiter to approach. With a smile, he inquired, "Could you kindly summon your manager? I sampled your fare and found it delightful. I would like to discuss hosting a banquet with him. If you would be so kind to relay my request." Upon hearing the mention of a banquet, the waiter hurriedly dashed inside to fetch the manager. "I see now why you insisted on dining here. It facilitates conversation." Zhong Yinshan realized, had we barged in offering drinks, they might have deemed us rather eccentric, as strangers typically evoke caution. However, by dining first, we can broach the subject of the banquet more amiably. After all, we are their patrons. The respect must be mutual. Zhong Yinshan nodded in admiration, letting out a sigh. "Old Chen, with such clever thinking, I dare say the brothers ought to express their gratitude. Otherwise, your bed would be a veritable parade of lovers." "Enough of your nonsense," Chen Yang retorted. "Your words are utterly bewildering." Zhong Yinshan chuckled, secretly relishing the thought of a bustling bedroom. As they conversed, a poised middle-aged man approached briskly, wearing a professional smile. "Is the boss here to host a banquet at our hotel?" Chapter 73. Dining with a purpose. Zhong Yinshan promptly fell silent, anticipating Chen Yang's lead. Chen Yang offered a sleek smile. "Greetings. I am Chen Yang. May I ask your name?" "I am Li. You may call me Manager Li." "Hello, Manager Li." Chen Yang acknowledged, gesturing for him to take a seat. Manager Li settled beside him, clutching a booklet likely detailing banquet arrangements. The Baiha Hotel has consistently enjoyed excellent business, especially with the new year approaching, as many banquets are scheduled around this time. "I assume you are quite busy?" "Indeed, we are quite occupied, though it depends on the date. Our schedule is indeed filling up. Manager Lee replied with a smile. Please inform me of your desired date and the number of tables required, along with your menu preferences, and I shall arrange everything accordingly. I have no extraordinary demands. However, we do have high expectations regarding the wine, Chen Yang stated with a smile. Wine, you say? Manager Lee pondered momentarily before asking. What type of wine do you have in mind? We do offer a selection of fine wines, and of course, our policy allows clients to bring their own beverages. Is such a provision available? Chen Yang seemed well prepared as he pulled out a note from his pocket and handed it to Manager Lee. Upon glancing at it, Manager Lee's eyes brightened. Boss, you are indeed generous with the banquet arrangements. The wines here are renowned international brands. This red wine hails from a prestigious vineyard. As for this Martell, it is also a fine selection. To speak frankly, such items are rather pricey and quite rare in our region. After finishing, he sighed. You are aware of our current circumstances. Even if such items were available, they would be exorbitantly priced. You are indeed something. Manager Lee gave him a thumbs up, fully appreciating the emotional value of the gesture. After all, as a manager, one must possess such skills. Pleasing the boss is essential for their work. Do you not have any of these? Manager Lee continued. I am afraid we currently do not have such stock, and acquiring them is exceedingly challenging. He sighed once more. If you plan to host a banquet here, you may need to supply your own beverages. Chen Yang responded with an "oh" and smiled as he retrieved a bottle of wine from a nearby box. Manager Lee took a look, being knowledgeable about fine wines. He examined it closely, his expression shifting. He then noticed Chen Yang producing another bottle. The first was Ermine Martin, while this one was a Bordeaux wine. Manager Lee reached for it again, scrutinizing it thoroughly, his astonishment growing. Boss, you are truly impressive. To have access to such fine selections. If you host your banquet here, you can simply bring your own wine, as we cannot provide such quality. Is there a significant demand for these wines in your area? Chen Yang inquired. Indeed, some owners prefer these wines, particularly those who have made substantial profits operating factories here. They recognize the quality but lack the channels to procure them. They come to us asking for such wines, but we are unable to supply them. Manager Lee, I may not have articulated myself clearly earlier. I am not here to host a banquet, but rather to offer you wines for your events. What do you think of these two selections? Manager Lee was momentarily taken aback, realizing suddenly, you are here to pitch wines. However, he kept his thought to himself, maintaining a facade of surprise as he regarded them. Regardless, they were patrons dining at the establishment, and ignoring them was not an option, especially considering the quality of the wine, which he recognized as genuine. Come, let me treat you to a drink, Manager Lee. Since he worked in a hotel, Manager Lee certainly had an appreciation for fine wines. Chen Yang laughed heartily, promptly requesting the wine opener to uncork the red wine. Please do take a taste. Chen Yang knew how to handle such matters. He had poured the wine and invited the manager to sample it, embodying the adage that one should not strike a frown upon a smiling face. Manager Lee, now filled with curiosity, was eager to discover the true quality of the wine. He lifted the glass, let it breathe, and took a sip. Instantly, his furrowed brow relaxed, and he could not help but exclaim, delicious. He had the discernment to recognize quality, and after tasting, he had nothing more to say. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Zhong Yinshan could not help but chuckle, finding the situation quite amusing. He had come to understand Chen Yang's motives for this approach, and witnessing its seamless execution filled him with admiration. Old Chen was indeed seasoned. Only by creating a conducive environment could one engage smoothly without discomfort. Observing the considerable effort Chen Yang exerted, he contemplated inviting him to a quaint alley before the year's end to introduce him to his favorite young matron, allowing them to indulge in delightful pleasures together. Manager Lee, having sampled the offerings, was astonished and seemed to grasp Chen Yang's intentions. He set down his glass, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Chen Yang. Mr. Chen, let us speak plainly. It is clear you did not come here merely to arrange a banquet. Please, feel free to articulate your thoughts directly. Chen Yang chuckled and nodded. In truth, I possess a substantial inventory of these goods. Would your hotel be interested? I understand that your establishment is currently hosting numerous banquets, and it is likely that many more will arise in the near future. However, Without a sufficient supply of quality items, your business may be adversely affected. If you had access to such exceptional products, it would enhance your ability to retain clients while also allowing you to profit from sales. Truly a win-win situation. Manager Lee smiled, intrigued. How much do you have? In that case, here's my list. Chen Yang produced a sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. The document detailed the varieties of liquor and their respective vintages, with quantities listed thereafter. Over 100 cases of foreign spirits and 700 cases of red wine. Manager Lee glanced over the list, his eyes lighting up. These are all premium products, and the quantities are impressive. Indeed, Chen Yang affirmed, all are top-notch, and in substantial amounts. If I were to deliver these 800-plus cases to your establishment, it would undoubtedly attract numerous customers. You need not do anything but display the bottles prominently at the front desk or on the wine racks by the entrance. Patrons would be assured of the quality and, when hosting their banquets, would feel much more at ease. Moreover, having tasted my wines, you are aware of their authenticity and quality. Presenting such selections at events will certainly enhance the atmosphere without fail. Manager Lee nodded, unable to suppress his admiration for Chen Yang. What are your prices? After a moment's thought, he posed the crucial question. Chen Yang requested a pen and swiftly inscribed prices beside each item on the list. Zhong Yinshan leaned in for a closer look, astonished to discover that the exquisite spirits, originally priced at 500 per case, had been marked up to 2,400 in Chen Yang's listings. The wines, too, were not inexpensive. The finest commanded around 2,000, while the more affordable options still hovered around 1,500. He was left speechless, contemplating how the pricing could be so elevated. Yet, Chen Yang appeared entirely unperturbed, as if the prices were a matter of course. In no time, he had completed the pricing for the various types of alcohol. Manager Lee, here are my prices for your review, he stated. Manager Lee examined the figures, maintaining a composed demeanor. Mr. Chen, your prices seem somewhat steep. Not at all. Chen Yang smiled as he explained. For instance, the imported liquor. I am aware that it sells for nearly 300 yuan per bottle in the market. With this case consisting of 12 bottles, that amounts to 3,600 yuan, while I am offering it to you for merely 2,400 yuan, leaving you with a profit of 1,200 yuan. Moreover, your profit potential extends beyond this. In fact, relative to the revenue from your beverages, the most significant advantage of acquiring my products is that they will attract a more affluent clientele to your hotel, allowing you to use my liquor as a means to draw them in. Even if the liquor itself yields no profit, you can certainly generate substantial earnings elsewhere. Not to mention the considerable discount I am providing on your purchase. Chen Yang was acutely aware of the implications of his words and articulated the facts with remarkable composure. Manager Lee recognized that he was dealing with a shrewd individual. After glancing at the prices listed and considering the validity of Chen Yang's assertions, he realized that such prices could indeed be achieved in sales. Chen Yang's pricing was a thoughtful amalgamation of various factors, providing him with sufficient profit while allowing Lee to benefit as well, rendering it impossible for Manager Lee to decline the offer at that moment. This is, after all, the essence of business, crafting an irresistible price point that ensures profit for both parties, while also offering additional advantages to you. In that moment, Manager Lee found himself at a loss for words to refute the proposition. After contemplating the proposal while holding the paper, he finally looked up and smiled at Chen Yang. Mr. Chen, such a significant decision cannot be made hastily. Given the substantial investment required for your hundreds of cases of liquor, I must consult with my superior to gauge his thoughts, as the final decision rests with him. Of course, Chen Yang replied with a smile, adding a phone number to the paper. Once you have made your decision, feel free to call this number anytime. We will return to discuss further. I understand, Manager Lee responded with a smile. However, because we aim to finalize the shipment before the year end, we will also be exploring other hotels after we leave here, so your response needs to be prompt. Chen Yang added, a note of urgency in his tone. Manager Lee's expression momentarily stiffened as he sensed that his position was becoming precarious. Very well. Today is fortuitous, as our boss is present at the hotel. I shall inquire with him now. Please do not rush to leave just yet. Manager Lee, no longer attempting to maintain his composure, hurriedly entered to consult with his superior. I must say, old Chen, You are truly a genius, Zhong Yinshan remarked, suddenly enlightened. Realizing that Manager Li's intent to consult with his boss was merely a tactic to leverage their position. Yet, Chen Yang further mentioned that he would seek other collaborations, effectively countering their maneuver. With a smile, Chen Yang gently responded, "These are merely the intricacies of the business realm. They often exploit time to negotiate, compelling others to concede a bit of profit or otherwise. Having witnessed this frequently, one becomes accustomed to such tactics. Our goods are of exceptional quality, which grants me confidence. If they wish to engage in business, they may do so. Should this hotel decline, I will promptly offer my products to their competitors. In this era, there is a scarcity of quality goods. As long as I possess superior products, I have no doubt that they will wish to engage and trade with me. I refrain from offering them beverages while allowing them to earn a considerable profit. Even if I did not permit them to profit from the drinks, they would still be inclined to acquire such goods. The mere presence of these items can attract a plethora of high-end clientele to this establishment. Just imagine how much foot traffic the fine wines alone could generate. Only a fool would hesitate to collaborate with me." Zhong Yinshan could not help but exclaim in admiration. "Good heavens, I've always thought you were clever. In my younger days, I worried you might follow my path of deceiving young ladies. But seeing your honesty has put my mind at ease. If you were to indulge in such mischief like me, I would barely have a chance to keep up." "Enough! Enough!" Chen Yang shot him an irritated glance, thinking to himself that such matters should not be spoken of in such a sordid manner. Manager Li hurried inside, and before long, he encountered his superior, Boss Jean. Boss Jean appeared to be in his 50s, bald, and adorned with a large gold chain. "Have you sampled his wine? Indeed, it is exquisite. In these times, even in Yangsheng, finding such quality is a rarity, and if available, it would be priced even higher. How much are we looking at?" "I calculated it. There are a total of 108 cases of foreign liquor, averaging over 2,000 per case. At his price, if I estimate 2,400 per case, that amounts to 259,200 yuan. The remaining red wine, while slightly cheaper, still costs around 1,500 to 1,600 for the lower end and approximately 2,000 for the premium. Taking a median price of 1,800 per case for 700 cases totals 1.26 million. Altogether, we're talking over 1.5 million. Upon calculating this amount, Manager Li gasped in astonishment. "That is indeed a substantial sum. That isn't inexpensive," Boss Jean remarked. "However, his wine is genuinely exceptional, and all are authentic." Manager Li, growing increasingly eager, seemed to be persuading Boss Jean to acquire the stock. "I just tasted it, and it is truly remarkable, a gem among gems. This opportunity to procure such a quantity may not arise again. Let's go and meet him." Before long, Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan encountered Boss Jean. He approached and shook Chen Yang's hand before taking a seat. "Chen, about your goods." Chen Yang, without further ado, poured him a glass of wine. Boss Jean, being discerning, took a sip and instantly recognized the quality. "Chen, I have no doubts about the rest. But I must ask, where did you source these goods?" "Rest assured, they are genuine articles. To be direct, they were retrieved from custom seizures." Boss Jean, evidently familiar with this information, was taken aback and promptly stood to shake his hand. "Let us settle on this price. I will take all the goods." Zhong Yinshan nearly leaped with excitement. He had just done a rough calculation and realized that the total amounted to 1.5 million. They had originally invested over 200,000 yuan in the goods, which they now sold for 1.5 million. Their profit alone exceeded 1.3 million, leaving them with a share of over 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. "I cannot earn as much money from working as a prostitute. The young woman I know spends at least 12 hours a day, every day for 30 days, catering to clients. Yet, despite her efforts, she barely makes a meager income. Meanwhile, I effortlessly rake in over 1 million. It's utterly astonishing. If one were to rely on prostitution to earn over 1 million, one would surely be ground down to a mere needle. Damn it, Chen Yang is indeed formidable." Chapter 75. Unfortunate news from the factory. After both parties concluded their business negotiations with smiles, Liang Peng and his companions had finished their meal. However, they soon heard some disheartening news. The textile factory might undergo reforms. To be blunt, there's even a possibility that the factory could be shut down, leaving everyone unemployed. Upon hearing this news, Liang Peng and Zhou Dahai's expression soured. This was the first time they had encountered such news, and both of them shared a singular thought. What are we going to do now? Song Qing-shui, clearly aware of their sentiments, remarked seriously, I'm informing you of this in advance to prepare you mentally, especially Zhou Dahai, who has been with me for many years. I would be remiss not to inform you. You need to brace yourselves. As for how things will unfold, that remains uncertain. Rest assured, there will be arrangements for your factory. We are currently discussing it. Also, please do not disclose this information to others. If it leaks and repercussions arise, it will be your responsibility. Director Song, is there no better solution? Is it possible for us not to be laid off? Zhou Dahai began to panic. Having devoted his youth to the factory and relying on it for so many years, the thought of being laid off was unbearable. There is currently no viable solution. If there were, we would have acted already, rather than waiting until now. Song Qing-shui replied, shaking his head as he stood up, ultimately bidding them farewell. However, as he exited, he noticed Angrily conversing with Chen Yang, which struck him as odd, yet he simply smiled. Could it be that this chap lacks the funds to pay? Song Qing-shui quickly departed, leaving the two men in a state of despair. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and his associate finalized their business deal and promptly arranged for the delivery of goods. We'll wait for you, esteemed bosses. It should be quick, right? Yes. Indeed. We just need to load the goods and transport them over swiftly. Please hold on a moment. Chen Yang, dog excited, managed to temper his emotions as he explained to Boss Jean and Angrily. All right, load them onto our truck. I will instruct the staff to await your arrival. After finalizing the arrangements, Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan did not even settle their accounts, as Boss Jean covered the expenses. They merely needed to hasten the delivery of the goods. The two hurried towards the exit, only to unexpectedly encounter Liang Peng and Zhou Dahai emerging as well. Upon encountering Chen Yang, Liang Peng was seized by an overwhelming fury and immediately hurled a curse at him, exclaiming, You wretched creature, were you deliberately plotting against me? Did you possess prior knowledge of the textile factory's impending closure, foreseeing our layoffs? Was it your intention to sell me the position of workshop director, thereby entrapping me? You claimed I would recoup my losses in 2 years, yet at this rate, I won't endure a year. I am destined for ruin. The more Liang Peng ruminated on his losses, the more incensed he became, and upon seeing Chen Yang, he could no longer restrain his vitriol, his demeanor suggesting he might resort to violence. Chen Yang, however, was not one to squander such an opportunity. As Liang Peng approached with palpable aggression, he swiftly delivered a slap across his face, followed by a kick to Liang Peng's solar plexus. Liang Peng howled in agony, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground, his complexion ashen, momentarily incapacitated. What is the meaning of this? Zhou Dahai exclaimed, startled, as he hastily moved to restrain his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, he's deceived us, Liang Peng retorted, regaining his footing but still indignant, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yang. Chen Yang chuckled, unfazed, and replied, Spare me your theatrics. This is your affair, not mine. Furthermore, I did not sell any position. You willingly paid me off to leave, and that is the simplicity of it. As for your factory's impending closure, I am now aware. Rest assured, I shall discuss it thoroughly with Lao Chun and Lao Sunday. After delivering his chilling smile, Liang Peng failed to perceive any wrongdoing in Chen Yang's words. However, Zhou Dahai's expression shifted dramatically. Undoubtedly, Chen Yang was issuing a veiled threat. This was a matter that Director Song had forewarned him about, cautioning him against disclosing it. Now that Liang Peng had blurted it out, if Chen Yang chose to publicize this information, they would find themselves in dire straits. The factory's closure would entail numerous ramifications, and employees must not be apprised prematurely, lest they incite chaos. He could not bear such a burden of responsibility. Chen Yang, we have said nothing. Zhou Dahai protested. Do spare me your feigned innocence. I heard him, Chen Yang replied with a mocking laugh, dismissing their attempts at further dialogue. He had more pressing matters at hand and urgently summoned Zhong Yinshan to return and prepare the goods for transport. Brother-in-law, he knows. What shall we do? Liang Peng, belatedly grasping the gravity of the situation, finally perceived the anomaly. Zhou Dehai, nearly beside himself with rage, slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "What use are you? You accomplish nothing but trouble. And now you are filled with fear. I was merely angered by his deceit. Otherwise, I would not have revealed that information." Liang Peng defended himself, still feeling wronged. Zhou Dehai, exasperated beyond measure, recognized that the words had already been spoken, and he could not muster the courage to implore Chen Yang to keep this matter confidential. With a final glare at his brother-in-law, he led him away from the scene. After hastily returning with Zhong Yinshan, Chen Yang immediately called for assistance to move the goods and arrange for a truck. By approximately 4 p.m., they successfully transported over 800 boxes of goods back to the Baya Hotel, entering through the rear, where Manager Li was personally present to inspect the delivery. As Manager Li observed the boxes upon boxes of wine being unloaded, a smile graced his face. Such a rarity, indeed. The quantity he managed to procure this time was sufficient to entice many to host banquets. Given the substantial sum involved, they diligently counted the items, working tirelessly until around 5 o'clock, when everything was finally accounted for. This time, Boss Jean personally oversaw the proceedings. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, it was time for the payment. The total was calculated to be a staggering one: 58 million. With the exchange of cash for goods completed, they returned to the hotel. At this moment, each of their accounts swelled by 790,000. Zhong Yinshan felt his legs weaken, as he had never experienced such affluence before. While he had previously claimed the potential for profit, he had never witnessed earnings of this magnitude. This time, he had gained several 100,000, leaving him almost dazed. Boss Jean had prepared a lavish dinner for the two of them. "Please, do not stand on ceremony," he exclaimed, his demeanor exceptionally amiable as he invited them to dine together. "You two have worked hard today. Come, allow me to treat you to dinner. Should such fine goods become available again, do not hesitate to seek us out. Manager Li, if these two gentlemen continue to bring in such splendid merchandise, it is imperative that we do not neglect them." Chapter 76. Who will cover the cost of the New Year goods? Chen Yang understood that the invitation to dinner was a gesture aimed at fostering a future relationship, a common courtesy, and he readily accepted. However, those two gentlemen were truly remarkable to have secured such items. Boss Jean then inquired, "Where did you acquire these goods? Could you possibly share the source?" Chen Yang chuckled inwardly, pondering how such vital information could ever be divulged. Zhong Yinshan wore a look of disdain, thinking, "How dare you attempt to pry into my source? Dream on." "Boss Jean, we merely stumbled upon this opportunity. There is nothing particularly special about it. However, if I come across such fine goods in the future, I will certainly approach you first. After all, familiarity breeds comfort in business." Chen Yang maintained a friendly smile, recognizing the importance of preserving amicable relations with potential collaborators. Although Boss Jean was eager to glean information from them, he understood that such insights would likely remain undisclosed, which he accepted with some disappointment. Nevertheless, he raised his glass and laughed heartily. Indeed, it is quite rare to find such opportunities. Let us agree that in the future, should either of you have exceptional goods, feel free to bring them our way. I look forward to our next collaboration. With shared laughter, they clinked their glasses together. They swiftly finished their meal, and as night fell, Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan departed together. Once they had left, Boss Jean expressed his regret to Manager Li, saying, "What a pity. If they truly obtained those goods through customs, it would imply they acquired them at a low price. Alas, we do not know anyone inside, which limits our options. Otherwise, this business could indeed be fruitful. Such a shame." It appeared that Boss Jean had some understanding of the situation. It was an unfortunate circumstance. Indeed, Manager Li could only offer some words of comfort to Boss Jean, as such matters were unlikely to be disclosed to us. After all, it made little sense. And they were not fools. They might even fear that we would jeopardize their interests. Therefore, keep a watchful eye in the future. Should they come here to sell their goods again, please extend them a warm reception. Regardless, their products are genuinely commendable, and their prices are quite reasonable. If they do come over, we might just benefit a little from the deal. Understood. After a long day of toil, both Chen Yang and Zhong Yinshan breathed a sigh of relief upon selling goods. More importantly, they now held cash amounting to several hundred thousand. Originally, they had over 200,000, each withdrawing around 100,000, leaving them with approximately 100,000. Now, with nearly 800,000 added to their coffers, they found themselves in possession of 900,000 in cash. To be honest, Chen Yang was astonished. Zhong Yinshan felt as if he had transformed entirely, perceiving everyone around him as imbued with a certain flair. Call your cousin and ask him to keep an eye out for cars. Cars. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yinshan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Are you referring to vehicles? Indeed, I am. Just ask him if he has any of those older models you fancy. What older model? I don't even understand what you mean. Zhong Yinshan looked utterly bewildered. Chen Yang chuckled. Inquire about the vehicles. Customs often has seized cars at lower prices. If we manage to buy one for ourselves, at least we won't have to take the train to Pengcheng. We could drive there ourselves. Can you drive? Of course. I am adept at driving any kind of vehicle. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Hurry back and ask him. The customs department surely has plenty of such vehicles. Have them notify us immediately if anything comes up, and we can acquire it easily. That sounds good, but we need to be cautious, right? After Chen Yang's encouragement, Zhong Yinshan felt a surge of eagerness. It depends on you. If you need, we can get 2 vehicles. If not, then just one for me will suffice. Chen Yang laughed. But I can't drive. Zhong Yinshan felt anxious, longing for the opportunity, yet fearing his inability to drive. What are you worried about? If you don't have a car, of course, you can't drive. Once you have one, you'll learn to drive it. Damn, that's precisely the point. Suddenly, Zhong Yinshan clapped his hands and shouted, in the past, I was so naive, thinking it was difficult to bring a young woman to my bed. But when I finally took the plunge, I discovered it was quite easy. Just treating them to a meal might lead them to share my bed. You speak the truth. Chen Yang's lips twitched. He thought to himself, I was talking about driving, and now you're discussing this. Then we don't have to do anything tomorrow, right? No. Tomorrow I need to buy some New Year goods for my family, especially clothes for Wang Ling and Jia. At this point, Chen Yang's face lit up with joy. Are you only buying for those 2? Not for anyone else? Zhong Yinshan inquired. The others can fend for themselves. They have hands and feet. Zhong Yinshan gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, All right, you are truly impressive now. I admire your current state. Maintain this momentum. If you revert to your former self, I shall chastise you. Chen Yang, disinterested, chose to part ways and return home. It was not too late upon his arrival, as he discovered a considerable gathering at his residence. The moment he stepped in, all eyes turned towards him, seemingly awaiting his return. What are you all doing here? Don't you need to sleep? Don't you have work to do? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, noting that apart from Zhong Haifeng, who was still at her family home, everyone else was present. Dad, we were just thinking, with the new year approaching, shouldn't we prepare for the festivities? Chen Wangjing, with a chuckle, was the first to speak up. Chen Yang glanced at him and suddenly broke into laughter. What is this? Are you planning to handle the New Year preparations this year? No. I lack the funds for such arrangements. Besides, in our family, you are the head. Others chimed in, affirming the sentiment. It has always been you who manages the New Year preparations. Why not let us take charge this year? At this moment, Chun Wangling proposed a suggestion. However, no one seemed inclined to entertain her idea. I believe Wangling's suggestion is quite reasonable. Otherwise, why not pool our resources to ensure a splendid new year for our family? Chen Yang, fully aware of his children's intentions, cast them a knowing glance, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Dad, we would never dare to challenge your authority. You are the head of our family, and we shall abide by your decision, which means you should handle it. Chen Wang had chuckled. Listen to me. That means you all shall gather the funds. This year, all of you are present, including Wangling. There are 6 of you siblings. You can manage the contributions, and I shall refrain from involvement this time. I wish to enjoy a more relaxed new year. Chapter 77. The calculations of the offspring. At this, everyone fell silent, particularly Chan Wangjing and his companions, exchanging awkward glances, each hesitant to continue the conversation. Why are you all behaving this way? Chun Wangling could no longer hold back, gazing at her younger siblings with a hint of irritation. Do you expect Dad to take care of everything for you year after year? Should he also prepare for your visits to your mother-in-law's home? Her words struck a chord in Chen Yang, leaving him momentarily speechless. He recalled instances of having done just that in the past and felt a twinge of regret, wishing he could give himself a reprimanding slap. What was his mother thinking? Sister, I'm not criticizing you, but how does our gathering here truly concern you? Lu Kai began her incessant chatter. Are you implying you don't wish to celebrate the new year? She began, but was cut short by Chen Yang's pointed glare. Liu Kai shivered, realizing that their current patriarch was not the same as before and was no longer easily swayed. I meant no offense. I just think that the matters of our family should be discussed among us, and there is no need for you to interject. Lu Kai insisted, attempting to clarify. That is your family. Chen Yang let out a cold laugh, stating, in my household, she is the eldest. She can say whatever she pleases. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to return to your maternal home. You may speak as you wish there, and I assure you, I shall not intervene. However, whether you will have the opportunity to voice your thoughts upon your return is a significant question. Chen Yang's sarcastic remarks rendered Liu Chai speak less, leaving her mute for the remainder of the gathering, ultimately choosing silence. Thus, each of us shall contribute 100 yuan, Chen Yang declared. Hand it over to your elder sister, and tomorrow I shall accompany you to procure the New Year's goods. 100 yuan. Chen Wanghu immediately stood up, exclaiming, I have no money. I still need to buy New Year gifts for Yakin, and I was hoping to ask you for money. Care to repeat that? Chen Yang glared at Chen Wanghu with a murderous intensity. Chen Wanghu, terrified, turned pale, daring not to utter another word. He merely forced a laugh before hastily departing. I shall retire for the night as well. Chen Wangjing chuckled awkwardly, pulling Lu Kai and the child along to sleep. Chen Wangxiu and Chen Wangwei exchanged glances before swiftly exiting. I shall return to my room, too. Chen Wang hurriedly laughed and left as soon as he noticed everyone else had gone. They have gone too far. Chen Wangling confronted Chen Yang with indignation, stating, Dad, they merely wish to extort money from you. Ignore them. My earlier suggestion was made, knowing they would not contribute, which was entirely within my expectations. Tomorrow, I will take you and judge at a shop for our own New Year's goods. Let them procure their own. If they cannot manage, they need not celebrate the New Year. Chen Wangling nodded, but soon added earnestly, then I will cover the expenses, as our shop's business has been thriving lately. Foolish girl. Does it matter who pays? Hurry and get some rest. The next morning, Chen Yang and Chen Wangling rose early, riding off on a motorcycle with the two of them. Where they headed? Lu Kai approached from the side, a cheerful look on her face. Is it not obvious? They are undoubtedly going to buy New Year's goods. Chen Wanghu chuckled. In previous years, it has always been Dad who handled the New Year's purchases. How could this year be any different? Indeed, he must be going to procure them. Others nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic. We shall simply wait at home. Chen Wangjing laughed heartily, feeling that their father had been frequently out lately, likely earning a considerable amount of money, although the specifics eluded him. Are you unaware? Upon hearing this, Chen Wanghu's interest piqued, and he quickly fetched a chair. Let me tell you, Yakin's uncle mentioned that Dad has been setting up a stall in Seoul, and apparently, he is also involved in some profitable supply work. Moreover, it is said he has made acquaintances with some influential figures, perhaps even department heads. Really? At this revelation, his siblings gathered around, their faces a mix of curiosity, ready to delve into the gossip. Yes, Wanghu, do elaborate. Dad has truly been astonishing lately. Lu Kai was particularly eager for this information. Indeed, I am not entirely certain, but I heard from Yakin's parents that my father is now engaged in substantial business ventures, earning considerable sums. It is certainly an improvement from his previous situation at the factory. Everyone exchanged glances, contemplating the possibility. Chen Wanghe suddenly struck the table, urging, consider this. Since father ceased working at the factory, he has purchased a motorcycle and opened a store. That establishment is thriving, and he has never allowed us to suffer. The other's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, father is generous only to our eldest sister, seemingly disregarding us entirely. This is unacceptable. We cannot allow ourselves to be at a disadvantage. Our eldest sister has long been estranged from us, and now that father has her living in our home, She is taking our belongings. How can that be justified? I believe that when father returns, we should have a serious discussion. Isn't that so? Otherwise, we would be at a significant loss. They resolved to wait until he returned with the New Year goods. Once he is back, we shall all convene and have an earnest conversation. Regardless of the circumstances, we must insist that father contribute financially. If our sister can operate a store, so can we. Why should she be the sole beneficiary? We are his children. We deserve our fair share. I want to study abroad. At this moment, Chen Wangxiu expressed her frustration. I want to build a house. Both Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe chimed in simultaneously. I wish to marry Yakin. I also want to open a store. I want to establish a billiard hall, so I can play every day in my own establishment. Chen Wangwei added her aspirations. They all exchanged knowing looks. All right, let us agree that after father returns with the New Year goods, we shall proceed as planned. Chen Wangjing laughed heartily at the group, determined that this time they would secure the necessary funds from their father. Regardless of whether he has earned money during this period, he undoubtedly possesses more than we do at present. This money rightfully belongs to us. Yes, I share your sentiment. With that, they unified their stance, resolving to maintain their solidarity moving forward. Indeed, the group animatedly discussed their plans, solidifying their alliance. Meanwhile, Chen Wanghu sensed that something was amiss. Feeling outnumbered, he realized he needed to bring his wife and children back to collectively pressure their father for greater benefits. After breakfast, he hastily made his way to his in-laws' home. Upon arrival, he was greeted by Zhong Haifeng, who remarked, I thought you had forgotten about us. Did father send you to fetch me? My dear, it is not father who sent me for you. Rather, we have all come to a collective decision. I believe it is essential to bring you and the children back so that we can secure more advantages. Chapter 78. Buying clothes. Upon hearing this, Zhong Haifeng's expression changed, and she asked, somewhat angrily, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that father does not care whether we return or not? It is not that he does not care. He simply believes you would not come back. Always knew your father was heartless. How could we call him father when he behaves in such a manner? Zhong Haifeng's parents approached, their faces reflecting discontent. The issue at hand is not where it lies. Chen Wang has stepped forward to articulate the matters discussed today, notably mentioning Chen Wanghu's involvement in their affairs. Are you implying that father has been quite prosperous with his business endeavors recently? Zhong Haifeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How much can he truly earn? Zhong Tao expressed disdain, questioning how father could engage in business when he is no longer involved in the factory. Such significant matters were not even deliberated with you. What kind of business can he possibly pursue? I caution you, do not allow your father to dismantle this family, or soon you will all find yourselves in financial ruin. To this day, he has yet to provide you with a new home, and the entire family continues to reside together. It is indicative of a father lacking in responsibility. Chen Wanghe nodded incessantly, refraining from countering his father-in-law's sentiments. Wanghu recently visited Hansheng and claimed to have seen father. There should be no mistake. Furthermore, with elder sister's business thriving, the shop is flourishing. I believe father must possess some wealth, and since he entrusted the business to elder sister, surely she must share the profits with him? Let us seize the opportunity during the new year to ask father for some funds. Zhong Haifeng's eyes brightened, recognizing the merit in this reasoning. Indeed, how can a married daughter expect to receive a share of the profits? Your father has been entirely unjust, showing blatant favoritism. Immediately, Zhong Haifeng's mother interjected, asserting that they could no longer reside in their home and urging them to return swiftly to demand money from him during the New Year festivities. Yes. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Tao slammed the table in resolve, asserting that it was not merely a matter of sharing profits. That shop should not belong to elder sister. The brothers ought to devise a plan to reclaim it. My father would never agree to that. If he does not, I shall assist you, Zhong Tao declared confidently. However, Chen Wanghe, recalling the fate of his brother-in-law and sister-in-law at the hands of Chen Yang, felt a twinge of fear and quickly shook his head. Father, it is best that you do not intervene. This is our family matter, and we shall resolve it ourselves. You worthless fool! How dare you claim this as your family's affair that you can resolve? Look at the humiliation I have endured without seeing you take action. If it were not for my parents backing me, I cannot fathom how I would have been treated in your household. Zhong Haifeng's frustration boiled over. Chen Wanghe felt aggrieved. You know my father's temperament. Should you confront him, it would be as embarrassing as it was for my sister-in-law's mother and brother. He only dares to bully because he believes there is no man in our family to stand against him. If I were to confront him, he would think twice. At that point, let him surrender the household finances to you and your spouse. What authority does he possess? I share your sentiments. Very well, we shall return home tonight. Parents, please keep an eye on the time. If necessary, you may come tomorrow morning. With so many of us, I doubt he would dare act against us. If he refuses to provide us with the funds, this family will cease to exist. Zhong Haifeng felt emboldened by her parents' support. However, Chen Yang was indifferent to these matters. As he took Wang Jiejia and Chen Wangling to shop, not long after they departed, they spotted Zhong Yunshan flamboyantly riding a motorcycle closely behind them. The two arrived at a nearby shopping center. Chen Wangling quickly greeted Zhong Yunshan and his spouse. You truly have a flair. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Are you preparing for the New Year festivities? Not quite, he replied. I'm here to buy clothes for my family. They're all waiting behind. Perfect. Then let's shop together. Chen Yang laughed heartily and led them inside. The first order of business was selecting attire for Chen Jiejia. Dad, the clothes here are far too expensive. Surely we need not shop in this place. Chen Wangling cast a glance and deemed the prices exorbitant, tugging at Chen Yang's sleeve. In truth, it wasn't that she couldn't afford it. She simply felt it was unnecessary. These garments are indeed quite lovely. Look how captivated Jiejia is. Hurry and choose a couple of new outfits for her. Let us celebrate a prosperous new year. Chen Wangling nodded in agreement and ultimately accompanied Wang Jiejia to select clothing. Chen Yang stood nearby as a reference, hoping to pick out two beautiful ensembles, complete with matching shoes. He then proceeded to buy for Chen Wangling. I'm far too grown to be receiving new clothes. I should be the one buying for you. However, Chen Wangling was insistent on treating him. Just as Chen Yang was about to protest, Zhong Yunshan kicked him lightly. Are you really going to deny your children the chance to show their respect? If Wangling wishes to buy for you, accept it graciously. Don't forget that shop is quite profitable now. What is the harm in her purchasing you a couple of outfits? Chen Yang paused, then nodded with a smile, conceding, very well, you may buy. A smile broke across Chen Wangling's face as she eagerly led him to the fitting room. Observing this, Zhong Yunshan was pleased and couldn't help but murmur to his wife. Old Chen is commendable in many ways, but he tends to take on everything himself. What harm is there in allowing his daughter a moment to shine? I believe the reason other children become idle is precisely this. His wife remained silent, contentedly selecting garments. Just then, his children approached from behind. I summoned you all to help with the New Year preparations, yet you're all so sluggish. Are you waiting for your parents to tire themselves out? Zhong Yunshan's demeanor toward his children was markedly different from Chen Yang's. Upon entering, he scolded them, urging them to try on clothes. The children, laughing and unbothered, hurried forward to try on outfits, knowing full well that their father was footing the bill. Zhong Yunshan had several children and even grandchildren, making for quite a lively gathering. Chen Yang had already chosen 2 sets of clothes. What about you? He asked when he noticed his daughter hadn't tried anything on. I don't need anything. What do you mean by that? Shouldn't you buy new clothes for the new year? Hurry up, and if you lack funds, I shall cover it. I have money. I'll choose 1 set. 1 set? You need 2. Allow me to help you pick. Chen Yang observed that while his daughter's outfit was clean, it was indeed somewhat tattered, stirring feelings of concern within him. She had always been frugal, and given the hardships they had faced recently, her clothes had naturally become more worn. Before long, he had chosen 2 sets for her. I'll pay. Chen Wangling immediately prepared to settle the bill. You will pay for your clothes, and I shall cover the 2 of yours. This way, it's as if you prepared for the new year for me, while I did the same for you. Chen Yang interjected. Chen Wangling smiled, nodding as she took Chen Yang's chosen garments to the cashier. Chen Yang settled the payment for the mother and daughter. Upon glancing back, he noticed that the Zhong family was still selecting garments. Chen Yang handed a piece of clothing to Chen Wangling and then approached Zhong Yunshan, delivering a swift kick to him. He then addressed Zhong Yunshan's wife, Liang Ru, saying, Liang Ru, why are you not hurrying to choose your clothes? Liang Ru smiled lightly. There's no rush. I will select for him first. You select for him? You should pick for yourself first. Chen Yang observed Zhong Yunshan's growing irritation and urged, Xiaoying, come quickly to help your mother choose some clothes. Select the expensive ones. Don't save money for your father. Zhong Xiaoying, the youngest daughter of Zhong Yunshan, merely 17 and still in school, hurried forward upon hearing Chen Yang's words. Father, really, we don't have to save money? She asked, glancing at Zhong Yunshan. Not at all. It's not that we can't afford it. As long as your mother finds it appealing, feel free to buy several sets. Zhong Yunshan's savings account held hundreds of thousands, if not millions, rendering the expense for clothing trivial. Mother, let us go. I'll take you to see. The other children followed suit, gathering around to help her select clothes. Witnessing this, Chen Yang felt a deep sense of admiration, thinking how fortunate their children were. Old Chen, why do you have this attitude towards me? It's not as if I don't buy clothes for my wife. Zhong Yunshan looked at Chen Yang, bewildered. How would I know you spend money on other women and neglect your own wife? Liang Ru has borne your children and raised them over the years. Have you considered your own actions? Rest assured, I treat my wife well enough. I give her gifts every time. You think otherwise? Zhong Yunshan felt somewhat aggrieved. Chen Yang dismissed his concerns. Later, we'll buy some food and other necessities. I'll treat everyone a lunch. He addressed the crowd, finally turning to Zhong Yunshan. You treat? I shall treat. Our family has so many members, while you only have 3. It's only right that I cover the expenses. Zhong Yunshan patted his chest. I know a place where they serve excellent lychee wood roasted goose. Although it's quite far, we might only eat it by evening. How far? It would take us about an hour by taxi. That far. But the food there is delicious. Lychee wood roasted goose. And we must also order a portion of free-range chicken. All right then, we'll manage a simple meal at noon, and after we return with our things in the afternoon, I'll head straight to dine. That's the spirit. The two families spent the morning selecting clothing together, and by around 2 in the afternoon, they hastily enjoyed some fast food before returning home to put away their purchases. Upon arriving home, Chen Yang was surprised to find the house empty. Where is everyone gone? Chen Wangling inquired, puzzled. Never mind them. Let us rest for a bit. We will set off shortly. After wandering for over an hour, they finally reached their destination. It was a secluded wilderness villa, where fields stretched before their eyes, and the lychee trees were particularly flourishing. They soon spotted a place with a roaring fire. Without a doubt, they were roasting goose inside. The two families found a spot to sit and began to order dishes. In the past, Chen Yang would carefully scrutinize the prices when ordering food, but now, with Zhong Yunshan treating and his newfound wealth making him somewhat extravagant, there was no hesitation in placing the orders. Bring forth the lychee wood roasted goose. A serving of white-cut chicken, please. 1 portion of the 3 treasures. And add that fresh sausage. The two men, gathered together, ordered an abundance of dishes, many of which were signature items and indeed quite expensive. Under normal circumstances, they would never indulge in such a lavish spread. It was akin to how Zhong Yunshan used to be frugal when pursuing young women, often opting for those of modest beauty instead of the stunning ones. Now, however, he would not settle for less than 2. If it weren't for health constraints, he would surely order at least 10 on a single visit. Is that enough? Zhong Yunshan inquired of Chen Yang as they neared the end of their ordering. We need some greens, Chen Yang replied, slightly exasperated, realizing they had forgotten a vegetable dish, and quickly urged him to add one. All right, I'll add it right away. Before long, the dishes had arrived. In truth, Zhong Yunshan's circumstances were slightly better than Chen Yang's, but such an extravagant meal was a rare treat, and both families relished the feast with great delight. Chen Yang wore a smile, particularly as he observed his granddaughter, Wang Jiajia, enjoying her meal, a testament to the challenges she had faced in recent years. As they finished, the evening had grown late, and everyone patted their full bellies. Zhong Yunshan, feeling satisfied, prepared to settle the bill. No need to pay. I've already taken care of it. Chen Yang interjected. Old Chen, are you playing tricks on me? I promised to treat. Zhong Yunshan exclaimed in frustration. What's the rush? You can treat next time. Chen Yang chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Who are we to each other? Let us head home. Reluctantly, Zhong Yunshan nodded in agreement. At Chen Yang's home, the family was also gathered for dinner. You two are always idling about. Never come to help with the cooking. Lu Kai admonished Chen Wangyue and Chen Wangxiu. All you do is eat. Sister-in-law, don't just blame us. Didn't T. Sansar return today? Why not ask her to help? Chen Wangyue retorted. Lu Kai turned to Zhong Haifeng. Unable to contain her amusement. Haifeng, you finally returned. Did you think Dad would come to invite you? He hasn't even mentioned it. Zhong Haifeng shot her an annoyed glance. Second sister-in-law, please don't speak nonsense. I'm just staying at my parents' for a while. I never claimed Dad was coming to invite me. He could choose to invite me or not. All right. As the conversation escalated towards potential quarrels, Chen Wangjing quickly intervened. I don't care what your thoughts are, but our priority now is to present a united front. We need Dad to part with some money and, ideally, relinquish that store. If we keep bickering, he will certainly ignore us. Don't you remember? The atmosphere grew serious, and they all nodded in understanding. Let us finish our meal quickly. Dad and the others should be back soon. He is out with Chen Wangling and Wang Jiejia, enjoying fine food while we're stuck here with this. And he talks about sharing meal expenses. Look at what we VE received for our contribution. Zhong Haifeng grumbled, but no one paid him any mind. When Chen Yang returned with Chen Wanglin and Wang Jiejia, the courtyard of their home was filled with people. Some were enjoying sunflower seeds, while others engaged in lively conversations. However, as the trio entered, all eyes turned towards them, each gaze distinctly different. This familiar sensation struck Chen Yang immediately. He understood that the children had something to discuss with him. Dad, didn't you go shopping for New Year's goods? We haven't seen you all day, and yet you return empty-handed? Chen Wangjing chuckled, stepping forward to inspect them closely, finding nothing concealed. The New Year's shopping is complete. Chen Yang naturally positioned himself among them, casting a disapproving glance at Zhong Haifeng, who understood and reluctantly vacated his seat for Chen Yang. Purchased? I don't see anything. There's nothing at home. Exactly. We merely bought a few edibles and clothes for the three of us. Chen Yang nodded. What? All the children stared at him, dumbfounded. What do you mean? Only clothes for the three of you? What about ours? Are we not getting new clothes? Discontent erupted among them, voices raised in protest. During this uproar, Chen Wangling could no longer hold back. Dad asked you to contribute 100 yuan for the New Year's goods, yet none of you wanted to. You all expect Dad to foot the bill. What's wrong with Dad not wanting to spend that money? If you want New Year's goods and new clothes, you should buy them yourselves. Why should Dad buy them for you? Lu Kai, feeling indignant, immediately stood up. On what grounds? Chen Yang Chuklet, because she bought me clothes. Naturally, I should reciprocate by purchasing for her. She's my daughter. ISNT, that's sufficient? Dad, you're biased. I'm also your daughter. Chen Wangyue stood up indignant. What are you even worth? Chen Yang shot her a disdainful glance. You mingle with a bunch of ruffians, even if you call me Dad. I wouldn't dare acknowledge you. My family has no use for someone like you, a mere societal misfit. What good are you to me? You dare to claim you're my daughter? Huh. Chen Yang spat in contempt, truly unable to tolerate Chen Wangyue. Chen Wangyue's face turned pale with anger. So, we want to have new clothes for the new year. Chen Wangyue stood up, incredulous. Then don't. Will wearing old clothes kill you? Patch them up for 3 more years. If you want new clothes, buy them yourself. Damn it. Mom works day in and day out and never gives me money. Yet you expect me to buy you new clothes all year long? Have you lost your mind? You've already got children and still think like this. Acting like a useless burden. Chen Yang could no longer restrain himself and erupted in anger. Chen Wangyue's face flushed crimson, unable to retort. Chen Wangjing realized that this matter was likely non-negotiable, so he waved his hand, signaling the siblings to remain silent. Let us return to the main topic. Dad, let us set aside these matters for now. We have all been waiting for your return today to discuss another pressing issue. What pressing issue? Chen Yang glanced at them, as if recalling something. Let's talk about that convenience store issue. Perhaps it was just after being reprimanded by Chen Yang that Chen Wangyue spoke these words with a sense of indignation, nearly gritting her teeth in the process. Here they come, as expected. Chen Yang thought to himself with a cold sneer, finding it hardly surprising that they would approach him regarding this matter. Chen Wangling remained silent. The truth was that their father had indeed favored her, and as the person involved, it was difficult for her to explain. If her father were to insist, She would have no objection to handing it over, but should he be reluctant, she would be equally unwilling. Simply put, she would heed her father's wishes, for she recognized that only he genuinely cared for her, while none of her siblings would consider her interests. Furthermore, these sisters not only failed to think of her, but they also neglected their father's well-being, which is why she only regarded her father's disposition. Indeed, that convenience store was a significant issue. Chen Yang exclaimed, "We are all your children. Why is it that only the eldest sister was given a convenience store?" "Be quiet," Chen Yang retorted, pointing at him. "Why should I remain silent? We are all family here, discussing matters. Why should I not speak?" Chen Yang responded, somewhat irritated. "You've already taken over 1,000 yuan from within there and have yet to repay it. Even if we are discussing matters, you have no part in it." Chen Yang's words rendered Chen Wanghu's face crimson with embarrassment, momentarily leaving him speechless. "Then if Wanghu is not participating in the discussion, may we proceed?" Chen Wangha interjected, "Father, you must be fair. I have been discussing the matter of building a house with my second brother for quite some time, yet you have given me not a penny. Now, the moment the eldest sister arrives, she is granted a convenience store that is so lucrative, while we are left with nothing. How is this fair? It makes no sense. Indeed, it makes no sense." Chen Yang chuckled. "You all have established your own households. What justification do you have to ask me for these things? If you desire something, go earn it yourselves. What's the matter? Are you incapable? This life is unbearable." As Chen Yang showed no inclination to provide financial assistance, Zhong Haifeng suddenly burst out. "Other parents strive to leave something for their children, yet you, on the contrary, leave us nothing and are so biased. How can we live like this? Am I to survive? Survive if you can. If not, then part ways." Chen Yang regarded her with disdain. "Why the hell did you come back? Who invited you? This is not your home. If you cannot endure, then leave. Who needs you here?" Zhong Haifeng was taken aback, her face a mask of shock as she looked at Chen Yang. It was unheard of for parents to encourage their children to divorce. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. "Father, let us not be agitated. Let us discuss this calmly. We have come to resolve matters. Do you not see the reason in our words? I have discussed with Wang He, and we believe that our household is indeed unsettled at the moment with too many people, inevitably leading to conflicts. Our intention is for us two brothers to receive the funds and then build our own homes. Fine, you may earn your own money slowly, however much you make. You may use it to build your house. That is not our intent. You must provide us with funds. Without money, how can we proceed? Ask your father-in-law." Chen Yang smiled indifferently. "You have sent so much money to your father-in-law's house, and now it is high time for them to return the favor. You worthless beings. After I have reminded you for so long, you still cannot handle such a trivial matter, and you have the audacity to come and ask me for money. If you feel dissatisfied, you may move out. For the new year, it will only be me, Wang Ling, and Jia Jia. There are too many of you, and it is too noisy. I am getting older and cannot tolerate the clamor." The crowd was left in stunned silence. "No matter what, I demand a shop. I want to open a billiard hall." Chen Wangwei, witnessing her father's stubbornness, was greatly disappointed as he was no longer the accommodating father he once was. Unable to contain herself, she began to stir the pot. Chen Wangjing and the others chose to remain silent, watching how Chen Yang would respond. "Wangwei, listen to your father," Chen Wangling interjected. "Why should I listen to him? Does he even consider our feelings? What kind of father behaves like this? And he expects me to listen? Not a chance. If this matter is not resolved today, I will not be satisfied. I want to open a shop. I want to open a billiard hall. If you refuse to grant me this, I will not agree." As soon as Chen Wangwei uttered these words, she sensed something was amiss, for she noticed Chen Yang rising and approaching her. Before she could react, Chen Yang, like a mountain, towered over her and raised his hand, delivering a harsh slap across her face. The sound echoed sharply, and Chen Wangwei stumbled back, landing on the ground, hands braced against the floor, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at her father. The other siblings could not help but touch their own faces, their minds racing with various thoughts, re-evaluating their father's love for them. Perhaps it was not as profound as they had believed. Chapter 81. Chen Wangling's outburst accustomed to a life of dependence. "And yet you dare to be insolent before me. I have no objections to you taking my money. But if you think you can extract a single cent from me without earning it, think again. If you lack the ability to earn a living, then perish in your own misery, but spare me your incessant chatter. The greatest mistake of my life was bringing forth a brood that is lesser than Char Siu. Chen Yang's face bore a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Wangwei, causing her to tense up. The others stood in fear, not daring to utter a word. If you wish to celebrate the new year, then do so. If not, get lost. Chen Yang swept his gaze over them. And remember what I told you. You will not receive a single penny from me in the future. Not only will you not receive anything, but those of you who work must contribute to the household expenses. As for you, the youngest, Chen Wangwei, go earn your own tuition. From now on, do not come to me with your trivial matters. Remember, if you cannot manage, then get out of my house. With that, Chen Yang dismissed them with a wave of his hand and retreated to his room. Behind him, silence reigned supreme. The others exchanged glances. This power struggle concluding with Chen Wangwei receiving a slap. She had suffered the greatest loss this time, and, as she watched her father leave, she could no longer contain her fury. This is what you have said. I will not remain in this house any longer. Do not regret it. With that, she stormed out. In truth, Chen Wangling wanted to call out to her to stop, but she was moving too swiftly, and he could not catch her in time. This house is indeed intolerable. I shall return. I have never encountered such parents. At that moment, Zhong Haifeng unexpectedly shouted in fury, leading the two children outside. Wife! My father merely spoke in anger. Do not take his words to heart. Lu Kai glanced at Chen Wangling, speaking in a mocking tone. Is this now to your liking? You return only to disrupt our lives. Are you satisfied now? Chen Wangling turned to glance at her, and suddenly, without warning, slapped her across the face. Sister, what are you doing? Lu Kai, who had been struck, was momentarily stunned, as was Chen Wangjing beside her. Throughout their lives, this elder sister had been their family's leech, always receiving undue sympathy while the younger ones took the brunt of hardships. After her marriage, she had distanced herself from family matters. Now, not only had their father undergone a significant transformation, but even the elder sister dared to strike Lu Kai. Lu Kai, do you think I am unaware of the life my father has led? When he was silent, I chose to overlook it, considering you were Wangjing's wife, and I extended you some courtesy. But look at your actions now. Do you regard my father as your own elder? Is this how one speaks to their elders? Regardless, I am your sister-in-law. To speak ill of my father before me and to slander me. If I hear such words again, you shall see what I am capable of. Lu Kai's face flushed with alternating shades of blue and red, taken aback by Chen Wangling's unexpected boldness. After being slapped, she was rendered speechless. Chen Wangjing looked at Chen Wangling, feeling as if he no longer recognized her. Only in the house did Chen Yang nearly applaud his daughter for a fiery slap. Indeed, they deserve such treatment. Children should not be spared, especially those like her. Only through such discipline will they learn. Feeling invigorated, Chen Yang took Chen Wangling and Wang Jejia out for morning tea. With the convenience store now staffed, Chen Wangjing felt relieved and had time to join Chen Yang for tea, even inviting Zhong Yinshan along. However, after a short while, Chen Wangling and Wang Jejia returned to the convenience store. Isn't that old Chen? Not far away, Chen Hai was enjoying morning tea with his family. As neighbors and colleagues, he was quite familiar with Chen Hai and greeted him enthusiastically. Old Chen. Chen Hai returned the greeting. In fact, there was a distant familial connection between them, albeit obscure by time. What brings you out today? You seem to be doing quite well, even bought a motorcycle. I'm a bit envious. Do not envy me. I'm merely muddling through. By the way, have you heard about the textile factory's impending closure? Chen Hai, who had been savoring his dim sum, turned pale at these words. He hurried to Chen Yang's side. What did you say? Do not jest with me. Which factory is closing? You better not be speaking nonsense. We are still employed there and hope to work until retirement. He is certainly not a harbinger of misfortune. It is merely what your manager has stated. By the way, your factory director is named Zhou Dehai, correct? I overheard him. At that moment, Zhong Yinshan interjected in defense of Chen Yang. It was yesterday. Yes, just yesterday. We encountered that individual from your side. What was his name again? Liang Peng. Liang Peng was dining there with his brother-in-law Zhou Dehai. along with another gentleman surnamed Song, Director Song. Chen Hai's heart sank. If that were true, it was quite plausible. Observing the support from his childhood friend, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile inwardly. Indeed, they were conversing at the Baihe Hotel. We heard them, and I even had a minor altercation with Liang Peng, who seemed to harbor significant grievances against me. Damn it. Surely, they are colluding over there. What shall we do now? Chen Hai began to panic. As for me, I am unaware of the next steps. I only heard this information and, as brothers, thought it best to inform you to prepare yourself mentally. Thank you very much. Did he mention a time frame? It should be approximately within 6 months. 6 months. Chen Hai's fachipated. That leaves little time. At that moment, he was consumed by anxiety and lost all interest in lingering over breakfast tea. He hastily exchanged a few words with Chen Yang and Zhong Yunshan before departing with his family. They're undoubtedly going to speak with your coworkers about this matter. Trouble is approaching, isn't it? Zhong Yunshan understood Chen Yang's implication and couldn't help but chuckle. In any case, it does not concern us. At most, Liang Peng and Zhou Dehai will take the blame. Chen Yang clicked his tongue. Truth be told, this situation does not directly involve him. He has no particular desire to set them up for failure. Yet Liang Peng's incessant annoyance is simply intolerable. Chen Yang's sole intention is to see him suffer a setback. Did you inquire about your cousin's matter? Chen Yang asked. I have indeed asked. My cousin mentioned that they occasionally confiscate vehicles over there. But he also stated that even if it happens, it would not occur until next year. Chapter 82. In-laws at odds. Does that imply they will? Chen Yang's eyes lit up. Yes, it does exist, but it is certainly not feasible this year. We must wait until next year when everyone resumes work before they can proceed. As long as there is something, we shall go there next year. Chen Yang was quite satisfied. However, we do not yet know how to drive. We must learn. Speaking of which, we need to take care of this matter promptly. Let's go and obtain a license. What is there to learn? In this day and age, acquiring a license is not particularly challenging. A bit of money will suffice. Upon mentioning this, Chen Yang's eyes brightened. Let us hurry and take care of it. We must also arrange for a fake license. Both of them, being locals, had some connections. They quickly found someone nearby, with influence. Obtaining a driver's license was straightforward. A little money would suffice. The acquaintance was quite generous. How much will it cost? It truly won't require much. Perhaps just a couple of hundred yuan. With both of their assets exceeding 1 million. A couple of hundred yuan felt like picking up money off the ground. Without a second thought, they handed over the cash. Rest assured, by the end of the year, we will certainly see this matter through. After acquaintances received their payment, they patted their chests in assurance. Observing his demeanor, one might easily mistake him for a swindler if not for their familiarity, for only a charlatan would offer such guarantees. Lao Sun, we've been friends for so long. You must pay close attention to this matter. I hope you won't squander our hard-earned money, Zhong Yunshan admonished him. Rest assured, I will handle it. Lao Sun replied with enthusiasm. It wasn't until noon that Chen Yang and Zhong Yunshan returned home. Upon entering, Chen Yang found the house eerily quiet, with only Chen Wangjing present. Where is everyone? He inquired. Chen Wangjing, seemingly irritated with him, replied impatiently. Perhaps they found the house dull and decided to go out for some fun. Then why aren't you out as well? Chen Yang retorted sarcastically. Chen Wangjing's face flushed with embarrassment. This young lad still hadn't mastered the shamelessness of his elder. It seems such traits require time to cultivate. Just as Chen Yang was about to speak, he heard footsteps outside, followed by commotion. He raised an eyebrow. At that moment, a throng of people arrived, led by Zhong Haifeng, accompanied by her 2 children. Beside her, with his head bowed, was Chen Wang, seemingly aware of his misdeeds and too ashamed to meet Chen Yang's gaze. Zhong Tao and his wife lingered behind, their expressions foreboding. Chen Wangjing instantly sensed trouble brewing. Chen Yang, too, felt a sense of amusement. It was evident these individuals were up to no good. It appeared Zhong Haifeng harbored considerable grievances. Dear in-laws, I heard from my daughter that things have been quite tumultuous at your home lately. A few days ago, Haifeng returned to her parents' house for a while, and yesterday I saw Wang sincerely inviting her back home. I didn't think much of it then, but it seems the issues at your household remain unresolved. As my daughter continues to suffer. Enough with the idle chatter. What do you want? Chen Yang said, uninterested in their banter. It was worth noting that Zhong Tao's family was not much different from Liu Kei's. After Chen Yang's recent financial success, Zhong Tao and his wife had shamelessly fawned over him, their sycophantic behavior nauseating to Chen Yang. Now, it seemed they had come seeking him out, likely aware of their own job loss. Chen Yang, as fellow parents, I came here today to engage in a serious discussion regarding our children's development. What kind of attitude is this? Zhong Tao, unable to contain his frustration, glared at him. Chen Yang feigned surprise, quickly donning a smile. Ah, yes. I apologize for my earlier irritability. Let's have a proper discussion. What do you wish to convey? Noticing Chen Yang's sudden shift to his smiling demeanor, Zhong Tao instinctively assumed he had intimidated him, thinking perhaps he was indeed struggling after losing his job. This gave Zhong Tao a sense of satisfaction. In the past, Chen Yang, as the workshop director, held a certain degree of respect among his peers. However, now he has fallen from grace. I approached with the intent to clarify some matters. Yesterday, when Wang Hu came to invite Haifeng back, he mentioned a few things, claiming that you have made a considerable fortune in Han City and that you are acquainted with prominent figures. Zhong Tao began to speak at length about these matters, revealing the true purpose of their visit, an inquiry into my circumstances. It was evident that their intentions were not noble. One could easily discern their true nature. All of this was mere fabrication from Wang Hu. If I truly had connections with influential individuals or had amassed wealth, would I be in such dire straits? Father, you haven't deceived us, have you? Chen Wang's expression grew somewhat rigid. Why would I deceive you? I have not. You are well aware of our family situation. Then what about the shop open for my elder sister? Zhong Haifeng asked anxiously. The shop for your sister was simply funded by my savings over the years. I feel guilty towards her. Is it wrong for me to provide her with a shop? Chen Yang chuckled lightly. And what about the money for the motorcycle? I borrowed it. Chen Yang replied calmly, stating that he had borrowed it from Lao Zhong. Is there an issue with that? Upon receiving his answer, Chen Wang's face fell in disappointment. Well then, after hearing these words, Zhong Tao felt a mix of anger and restlessness, slamming his hand on the table and chastising Chen Yang. What parent does not wish for their children to have a better life? You not only fail to assist them, but also hinder them at every turn. How have I hindered them? Have you not? Look at the things you have done. You have saved not a single cent and now resort to borrowing money for a motorcycle. Is that not a hindrance? My daughter has lived with you for several years, sharing your meals, and has gained nothing worthwhile. All she wanted was for you to contribute a bit towards building a house so she could move out. Now you have nothing to offer. You must provide me with an explanation today. I will give your mother an explanation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang burst into laughter, retorting with fervor, Who do you think you are to demand an explanation from me? You dare to criticize me? Look at your own actions. You resemble a useless being. When Zhong Haifeng married into my family, how much did we pay in bride price? Over the years, every time Chen Wanghe handed money to Zhong Haifeng, did she not pass it on to you? For all these years, receiving a monthly sum of 100 yuan must have added up to several thousand yuan. And now, you have the audacity to ask me for money. It is you who should return the money owed to my family. I have not. You have not. Do you presume I am ignorant? Your son married that wife using this money, did he not? And did you not venture in a business a couple of years ago and incur losses amounting to several thousand yuan? Was it not also taken from here? Do you truly believe I am blind? I have not sought trouble with you, yet you dare to come and trouble me. Gulme, let us lay everything bare today, and you shall return the money. Chapter 83. Gossip arrives with Chen Yang's proclamation. Everyone present was taken aback. Chen Yang, what do you mean by this? Zhong Haifeng's mother inquired anxiously. What do I mean? Chen Wanghe, come here. Chen Wanghe hurriedly stepped forward. After all, this is Chen Yang's son, and at present, Chen Yang is in the prime of his life, still wielding significant influence. Thus, Chen Wanghe dares not oppose him. Over the years, how much have you given to Zhong Haifeng each month? Chen Yang sneered at, I provide her with 130 yuan monthly. Chen Wanghe's salary is not substantial, merely over 100 yuan each month. A monthly payment of 130 yuan. Good, you've given her 130 each month, and until now, not a single cent has been withdrawn. Once the money enters her hands, it never reemerges. In a year, that amounts to 1,560 yuan. Calculating for 2 years, it totals over 3,000 yuan. After roughly calculating the figures, Chen Yang fixed his gaze on Zhong Haifeng, his eyes sharp as daggers, penetrating into her heart. Today, fortuitously, your family is present. Now, present the 3,120 yuan. Zhong Haifeng became anxious, cold sweat pouring down her face. What are you saying? This is the money Wang He gave me. I have saved it. Saved it? Show me the passbook. Chen Yang coldly laughed. Let me see how much is actually there. Chen Wang He was unaware of the exact amount and immediately looked at his wife. He knew his wife would take money to her parents, but he was unclear on the specifics. He had always assumed that his father had greater means and could surely provide some financial assistance. Hearing this, he turned to Zhong Haifeng. Zhong Haifeng was distressed, for the passbook did not contain that much money. It barely held 500 yuan, the rest having been given to her parents. As for the reason, her parents had said they would help her save it, while also expecting her to show filial piety. Chen Yang, is there anything you need assistance with? At this moment, some curious neighbors gathered outside, cheerfully inquiring. Come, come, everyone is here. Let us all come in. Chen Yang, undeterred by shame, promptly invited them in. These are Chen Yang's neighbors of many years, some even related by blood. While minor frictions and disagreements may arise, they would undoubtedly stand by Chen Yang when faced with outsiders, as he is known to be a warm-hearted individual. It is often said that distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors, and maintaining good relations with such neighbors is undoubtedly a wise choice, especially since Chen Yang has always had a decent rapport with them. Upon hearing this, the neighbors understood his intent. A good number of people had gathered, all smiling and standing there. Dear neighbors, you are well aware of what kind of person I, Chen Yang, am. Certain matters should not be mere self-praise. Therefore, today I would like to have a candid discussion with all of you, clarifying this topic. Otherwise, neighbors or relatives might think I, Chen Yang, am unreasonable. Chen Yang, please speak. After being neighbors for so long, we know what sort of person you are. Feel free to discuss openly. Very well. Chen Yang nodded in truth. This discussion mainly revolved around some trivial matters for my household. Initially, I did not wish to bring it up, but since relatives have approached, it seems necessary to address it. I am equally perplexed by the situation. My in-laws arrived at my doorstep, casting scornful glances and harboring grievances I cannot fathom. One would think that as families bound by kinship, we could privately discuss any matters that arise without contention. Yet, their overt hostility leaves me utterly bewildered. At this moment, it became evident that the faces of Zhong Tao and his spouse were tinged with embarrassment, for it seemed inappropriate to confront us in such a manner, bordering on provocation. Chen Yang, do not be like this. We merely wish to reason with you. It appears as though we are the aggressors, pleaded Zhong Haifeng's mother, rising to engage in a debate. However, Chen Yang seized the opportunity, a smile illuminating his face as he interrupted. Very well, since we are to converse. Let's do so earnestly. You just claimed that your daughter has not enjoyed a good life here. So I must ask, has she worked a single day since arriving in our home? Has she lifted a finger? Ask my neighbors. Haifeng, what has she done? She spent her days idly at home. Chen Yang continued. She has not even performed household chores. If I recall correctly, old Chen returns from work only to prepare meals for them. Indeed, those years saw him exceedingly burdened, laboring tirelessly, only to be met with such ingratitude. He hardly even washed his own clothes. Such words. Does Haifeng not enjoy herself? One neighbor interjected. While the specifics of their family dynamics remained obscure to many, the visible evidence was undeniable, prompting a chorus of agreement from the onlookers, who shook their heads in disapproval. Only Chen Yang's daughter-in-law could live so well. Truly, Chen Yang has played the role of both father and mother. Who dares claim their child has not lived well? Does she aspire to a life of royalty? Zhong Haifeng's face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation washing over her. Yet, the observations made by others were not without merit. The truth was evident to all. Behold, the eyes of the public are discerning. Chen Yang remarqued, you, the mothers and fathers-in-law, if you seek justice for your daughter, This is not the way to achieve it. You are merely bullying us. Zhong Tao appeared increasingly uncomfortable. Chen Yang had truly torn the FA Ade apart. He tugged gently at his wife's hand, signaling her to refrain from further entanglement, suggesting it was time to depart, as it was unlikely they would reach an understanding today. However, as they prepared to leave, Chen Yang interjected, "Wait. Certain matters must be clarified. Leaving now would be inappropriate. What more do you wish to say?" Zhong Tao retorted, his anger flaring as he glared at Chen Yang, his teeth clenched in resentment. "You have yet to address the issues I raised earlier. With our neighbors present, I shall speak even more plainly." Chen Yang clapped his hands and, facing the crowd, spoke with a smile. "Everyone is well aware of my family's circumstances, but what has just been mentioned pertains only to the external aspects, the visible matters. There are certain things you cannot see that I have not yet disclosed, but today, I feel compelled to voice them, so that we may discern whether the fault lies with me, Chen Yang, or with others. Chen Yang, please share your thoughts. We are all gathered here. Let us deliberate." The gossiping crowd could scarcely contain their anticipation. "I yearn to hear the gossip." Chapter 84. Clarifying the matter, Chen Yang nodded before beginning. "I shall refrain from discussing the matter of my two sons marrying, and instead focus on the life we have led since their wives joined our family. As you may know, both of my sons have started working, albeit with modest salaries that undoubtedly pale in comparison to mine. I have been fortunate enough to serve as the workshop director, earning a salary that is somewhat higher than average. Thus, the household expenses primarily fall upon my shoulders. By expenses, I refer to the financial requirements of our entire family, including those of my two young men, even when they visit their in-laws. It is I who provides for their needs. Is that so?" A few in the crowd expressed their astonishment, unable to restrain their exclamations. "Old Chun, how old are they now? Aren't they both employed? Why must you still supply for them?" Faced with their inquiries, Chen Yang appeared somewhat abashed. "It is indeed a reflection of my own children's lack of ambition that we find ourselves in this situation. I have hesitated to share this with everyone, but since they have come to confront me today, I feel it is time to lay it bare. My two sons have become like turtles. Ever since marrying, they heed their wives in all matters. Their salaries, though not insubstantial, around a little over 100 yuan each month, are sufficient for their personal needs. Yet, they are obliged to hand over at least 130 yuan each month to their wives, and the remainder of their earnings? I know not where it has vanished. Perhaps squandered on their own indulgences, for not a single cent has been contributed to the household expenses. Initially, it was quite inconvenient living together with a large family, and I contemplated building them a new house, allowing us to reside separately, which might foster a more harmonious family relationship. They seem to share this sentiment. Yet they expected me to bear the financial burden. But as a mere workshop director, where would I procure such funds? Over the years, I have spent every last penny on their weddings, hosted banquets, and supported one in school, while two of them remain unemployed. I suggested that if they wished to build a house, it would be simple enough if they contributed some funds, and I would assist as well. However, my in-laws suddenly approached me, claiming I am irresponsible. I would like to pose a question. 130 yuan a month, if saved over 2 years, amounts to over 100 yuan. Zhong Haifeng, I demand you present that savings book of over 3,000 yuan before all these neighbors today. If you can show it, then the funds for your house are secured. If not, I wish to know where that 3,000 yuan has disappeared." After much ado and an abundance of words, Chen Yang ultimately distilled his argument into a singular demand. "Produce the money." The gaze of the crowd immediately shifted to Zhong Haifeng. Chen Yang had meticulously considered every conceivable factor, and his reasoning was undeniably sound. If she could not produce the funds, it was her predicament. The color drained from Zhong Haifeng's face. How could her savings account possibly contain such an amount? She turned to Chen Wanghe for assistance, who regarded her with equal scrutiny. After all, it was his hard-earned money at stake, and given his father's rationale, along with a multitude of onlookers, he was no fool. "Indeed, Haifeng, what about the money I have earned over the years? You once assured me that these funds would be saved for constructing our home and supporting our children's education. Subsequently, you suggested that we utilize my father's wealth for the house and retain our savings for the children's schooling, to which I acquiesced. Now, after all this time, I am left in the dark regarding the total savings. Should you not present the amount for my peace of mind? Zhong Haifeng found herself at a loss. Her face contorted in despair as she suddenly broke down in tears. It's all gone. There are only a little over 300 yuan left in the account. This revelation ignited a flurry of speculation among the neighbors. Over 3,000 yuan, 2 years' worth of wages, and has vanished? Where did the 2,000 yuan go? Chen Wang's expression turned tumultuous. Deep down, he was aware that his wife had likely taken money back to her family, and he had chosen to turn a blind eye to it, partly due to his own submissive nature, and partly because he believed that his father's earnings could cover any shortfall. Yet, upon hearing that only 300 yuan remained, he felt a tremor of disbelief. Is it possible that my 3,000 yuan has dwindled to a mere 300? Chen Yang, however, observed the unfolding drama with a detached demeanor. In his previous life, such a scenario had never transpired. The reason was simple. He had later ventured into business and had the means to mask all conflicts with wealth. Now, unwilling to disguise the truth, the unsightly reality was laid bare. Where's the money? Did you not claim it was saved for the house? If not for the house, is it not meant for our children? You have taken my money. Chen Wanghe, growing increasingly agitated, confronted Zhong Haifeng with indignation. My parents have borrowed quite a bit from me. My brother's wedding cost a fortune, and they later requested more for home renovations, promising to repay me. Zhong Haifeng, in a state of utter confusion, could no longer protect her parents and divulged everything in a rush. This was precisely the effect Chen Yang sought. How could he not be aware of where the money had gone? He was fully cognizant of the situation. As expected, the crowd erupted in astonishment upon hearing her confession. The ease of marrying off a daughter became evident. One collects a bounty of gifts during the wedding and subsequently reclaims even the son-in-law's earnings. What a clever scheme. This revelation was enlightening, and it was clear why old Chen appeared utterly exhausted. One could hardly blame him for being worn out. He is not merely supporting his own children. He is also burdened with the financial upkeep of his daughters-in-law's families, a veritable horde of leeches. The expressions on the faces of Zhong Tao and his wife darkened considerably. They wished to defend themselves, yet realized that no reasonable justification could persuade the gathered crowd. Observing the escalating tension, Chen Yang stepped forth and clasped his hands in salute, addressing the neighbors, esteemed friends and neighbors. Today we have clarified our accounts and made matters clear with our in-laws. Otherwise, it might be misconstrued that I am truly bullying the daughter they married off. However, mere clarification is insufficient. Since this money has vanished, it represents the hard-earned savings of my son, now that they wish to build a house. Is it not reasonable for me to reclaim it? Of course, it is reasonable. To put it euphemistically, one could call it a loan. However, to speak plainly, it is theft. Someone interjected. Indeed, such practices are utterly unacceptable. A promissory note should be written. Another added, what need is there for a note? The money should be returned in front of everyone here, lest the night be long and give rise to further complications. In an instant, the crowd rallied behind Chen Yang. Chapter 85. The art of psychological warfare. Zhong Tao and his wife were filled with regret, questioning why they had come to stir such trouble, now finding themselves in a most precarious position. The father-in-law, Zhong Tao, forced a laugh and spoke. I cannot bear to be called father-in-law under these circumstances. If this money is not returned today, I will go straight to the police. She, Zhong Haifeng, has taken my son's money. I can consider it a marital dispute. However, as in-laws, the nature of this matter changes entirely. Chen Yang's countenance was fierce as he spoke, having navigated life's challenges for many years. His words struck fear into those before him. In truth, even calling the police might not yield substantial results, for it is often said that a fair official finds it difficult to adjudicate domestic matters. Yet, the public opinion would be harsh, making it nearly impossible for them to maintain their standing in the community. Chen Yang's son had wed women for the nearby streets, all within a 5-kilometer radius. Should word of this incident spread, they would be rendered utterly defenseless. Thus, a sense of panic enveloped him. Father-in-law indeed. We faced some financial difficulties previously and borrowed a bit from Haifeng. We are not refusing to repay. We will repay. Then let them return it. Why waste time speaking to me? Would it not be better to use that energy to return the money? Chen Yang now held the reins of the conversation, his voice booming. With so many neighbors here today, let's take this opportunity to settle the debt. Father-in-law, I do wish to repay, but I am currently in a tight spot. If only you could grant me a little more time. It is not that I am unwilling to give you time. I am simply in a difficult position myself. You see, both my sons need to build houses, one of whom is your daughter. They wish to construct homes, but I cannot produce such a sum at once. Thus, I must inquire about the borrowed funds. Your repayment would also aid your daughter. Surely, you do not wish to hinder her? This was a lethal maneuver indeed. A voice rose beside them, assisting Chen Yang. What kind of help is this for his daughter? If he truly wished to support her, he should contribute a few thousand yuan for her house, but merely demanding repayment hardly constitutes assistance. Is it possible he is even reluctant to return the money? How can he bear to witness his own daughter suffer? Alas, can you not see? This is merely an attempt to drain his daughter's resources, to exploit his son-in-law as well. It has been evident for some time. Indeed, given his demeanor, it seems he is prepared to do just that. It is a classic case of knowing a person's face but not their heart. I had a feeling it would turn out this way. His self-proclaimed righteous demeanor is nothing but a facade. It is almost laughable. In an instant, voices clamored, each uttering unflattering remarks, leaving the couple, Zhong Tao and his wife, pale and distressed. Zhong Haifeng had never felt so helpless at this moment. Even Chen Wanghe did not stand by her side, while her father-in-law displayed an uncharacteristic hostility, even suppressing her own parents, and she found herself in the wrong. She could not utter a single word. The child is about to build a house. You must return the money. Chen Yang wished to avoid unnecessary complications. He truly wanted to reclaim the money, as it was his son's earnings, even if only to vex the other party. If he could retrieve the funds and allow his son to build a house, it would spare him much annoyance. Yes, return it quickly. Those around urged Chen Yang fervently. Hurry home and get the money. Zhong Haifeng's mother understood that, regardless of the circumstances, they had to repay the debt. Borrowing money was a necessity. So she urged Zhong Tao, you must go at once. Our child is about to build a house. We cannot afford any delays. Zhong Tao gritted his teeth in frustration, but felt powerless. He had been deliberately maneuvered into this predicament, so he could only clench his jaw and rush home to gather the funds. Haifeng, get up quickly. She hurriedly pulled Zhong Haifeng to her feet. At that moment, Zhong Haifeng felt utterly lost, confronted by an unprecedentedly difficult situation that left her bewildered, standing like a fool. Initially, she thought this matter would pass, but upon rising, she heard Chen Yang cheerfully remark, "It is not that I am nitpicking your family, but I truly do not like your daughter. How about this? Let us discuss the possibility of divorce." I find Zhong Haifeng quite unsatisfactory. Divorce. This declaration left not only the parties involved, Zhong Haifeng and Chen Wanghe, but even the neighbors, astounded at Chen Yang's words. In this day and age, divorce might be deemed a blessing. The community's mindset remained conservative, leading to a palpable tension following his proclamation. Zhong Haifeng felt as if struck by lightning. How could this be? Father, Chen Wanghe was equally dumbfounded, finally processing the shock as he stared incredulously at his father. Zhong Haifeng's mother wore a mournful expression. The unfolding events grew increasingly bizarre. What kind of words were these from the in-laws? This matter had nothing to do with her. It was a fault of the couple. She had borrowed money without consulting Wanghe. That was our mistake. Their marital relationship, in truth, is rather stable. After all, they have 2 children together. Wouldn't a divorce simply invite ridicule? Clearly, the fault lies with you. You have failed to raise your children properly. Otherwise, such a predicament would not have arisen. Do you think I would praise you? I am merely stating the truth of your shortcomings. Chen Yang was utterly candid, directing his remarks at them without reservation. Zhong Haifeng's mother wore an expression of considerable displeasure, caught off guard and momentarily speechless by his pointed comments. The Chen family is not a prominent household. We are not suited to marrying into high society, nor could we sustain such a union. With Zhong Haifeng in her current state, we certainly cannot afford to support her. I believe it would be far better for anyone truly affluent to take her back and provide for her as a lady of means. We are but ordinary folk. We cannot bear such a burden. Therefore, I suggest you take her back and marry her off to someone else. Perhaps she might find a better life elsewhere. For in our home, she would indeed be subjected to undue hardship. Upon hearing this, Zhong Haifeng's complexion drained of color. I had been contemplating drawing support from your family, and now you suddenly demand that I divorce? Is this some sort of jest? Moreover, while Chen Yang's words seemed to encourage her to enter marriage, they subtly implied her inadequacies. In essence, what he conveyed was that your divorce is a result of your exceptional qualities, which our family cannot match. The underlying message was that we cannot afford your presence. You cannot even handle household chores and are merely a burden. It would be best for you to leave. Both mother and daughter appeared ghastly pale, unable to contend with Chen Yang's piercing remarks, rendered speechless by the brevity of his words. Chapter 86. Dealing with them, Zhong Haifeng's mother, lacking in decisiveness yet accustomed to a confrontational demeanor, suddenly devised a plan as she found herself cornered by Chen Yang's relentless pressure. She seized Zhong Haifeng and struck her twice. Well, I did not arrange your marriage to Wang He for you to squander it like this. Look at the mess you've made. You have failed utterly in your duties as a wife, and now you have provoked your father-in-law into speaking ill of you. Is this how you conduct yourself? In an instant, the force of the slaps left Zhong Haifeng dazed. I allowed you to be idle here, to live off others. How could I have given birth to such a daughter? As her mother, she felt compelled to assert her authority, directing her ire toward Zhong Haifeng. Watching this unfold, Chen Wangjing suddenly felt a jolt of realization. He understood why his father had been so insistent, why he had invited the onlookers to witness the spectacle. What began as an exceedingly passive situation had been masterfully turned around by his father, reclaiming not only the money taken by Zhong Tao and his wife, but even compelling Zhong Haifeng's mother to strike her own daughter. This maneuver was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, leaving him utterly bewildered. Upon reflection, he realized that his father had always been an astute strategist. Otherwise, he could not have navigated the tumultuous waters of the factory environment for decades, securing his position as workshop director, even outshining the manager, Director Zhou, despite the latter's superior status. My father is nothing short of a monster. For the first time, I felt utterly powerless before him. In other words, if I were to switch places with Zhong Haifeng or Zhong Tao, facing my father's tempestuous onslaught, I would find myself equally helpless, merely being led by the nose. It is truly astounding. Reflecting on the last time my father dealt with my uncle and mother-in-law, I broke into a sweat. It was terrifying. As for the foolish Zhong Haifeng, she was left dazed, unable to distinguish east from west. Her sole thought was how everything had spiraled to this point. She sat there, like a fool, speechless after being slapped repeatedly by her mother. However, the others found amusement in the spectacle. They believed that over the years, Chen Yang had been exceedingly accommodating, and this time he had finally reclaimed some dignity. Zhong Haifeng's mother, now forced to strike her daughter, felt a deep anguish she could share with no one, all the while casting longing glances at Chen Yang. While Chen Yang internally reveled in the situation, his face wore an expression of disdain. I must say, your parenting skills leave much to be desired. How can a child turn out like this, merely indulging in laziness? Had we known Haifeng was like this, we would never have allowed her to marry into our family. Although we come from humble beginnings, we pride ourselves on diligence and thrift. Yes, indeed, it is my poor teaching, and I apologize to you, my dear in-laws. Zhong Haifeng's mother could only nod incessantly, utterly lacking in any means of retort, resigned to her fate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhong Haifeng's father hurriedly returned. This is the money our family borrowed over the years. I apologize for the delay in repayment. Here, we return it to you, a total of 2,800. Upon saying this, he handed over the sum to Chen Yang. Chen Yang accepted the money and inspected it, almost bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Chen Wang has stood there dumbfounded. This was all his hard-earned money, the fruits of his labor. In those times, 2,800 was a substantial amount. I must ask, at your age, shouldn't you be considering your family? How could you be so preoccupied with your son-in-law as finances? My family S. Chen Yang is not a son-in-law by marriage. Even if he were, it would be your responsibility to provide him with funds, not the other way around. How can a person of your age live like a child? Utterly clueless? After taking the money, Chen Yang was not yet finished with him and continued to scold him. Zhong Tao was cursing inwardly, yet he had to maintain a smiling facade. What choice did he have? Chen Yang was undeniably in a position of power now. Today's events had been clarified, and he expressed his gratitude to the gathered neighbors and elders, urging everyone to return home. Chen Yang smiled and clasped his fists in thanks. The onlookers had truly feasted on this spectacle. The couple, Zhong Tao and his wife, could no longer bear to remain in this place, hastily fleeing together. This was truly a moment of profound embarrassment. Their disheveled escape provoked laughter from others in the alley, while many raised their thumbs in admiration for Chen Yang. Impressive. Old Chen Yang chuckled, expressing his gratitude to the crowd as they departed. Once the courtyard door was shut, only Chen Wangjing, Chen Wanghe, and Zhong Haifeng with her 2 children remained inside. Observing Zhong Haifeng, who appeared utterly stunned by the events, Chen Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. Now that you're no longer arrogant before me, I eagerly await the moment when you come to me for money to treat your ailments. Back then you were so haughty, and now you have lost your bravado. Zhong Haifeng, as my father-in-law, let me remind you of something. You must diligently fulfill your responsibilities. While you may not have expected your son-in-law to achieve greatness, you still have obligations to uphold. If you cannot fulfill your duties as a daughter-in-law, then perhaps you should consider leaving our family and seeking a divorce. My temperament is not one to be trifled with. I will commend you for good work, but I shall be straightforward in criticizing poor performance. If you find this unfair, you are free to leave, and I will not stand in your way. Zhong Haifeng dared not depart. After all, life in their household was quite agreeable, and she had no desire to leave. Moreover, the turmoil instigated by Chen Yang had effectively severed her options. Departing now would mean the entire community would be aware of the events that transpired here. So, would she truly leave? Her expression turned awkward, as the arrogance she once possessed had vanished. Chen Yang, uninterested in their plight, retreated for a refreshing afternoon nap. Meanwhile, Chen Wangjing appeared anxious, disregarding everything to rush to his mother-in-law's house. Wife, please return quickly and do not quarrel with your father. Your anger serves no purpose. Chen Wangjing recounted the events to Lu Kai. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai felt a surge of anxiety. What madness is this? Why is everything in such disarray? It has become increasingly difficult to comprehend Chen Yang's actions. Chapter 87. The Rivalry of Sisters-in-Law Mother. What on earth has happened with his father? Why has he been so ferociously aggressive towards us lately? How are we to live like this? Lu Kai had actually returned to vent her frustrations to her mother, Yi Hui, and her sister-in-law regarding Chen Yang's outrageous actions during the new year. After suffering a setback last time, she was cautious to avoid being too brazen, especially in Chen Yang's presence. However, his behavior was becoming intolerable, prompting her to seek counsel. To her surprise, matters had escalated into this chaotic situation with Zhong Haifeng's family. Yi Hui, equally baffled by Chen Yang, had become cautious after their previous encounter. Upon hearing Lu Kai's lament, she quickly shook her head, saying, "Enough. You should return swiftly. Your father-in-law has gone mad, snapping at everyone he encounters. I suspect he has been bitten by a rabid dog." Zhong Haifeng had no choice but to rise and prepare to return home with the child. However, at that moment, Chen Wangjing awkwardly intercepted Lu Kai, a troubled expression on his face as he addressed Yi Hui. "Mother-in-law, I believe we need to clarify a matter thoroughly. Otherwise, with the new year approaching and my father's current temperament, I fear things might become quite uncomfortable." "What matter?" Yi Hui replied, her gaze fixed on him with suspicion. This incident stemmed from Haifeng unilaterally taking money back to her maternal home. "I sense that my father is particularly fixated on this issue. Shouldn't we sort out our family's finances as well? Otherwise, he might seize upon this matter and create further complications." Chen Wangjing, why have you come to me with such concerns? Are you trying to play tricks? What are you really trying to convey? Upon hearing the mention of money, Yi Hui immediately tensed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Why are you so anxious? I speak only the truth. I fear my father might come here and stir up trouble. He seems to have changed drastically, as if he no longer cares about anything. Previously, he was a man who valued his reputation, reluctant to let neighbors know about our family matters, but now it is quite the opposite. He even invites them over. Sometimes, I am genuinely frightened of him. I dread the thought of him coming to find you, especially with the new year approaching. Yi Hui glared at Chen Yang, her face pale with anger. What do you mean by that? Isn't all the money meant to honor my mother? Do you think it can just be taken back? Stop harboring such thoughts. Liu Kai scolded Chen Yang fiercely. You have no other motives? You simply wish to prevent your father from causing a scene here? How dare he? Lu Deong returned, and upon hearing this, exploded in anger. What does he think he is? Last time we suffered at your home, with all those neighbors bullying us. Do you think I am unaware? He wouldn't dare to come to our house and cause a ruckus. Even if you lend him a few ounces of courage, he wouldn't dare. Chen Yang, feeling somewhat cowardly at this moment, forced out a laugh. In truth, he had noticed Chen Yang had returned with the money, and a sense of ambition stirred within him. After struggling to obtain funds for building a house from Chen Yang for so long, he began to entertain the notion that if he could reclaim some money from his mother-in-law, it wouldn't be impossible to construct a home. However, upon probing, he realized that the family was not easily fooled. Once the money had left, it was challenging to retrieve. Chen Yang, do not think we are oblivious to your intentions. Spare us your schemes regarding our household. For years, your family has feasted at our expense, and the little money you took from us has long been consumed. Now you wish to ask us for more? Have you lost your sense of propriety? Lu Deong, still seething from his previous defeat at Chen Yang's hands, harbored a deep-seated grudge. Seeing Chen Yang dare to approach him only intensified his fury. If he couldn't take down Chen Yang, how could he not handle Chen Yang? Chen Yang smiled awkwardly, refraining from further comment, and gestured for Lu Kai to return home. I do not wish to go back. Unexpectedly, Lu Kai has also become quite irate and shows no intention of returning. Chen Yangjing's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel before her. Kai, we must not act recklessly. Father is in a foul mood. I suspect he's going through a midlife crisis. If we provoke him, our household will be in disarray, and I am certain you would not wish for such turmoil. Please, let us return at once and cease this nonsense. Who is causing a ruckus? I merely wish to build a house. I no longer want to live with your father. Why should I have to endure that? The more I think about it, the angrier I become. It was evident that Lu Kai was indeed quite upset. Let us return and discuss this matter with father calmly. Chen Yang could only concede, and Lu Kai, with no alternative, finally agreed to accompany him home. Chen Yang sighed in relief as he hurriedly left with the child. When Chen Yang awoke, he discovered that both Lu Kai and Chen Yang had returned. It was fortunate that he did not notice Lu Kai at first. However, upon seeing Chen Yang, memories of prior events flooded back. Chen Yang, did you manage to retrieve the money that was taken from your family? Chen Yang felt a surge of joy but dared not show it, instead wearing a troubled expression. I believe we should let this matter go. After all, we are family. Chen Yang intentionally stated. On the side, Zhong Kaifeng expressed her discontent. What do you mean by family? Are my parents not family? Today, father acted violently, making this situation quite embarrassing. Shouldn't their family return what is rightfully ours? Lu Kai, alarmed, interjected, Zhong Kaifeng, what do you mean by that? Your family matters are yours, and mine are mine. Please do not drag my family into this. What do you mean by dragging into? Is not the money earned by second brother his? It must be returned. All of it. Zhong Kaifeng was merely venting her frustrations. There was nothing more to it. She was irritated that only their family's money should be returned. You must reclaim yours as well. Not a single cent less. In truth, the one most pleased in this scenario was Chen Yang. He realized that he could not acquire funds from his father to build a house. His only hope lay in reclaiming the money he had previously expended. Yet, fearing both Lu Kai and Lu Deong, he nodded in agreement upon hearing this, even contemplating embellishing the situation further. Zhong Kaifeng, I believe you are deliberately targeting our family. Lu Kai exclaimed angrily at Zhong Kaifeng. This money must be returned. Zhong Kaifeng was indeed focused on Lu Kai's family, and she turned to Chen Yang, insisting that they could not merely reclaim their family's money. They must also retrieve his. Second brother, how much money have you given them over the years? Not a cent less. It must all be returned. Otherwise, your mother-in-law, a widow, might be thought to have had relations with your father. Chapter 88. Familial conflicts. Zhong Kaifeng was truly at her wit's end. She felt her family had suffered tremendous humiliation. Yet she could not contend with Chen Yang. Observing that the issue with Lu Kai remained unresolved, she felt a sense of imbalance and was determined to reclaim that sum of money. Moreover, he harbored another notion. Should Chen Yang choose to allocate the money for his own housing, it would be perceived as wealth he had rightfully earned. However, if the funds from Chen Wangjing were not retrieved, and subsequently, Chen Yang were to provide him with an alternative residence, it would result in a financial loss for himself. After all, the money Chen Yang would be utilizing was indeed his own, not earnings accrued by Chen Wangjing. Comparatively, this would signify a detriment to his own interests. Thus, Zhong Haifeng felt a sense of imbalance. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to seize the initiative this time. In truth, Lu Kai was not oblivious to this reasoning. However, she was reluctant. Her reluctance stemmed from several factors. Firstly, she understood that her parents might not be able to provide the necessary funds. Secondly, she felt a sense of humiliation. The mere retrieval of the money would imply that Chen Wangjing could potentially dictate the dynamics of their relationship, which made her unwilling to concede. Chen Yang, observing the tumultuous altercation between the two sisters-in-law, smirked coldly to himself. Ultimately, he was not concerned with familial harmony. He merely sought to vindicate himself. Their quarrels, even if they resorted to slapping each other today and tomorrow, held no consequence for him. Having grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, his own well-being was paramount. Their disputes were their own affair. Now that the two sisters-in-law were at odds over this matter, he was pleased to witness it unfold. He promptly turned his attention to Chen Wangjing. I believe Haifeng has a valid point. We cannot show favoritism within our family. How much has your family actually taken? Father, I have worked longer than Wang He, and my salary is slightly higher. I contribute at least 150 each month. Let us calculate it over 3 years. That amounts to 1,800 a year, totaling 5,400 over 3 years. By all rights, I should have that sum in my savings account. Let's take a look, Chen Yang declared, resolutely taking a seat. Goodness, it is often said that a fair judge finds it challenging to resolve family disputes, but today, I, Chen Xingtian, must adjudicate my own domestic affairs. Chen Wangjing hurriedly prepared to retrieve the savings book. Yet, after a few steps, he turned to Lu Kai. Hand me the key so I can access the cabinet and examine the savings book. Not a chance. Why should I show it to you? Lu Kai sprang up, as if someone had stepped on her tail. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. At that moment, Chen Wanghe also caught on and began to speak sarcastically. Second sister-in-law. This is your fault, is it not? We, as brothers, are present. Anything that should be revealed must be shown to everyone. My second brother works hard for his income. While we have no objections to you honoring your mother during ordinary times, you cannot hoard it away. It's several thousand yuan. My elder brother has worked for years to reclaim this. How can you possibly take it all away? Who do you think you are? This is my family matter. It is not your place to meddle. Lu Kai retorted through clenched teeth. Chen Wangjing, you have truly disappointed me. Chen Yang sighed, gazing at Chen Wangjing. I had initially considered suggesting that you both take out the money and distribute it fairly. If you truly found yourselves lacking, I could supplement your funds, and then the house could be built. However, given your current demeanor, I believe it would be best to forego the construction of that house. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Chen Wangjing's eyes brightened, and he urgently turned to Lu Kai, exclaiming, Kai, quickly, let us see how much money we have left. I know that Dad will still give us some funds. Lu Kai, however, remained adamant, declaring, I won't look. This is between the two of us. Second brother, this won't do. Chen Wanghe interjected. The reason sister-in-law is reluctant to reveal the contents is likely because all the money has been given to others, hasn't it? It seems she does not regard our home as her own, but rather her own family as paramount. Curving her elbow outward, Chen Wanghe's sarcasm stung. Chen Wangjing, feeling cornered by both Chen Yang and Chen Wanghe, was vexed especially since he was eager to reclaim the funds. After all, spurred by his father, he felt beset by issues at every turn. Observing Lu Kai's obstinacy ignited his fury, and in a moment of rage, he struck her across the face. With a sharp sound echoing in the air, Lu Kai gasped in shock. "You must reveal the contents, so do so. Are you trying to provoke me?" Chen Wangjing snapped, anger rising within him. "Do you think I am unaware of how much you have secretly given to your mother over the years? Most of the time, I turn a blind eye, but with our family facing such dire straits, you must comply. We need funds to build our house." Stunned by the slap, Lu Kai stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Chen Wangjing wasted no time. He seized the keys from her and hurriedly opened a cabinet that was typically only accessible to Lu Kai, retrieving a passbook from within. Upon glancing at the figures inscribed on the passbook, his heart sank. He had merely estimated the amount to be well over 500 yuan over the years. Yet now he found a mere 680 yuan. Chen Wangjing felt darkness envelop him. Previously, she had mentioned that their father had some money, and he had thought to extract some from him, believing they could postpone using their own funds until after the house was built. It turned out that her inability to produce funds stemmed from the fact that the savings were nearly depleted. Only a paltry sum remained. He had conservatively estimated 400 yuan, but now there was nothing more than this meager amount left. She had given away his hard-earned money to her brother and mother, which was why she had been so hesitant to let him know. Fuming, Chen Wangjing emerged with the passbook, nearly a loss for words. "How much is left?" Chen Wanghe inquired with curiosity. "Only 680 yuan remains. After all these years of toiling, this is all that is left." Chen Wangjing was on the verge of breaking down as he thrust the passbook towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang glanced at it and confirmed the paltry sum of 680 yuan, even flipping through the pages to see detailed records of every transaction. "Foolish boy," Chen Yang admonished, exasperation evident in his tone. "You can't even safeguard your own earnings, and yet wish to pry into my finances? Your own household has been plundered, you foolish child." Chen Wangjing was on the verge of tears. "You say that the two of you, as a couple, spent my money without any issues. But look at what you are doing now. This is not spending your own money. It is clearly squandering mine. How can you still have the audacity? I have never used your money." Chen Yang smirked and continued to add fuel to the fire. Chapter 89. Not leaving is for the grandson. At this moment, Chen Wangjing was truly on the brink of collapse. But now, there is only this little money left. What are we to do? Chen Wangjing felt utterly numb, pitifully gazing at Chen Yang with tear-filled eyes, as if he might crumble at any moment. He simply could not accept that he was left with so little money. Beside him, Chen Wang felt a sense of satisfaction, achieving a psychological balance. "Our second brother is not much different from the third. They are quite similar. Can you build a house with just over 600? Chen Yang inquired. "Is it that cheap? Building a house must cost several thousand, right? This amount is far from sufficient. If it's not enough, then there is nothing we can do." Chen Yang deliberately posed the question, fully aware of the costs associated with building. He looked at his second son with a sympathetic expression. "You've certainly taken a loss this time. As for the house, I think we should postpone that matter. If it's truly unfeasible, we can reassess later. There's no rush." The more Chen Yang said this, the more anxious Chen Wangjing became, especially as he recalled that his younger brother had retrieved his money, while his own remained uncertain. This thought made his heart race, as if a swarm of ants were gnawing at him. No, he was certain that this money had also been given to his brother and mother. He had to retrieve it no matter what, for it was the family's money. "Dad, think of a way to help me get this money back. We cannot allow them to squander it. It's my hard-earned money, my blood and sweat. Why should it go to them? I refuse to accept this. Money is more precious than any kinship." Previously, the couple had been intent on extracting some funds from Chen Yang to build a house. But now, with a subtle maneuver, Chen Yang had shattered the trust between them, causing Chen Wangjing to side with Chen Yang. "What can we do?" Chen Yang knew full well the intentions behind his son's words, feigning ignorance. After some contemplation, Chen Wangjing hesitated, unsure of his own course of action. "How can we retrieve my money like we did from the Haifeng family? We should find them. Once we do, they must return our family's money. It was my earnings, and it has nothing to do with them. Why should it not be returned? Chen Wang Jing, what do you intend to do? Lu Kai's voice trembled. What do I intend to do? Do you not understand? You must retrieve my money. If you do not, I will go find them. I simply want my own money. Is that so wrong? How dare you speak to me after what you've done? Chen Wang Jing was evidently furious. Raising his voice at her, Lu Kai's expression darkened. Although she had not witnessed the afternoon's events firsthand, she could roughly surmise what had transpired. In that case, let's go tomorrow. Upon his rebirth, Chen Yang felt a surge of anger and yearned to expel it all at once. He believed he could gradually manage his children, but he was particularly eager to confront those relatives who had previously stirred trouble in front of him, especially the ones who incited his sons and daughters-in-law. Really? Chen Wang Jing, feeling intimidated, dared not face the situation alone. Upon hearing his father express willingness to confront the matter, a smile spread across his face. Can you go by yourself? I certainly cannot. Chen Wang Jing quickly shook his head, fully aware of their family's circumstances, particularly regarding Lu Daong, who is known for his ferocity. He possesses no real capability, yet speaks to me with utter disrespect despite having taken so much of my money. I dare not provoke him. This is your task. He's afraid of you. You dealt with him quite thoroughly last time at our home. He didn't dare utter a word. Chen Yang felt a flicker of anger ignite within him. What use was this troublesome son? However, assisting him was secondary. His primary intention was to stir chaos at Lu Kai's maternal home. In your previous life, you constantly devised insidious schemes to ensnare my daughter. This time, I shall pay you a visit and demonstrate the strength of Chen Yang. Since you say so, I shall agree. Together, we will retrieve the money. If you dare go, I will divorce you. Lu Kai glared at Chen Wang Jing, gritting her teeth. Divorce. Chen Wang Jing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chen Yang to interject with a clap of his hands. Divorce it is, but the one who remains is my grandson. Chen Wanghe, witnessing his father's demeanor, suddenly sensed impending doom. This was troubling. His father seemed utterly unconcerned, even willing to provoke a divorce between his son and daughter-in-law. It was no wonder that his father had been acting so liberally of late. He appeared to have no intention of living a proper life anymore. Chen Wanghe, an astute observer, recognized the underlying issues and was momentarily taken aback, though he concealed his astonishment well, fearful of revealing his thoughts. He contemplated the implications of having such a seemingly useless person as his spouse, constantly causing turmoil in their household, contributing nothing but children. Is possessing a womb such an accomplishment? There are plenty of women out there. What makes you so special? Divorce. It would be for the better. We must reclaim that few thousand yuan. Do not think that severing ties allows you to evade responsibility. In my domain, there is no such thing as defaulting on debts. If you do not divorce today, you remain my grandson. Chen Yang, filled with fury, stormed off to his room, refusing to engage further in conversation. The atmosphere grew tense to an unbearable degree. Chen Wanghe instinctively recoiled, realizing he was perhaps ill-suited to remain in this environment, as any misstep might implicate him as well. He chuckled awkwardly, hunched his shoulders, and swiftly exited the scene. Moments later, Zhong Haifeng followed him inside. I advise you to avoid provoking Dad. Have you noticed? He now seems fearless, unburdened by any ties, even encouraging our divorces, which is unlike the father we knew. Seated on the bed, Chen Wanghe felt a pang of trepidation. Originally, Zhong Haifeng was filled with anger, but upon hearing his words and recalling the humiliation she endured from Chen Yang that afternoon, she found herself indifferent to the notion of divorce. A sudden realization struck her. Let me tell you, Zhong Haifeng, it would be wise for you not to provoke him further. Even if I were to divorce you, I could still thrive. At worst, I would simply marry another. While these words appeared somewhat callous, they reflected the harsh reality. After all, she had worked tirelessly since her separation from her father. I refuse to engage in such matters. You must think carefully. If you continue to create chaos and your father decides to intervene, do not seek my assistance, for I cannot and will not help you. Zhong Haifeng's face turned ashen with fury. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by me causing chaos? Aren't you doing the same? Do you truly believe you are in the right? Whether I am right or wrong is not for you to judge. If it weren't for your parents stirring up trouble from behind, do you think my father and I would have this strained relationship? How dare you speak of them? Speak another word, and I shall strike you. Do you believe me? Chapter 90. Seeking money. As the argument escalated, Chen Yang's furious shout suddenly pierced the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. Get to the kitchen and prepare dinner, or do you wish to starve? Lu Kai and Zhong Kaifeng both shuddered at his words. Promptly heading to the kitchen, after a long day of activity, Chen Wangling finally returned home. On the way, he had heard about the event from that afternoon, and he felt a mixture of surprise and delight. He hurriedly brought Wang Jia inside, only to find his father asleep in the room. "Father!" Chen Wangling called out as he entered, addressing the still slumbering Chen Yang. Chen Yang opened his eyes and smiled upon seeing the mother and daughter. "I heard something occurred in our household this afternoon. When has anything not happened in our home? Your two sisters-in-law and two younger sisters are like for lunatics, constantly causing a ruckus." Chen Wangling chuckled at his father's words. It seemed that he had become increasingly open-minded in the past. He might have been upset by such remarks. Now, however, he made light of it. She felt quite pleased with this change. "Your slap to Lu Kai yesterday was excellent. Maintain this attitude moving forward. If they dare to act out, simply slap them without explanation." "Father, I actually intend to follow your example." To her surprise, Chen Wangling spoke seriously. "Throughout my life, I have emulated you and Mother. You both believe that for our family to be harmonious, I should endure some discomfort. However, if you believe I should pursue my own comfort, then I shall do as you suggest, without any ulterior motive." Chen Yang felt a wave of emotion at her words. Indeed, his dear daughter had always looked up to him as a role model. In his previous life, he had endured hardships for her sake, but now he would no longer subject himself to such trials. She was gradually aligning herself with his views, for she would always stand by his side. "I owe you an apology," Chen Yang spoke softly. "What nonsense are you saying? There are many who have wronged me in this world, but you are not among them. If it weren't for you, Jia and I would be lost." Chen Yang smiled gently. "Let's not dwell on this any longer. It is time to eat." At this moment, the meal outside was already prepared, yet Lu Kai and Zhong Haifeng, who had cooked, wore expressions that suggested they were owed a substantial sum, as if someone had defaulted on an 8 million debt. Chen Yang chose to disregard their sour demeanor, showing no concern for their expressions. Instead, he observed closely and noted the absence of one individual. Where was Chen Wangwei? As he began to eat, he casually inquired. "Have I not seen him all day?" It seemed he had become upset the previous night and had not returned since. "Dad, should we go look for him? After all, a girl shouldn't be out alone, especially when the situation is not entirely safe. What if something were to happen?" Despite her firm stance with her father, Chen Wangling couldn't help but worry about her sister. "Let him be. He can go wherever he pleases, and whether he returns or not is of no concern to me," Chen Yang remarked casually. The others remained silent, not uttering a word. Chen Wangjing was preparing to visit Yi Hui's home the next day. After finishing his meal, he left his dishes and, along with Wang Jia, who had also finished, went out for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Chen Wangjing let out a sigh of relief. However, just as he stepped out, Lu Kai seized him, her teeth clenched in anger. "You're truly going to follow him? It's only right to repay debts. There's over 4,000 missing. Do you not intend to recover that? Very well. As a son-in-law, I shall be filial and give him 500 from that 4,000. Surely that suffices. But the rest must be reclaimed, or what does that say?" Lu Kai glared at him. "If you dare go, I will divorce you," she warned through gritted teeth. "How about this? Do you have any money?" Chen Wangjing, seeing that Chen Wang and the rest had retrieved their funds, felt a surge of temptation. He was unwilling to let go of this money without a fight. "If you have funds, just replace the over 4,000, and I won't pursue them." He continued, "Besides, think about how your elder brother has consumed my resources and spent my earnings while treating me with such disdain. It infuriates me. Human nature is such that once shattered, it easily breeds thoughts and attitudes that would not have existed otherwise." Had Chen Yang not intervened midway, this situation might have remained undisturbed, and perhaps Chen Wangjing would have simply endured. With Chen Yang acting as a financial leech for them, their fiscal troubles would not have surfaced. thereby obscuring any conflicts with Yi Hui's family. However, the crux of the matter lay in Chen Yang's unwelcome interference, which intensified the conflict and introduced financial issues. Consequently, Chen Wangjing's relationship with them was bound to sour. More importantly, Chen Yang was the pillar of the Chen family at the height of his vigor, and his capabilities surpassed those of his siblings. Weighing the pros and cons, Chen Wangjing naturally leaned towards Chen Yang. Chen Wangjing, you said it yourself. Let me add one last word. If you dare approach my mother tomorrow regarding this matter and ask her for money, I will not let you off easily. I will certainly divorce you. Lu Kai realized that her words held little sway over Chen Wangjing. He was wholly unresponsive to her pleas, leaving her exasperated to the point of tears. Lu Kai, why are you weeping before me? What is the reason for your tears? Chen Wangjing, too, was infuriated. Your antics are quite amusing. The money I've earned through hard work, you so generously allocate to your mother and brother. On what basis? What do my years of toil amount to? Is your mind unhinged? Chen Wangjing, in truth, has long been somewhat of a submissive man, with little authority at home, often dominated by his wife. To raise his voice to her, as he did today, is unprecedented. Yet here he was, not only speaking out, but doing so with remarkable volume. Lu Kai's expression shifted, becoming markedly unpleasant. Each day, you accomplish nothing. My father's words ring true. How can you fulfill the role of a daughter-in-law in such a manner? Not only do you shirk responsibilities, but you also dare to use money for others. I have yet to strike you. The more Chen Wangjing pondered, the angrier he grew, his words turning increasingly harsh. Lu Kai's countenance transformed several times, ultimately leaving her silent as she watched him depart. The following day, Chen Wangling continued his endeavors, while others, such as Chen Wang and Chen Wanghu, were stirred with restlessness, particularly Chen Wangjing, the very subject of this matter. I shall go as well, rushed out Zhong Haifeng, insisting on joining him. After all, if the money were not divided, it would be preferable to retrieve it. I cannot acquiesce to this. Lu Kai's face blanched with fury. Let us go, Chen Yang interjected, leading the way without further ado. The others followed suit, resembling soldiers preparing for battle, each exuding a spirit of determination, save for Lu Kai, who was enveloped in trepidation. Chapter 91. Dealing with Yi Hui. Lu Kai's family, Yi Hui and Lu Deong, were engaged in discussions regarding the upcoming New Year festivities. With only a few days remaining, preparations must be made. Mother, we currently have little money. How shall we celebrate the New Year? Let Kai speak with Chen Wangjing to procure some funds for a prosperous celebration. We ought to buy new clothes for the children and my wife. Otherwise, the festivities will lack joy. Indeed, mother, they have jobs, and during the New Year, are they not given rice, flour, and oil? We do not have such employment. You should ask him to bring something or provide some money. Our two children need new outfits. Otherwise, our neighbors will think we are celebrating in a miserly fashion. The daughter-in-law echoed this sentiment. For reasons unknown, Yi Hui felt an unsettling apprehension, sensing that something ominous was on the horizon. Let us not rush. Their household has been tumultuous lately. Even if we need assistance, there is no urgency. Our families are not far apart. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Hui spoke. Is it because of the conflict with Chen Yang that you are apprehensive? What is there to fear? We are merely asking Chen Wangjing for assistance. Chen Wangjing, that fool, is oblivious. Whatever sum he is asked to provide, he will oblige, behaving like a dog before Kai. At that moment, a familiar voice trembled as it inquired, Who are you calling a dog? Who the hell are you referring to as a dog? Several individuals entered, and the one at the forefront, trembling as he spoke, was none other than Chen Wangjing. At this juncture, Chen Wangjing was still youthful, believing that his kindness towards his in-laws would garner their appreciation. The outcome is rather disheartening. It seems that the elder brother-in-law has completely demeaned himself. How outrageous! Consuming my food and drink, yet he dares to liken me to a dog. I am more like your father. Chen Wangjing was already seething, particularly due to Lu Kai's disappointing demeanor, and this remark only ignited his fury further, as he pointed an accusing finger at Lu Deong. What did you say? Lu Deong, undaunted, responded with a slap across Chen Wangjing's face, exclaiming, Damn it. I am your elder brother-in-law. Speak to me with some respect. Just as those words left his lips, Chen Yang approached from behind and delivered a swift kick to Lu Daong, sending him crashing to the ground. Lu Daong, startled, struggled to rise while enduring the pain. However, as soon as he regained his footing, Chen Yang advanced once more, striking him across the face. Well done, Chen Wangjing thought, nearly overwhelmed with emotion at his father's intervention. In the critical moment, it was indeed his father who stepped in to defend him. You truly are a disappointment, Chen Yang scolded, casting a glance at Chen Wangjing. Can't you handle him? Are you afraid you won't prevail? With your two younger brothers present and your father here, you should beat him senseless. What are you doing? Chen Yang, are you bullying him? Yi Hui quivered at the sight of Chen Yang, almost screaming in terror. Bullying your mother, you foolish thing. Chen Yang shot him a glare and continued. I came to inform you to return my son's money. The account has dwindled from over 5,400 to just 680. You need to make up the difference of over 4,000, or I swear I'll take your life. Lu Daong was seething with rage and attempted to retort. But Chen Yang swiftly struck him again and kicked him, sending him sprawling on the ground. Adults are speaking. What place do you have to interject? Do you understand the concept of politeness? Chen Yang cast him a disdainful glance. Terrified by the force of Chen Yang's blows, Lu Daong looked up in fear, momentarily silenced. Take out. Chen Yang glutted at Chen Wangjing. Why are you still standing there? Bring forth the amount owed and show it to her. Let her reimburse you. Chen Wangjing finally comprehended the urgency and hurriedly retrieved the bill, presenting it before Yi Hui. Upon seeing the staggering figure of over 4,000, Yi Hui's hands trembled with rage, feeling cold as ice. What is the meaning of this? Are you demanding money from me? Are you asking for money? We are asking you to repay us. Chen Yang chuckled. At that moment, it seemed that the commotion had caught the attention of the neighbors, who began to curiously glance over, and soon a crowd gathered outside. Everyone come inside. I will explain everything to you word for word. Chen Yang, undeterred by the presence of onlookers, stood firm, even knowing that Lu Daong was a local troublemaker, not well liked by the neighbors for his petty thievery. Angrily, having lost her husband at an early age and raising her children alone, was indeed a strong-willed individual, never one to suffer losses. Thus her relationships with the neighbors were far from amicable. Unlike the ease with which she had previously dominated Zhong Tao and his wife in her own home, she found herself in a challenging predicament now. Yi Hui, isn't this your in-law? Indeed, I have seen you before. What are you all up to? In an instant, the curious neighbors approached, eager to inquire about the situation, their interest palpable. What business is it of yours? Get out of my house. Do you have any right to intrude? As Yi Hui observed the throng of neighbors, anxiety welled within her, prompting her to wave them away. This illustrates the distinction between the wise and the foolish. Were it Chen Yang in this predicament, he would never adopt such a dismissive demeanor towards the neighbors, for they could potentially serve as a support. Even if they were merely spectators to his affairs, a gentler approach would be warranted, rather than such an ungracious manner. However, after the untimely death of her husband, Yi Hui had to navigate life as a single woman, which had led her to adopt such a brusque attitude. We cannot simply look away. Indeed, a neighbor with whom they had a contentious history shot her a glare. Fine, I want to enter your home, but I can certainly observe from the yard. I refuse to be deterred. Yi Hui's in-laws chimed in, expressing their desire to uncover the truth. Are you attempting to highlight Lu Daong's faults? No need for your input. We are already aware. Just the other day, I lost several bills from my home, and I suspect he is the thief. The chicken that went missing from my house 2 days ago mysteriously appeared in their soup the following day. I can't help but wonder if it was pilfered from my own kitchen. Just the other day, I bought some snacks for my 2 children, only to find her grandchildren devouring them. Damn it, I suspect Lu Daong was behind it. His grandchildren could never compete with mine. In an instant, grievances erupted, with accusations flying towards either Lu Daong or Yi Hui, the remarks growing increasingly harsh. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's eyes narrowed. This is manageable. It would be a trivial matter to hold accountable someone so despised by the community. Allow me to share a word of wisdom. Chen Yang chucklet, employing his usual method of addressing the Zhong Tao couple, presenting the facts clearly and thoroughly. Ladies and gentlemen, Several thousand yuan vanish from my household. Is it not absurd for a daughter to be married off yet still consumed from her parents' home? Furthermore, I believe you can all discern the attitude towards my son. Is it acceptable for them to conduct themselves in such a manner? It is only natural for my son to seek assistance from her as he embarks on building a house. Chapter 92. The debt must be repaid. This provoked an uproar. It is only right. Without a doubt, this family exhibits such an attitude. Upon hearing you, I find this sentiment resonates deeply. Indeed, that is the very essence of it. They embody malice, while her own son is a mere wastrel, reliant on your son. Look at her son, skipping classes, while she herself is utterly idle. Her daughter-in-law is even more inept, having borne 2 grandchildren yet remaining equally useless. They have clearly calculated that your family possesses wealth, and they intend to feast upon it. They do not merely exploit your son-in-law's family. They bully us as well. Who knows how many of our possessions they have pilfered with their petty thievery. Such individuals deserve to be dealt with harshly. Once more, a chorus of accusations erupted, with the absurdity of their claims eliciting both laughter and incredulity. It seemed that within this family, no virtuous soul existed. They were all nefarious, and their foolishness was remarkably evident. Yesterday, Chen Wangjing observed his father managing a particular situation. At that moment, all the neighbors rallied in support of him, while on his mother-in-law's side. Despite their proximity, not a single neighbor stood with her. Instead, they criticized her shortcomings, which filled him with uncontainable joy as he rubbed his hands together, feeling that this time, victory was nearly assured. Do not speak nonsense here. Lu Daong is accustomed to being dominant on this street, he retorted, angered by the many accusations directed at him, ready to erupt in rage. However, Chen Yang was determined to prevent him from having the opportunity to lose his temper. After uttering just a couple of words, he was swiftly kicked out by Chen Yang. What right do you have to speak? Chen Yang shouted, pointing a warning at him. Lu Daong was on the verge of tears. What do you mean by this? Are you bullying me? So everyone thinks it is reasonable for me to reclaim my money, right? Chen Yang smiled, inquiring once more. Reasonable. You should get the car back. The crowd nodded in agreement, relishing the prospect of discord at Yi Hui's home. Look, in law, everyone shares this sentiment. It is not easy for our family to earn money. What is rightfully ours must be returned. Otherwise, it will be a loss of face for us all. Moreover, this is also the hard-earned money of Wangjing. They are planning to build a house now. Reclaiming it would benefit us all. You would be assisting the youth, wouldn't you? Yi Hui was unwilling. Money that had entered her pocket was not easily relinquished. Indeed, mother-in-law, we are preparing to construct a house soon. Could you return the money to me? Chen Wangjing was eager, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This is the money you gave to honor my mother. What gives you the right to take it back? How can this be? Chen Wangjing, if you dare to act this way again today, I will divorce you. Lu Kai interjected, her teeth clenched as she pointed at him. Fine, return the money. If you want to leave, then let us part ways. Chen Yang immediately interjected, everyone listen. Lu Kai does nothing at our home. Simply enjoying good food and idleness. I'm the one who cooks. Does she think we cherish her presence? Let us return the money, as you suggested, and then we will part ways. The one who stays is the grandson. Lu Kai's face turned pale, and those nearby responded with fervor. She is no gem either. She grew up in this alley, lazy from childhood. When has she ever done hard work? Indeed, she avoids any labor, acting like a young lady. It does not consider whether she is deserving of such a title. It will be better if she leaves. She is of no use to anyone, merely an annoyance. And every woman has her own flaws. The crowd, reveling in the spectacle, cheered for Chen Yang. Lu Kai was left flustered. If you do not return my money, I will report you to the police. Is this not theft? You can imagine the consequences. Chen Yang simply chucklet. At that moment, Yi Hui finally sensed the gravity of the situation. It was now right before her eyes, and this matter would soon become public knowledge, making it exceedingly difficult for her to maintain peace on her side. The most prudent course of action at this juncture is to return the money to him, thereby persuading him to cease his disturbances. Chen Yang, you are indeed ruthless. I will return it to you. I will return it to you. Yahweh gritted her teeth. Then hurry and produce the funds. Do you think mere words suffice? Chen Yang interjected. Very well, wait for me. Yahweh hurriedly retreated inside, returning shortly with a savings book in hand, her pace brisk. Lu Deong, along with his wife and 2 children, stood petrified, rendered speechless by the commanding presence of Chen Yang. The onlookers in the neighborhood reveled in the spectacle, their faces alight with amusement. It had been far too long since they had witnessed such an enthralling performance. It provided them with great entertainment. Most importantly, the family was despised in the community, and everyone took pleasure in watching them being put in their place. We may not be able to handle you, but surely someone else can? Now, look at how Chen Wangjing's father has made you submit so thoroughly. Let us see if you dare to be so arrogant in the future. Yahweh returned in haste, a bag in hand, filled to the brim with cash. Here are 300 yuan. This is all the money we possess. With gritted teeth, she extended the money. Chen Wangjing reached out to accept it. But this is insufficient. Chen Yang furrowed his brow. Did you swallow the remaining funds? Is it easy for a child to build a house? You truly are absurd. At your age, how can you conduct yourself like a child? Chen Yang showed no restraint. Even when repaying the debt, he felt compelled to express his disdain, recalling the indignities he had endured in his previous life. The attitude of the children towards him was undoubtedly influenced by those who sought to sow discord. Yet, once he attained wealth, these same individuals flocked to him, and as his relationships deteriorated due to his own folly, he unwittingly distributed his fortune among these children, prompting them to withdraw their affections and further alienate him from his offspring. This time, I shall ensure your downfall one by one. We do not possess such wealth. This is all we can offer. Yahweh capitulated, an embarrassed smile adorning her face as she seemed to plead for leniency from her future in-laws. There is no need for such despair. We must clarify certain matters. Debts must be settled, yet we do not desire to see you destitute. If funds are insufficient, let us draft an IOU, shall we? This way, we can adhere to the terms of the note for repayment, and when our Wangjing comes to reclaim the debt, there will be tangible proof preventing any claims of deceit. As fate would have it, the neighbors are present, bearing witness. Once the document is signed, disputes shall be rendered moot. Chapter 93. The IOU. Chen Yang articulated his proposal splendidly, yet it served to strip away their dignity, casting it to the ground to be trampled. Yahweh trembled with rage, realizing that Chen Yang was being deliberately provocative. Very well, let us write it. Yahweh, unable to endure further, begrudgingly acquiesced to the terms. Shortly thereafter, an IOU was composed, indicating an outstanding debt of 500 yuan. Chen Yang let out a satisfied click of his tongue, replacing it with a smile. Dear in-law, what is the necessity of this? We all desire the best for the children, do we not? If your family is genuinely in financial distress, do not hesitate to inform us. After all, we are relatives, and we would certainly assist with these minor matters. However, it is truly unacceptable for you to discreetly take the money without discussion. Such conduct is not how matters should be handled. Wouldn't you agree? Previously, we may have acted thoughtlessly, but that was merely due to our family's pressing need for funds. I sincerely apologize. Rest assured, such a situation will not arise again. Yihui offered an apology akin to that of a grandson. Yet at that moment, Lu Kai could no longer contain herself. Breaking free from Chen Wangjing's grasp, she stood before her mother, pointing at Chen Wangjing. Chen Wangjing, must you insist on taking matters to such extremes? Very well, if you wish to divorce. Then I will divorce you. Lu Kai cried out, her voice hoarse. Fine, let it be. At these words, Chen Yang immediately clapped his hands in enthusiastic agreement. All the neighbors have heard. It is they who wish to divorce my son, then so be it. After the new year, we shall proceed with the divorce. Chen Wangjing stood there, dumbfounded, thinking, I never mentioned divorce. But Chen Yang would not grant him the opportunity to explain. He addressed the crowd. Dear neighbors, I apologize for subjecting you to such an undignified spectacle today. It is indeed due to our family's lack of discernment at the time of this union that we find ourselves in such a predicament, and I am truly sorry for the embarrassment caused. However, since you all have witnessed this affair, you may serve as witnesses for the proceedings when my son returns next year for the divorce. Regarding financial matters, I may need your cooperation, as you have all seen and understood the circumstances clearly. Thank you. Chen Yang remained gracious, bowing to the crowd before preparing to leave. However, Chen Wangjing was reluctant to depart, as he still had his wife and children present. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes. What is the matter? Do you believe you will never marry again? If she does not wish to return, what can you do? Let her stay here then. She has already expressed her desire for divorce, yet you linger here unwillingly. What do you intend to achieve? Genuine women are rare to find, but such trifles as her are plentiful. You could easily find someone far superior on the street. What is there to cling to? Though his words were harsh, there was a certain truth to them, prompting a wave of applause from the onlookers. Indeed, it seems that Wang Yuan's father possesses a clear understanding of the situation. Who could disagree? It is evident that some matters need not be so entangled. If a divorce is necessary, then so be it. It is not such a grave issue. Indeed, with their family's reputation, who is not aware of their nature? In my opinion, it is truly unwise to continue relations with them. One may well suffer significant losses in the future, but what about the children? Chen Wangjing pointed to the two children. In truth, he felt a surge of anger. Lu Kai had, after all, chosen to side with her family for the sake of money rather than remain with him. Chen Wangjing was particularly displeased. What does this mean? Rest assured, our family will not flee. When the time for divorce comes, we can discuss the children thoroughly. If necessary, we can even settle in court. However, Chen Yang had ulterior motives. These two boys are not particularly virtuous. They can go wherever they please, and Chen Yang is indifferent to their whereabouts. Having been disappointed once, he has no intention of harboring any expectations again. The only reason he engages with them now is to utilize them for his own revenge. For instance, if he approaches Yi Hui and her associates without his children present, his justification would appear weak. Yet, with Chen Wangjing by his side, he possesses ample reason to act. As for everything else, he is utterly unconcerned. Whatever happens is of no consequence to him. If this child has turned out poorly, so be it. Raising another may not yield better results. Thus he feels no attachment. After all, he has a father and a mother. They can raise him, and all consequences are theirs to bear. This is Chen Yang's current mindset. However, Chen Wangjing remains oblivious to this, believing that Chen Yang truly thinks this way, which is why he cheerfully agrees. They come and go swiftly. Ironically, the one most pleased is Zhong Haifeng. After experiencing significant losses at her maternal home yesterday, the Liu family has now incurred their own losses, thus restoring balance and ensuring she has not suffered herself. The family returns home in high spirits. Even Zhong Haifeng wears a broader smile. Yet, as she revels in this joy, Chen Wangxiu approaches her with a knowing smile, reminding her, "What are you so happy about? Now that the second sister won tea return, you'll be the one cooking from now on, so what is there to rejoice?" Zhong Haifeng pauses, suddenly realizing this truth, and her expression darkens. Eldest sister has been enjoying free meals at our home. Just then, Chen Yang enters and glares at her. How has your eldest sister enjoyed free meals? If you don't understand, cease your pointless chatter. And as for you, Chen Wangxiu, stop instigating. From now on, you shall assist her with the cooking. Chen Wangxiu had indeed entered to stir trouble, but was caught by their father, who commanded her to cook alongside Zhong Haifeng, causing her expression to shift dramatically, leaving her unable to retort. Meanwhile, Zhong Haifeng's heart finds equilibrium once more. It seems their father does not single her out. He treats all his children equally, except for the eldest sister. If I must cook, then I will require compensation. However, Chen Wangxiu gritted her teeth and finally articulated her thoughts. If you want to cook, do it. If not, get out and don't step foot in my home. To her surprise, Chen Yang, growing impatient, waved dismissively. I've told you before, you must earn your own tuition. Do not come to me for it. If you're dissatisfied, then leave and do not enter my home. Who would miss you? With that, Chen Yang exited again. Zhong Haifeng watched in astonishment. Her heart, now perfectly balanced. You were once the apple of Father's eye. Look at how he treats you now. It truly is peculiar. Have you somehow offended him? Who hasn't offended him in our family? He treats everyone this way. You must have crossed him. Chen Wangxiu exclaimed in frustration. Why are you taking your anger out on me? If you have the guts, confront our father instead. It's not my words that upset you. You are quite amusing. Zhong Haifeng rolled her eyes, choosing not to engage further. Chapter 94. Each with their own thoughts and truth. The one feeling uneasy here was Chen Wangjing. Why do I have the impression that my father is utterly unconcerned about whether Kai will leave our home and truly divorce me? He glanced at Chen Wangha, who scratched his head. Honestly, although the two brothers harbored their own thoughts, they had grown up together and could communicate rather well. Indeed, considering how he had always fretted over our marriages, it was rather peculiar that he was now indifferent. What do you mean by peculiar? Look at our sister Yakin. He hasn't even inquired about her. Chen Wanghu scoffed, seemingly convinced that his two brothers were lacking in judgment. If you had seen him before, you would know he wasn't like this. I believe if you still wish to lean on our father, you should be more obedient and follow his lead. Follow his lead? Why aren't you following him? Chen Wangjing retorted sharply. What do you know? I am following him now. Chen Wanghu pouted. What about Chen Wangwe? I have no idea. Everyone shook their heads in unison. She's probably out gallivanting again. She hasn't returned for 2 nights now. It seems after being chastised by father. She felt quite uncomfortable and left. Let us not concern ourselves with her. She has grown up enough to know her own actions. Why should we bother so much? This sentiment resonated with the others. Chen Wangwe indeed often came and went at odd hours, usually in the company of dubious companions, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. In truth, Chen Yang was hardly concerned. Before long, the day of the new year arrived. Due to the festivities, even their small shop had closed, as they prepared to spend a peaceful new year with their father. This was Chen Wangling's simple intention, and she acted accordingly. The past few months living with her father had not been easy, especially as he faced tremendous pressure. She was well aware that her younger siblings often wished to expel her from their midst, yet each time, her father bore the burden of that pressure. Now, with the new year upon them, she decided to prepare some delightful dishes for her father. On this day, all those who should be present had arrived, except for Lu Kai and her 2 children, as well as Chen Wangwe. Apart from them, everyone else was there. Come in and help with the cooking. Although it was Chen Wangling who was preparing the meal, she still called the youngest, Chen Wangxiu, and Zhong Haifeng to assist her. Chen Wangxiu was somewhat reluctant. I still need to review. Your studying won't change your grades. Unexpectedly, Chen Wangling frowned, displaying an unusual demeanor. Sister, what do you mean by that? Chen Wangxiu retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. It's nothing. I just want to have a serious talk with you today. In the past, I often considered your well-being too highly, as did our father. However, I understand your attitude towards him far better than he does. For many years, father had no objections, so I refrained from saying much, as it was his choice. But I have always aligned with his perspective. If he believes you are good, then he treats you accordingly, and naturally, I will do the same. Chen Wangxiu was taken aback by her elder sister's straightforwardness, her words leaving her momentarily bewildered. Come in and cook, Chen Wangling instructed. Not daring to offend their father, Chen Wangxiu complied and followed her inside. Meanwhile, Zhong Haifeng had become considerably more obedient after experiencing 2 setbacks, even considering cooking as her sole duty. With Chen Wangling now willing to assist in the kitchen, it was undoubtedly advantageous for her, hence the smile on her face. Elder sister, what do you mean by that? Chen Wangxiu retorted, still somewhat unconvinced once they entered the kitchen. It means nothing complicated. It's quite simple, Chen Wangling replied calmly as she began her tasks, unfazed by the question. I am going abroad to study, and I'm the only one in our family who has the potential to attend university. Don't you think your earlier words were rather disheartening? Chen Wangling glanced at her sister and suddenly smiled wryly. I believe you all might be mistaken. I have never expected anything from you, because I know I cannot rely on it. Our father has toiled for you all his life. Yet who has shown him any kindness? When you need him, you call out sweetly, but when you don't, you kick him aside without a second thought, lacking even the most basic respect. He once found joy in this, but now that he can no longer endure it, why should I? You don't think I aspire to climb the social ladder through you, dreaming of a better life, do you? You are mistaken. I have never believed I would experience a good life. I have lived like this in the first half of my life, and I do not mind continuing in the same manner in the second half. Chen Wangxiu was left speechless by her sister's fierce rebuttal. You can say such things in front of me, but do not say them in front of our father. He is not known for his patience. If he hears you, he might just slap you. And as for your studying abroad, I wish you well. Do not ask our father for money. He earns it with great difficulty. Even if it were easy to acquire, it is not something you can demand at will. Chen Wangxiu was exasperated. Hurry and cook. But Chen Wangling refused to engage further in idle chatter. Today was New Year's, and the atmosphere was particularly lively, with firecrackers booming outside. Yet, despite the large presence of the Chen family, there was an inexplicable sense of desolation. Traditionally, at this time of year, the four children would be playing joyfully in the yard, with the two eldest even lighting firecrackers. Yet now there was not a single firecracker in sight, save for the long string their father had set off early in the morning. "Dad, you haven't prepared any New Year's goods," Chen Wangha remarked, observing his two children looking rather bored, unable to contain himself any longer. "Are you out of your mind? Your children want to play with firecrackers, and you won't buy any for them? Are you lacking hands, feet, or money?" Chen Yang retorted bluntly, showing no leniency. Chen Wangha's face turned pale with anxiety, yet he dared not argue back, only managing to say, "Did you not receive the money from Haifeng's family? How could I have any money?" At this, Chen Yang understood the implication and clicked his tongue. "What do you mean by that? Now that the money has been returned, both my second brother and I are eager to build our houses. We had previously agreed that this money would be used for constructing our homes. Since the funds are now in your possession, why not let us utilize it for that purpose?" After speaking, Chen Wangha let out a dry chuckle, seemingly apprehensive that his father might reprimand him. "Indeed, we have long contemplated asking you for funds to build new houses, but upon reflection, we now have a bit of money at hand. We can start building independently, and, if necessary, we can discuss further support later. It would be wonderful if you could assist us, but if not, that is also acceptable." Chen Wangjing quickly interjected, "I want to build a new house as well." Chen Wanghu, observing that his brothers were already engrossed in thoughts of construction, promptly joined the conversation. After all, he too intended to marry Du Yakin and wished to establish a new home. Chapter 95. Another resounding blow. Chen Yang chuckled inwardly, discerning the intentions harbored by his three sons. Originally, it was inconsequential for him to return the money for them to build their own houses, as it would spare him from their incessant requests for new homes. Moreover, he harbored the desire to encourage his sons to fend for themselves, thus alleviating the constant burden of their demands. This money was rightfully theirs, so returning it was not an issue. However, the thought of relinquishing it entirely left Chen Yang feeling unsettled. After all, he had been the one to recover the funds. Why should he return the entirety of it? Consequently, he decided to return half of the money they had received, retaining the other half for the household. Chen Wangjing and Chen Wangha abruptly rose, simultaneously questioning, "On what grounds? In light of the years I have spent providing for your sustenance, clothing, and care, consider this money as a deduction." Chen Yang replied with a smirk, "What is wrong? Are you unwilling? If so, the entire sum will remain with me." The brothers' faces turned ashen with anger. "Dad, how can you do this? Now that the money is back, it should rightfully be returned to us. That can indeed be arranged, but if you wish to keep score, let's be clear about it. When will you repay me for all the expenses incurred in raising you?" Chen Yang inquired calmly. The brothers' expressions froze. "Dad, that's rather unkind. Surely we will care for you in your old age," Chen Wangjing retorted, visibly distressed. "Do not use that as a threat. To be frank, with your current character, I have little hope that you will support me in my twilight years." Chen Yang found their remarks laughable. "In my old age, I shall simply await my demise. The notion of relying on you is utterly shameless." Exchanging glances, Chen Wangjing and Chen Wangha fell silent. "After the new year, I will return half of your money. You should find a place to build your houses and refrain from troubling me." Chen Yang shook his head, seemingly disinterested in their plight. "Dad, what about me?" Chen Wangjing and Chen Wangha ceased their dialogue. Yet Chen Wanghu continued to gaze at Chen Yang. "What do you wish to discuss?" "I intend to marry Yakin. Once we are wed, we will need a new house, and thus I too must build. You worthless fool. Find a job tomorrow and earn your own money. Do not expect to receive another penny from me. Understood?" Chen Yang shot him a glance. "Next year, I shall commence my employment, and I am resolute in my intention to do so. What I mean is to construct a new house," he remarked. "However, Chen Yang suddenly led something. casting a puzzled glance at Chen Wanghu. I seem to have mentioned to you that the money you took from your elder sister's shop should be returned properly. Have you inquired with Du Yakin's family? Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe, having recently faced setbacks, now observed their father turning his ire towards Chen Wanghu, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Just moments ago, you appeared quite pleased at our misfortune. Now, let us see how you fare. Indeed, Chen Wanghu, in a moment of hubris, momentarily forgot this matter, his countenance growing somewhat awkward. Having spent all the money, it seemed inappropriate to ask for it back, and besides, I had utilized some of it as well. Then you shall repay it. Chen Yang responded calmly. Chen Wanghe dashed inside to fetch paper and a pen, instructing him to draft an IOU. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanghe eagerly ran to retrieve the necessary items. Here, write the IOU. Chen Yang directed at Chen Wanghu. Chen Wanghu, taken aback, stammered, huh? Why are we discussing borrowing within our own household? Chen Yang's temper flared, and he struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Chen Wanghu found himself seated on the ground, astonished as he gazed at his father. It dawned on him that his father was not jesting. How dare you take money from our household to support others and then speak to me in such a manner? Do you wish for your own demise? Chen Yang, filled with disappointment, declared, This money is from your elder sister's shop. She deserves every penny. If you owe her anything less, I shall break your legs. At that moment, the three individuals inside, alerted by the commotion, emerged to witness the scene. The expressions of Zhong Haifeng and Chen Wangxiu shifted dramatically. They realized that within this household, only the eldest sister was spared from their father's wrath. No one else was exempt. Do not regard me with such disdain. Chen Yang, perceiving the anger and hatred in Chen Wanghu's eyes, offered a cold smile. This is a warning born of my goodwill. I have never harbored any expectations of you. Moreover, do not threaten me here. You may leave this place like Chen Wangyue, and we shall pretend you never existed. After you depart, my ears shall find peace. Although I suspect that once you are gone, Du Yakin will never consider marrying you. With your complete lack of redeeming qualities, your laziness, and utter mediocrity, do you truly believe she finds you appealing? She is drawn to our family's circumstances. Otherwise, a creature like you would scarcely warrant a glance. Chen Wanghu's expression darkened significantly, for he had never anticipated such words from his father. Yet, he found himself unable to retort, for every statement made by his father rang true. As Chen Yang spoke, Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe nearly applauded their father's remarks. The two elder brothers, having entered the workforce at an early age, were at least engaged in their respective jobs, while the current Chen Wanghu did not share the same diligence. Chen Yang had indeed attempted to secure employment for him, yet he dismissed opportunities for being too laborious or inadequately compensated, ultimately becoming a layabout like Chen Wangyue, wholly disengaged from work. To claim that these two brothers harbor no resentment would be a blatant falsehood. They are, after all, the children of others. So why must we toil relentlessly at work while they sit back, hands raised, still benefiting from their father's support? At this moment, Chen Yang's slap has invigorated them both, achieving precisely the desired effect. Chen Wanghu's expression shifted multiple times, but ultimately he dared not confront Chen Yang, opting instead to grit his teeth and explain. But if I demand money from them, Yaqin will surely refuse to marry me. What then? Are you doomed to remain a bachelor for life? Although I consider you a failure, Du Yaqin is hardly an improvement. That wretched creature is both unattractive and ill-tempered. If you cannot manage her, she may very well betray you. Is it truly your desire to wear the green hat? At this, the brothers Chen Wang and Chen Wangjing could not help but chuckle, despite the gravity of the situation, for their father's remarks were simply too cutting. Chen Wanghu's face flickered through several emotions. Isn't it inappropriate for you to speak so? Yaqin is a good person. Whether she is good or not is of no concern to me. Let me be clear. Return the money to me. If you wish to marry her, do so. It has nothing to do with me. However, once you marry her, I will move out and no longer recognize you as my father, nor will I acknowledge you. We shall live our separate lives, and you may choose to exist as you please, but it bears no relation to me. Chapter 96. The unreachable military. Chen Wanghu gasped in shock. This was a declaration of severance. Chen Jing and Chen Wanghe momentarily held their breath, watching the pair. Chen Yang's temper had reached a level that even his own sons found incomprehensible, and his demeanor suggested he was entirely serious, not merely issuing threats. Chen Wanghu was stunned into silence, fully aware that if Chen Yang truly expelled him, Du Yaqin might indeed disregard him, leaving him in a state of trepidation. Unwilling to leave, yet unable to retrieve the money, as it would only result in Du Yaqin's departure from his life. This dilemma seemed insurmountable. His face reflected despair, and for a moment he was at a loss for what to do. Yet Chen Yang paid him no mind, barking, "Get in there and cook." Chen Wangling observed Chen Yang's outburst and the subsequent slap delivered to Chen Wanghu, yet a smile crept onto her face. Her perspective had shifted considerably. Previously, she had yearned for familial harmony and sought to avoid conflict between her father and others. However, witnessing her father's assertiveness brought her a sense of relief. Indeed, why did she ever hold out hope for them? They were never destined to be a source of support for her father in his old age. In other words, she would rather assume the responsibility of caring for him herself than rely on them, for they lacked both the inclination and filial piety. Regardless, returning to her in-laws was not an option, and even if they did accept her, she would not wish to return. It was far better to focus on her own business endeavors. Should her father grow old, she would be the one to care for him. There was no need to dwell on them any longer. Zhong Haifeng shrank back, following Chen Wangxiu inside. Chen Wangxiu's expression shifted several times as she pondered internally. Suddenly, she adopted a different tone when addressing Chen Wangling. "Sister, since your return, it seems that father treats you with warmth and kindness, while we are regarded as mere stray dogs. I cannot fathom why this is so. However, I have an important request. Could you assist me? I wish to study abroad." Chen Wangjing shook her head in refusal. "You must find a way to pursue your studies on your own. If father is unwilling, then perhaps you should reconsider. If you feel compelled to go despite his objections, then earn the money yourself. I have no objections. Do not seek my help, for I am unable to assist you, and father certainly will not heed my words. Why are you all like this?" Chen Wangxiu, still relatively young, allowed her temper to fluctuate with her emotions. Angered by her sister's dismissal, she retorted, "Studying abroad is a matter of great pride for our family. Why can't you see the good in my aspirations? If I go abroad, I might even stay in America. Just think about it. America, the beacon of human civilization. How many people yearn to go there, even risking everything to cross borders? If I were to remain there, wouldn't it be easier for you to visit in the future? How can you be so lacking in vision? Such a wonderful opportunity, and yet you refuse to support me. I find your inability to understand utterly frustrating." Chen Wangling simply chuckled and shook her head. "The grand dreams you paint are beyond my means, and I believe they are beyond father's as well. If he truly wished to support you, he would have addressed this matter long ago instead of ignoring you until now. You may deceive yourself with these thoughts, but spare us from hearing them. It becomes tiresome." Chen Wangxiu, her face flushed with indignation, found herself at a loss for words. How did they seem to know her innermost thoughts? Yes, if she went abroad, she would never return, regardless of their opinions. But how could they possibly know her intentions? Chen Wangxiu was perplexed. Meanwhile, Zhong Haifeng reflected silently, recognizing Chen Wangxiu as somewhat foolish. Her every emotion was transparent. Did she truly believe no one could see through her facade? Outside, Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe exchanged glances, seizing the opportunity to step away from the household. Once outside, both exhaled in relief. "I've noticed that father has been particularly difficult lately. It might be wise for us to avoid provoking him," Chen Wangjing remarked. Chen Wanghe concurred, his expression tinged with worry. "By the way, are you not bringing the children back? I plan to check on them. Perhaps during the New Year's Eve dinner, they'll decide to return. I noticed this morning that father went grocery shopping. He brought back plenty of seafood and treats. We hardly ever enjoy such luxuries. You must hurry and bring them back. Otherwise, father will surely become even more upset." Chen Wangjing nodded in agreement. However, after uttering this phrase, he began to doubt whether their father truly cared about their presence at all. For instance, on this very day of the new year, the absence of any sign from Chen Wangyue did not seem to trouble him in the slightest. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure ahead. Chen Wangyue had unexpectedly appeared. The two brothers were momentarily taken aback. "Brother, is father worried?" Upon seeing the two of them, Chen Wangyue grinned mischievously. The brothers exchanged disdainful glances. "Worried? He has not cared about you at all. You may be mistaken." Chen Wangyue himself harbored no fondness for this sister, for she embodied the essence of any ne'er-do-well. In contrast, the divergence among the offspring of Chen Yang was quite pronounced. Chen Wangling was the epitome of filial piety, leading a life of moderation, making him the most normal among them. Although Chen Wangjing and Chen Wanghe were not particularly dutiful, they could still be considered individuals who managed to get by. One could label him as stingy or unfilial. Yet at the very least, he understood the necessity of earning a living. However, the wealth he accrued never crossed his mind in relation to their father. Yet, Chen Wanghu was a different story altogether. He was the archetype of a spoiled rich kid, though his family lacked the financial means, rendering him a complete wastrel incapable of even caring for himself. And then there was Chen Wangyue, who surpassed him in recklessness. Not only did she refuse to seek employment, but she also indulged in a life of revelry and frivolity, associating with unsavory characters. It was all too clear that she was destined to transform into one of those very individuals, a truth well understood by her two elder brothers. As for the youngest, Chen Wangxiu, having received a modicum of education, was favored by their father, which led to her pronounced selfishness. "Father does not care where you are. He has never inquired," as though your absence were entirely ordinary. Chen Wanghe, feeling somewhat aggrieved, spoke candidly. "Third brother, please refrain from spouting nonsense." "It's not nonsense, it's the truth." Chen Wangjing responded with a smirk. "Do you truly believe you can win Father's favor? You cannot. He does not care about you. Indeed, he may not care about any of us. If you wish to lead a decent life, return home and apologize to Father, and do not repeat your past mistakes. Find a job next year, or else Father may truly disregard you in the future." Chapter 97. Who cares about you? In truth, the words of these two brothers were grounded in reality, regardless of the mindset from which they spoke. They were, indeed, the truth. However, to the individual in question, Chen Wangyue, their words rang particularly harsh. "You two should cease this ridiculous chatter. How could Father possibly ignore me?" She stared incredulously at her brothers. "Believe what you wish." Chen Wangjing shrugged. "It's of no concern to me." With that, he hurried off to find Lu Kai-yi, hoping to bring the three of them back home. Chen Wanghe chuckled, took a drag from his cigarette, and prepared to return. "Just wait." Yet, Chen Wangyue gritted her teeth and ultimately followed Chen Wanghe back. At that moment, Chen Yang sat in the courtyard, eyes closed, humming a tune, with Wang Jie nestled in his arms. Wang Jie was particularly docile and quiet in Chen Yang's embrace. But soon she noticed Chen Wangyue's return and gently whispered in Chen Yang's ear, "Grandfather, Aunt Wangyue is back." Chen Yang opened his eyes and raised an eyebrow upon seeing Chen Wangyue enter. However, he quickly closed his eyes again, showing no interest whatsoever. Chen Wangyue felt a surge of anger when he noticed that his father had no intention of speaking to him upon his return. In his eyes, his father should have been eager to welcome him back. How could he behave this way? "I want money." Chen Wangyue, still disoriented, approached his father to demand it. Chen Wanghu, who had been keeping his distance from Chen Yang out of fear of inciting his father's wrath, was startled by this outburst and quietly shifted further away. "Damn, I hope I don't get splattered with blood if this escalates." Sure enough, as soon as those words left Chen Wangyue's mouth, Chen Yang opened his eyes again, set down Wang Jie, and slapped Chen Wangyue across the face. The sound echoed, causing Chen Wanghu to leap up and retreat a few steps. Meanwhile, Chen Wanghe, who had been standing quietly in the corner, nearly laughed out loud. "This fool never listens. Did you think I was trying to harm you? I was speaking to you earnestly, but you wouldn't heed my words. Now you see, that slap felt quite satisfying, didn't it?" Chen Wangyue felt a dull throb in his head. Clearly, his father had not held back. "Who told you to come back?" Chen Yang frowned, his gaze laced with fury. "What madness compelled you to return?" Chen Wangyue cradled his face, feeling the sharp sting. "Get lost." Chen Yang scowled. "Go wherever you please, just don't return. You'll regret this." Chen Wangyue trembled all over, his voice wavering. Regret? I'd rather endure anything than have you as my father. Regret? You should take a good look at yourself. Chen Yang spat in disdain. Unable to bear his father's words any longer, Chen Wangyue turned and stormed out, shouting, Fine. This is what you want. I will never return. You wait and see. I will never come back. Wang Jieji gasped in shock and tugged at Chen Yang's hand. It's nothing, just a fool. I've seen plenty. Chen Yang remained unfazed, even offering some comfort to Wang Jieji before lying back down in his chair. Meanwhile, Chen Wanghu began to ponder anew. Observing his father's demeanor, it seemed that nothing mattered to him anymore, which meant that whatever tasks his father assigned him must be executed flawlessly. Otherwise, he might find himself in trouble later. I'm an adult now. How can he keep slapping me? Who can endure that? Chen Wanghe lowered his head, contemplating that if only his father would grant him a portion of his wealth, he would not ask for more. Given Chen Yang's current temperament, who would dare provoke him? Only Chen Yang seemed entirely indifferent. A slap was merely a slap. Nothing worth worrying over. Meanwhile, Chen Wangjing hurried to Lu Kai's home. However, upon entering, he found Lu Daong still ranting and raving. Furthermore, he noticed that the festive atmosphere in their home was lackluster, a stark contrast to previous years. It is possible that after spending such a large sum of money, the family found themselves in dire financial straits, prompting them to reach a breaking point. How dare you come here? Lu Daong bellowed furiously upon seeing Chen Wangjing, striding menacingly towards him. In truth, Chen Wangjing felt a twinge of fear. Accustomed to being timid, he instinctively sought to placate his brother-in-law with a smile. Yet, as his lips quivered, he suddenly regained his composure. To hell with it, I fear you not. I am currently more accomplished than you, and my father is formidable as well. Should I falter, my father will come to your reckoning. You, a wretched creature without a father, are of no consequence to me. In a moment of clarity, Chen Wangjing, noticing Lu Daong's advance, seized a nearby stick and struck him on the leg. With a thud, Lu Daong collapsed to the ground, shrieking in shock. You dare to hit me, you worthless scoundrel? You dare strike your brother-in-law? Are you courting death? Chen Wangjing, now incensed, advanced further and kicked him again. Fool, do you even recognize your own worth? You are a pitiful waste. My father's punishment would be lenient. Should you continue your raucousness, I shall make you regret it. Lu Daong, a man who bullies the weak but fears the strong, cowered after being bested by Chen Wangjing. At that moment, Lu Daong's wife and his mother, Yi Hui, emerged. Upon witnessing Lu Daong being beaten by Chen Wangjing, their expressions darkened. Chen Wangjing, how dare you come to our home and assault someone during the new year? Are you out of your mind? Lu Daong's wife scolded sharply. Yihu, head, face us hen, brandished a broom, prepared to strike what she once considered an exemplary son-in-law. Are you out of your mind? Chen Wangjing, now equally enraged, found himself justified in his fury. Originally, he intended to yield to his wife, hoping she would handle the situation, but now, even she regarded him as an adversary. The combination of Lu Daong and his mother dismissing him as a person was unbearable. In his fury, he resolved that if they did not recognize his humanity, he would reciprocate in kind. Your family is utterly foolish, showing no respect. As Yi Hui approached, Chen Wangjing did not retreat. Instead, he brandished the stick and charged forward, shouting, Look at yourself. If you dare lay a finger on me today, I will make you regret it. Iglecuvi, startled by the sudden ferocity of her usually meek son-in-law, instinctively took a few steps back, momentarily rendered immobile by his words. What are you planning, Chen Wangjing? Lu Kai rushed out, her eyes welling with tears at the sight of Chen Wangjing confronting her brother and mother. Chapter 98. Not wanting to return home in truth. When Chen Wangjing arrived, he had intended to apologize to Lu Kai and perhaps utter a few soft words, hoping she would take their child and return home. However, having been provoked by Lu Daong's aggression and then treated with disdain by Yi Hui, the flames of his anger surged uncontrollably. Seeing Lu Kai clearly aligned with her brother and mother only intensified the agitation in his heart. Lu Kai, I have come to ask you one thing today. Will you return? Father has prepared a feast. Let us all gather for a New Year's dinner. I will not return. With the way your family treats mine, why should I go back? Lu Kai's words were far from pleasant. Fine, if you won't come back. Chen Wangjing's temper flared as he reflected on the years he had spent in their household, feeling like a mere servant, handing over his earnings only for them to benefit his mother. If he had received even a small portion, he would have said nothing, for he was, after all, a humble man. Yet, now that he sought to reclaim what was rightfully his to build a home, she stood against him alongside her mother. The crux of the matter was that he had given so much, yet they had never regarded him as a person. Thus, his frustration grew. One should not stoop to this level. Give me the children. I will take them home. No, the children cannot go with you. They must stay with me. They do not wish to return to your house. Lu Kai firmly embraced the two children, preventing Chen Wangjing from taking them away. Though he did not attempt to wrest them from her grasp, being their father, he simply stared at Lu Kai, inhaled deeply, and gradually calmed himself. Lu Kai, my intention in bringing you back today is for everyone to share a New Year's meal together, and it would be an opportune moment to discuss and clarify past grievances with Father. If you refuse to return with me today, such an opportunity may never arise again, and I will no longer concern myself with you. As you said, let's part ways. Part ways. Then Yi Hui shrieked. What use is a worthless person like you? We must divorce. If we do not, who is the fool? My husband, who passed away too soon, still managed to raise them both. Do you think that without you, our family has no way to survive? Chen Wangjing, you overestimate yourself. Lu Kai retorted. Have you even considered your own circumstances? Do you truly believe you are wealthy? When our Kai chose you, she must have been blind. Fine, you say so. Chen Wangjing laughed in anger. Wasn't Lu Kai marrying him simply a matter of seeking the advantages of his family status? All these years, she had consumed his resources, and now she claimed it was not due to his family circumstances. Your family is something else. After using a person, you kick them aside as if nothing happened, and then kick them again to show how superior you are, acting as if you were an independent household. If you are so exceptional, why don't you ascend to the heavens? After the new year, we shall divorce. Damn it, do you truly think I, Chen Wangjing, cannot live without you, Lu Kai? Let me tell you, I will live even better than before. I want to even mention anything else. Even if I'm living off my parents, I still have a place to stay. What are you? A useless brother, a mother selling herself. This is your life, and you dare to confront me. Do you think you can win against me? Fool! Chen Wangjing unleashed a torrent of words, voicing all that he had longed to say during this time. Lu Kai's face turned pale. Lu Daong, you big fool. If it weren't for my money, you wouldn't even be able to marry a wife. I tell you, this matter is far from over. The frustration within him surged forth, manifesting in a torrent of expletives directed at his perceived failures. Chen Wangjing, after venting his ire, felt an exhilarating sense of clarity. He suddenly comprehended the reason behind his father's recent bouts of madness and aggression, often lashing out at those around him. The liberation of expressing oneself was indeed a refreshing experience. Reflecting on the years he had invested without receiving the respect he deserved, he realized that even the once formidable Lu Daong had now shrunk into a timid creature before him. The sheer satisfaction of this revelation was undeniable. Let her leave. He scoffed. Lu Kai is hardly a paragon of beauty. My decision to marry her was born out of youthful ignorance and the advantages of my family's circumstances. Now she dares to put on airs. As the evening approached, the family gathered for the New Year's feast. Despite their daily presence at home, such an elaborate spread was a rare occurrence. Chen Wang and Chen Wangxiu exchanged glances, their mouths watering at the sight. Chen Wangjing returned, but Lu Kai remained obstinate in her absence. Chen Wangling, the eldest sister, quickly deduced where he had ventured. She refuses to return, Chen Wangjing admitted, shaking his head. We just had a heated argument, and now her opinion of me has worsened. She even mentioned divorce after the new year. Let her go. Are you afraid of separation? Chen Yang interjected, having already settled at the table, indifferent to the familial squabbles. He chuckled, though you may not be particularly remarkable, lacking filial piety and your mind muddled. You are more than suitable for Lu Kai. Our family's standing far surpasses hers. Do you truly believe you are unworthy of her? Not at all. Chen Wangjing retorted. I am certainly worthy of her. The very reason she married into our family was due to our superior circumstances. I am well aware of this, and I trust she is too. Yet, after all the kindness I've shown her family over the years, I am left feeling rather disheartened by their treatment of me. Chen Yang eruptet in lauger. Only when the tables turn do you feel disheartened. How is it that I have toiled for years without such sentiments while you wallow in self-pity? The weight of Chen Yang's words caused Chen Wangjing to lower his gaze, feeling a profound sense of shame. Let us eat, Chen Wangling suggested, sensing the tension. It was New Year's Day, and their father had already lost his temper twice. There was no need to provoke him further. The family nodded in agreement and took their seats at the table. The feast before them was nothing short of a seafood extravaganza, and Chen Wangling's culinary skills shone brightly, yielding dishes that were exceptionally delectable. Even the most disgruntled among them, Chen Wangxiu, remained silent, engrossed in her meal. Chen Yang lavished praise upon his daughter's cooking, noting that she had inherited some of her late mother's flair, producing food that was truly delightful. After a long day of preparation, let's raise a glass, Chen Yang proclaimed, smiling as he offered a toast to Chen Wangling. Chen Wangling felt somewhat embarrassed and said, "Why are you being so polite? It's my duty to cook." "Indeed, it is your duty, but gratitude is also warranted," Chen Yang replied with a slight smile. However, upon glancing at the children, he immediately frowned and exclaimed, "Why are you all just sitting there? Your elder sister prepared a meal for you, and yet you sit there without expressing your appreciation." The others, as if waking from a dream, finally put down their chopsticks and picked up their cups. "Today our elder sister worked hard all day. I raise my glass to her," Chen Wang and the others echoed. After this statement, he quickly shifted his gaze to Zhong Haifeng, adding, "But today Haifeng also helped out. She performed admirably." "I helped too," Chen Wangxiu interjected, slightly indignant. "Then you two can share a drink," Chen Yang remarked, adopting a teasing tone towards Chen Wangxiu and Zhong Haifeng. The two felt somewhat awkward and hastily resumed eating, refraining from further chatter. As it was the new year, the sounds of firecrackers echoed from the streets outside as they dined. After the meal, the atmosphere outside grew lively, with children running about, shouting and setting off firecrackers. Wang Jiejie and the eldest of Chen Wang were also preparing to join in the festivities. Just then, a guest arrived at the door, Zhong Yinshan. "Old Zhong, come join us for a drink."